Story number 1. Echoes of desperation. The haunting cries of Donner Pass. I still wake up in the dead of night. The memory of that fateful winter evening in Donner Pass seared into my mind like the relentless frost that once gripped the desolate landscape. My name is Alex Turner, and the events that unfolded during my solitary trek through the pass have left an indelible mark on my soul. A constant reminder of the thin veil between the living and the restless spirits that linger in forgotten places. Donner Pass, a name that echoes with tragedy and resilience, lies nestled in the rugged heart of the Sierra Nevada. Known for its treacherous weather and haunting history, the pass has long been a magnet for adventurers and history enthusiasts alike. But for me, it became the setting of a nightmarish encounter that blurred the lines between reality and the supernatural. It was late December 2015, when I decided to embark on a solo journey to reconnect with nature and escape the cacophony of modern life. As an amateur historian, the story of the Donner Party, a group of pioneers who became stranded in the pass during the winter of 1846, had always fascinated me. Their desperate struggle for survival, the heartbreaking loss of life, and the enduring legacy of their ordeal made Donner Pass a place of both reverence and dread. The day I set out, the sky was a steely gray, heavy with the promise of an unforgiving winter storm. I packed my gear meticulously, ensuring I had enough supplies to last me through the treacherous conditions. The drive to Donner Pass was arduous, the roads slick with ice and barely visible under the heavy snowfall. By the time I reached the trailhead, night had fallen, and the first flakes of snow began to fall, coating the world in a silken layer of white. I pitched my tent near a small clearing, the dense forest surrounding me like a silent sentinel. The temperature plummeted quickly, the wind howling through the trees with a ferocity that sent shivers down my spine. As I settled into my sleeping bag, the sounds of the forest grew louder, cracking branches, distant animal calls, and the relentless whisper of the wind. Around midnight, the temperature dropped to well below freezing, and I found myself unable to sleep, restless and uneasy. The stories of Donner Pass's haunted past seemed to come alive in the oppressive cold. I pulled out my journal, attempting to distract myself by jotting down observations and reflections. But the silence of the night was soon broken by a faint, sorrowful cry echoing through the trees. At first, I dismissed it as the cry of a lone animal, a creature struggling against the harsh elements. But as the minutes passed, the sound grew more distinct, more human, a desperate plea for help that sent chills down my spine. My heart raced as I strained to listen, the cry intertwining with the howling wind, creating an eerie symphony of despair. "Help! Help me!" The voice was faint, almost lost in the tempest, but unmistakably human. I felt a compulsion to investigate, a pull towards the source of the anguish. Grabbing my headlamp, I stepped out of my tent, the cold biting at my exposed skin. The snow crunched under my boots as I navigated the winding trail. Following the direction of the cries, the forest seemed to close in around me, the towering pines casting long, menacing shadows that danced in the flickering beam of my light. As I ventured deeper into the woods, the cries became louder, more desperate. The wind seemed to guide me, the sounds leading me towards an area where the trees grew denser, their branches heavy with snow. My breath quickened, the sense of being watched intensifying with every step. The stories of the Donner Party's tragic fate swirled in my mind, each thought heightening my fear and curiosity. Finally, I reached a clearing illuminated by the pale light of the moon, the snow glistening like a blanket of diamonds. In the center stood an old, weathered cabin, the remnants of a bygone era, its windows darkened by grime and neglect. The cries were now unmistakably coming from within, a heart-wrenching plea that seemed to pierce through the stillness of the night. "Hello!" I called out, my voice trembling with a mix of fear and determination. "Is someone there?" Silence answered me, the only sound the relentless wind and the soft crackling of snow underfoot. I approached the cabin cautiously, my heart pounding in my chest. The door creaked open, revealing a dimly lit interior filled with shadows and the lingering scent of damp wood. The cries had ceased, replaced by an oppressive silence that pressed in on me from all sides. Stepping inside, I felt an overwhelming sense of sorrow and loss. The room was sparse, with only a few pieces of old furniture covered in dust and cobwebs. In the corner, a dusty piano stood silently, its keys yellowed with age. My eyes were drawn to a faded photograph hanging on the wall, a family portrait. The faces blurred and indistinct, yet exuding a palpable sense of longing and despair. Suddenly, a chill swept through the room, and the temperature plummeted further. I felt a presence behind me, an invisible force pressing down on my shoulders, making it difficult to breathe. My instincts screamed at me to flee, but something held me in place, compelling me to confront whatever lay in the shadows. "I know you're here," I whispered, my voice barely audible. "I want to help you." A faint movement caught my eye, a shadowy figure standing near the piano, its form barely discernible against the darkness. My breath caught in my throat as I realized it was a man, tall and gaunt, his eyes hollow and filled with sorrow. He didn't speak, his gaze fixed on something far beyond my sight. "Please," I begged, feeling the weight of his unspoken plea. "Tell me what you need." The man remained silent, but his posture spoke volumes. Desperation and longing etched into every line of his ghostly form. I took a tentative step forward, reaching out a hand in a gesture of compassion. "I'm here to help," I reiterated, my voice steadier despite the fear gripping me. As I approached, the temperature rose slightly, the oppressive cold lifting as if my presence was offering a glimmer of hope. The man began to move towards the piano, his steps slow and deliberate. I followed, the air around us thick with unspoken emotions and the lingering echoes of past tragedies. Reaching the piano, I noticed a sheet of music lying on the stand, its notes scrawled hastily in what looked like desperate handwriting. The melody was hauntingly beautiful, a sorrowful tune that seemed to resonate with the very essence of the man's anguish. I sat down at the piano, my fingers trembling as I began to play the notes, hoping to bridge the gap between our worlds. As the music filled the room, the man's figure began to shimmer, his form becoming more defined as he watched me with an intensity that was both unsettling and heartbreaking. The room seemed to come alive with the echoes of the past, the cries of the lost pioneers intertwining with the melody, creating a symphony of sorrow that enveloped us both. "I can feel your pain," I whispered, my fingers dancing across the keys with growing confidence. "Let me help you find peace." The man's expression softened, the sorrow in his eyes giving way to a faint glimmer of gratitude. He reached out, his hand passing through mine like mist, and for a moment, the boundaries between our worlds seemed to blur. The music swelled, the notes carrying our shared anguish into the cold night air. As the final chord resonated through the cabin, the man's figure began to dissolve, his presence fading into the ether like the last traces of a fading storm. The oppressive silence lifted, replaced by a serene stillness that filled the room with a sense of closure and peace. I sat there for a moment, the weight of the encounter sinking in, before standing up and making my way back to the entrance. The snow had stopped falling, the storm now a distant memory as dawn began to break over Donner Pass. The cabin stood silent once more, the echoes of the past lingering in the crisp morning air. Driving away, the first light of day casting a warm glow over the snowy landscape, I felt a profound sense of accomplishment and relief. I had helped the restless spirit find peace, bridging the gap between the living and the dead through empathy and understanding. The legends of Donner Pass had always been shrouded in mystery and fear, but my experience transformed them into a story of redemption and remembrance. In the years that followed, the haunted cries of Donner Pass became a tale of hope and closure rather than one of despair. Visitors still shared stories of eerie sounds and fleeting shadows, but the legend now carried a message of compassion and the enduring power of human connection. The spirits of the Donner Party, once trapped in their eternal winter struggle, had found solace in the understanding and respect of those who dared to listen. But the memory of that winter night remains with me, a haunting yet comforting reminder of the thin line between honoring the past and succumbing to fear. I often find myself gazing out at the snow-covered trails of Donner Pass, the whispers of the lost echoing through my mind, a testament to the spirits that linger in forgotten places and the souls that seek to find their way home. And so, I warn others, respect the histories that shape our landscapes, honor the memories of those who have been lost, and understand that some mysteries transcend our understanding. For in the heart of Minnesota, amidst the silent snow and lingering spirits, lies a darkness that can consume even the bravest of souls, but also a light that can guide us toward empathy and eternal peace. Story number 2. Shadows of Bodie, the cursed echoes. I still wake up in the dead of night. The memory of that fateful visit to Bodie seared into my mind like the scorching summer sun that once blistered its deserted streets. My name is Michael Harris, and the events that unfolded during my trip to this abandoned gold rush town in the Sierra Nevada have left an indelible mark on my soul, a constant reminder of the thin line between curiosity and the supernatural. Bodie, once a bustling mining town, now stands as a ghostly relic frozen in time. The wooden storefronts, decaying houses, and silent streets whisper tales of prosperity turned to despair. Legends of curses and restless spirits have long shrouded Bodie in an eerie veil, deterring most from venturing too close after dark. But I was different, as a writer fascinated by the macabre. The stories surrounding Bodie were too tantalizing to resist. It was late October, the air crisp with the onset of winter, when I decided to embark on this solitary journey. Equipped with my camera, notebook, and an insatiable curiosity, I drove through winding mountain roads, the scenery transforming from lush forests to barren, snow-dusted landscapes. The isolation of Bodie only added to its allure, promising untouched stories waiting to be unearthed. Upon arrival, the town greeted me with an unsettling silence. The wind howled through broken windows and creaking doors, carrying with it the faintest whispers of bygone days. I set up camp near the remnants of the general store, the heart of Bodie, its sign barely readable through layers of grime and neglect. As dusk settled, the temperature plummeted, the first snowflakes of the season beginning to fall, coating the town in a shimmering blanket of white. The first night was uneventful, save for the occasional sound of footsteps crunching on the snow-covered pavement. I documented my findings, capturing the haunting beauty of Bodie through my lens. But as midnight approached, an inexplicable unease settled over me. The wind seemed to carry a different tone, a mournful melody that tugged at the edges of my consciousness. I decided to explore the town further, driven by an unshakable feeling that I was being watched. As I wandered through the deserted streets, the shadows seemed to dance with a life of their own, elongating and twisting in the flickering light of my flashlight. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the distant hoot of an owl and the soft whisper of the wind. Approaching the old saloon, its doors hanging off their hinges, I felt a sudden chill sweep over me. The stories had warned of Bodie's cursed artifacts, items taken from the town bringing misfortune to their owners. The thought sent a shiver down my spine, but my curiosity pushed me forward. Inside, the remnants of a once vibrant establishment lay scattered: broken glass, overturned tables, and faded photographs adorning the walls. As I examined the old piano in the corner, a sudden gust of wind extinguished my flashlight, plunging me into darkness. Panic surged as I fumbled to relight it, the eerie silence now broken by a faint, sorrowful melody emanating from the instrument. The keys moved on their own, playing a haunting tune that echoed through the empty saloon. My heart raced as I realized I was not alone. "Who's there?" I called out, my voice trembling with fear. No response came, only the continuation of the ghostly music. I backed away slowly, my mind racing to rationalize the inexplicable phenomena. That's when I saw her, a figure standing by the window, her form barely visible in the dim light. She was dressed in a tattered gown, her hair disheveled, and her eyes hollow with sorrow. Before I could react, she vanished, the room returning to its oppressive silence. Trembling, I decided it was time to leave, the weight of Bodhi's haunting presence pressing down on me. As I made my way back to camp, the sound of distant laughter echoed through the streets, a chilling reminder that the spirits of Bodhi were very much alive. The next morning, I awoke to find my belongings slightly moved, the air still heavy with the remnants of the previous night's encounter. Determined to uncover the truth behind Bodhi's curses, I delved into the town's history, piecing together the tragic stories of those who had once called Bodhi home. The tales spoke of greed, despair, and the relentless pursuit of fortune that had led to the town's downfall, leaving behind only shadows and regrets. As the days passed, the haunting grew more intense. Shadows flitted across my path, laughter echoed in the stillness, and the temperature seemed to drop without warning. I began to understand that Bodhi was not merely a ghost town, but a living entity, feeding off the sorrow and pain of its past inhabitants. One evening, driven by a mix of fear and determination, I returned to the saloon, hoping to confront the restless spirits that had tormented me. The doors creaked open with a force that sent me stumbling inside. The room now cold and lifeless. The old piano stood silent once more, but the feeling of being watched was undeniable. I approached the center of the room, the shadows deepening around me. "I came to understand your pain," I whispered, my voice barely audible. Suddenly, the temperature plummeted, and the room filled with the sorrowful cries of the lost souls of Bodhi. Figures materialized from the darkness, their faces etched with anguish and longing. The spirits of those who had perished in the harsh winters and the unforgiving pursuit of gold now surrounded me, their presence both terrifying and pitiable. "Why do you haunt this place?" I demanded, my voice shaking. One of the spirits, a woman with tear-streaked cheeks, stepped forward. "We are trapped by our regrets, unable to find peace until our stories are remembered." Understanding dawned on me. I was not just an intruder, but a witness to their suffering. "What can I do to help you find peace?" I asked, my fear giving way to compassion. The spirits closed in, their whispers filling the room with a chorus of sorrow. "Remember our stories. Share our pain so that we may be free." With newfound resolve, I documented their stories, capturing their essence through my writing and photography. Each tale of loss and regret added to the collective sorrow that held Bodhi captive. Slowly, the intensity of the hauntings began to diminish, the spirits finding solace in the acknowledgement of their suffering. On my final night in Bodhi, the town seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. The oppressive cold lifted, replaced by a gentle warmth that filled the streets. The shadows no longer danced with malevolent intent, and the laughter had softened into whispers of gratitude. The piano remained silent, a symbol of the peace that had finally been restored. As I packed up to leave, the spirits of Bodhi stood before me, their faces now serene and free of anguish. "Thank you," they whispered, their voices a harmonious blend of relief and gratitude. Driving away from Bodhi, the snow continued to fall gently, the town now a place of memory and respect rather than fear. The experience had changed me, deepening my understanding of the supernatural and the enduring power of compassion. Years have passed since that winter visit, but the memory of Bodhi remains vivid in my mind. The legends of cursed artifacts and restless spirits have taken on new meaning, serving as a reminder of the importance of honoring the past and the lives lost to it. Bodhi, once a town of tragedy and despair, now stands as a testament to the enduring bonds between the living and the dead, a place where stories of sorrow can transform into tales of redemption. But the memory of those haunted nights still lingers, a haunting yet comforting presence that reminds me of the thin line between honoring the past and succumbing to fear. I often find myself gazing out at the snow-covered landscapes, the whispers of Bodhi echoing through my mind. a testament to the spirits that linger in forgotten places and the souls that seek to find their way home. And so, I warn others, respect the places you visit, honor the memories of those who have passed, and understand that some encounters transcend our understanding. For in the heart of Minnesota, amidst the silent snow and lingering spirits, lies a darkness that can consume even the bravest of souls, but also a light that can guide us toward compassion and eternal peace. Story number 3. Whispers Beneath the Surface. The Haunting of Mono Lake. I still wake up in the dead of night. The memory of that fateful winter evening at Mono Lake seared into my mind like the relentless frost that once cloaked its mysterious waters. My name is David Lawson, and the events that unfolded beneath the surface of this eerie saltwater lake have left an indelible mark on my soul. A constant reminder of the thin line between the ordinary and the supernatural. Mono Lake, nestled in the heart of California's Eastern Sierra, is a place of stark beauty and profound solitude. The saline waters, shimmering under the moonlight, hold secrets that have whispered through the ages. Known for its otherworldly tufa towers and haunting legends, the lake has long been a magnet for those seeking solace in nature's embrace, or perhaps something more sinister lurking beneath its serene facade. It was December 5th, 2019, when I decided to embark on a solo fishing trip to Mono Lake. Eager to escape the chaos of city life and reconnect with the tranquility of the wilderness. As an avid fisherman and amateur photographer, I found peace in the rhythmic dance of casting my line and capturing the ethereal beauty of the lake through my lens. Little did I know that this trip would plunge me into a nightmare I could never have imagined. The day began with clear skies and a biting cold that hinted at the approaching winter. I set up my gear on the northern shore, the sun casting long shadows across the frozen expanse. The lake was calm, its surface glassy under the pale winter sun, reflecting the rugged peaks of the Sierra Nevada like a flawless mirror. I cast my line into the depths, the lure sinking silently into the cold embrace of the water. Hours passed in peaceful solitude, the only sounds being the gentle lapping of waves against the shore and the distant call of a lone eagle soaring overhead. As dusk approached, the sky transformed into a canvas of fiery oranges and deep purples, the last rays of sunlight dancing on the icy waters. It was then that I noticed something unusual, a faint, ethereal glow emanating from beneath the surface, a soft luminescence that pulsed rhythmically like a heartbeat. Intrigued, I leaned closer, my breath visible in the frigid air. The glow intensified, revealing shapes beneath the water, faces, pale and sorrowful, drifting just below the surface. My heart raced as I strained to see more clearly, the spectral visages staring back at me with hollow eyes that seemed to plead for something I couldn't comprehend. "Is anyone there?" I called out, my voice trembling with a mix of fear and curiosity. The faces remained motionless, their silent cries echoing in the stillness of the evening. Determined to capture the phenomenon, I retrieved my camera, the cold metal biting into my gloves. As I took the first photograph, a sudden chill swept through the air, the temperature dropping precipitously despite the fading warmth of the day. The lake's surface rippled unnaturally, distorting the reflections and casting eerie shadows that danced across the shore. I felt an inexplicable pull, a compulsion to dive into the icy waters and uncover the source of the haunting glow. Ignoring the rational voice in my head warning me of the dangers, I plunged into the frigid depths, the water enveloping me in a numbing embrace. My lungs burned as I struggled to adjust to the cold, the darkness pressing in around me like a suffocating blanket. As I descended deeper, the faces became clearer, their expressions etched with anguish and longing. I reached out, my hand passing through their ethereal forms, only to be met with a bone-chilling sensation that made me recoil in terror. The water around me seemed to come alive, the shadows twisting and contorting into grotesque shapes that writhed with malevolent intent. Suddenly, a force gripped my legs, pulling me towards the bottom of the lake. I kicked and thrashed, fighting against the invisible hands that sought to drag me into the abyss. The faces around me began to chant in a hollow, sorrowful voice, their whispers weaving a haunting melody that echoed through the water. "Release us. Find peace." Panic surged through me as I realized I was not just witnessing ghosts, but being ensnared by their lingering torment. Desperate to escape, I summoned every ounce of strength, breaking free from their spectral grasp and ascending towards the surface. The water roared around me, the oppressive darkness giving way to the star-studded sky as I broke through, gasping for air, shivering uncontrollably. I climbed out of the lake, the cold biting into my skin as I staggered towards my gear. The faces beneath the surface had vanished, the lake returning to its calm, silent state as if nothing had ever disturbed its depths. Heart pounding, I gathered my equipment, the haunting experience etched into my very being. The next morning, I reviewed the photos I had taken, expecting to see nothing more than reflections and ripples. To my horror, the images revealed the ghostly faces in all their spectral glory, their hollow eyes staring back at me with an unspoken plea. The chilling encounter left me shaken, the line between reality and the supernatural blurring into an unsettling ambiguity. Determined to understand what I had experienced, I delved into the history of Mono Lake, uncovering tales of tragedy and loss that had woven themselves into the fabric of the community. The lake had been a site of numerous accidents over the years, fishermen lost to sudden storms, divers disappearing without a trace, their fates forever tied to the mysterious waters. Locals spoke in hushed tones of restless spirits, their souls unable to find peace after untimely deaths, forever haunting the very place that had claimed their lives. One story stood out among the rest, a legend of a young woman named Eleanor Hart, a skilled diver who had tragically lost her life while exploring the depths of Mono Lake. Her spirit, it was said, could never leave the waters she had loved, her cries for help echoing through the cold night air. The faces I had seen beneath the surface were believed to be her and others like her, trapped in an eternal cycle of sorrow and longing. Armed with this knowledge, I felt a sense of responsibility to honor their memories and perhaps help them find the peace they had been denied. I organized a memorial dive, reaching out to experienced diverse and local historians to shed light on the haunting phenomena that plagued Mono Lake. Together, we sought to uncover the truth behind the legends, hoping to bridge the gap between the living and the dead. During the memorial dive, the atmosphere was thick with anticipation and reverence. As we descended into the icy depths, the familiar glow appeared once more, guiding us towards the heart of the lake. The faces awaited us, their sorrowful eyes meeting ours with an unspoken plea. This time, I approached with compassion rather than fear, reaching out to connect with their tormented spirits. "Please, let us help you," I whispered, my voice steady despite the cold. "Find peace and rest." The spirits responded with a collective sigh, their forms beginning to shimmer and fade as if the chains of their lingering torment were finally loosening. The lake's waters grew warmer, the oppressive cold giving way to a serene tranquility that filled the depths. The faces smiled softly, their anguish melting away as they drifted into the ether, their spirits finally free from the eternal cycle of sorrow. As we ascended to the surface, the lake was calm and still, the haunting glow replaced by the gentle light of dawn breaking over the horizon. The memory of that night lingered, a testament to the enduring power of compassion and the thin line that separates the living from the restless spirits that haunt forgotten places. In the days that followed, Mono Lake returned to its peaceful state, the legends now a story of redemption and remembrance rather than fear and despair. Visitors still spoke of the mysterious lights and ghostly faces, but the lake had found a new balance, its haunted past acknowledged and honored by those who dared to listen. But the memory of that winter night remains with me, a haunting yet comforting reminder of the thin line between honoring the past and succumbing to fear. I often find myself gazing out at the serene waters of Mono Lake, the whispers of the lost echoing through my mind, a testament to the spirits that linger in forgotten places and the souls that seek to find their way home. And so, I warn others, respect the places you explore, honor the memories of those who have been lost, and understand that some encounters transcend our understanding. For in the heart of Minnesota, amidst the silent snow and lingering spirits, lies a darkness that can consume even the bravest of souls, but also a light that can guide us toward compassion and eternal peace. Story number 4. Whispers in the Shadows. The haunting of Claremont Hotel. I still wake up in the dead of night. The memory of that fateful stay at the Claremont Hotel in Bishop etched into my mind like the intricate frost patterns that once adorned its grand windows. My name is Emma Caldwell, and the events that unfolded during my stay have left an indelible mark on my soul. A constant reminder of the thin veil between the ordinary and the supernatural. The Claremont Hotel stood proudly at the edge of Bishop, a relic of a bygone era with its Victorian architecture and ornate facade. Once a bustling hub for travelers seeking refuge from the harsh winters, it had now fallen into a state of elegant decay, its corridors echoing with the whispers of the past. Locals often spoke of the hotel with a mixture of reverence and fear, recounting tales of unexplained noises, ghostly apparitions, and the pervasive sense of being watched. I had always been fascinated by haunted locations, drawn to the stories that blurred the lines between reality and the supernatural. As a freelance writer, I saw the Claremont as the perfect subject for my next piece, an exploration into the heart of Bishop's most enigmatic landmark. Little did I know, my curiosity would plunge me into a nightmare I could never have imagined. It was late November when I arrived in Bishop, the town already blanketed in snow, the air crisp with the promise of winter. The Claremont Hotel welcomed me with its grand entrance, the heavy wooden doors creaking as I pushed them open. Inside, the lobby was a testament to timeless elegance, with marble floors reflecting the warm glow of crystal chandeliers and antique furnishings that whispered stories of countless guests who had passed through its doors. I checked into room 214, a spacious suite overlooking the frozen landscape beyond the large bay windows. The room was tastefully decorated, blending modern comfort with vintage charm. As I settled in, the wind outside howled, sending snowflakes swirling against the glass. I unpacked my belongings, the excitement of uncovering the hotel's secrets mingling with a subtle unease that lingered in the back of my mind. That first night was uneventful, filled with the soothing sounds of crackling firewood and the occasional gust of wind rattling the window panes. I spent hours researching the hotel's history, poring over old newspaper clippings and archived records that spoke of tragic accidents and mysterious disappearances. The deeper I delved, the more I felt a presence watching me, an invisible force that seemed to permeate every corner of the hotel. Around midnight, as the clock struck 12, the first signs of the hotel's haunting manifested. I was awakened by the sound of doors creaking open and closing on their own, the noises echoing through the silent hallways. My heart raced as I listened intently, the sounds growing more frequent and unsettling. Gathering my courage, I decided to investigate, the flashlight in my hand casting long, wavering shadows on the walls. I walked down the dimly lit corridor, the ornate wallpaper peeling slightly in places, revealing the bare plaster beneath. The air was thick with the scent of aged wood and something else, something musty and forgotten. As I approached the end of the hall, the sound of children's laughter reached my ears, a playful yet eerie melody that seemed out of place in the desolate night. "Hello," I called out, my voice barely above a whisper. The laughter ceased abruptly, replaced by a heavy silence that pressed in on me from all sides. I turned to retrace my steps, but that's when I saw her. A ghostly figure of a woman in a flowing white gown standing at the far end of the corridor. Her presence was both captivating and terrifying, her eyes hollow and filled with sorrow as she gazed directly at me. Before I could react, she began to glide towards me, her movements graceful yet unsettling. The temperature in the corridor dropped noticeably, the chill seeping into my bones as I watched her approach. "Who are you?" I demanded, my voice shaking with a mixture of fear and curiosity. She stopped inches away from me, her face obscured by a veil of mist that seemed to emanate from her very being. "Help us," she whispered, her voice a haunting echo that resonated deep within my soul. "Remember our stories." Before I could respond, the veil lifted slightly, revealing glimpses of the tragedies that had befallen the hotel. Shadows of past guests caught in moments of despair and anguish. The corridor around us seemed to dissolve into the fog of the past, the present moment blurring as I was pulled into the collective sorrow of those who had been lost. I stumbled back, the apparition fading into the ether as suddenly as she had appeared. The corridor returned to its silent state, the oppressive chill lifting as I stood there, breathless and shaken, determined to uncover the truth behind her plea. I knew I had to delve deeper into the hotel's haunted history, to give voice to the forgotten souls that lingered within its walls. Over the next few days, I dedicated myself to interviewing former employees and locals who had experienced the hotel's hauntings firsthand. Their stories were consistent: unexplained noises, ghostly sightings, and the lingering presence of those who had perished within the hotel's confines. One tale stood out in particular: the story of Margaret Whittaker, a maid who had mysteriously disappeared in the early 1900s, leaving behind only rumors of her restless spirit. As I pieced together the fragments of Margaret's story, I began to feel a connection to the woman who had haunted my night. Her sorrow mirrored my own curiosity and determination to understand the unknown. Armed with this newfound purpose, I decided to conduct a séance in room 214, hoping to communicate directly with the spirits and bring their stories to light. The night of the séance, the hotel was quiet, the only sounds the distant howl of the wind and the occasional creak of settling wood. I arranged the candles in a circle around the room, their flickering flames casting dancing shadows on the walls. With trembling hands, I began to chant the traditional invocation, my voice steady despite the fear that coursed through me. "Spirits of the Claremont, hear my plea. Reveal your stories. Set you free." The air in the room grew heavy, the temperature dropping as if the very essence of the past had descended upon us. The candles flickered violently, their light wavering as a presence filled the room. I felt a cold hand brush against my shoulder, and the room plunged into darkness, the candles extinguishing one by one. A ghostly figure materialized in the center of the circle: Margaret Whittaker, her form ethereal and sorrowful. Her eyes met mine, and I felt an overwhelming sense of grief and longing emanate from her. "Why do you haunt this place?" I asked, my voice barely audible. She reached out, her fingers passing through me like mist. "We are trapped by our stories, our sorrows. Remember us. Share our pain." The room seemed to spin, the weight of her words pressing down on me. I understood then that the spirits of the Claremont Hotel were bound to their unresolved tragedies, unable to move on until their stories were told and remembered. "How can I help you find peace?" I implored, tears welling in my eyes. Margaret's form began to fade, her presence diminishing as the first light of dawn crept into the room. "Remember us? Share our stories." With those final words, she vanished, leaving me alone in the silent room. The candles now relit, their light steady and warm. The oppressive atmosphere lifted, replaced by a sense of calm and purpose. I knew then that my role was not just to document the hauntings, but to honor the memories of those who had been lost within the Claremont's walls. In the weeks that followed, I published my findings, the stories of Margaret and the other restless spirits resonating with readers who were captivated by the haunting beauty of the Claremont Hotel. The response was overwhelming, with many expressing a renewed sense of respect and empathy for the souls that had been forgotten. But the memory of that night remains with me, a haunting reminder of the thin line between honoring the past and succumbing to fear. I often find myself gazing out at the snow-covered grounds of the Claremont, the whispers of the past echoing through my mind, a testament to the enduring bonds between the living and the dead. And so, I warn others, respect the places you visit. honor the memories of those who have been lost, and understand that some encounters transcend our understanding. For in the heart of Bishop, amidst the silent snow and lingering spirits, lies a darkness that can consume even the bravest of souls, but also a light that can guide us toward compassion and eternal peace. Story number 5. Whispers in the Snow, the haunted campground of Yosemite. I still wake up in the dead of night. The memory of that fateful winter at Yosemite National Park etched into my mind like the frost patterns that once adorned my tent. My name is Ryan Matthews, and the events that unfolded during our group's winter camping trip have left an indelible mark on my soul. A constant reminder of the thin veil between the living and the restless spirits that linger in forgotten places. Yosemite, with its towering granite cliffs and serene snow-covered landscapes, had always been a place of solace for me. As an avid hiker and photographer, the park offered endless opportunities to capture nature's raw beauty, but what I experienced that winter transcended the natural wonders I had come to love, plunging me into a realm of eerie whispers and unexplained phenomena that blurred the lines between reality and the supernatural. It was early December, when the first heavy snows began to blanket the Sierra Nevada. My friends Emma, Jake, and Laura, and I decided to embark on a winter camping trip to challenge ourselves and escape the monotony of daily life. We chose a secluded campground nestled deep within the park, far from the bustling trails and tourist spots, eager to immerse ourselves in the tranquility of nature. The drive to the campground was arduous, the roads slick with ice and barely visible under the thick snowfall. As we navigated the winding mountain pass, the landscape transformed before our eyes. Lush greenery gave way to barren trees laden with snow, the air growing colder with each passing mile. By the time we arrived, dusk had settled, the sky painted in hues of pink and orange as the sun dipped below the horizon. Setting up camp was a laborious task, each of us battling the biting cold and the heavy snow to pitch our tents and gather firewood. The campground was surrounded by dense forests, the trees standing like silent sentinels guarding secrets long forgotten. As night fell, the temperature plummeted, and the world outside our tents grew silent, save for the occasional crackle of the fire and the whisper of the wind through the pines. We settled into our tents, the warmth of the sleeping bags providing a temporary respite from the harsh winter chill. Hours passed in peaceful slumber, the night holding its breath as we slept under a blanket of stars obscured by the swirling snow. But tranquility was short-lived. Around midnight, I was jolted awake by the sound of soft whispers outside my tent. At first, I dismissed it as the wind playing tricks on my mind, but the whispers grew louder, more distinct, as if someone or something was speaking directly to me. My heart pounded in my chest as I strained to listen, the words indistinguishable but filled with an undeniable sorrow. "Help us. Find peace," the whispers seemed to murmur, carried by the icy breeze that seeped through the tent walls. I glanced over at Emma, who lay beside me, her eyes wide with fear and confusion. She had been awakened by the same haunting sounds, her breath shallow and rapid. "Did you hear that?" she whispered, her voice trembling. "Yeah," I replied, my voice barely audible. It sounded like someone was crying out for help. We exchanged uneasy glances, the unspoken question hanging in the frigid air. What or who was reaching out to us in the dead of night? Unable to contain my curiosity, I unzipped my tent and stepped outside, the cold air biting at my skin as I scanned the surrounding darkness. The campground was eerily silent, the snow muffling any sounds beyond the whispering wind. The moon, partially obscured by thick clouds, cast an ethereal glow on the landscape, revealing the outlines of our friends' tents scattered around the clearing. "Guys, there's something out here," I called softly, trying to keep my voice steady. Jake and Laura emerged from their tents, their faces pale and eyes darting nervously around the snowy expanse. "We heard it too," Jake admitted, his voice shaky. It was like whispers, but no one was around. As we stood together, the temperature seemed to drop even further. a chill settling deep into our bones. Suddenly, we saw movement at the edge of the forest, a shadowy figure walking slowly along the snow-covered ground. Our breaths caught in our throats as we watched the figure approach, the steps deliberate and haunting. "Look," Laura pointed, her hand shaking. "There's someone out there." The figure drew closer, revealing the faint outline of a woman dressed in a tattered white dress, her hair flowing wildly in the cold wind. Her eyes, though hidden beneath a veil of shadow, seemed to hold an ocean of sorrow and despair. As she reached the center of the campground, she stopped and turned to face us, her presence both captivating and terrifying. "Can you help us?" she whispered, her voice a fragile echo that seemed to reverberate through the still night. Before we could respond, the figure began to fade, her form dissolving into the swirling snowflakes as if she had never been there. In her place, the air grew thick with an oppressive silence, the whispers now louder and more urgent. "Help us find peace," the voices echoed, surrounding us from every direction. Determined to uncover the truth behind the mysterious encounter, we decided to investigate the history of the campground. Over the next few days, we delved into old records and spoke with park rangers and locals who shared tales of tragic accidents and lost hikers who had vanished in the unforgiving winter months. The stories were chilling, accounts of desperate cries for help, unexplained disappearances, and sightings of ghostly apparitions wandering the snowy trails. One story, in particular, stood out. It was about a group of hikers who had set out to explore the remote areas of Yosemite during a harsh winter. Caught in a sudden blizzard, they became disoriented and lost their way, succumbing to the bitter cold. Their bodies were never found, but locals claimed that their restless spirits still roamed the snowy wilderness, forever searching for a way back home. Armed with this knowledge, we returned to the campground one final night, hoping to communicate with the spirits and offer them the closure they desperately sought. We set up a circle of candles around the clearing, the flickering flames casting long shadows that danced with the whispers of the past. Holding hands, we began to chant softly, our voices blending with the eerie sounds of the night. "Spirits of Yosemite, hear our plea. We come in peace to set you free." As we spoke, the temperature dropped once more, the air thick with the presence of the unseen. The whispers grew louder, enveloping us in a chorus of sorrow and longing. Slowly, the ghostly figure of the woman reappeared, her eyes now filled with hope and gratitude. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice now a soothing balm to our troubled minds. "You have given us peace." With those final words, her spirit began to fade, the oppressive cold lifting as warmth returned to the clearing. The whispers ceased, replaced by the gentle hush of falling snow, and the campground felt serene once more. Exhausted but fulfilled, we collapsed onto the snow, the weight of our encounter settling over us like a protective blanket. The night had been a testament to the enduring power of compassion and the thin line that separates our world from the restless spirits that linger in forgotten places. In the weeks that followed, our story spread through Yosemite, becoming a tale of hope and redemption rather than fear and despair. Visitors to the campground shared our experience, many reporting their own encounters with the whispers and ghostly apparitions, all seeking the same closure we had found. But the memory of that winter night remains with me, a haunting yet comforting reminder of the thin line between honoring the past and succumbing to fear. I often find myself gazing out at the snow-covered trails of Yosemite, the whispers of the lost echoing through my mind, a testament to the spirits that linger in forgotten places and the souls that seek to find their way home. And so, I warn others, respect the places you explore, honor the memories of those who have been lost, and understand that some encounters transcend our understanding. For in the heart of the Sierra Nevada, amidst the silent snow and lingering spirits, lies a darkness that can consume even the bravest of souls, but also a light that can guide us toward compassion and eternal peace. Story number 6. Whispers on Echo Summit, the Lost Miner's Light. I still wake up in the dead of night. The memory of that harrowing winter drive up Echo Summit Pass seared into my mind like the relentless frost that once blanketed the desolate mountain road. My name is Jack Morrison, and the events that unfolded during that fateful journey have left an indelible mark on my soul. A constant reminder of the thin veil between the living and the restless spirits that linger in forgotten places. Echo Summit Pass, nestled in the heart of the Sierra Nevada, is a treacherous stretch of road known for its unforgiving winter weather and haunting legends. The pass is steeped in history, once a bustling route for miners chasing the elusive promise of gold in the 19th century. But as the years passed and the gold veins dried up, so did the prosperity of the miners, leaving behind ghost towns and stories of those who never made it home. Among these tales, the most chilling one is about the mysterious lights that appear on the pass during the harsh winter months. Lights believed to belong to the lost miners, eternally searching for a way back. It was December 12, 2010, when my curiosity and love for the paranormal led me to embark on a solo road trip to Echo Summit Pass. As a freelance writer with a penchant for uncovering the supernatural, the legend of the lost miners' lights was too tantalizing to ignore. Armed with my camera, notebook, and a sturdy winter jacket, I set out on the long drive from Reno, Nevada, eager to capture evidence of the elusive phenomena. The drive was arduous from the start, the weather forecast predicting heavy snowfall and icy conditions. The first few hours were uneventful, the road winding through dense forests and towering pines, each mile bringing me closer to the heart of the pass. As twilight descended, the temperature plummeted, and the snowfall intensified, turning the landscape into a monochromatic sea of white. By the time I reached Echo Summit Pass, darkness had fully enveloped the mountains, the only light emanating from my headlights cutting through the thick blanket of snow. The road was barely visible, the markings obscured by the relentless fall. I parked my truck at the edge of the pass, the isolated stretch stretching out before me, flanked by sheer cliffs and snow-covered peaks that seemed to pierce the sky. I set up my campsite, the tent providing minimal shelter against the biting cold. The wind howled through the pass, a mournful cry that sent shivers down my spine. As I sat by my portable heater, sipping hot coffee and reviewing my notes, the legend of the lost miners' lights echoed in my mind. According to local lore, the lights appear as blazing torches moving slowly along the road, only to vanish when approached too closely. Some believe they are the spirits of miners who succumbed to the harsh winter, forever searching for a way home. Night deepened, and the temperature dropped further, the snowflakes dancing wildly in the frigid air. I decided to take a walk along the pass, hoping to get a better vantage point for my recordings. Bundled up against the cold, I trudged through the knee-deep snow, the only sounds being the crunch of my boots and the distant howl of the wind. As I reached a clearing with an unobstructed view of the road ahead, I set up my camera on a tripod, aiming it towards the summit where the lights were said to appear. The night was eerily quiet, the snowflakes glistening under the pale moonlight. Hours passed in peaceful solitude, the only interruption being the occasional gust of wind stirring the snow. Around 2 a.m., just as fatigue began to set in, I noticed a faint glow in the distance, a soft, flickering light moving slowly along the road. My heart raced as I adjusted my camera, focusing on the source of the illumination. The light grew brighter, its flame-like appearance reminiscent of the torches described in the legends. As it drew closer, I could make out the shape of a person holding a torch, their silhouette casting long shadows against the snow-covered road. Finally, I muttered, my voice a mixture of excitement and apprehension. I grabbed my flashlight, intending to approach the figure and get a clearer view. The light moved deliberately, each step measured and unhurried, as if navigating the treacherous terrain with purpose. As I began to walk towards the figure, the air around me grew colder, the wind picking up in intensity. My breath became visible in the frigid air, each exhale a fleeting cloud of vapor. The figure remained stationary, their eyes fixed on something beyond my sight, their presence both mesmerizing and unnerving. "Hello!" I called out, my voice barely audible over the howling wind. The figure didn't respond, their gaze unwavering. I took a few more steps forward, the snow crunching beneath my boots, my flashlight illuminating their face for a split second before they vanished into thin air. The light flickered and dimmed, leaving me standing alone in the snowy darkness. Panic set in as I realized I hadn't captured any clear footage of the figure. My hands trembled as I reviewed the footage on my camera, hoping to find some evidence of what I had just witnessed. To my horror, the screen showed nothing, just the flickering light moving along the road, with no discernible figure present. Determined to get answers, I decided to stay up for the rest of the night, monitoring the pass for any further activity. Hours dragged on in tense anticipation, the oppressive cold and isolation amplifying my unease. Just as dawn began to break, painting the sky with shades of pink and orange, I heard it, the faint sound of footsteps echoing through the pass. Slow and deliberate, I grabbed my flashlight and rushed outside, the fresh snow crunching beneath my feet. The footsteps grew louder, their rhythm steady and haunting, as if someone was pacing along the road nearby. I scanned the surroundings, my heart pounding in my chest, but saw nothing beyond the snow-covered trees and distant peaks. "Who's there?" I demanded, my voice shaking with fear and adrenaline. The footsteps ceased abruptly, replaced by an eerie silence that pressed in on me from all sides. I stood there, breathless and alone, the weight of the night pressing down on me. As I turned to head back to my campsite, the snow began to fall more heavily, the flakes swirling around me in a blinding storm. In the midst of the chaos, I saw it, a flash of light moving swiftly across the road, far too fast to be any human movement. The light seemed to dance and flicker, its unnatural movements sending chills down my spine. I raced back to my truck, the storm now in full force, visibility near zero. As I fumbled with the keys, trying to start the engine, the sound of whispers filled the air, faint and sorrowful, carried by the howling wind. "Help us! Find peace!" The voices seemed to murmur, their words lost in the tempest. Finally, the engine roared to life, and I sped away from Echo Summit Pass, the lights and whispers fading into the distance as the storm began to abate. I didn't stop until I was back in the safety of Reno, the memory of that night lingering like the persistent frost on my windshield. In the days that followed, I couldn't shake the feeling that something had followed me from the pass, the whispers of the lost miners echoing in my mind. I reviewed the footage from my camera again, hoping to find some proof of the supernatural encounter. But the images remained blank, no figure, no evidence. Just the elusive light moving along the road. Determined to uncover the truth, I reached out to local historians and paranormal experts, delving deeper into the tragic history of Echo Summit Pass. I learned about the Donner Party, a group of pioneers who became stranded in the pass during a brutal winter, their desperate struggle for survival leading to untimely deaths and legends of restless spirits forever haunting the road. The more I learned, the more I realized that the lights were not just random phenomena, but manifestations of the lost souls seeking redemption and peace. Their eternal search for a way home had bound their spirits to the pass, their torches guiding the way in the darkness of winter. Armed with this knowledge, I decided to return to Echo Summit Pass the following winter, determined to offer the lost souls the closure they desperately sought. With a renewed sense of purpose and a heart full of compassion, I prepared for the journey, knowing that the thin line between the living and the dead awaited me on the snowy roads of Echo Summit. That night, as I stood once more at the edge of the pass, the wind whispering through the pines and the snow falling gently around me, I felt a connection to the spirits of the past. I set up my camera and tripod, the same way I had done before, and waited patiently for the lights to appear. Hours passed in serene anticipation, the silence of the night broken only by the soft whisper of the snow. Just as the first signs of dawn began to break, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, the lights appeared once more, a procession of blazing torches moving slowly along the road, their flames flickering like eternal beacons in the darkness. This time, instead of approaching them with fear, I moved forward with respect and understanding, my heart open to their silent plea. As I drew closer, the lights began to merge, forming the shapes of the lost miners, their expressions filled with gratitude and peace. "Thank you," I whispered, my voice carrying across the snowy expanse. "I will remember your stories and help you find peace." A gentle warmth enveloped me, the oppressive cold lifting as the spirits began to fade into the light of dawn. The road was no longer haunted by restless souls, but illuminated by the memory of their enduring legacy and the compassion that had finally set them free. Driving away from Echo Summit Pass, the first rays of sunlight breaking through the horizon, I felt a profound sense of fulfillment and connection. The legends of the lost miners had been honored, their stories remembered, and their spirits finally at rest. The thin veil between the living and the dead had been bridged by empathy and understanding, transforming a place of tragedy into one of redemption and peace. But the memory of that winter night remains with me, a haunting yet comforting reminder of the thin line between honoring the past and succumbing to fear. I often find myself gazing out at the snow-covered roads of Echo Summit Pass, the whispers of the lost echoing through my mind, a testament to the spirits that linger in forgotten places and the souls that seek to find their way home. And so, I warn others, respect the places you explore, honor the memories of those who have been lost, and understand that some encounters transcend our understanding. For in the heart of the Sierra Nevada, amidst the silent snow and lingering spirits, lies a darkness that can consume even the bravest of souls, but also a light that can guide us toward compassion and eternal peace. Story number 7. Whispers on the Rails, the haunting of Truckee Station. I still wake up in the dead of night, the memory of that frigid December evening in Truckee etched into my mind like the relentless snowfall that once blanketed the old train station. My name is Mark Donovan, and the events that unfolded during my final days as a night shift employee at Truckee Station have left an indelible mark on my soul, a constant reminder of the thin veil between the living and the restless spirits that haunt forgotten places. Truckee, nestled in the rugged embrace of the Sierra Nevada, was once a bustling hub for miners and settlers chasing the elusive promise of gold. The town thrived on the railroad that connected it to the rest of the country, each train carrying dreams and livelihoods along the iron tracks. But as the gold rush faded, so did the prosperity of Truckee, leaving behind a relic of its former glory, the old train station. The station itself was a grand structure, its Victorian architecture standing proudly against the backdrop of towering pine trees and snow-covered hills. Over the years, it had fallen into disrepair, the once vibrant paint peeling away and the windows dusty and grimy. Despite its abandonment, the station remained a point of interest for history enthusiasts and thrill-seekers drawn to its haunted reputation. I had always been fascinated by the stories surrounding Truckee Station, the tragic train accidents, the unexplained noises, and the sightings of a woman in white gliding along the tracks. As a journalist with a penchant for the paranormal, I saw an opportunity to uncover the truth behind the legends that had become synonymous with Truckee. My assignment was simple: spend a week documenting the eerie happenings at the station, interviewing former employees and locals who had experienced the supernatural firsthand. I arrived in Truckee on a crisp November morning, the town's quiet charm belying the dark tales whispered among its residents. The first few days were uneventful, filled with interviews and exploration of the station's decaying interior. The former waiting room, once bustling with passengers, was now a cavernous space filled with cobwebs and the scent of damp wood. I spent hours poring over old records and photographs, piecing together the history of the station and the series of unfortunate events that had plagued it. It was on my 4th night that the true horror began. I had taken up residence in a small cabin near the station, the perfect vantage point for my nightly investigations. The wind howled through the pines, and the snow fell in heavy, silent sheets, muting the world outside. As I sat in my makeshift office, reviewing notes and preparing for another interview, a chill crept over me, a sensation that was both physical and deeply unsettling. "Mark," a voice called softly, breaking the silence. I turned to see Jenny, the station's former night manager, standing at the doorway. Her presence was unexpected, given that the station had been closed for years. "Jenny, how are you here? The station's been shut down since." Before I could finish, her form flickered like a faulty light bulb, and she vanished, leaving me staring into the empty room. My heart pounded in my chest as I questioned my sanity. The hours of solitude were catching up with me, or perhaps the legends were more than mere stories. Determined to prove myself wrong, I decided to stay late at the station, seeking answers in the dead of night. Armed with my camera, notebook, and a flashlight, I ventured into the heart of Truckee Station just as midnight approached. The air was thick with anticipation, the silence punctuated only by the distant howl of a lone wolf. As I wandered through the deserted platforms, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The tracks stretched out before me, their metal gleaming under the pale moonlight, reflecting the desolate beauty of the snow-covered landscape. I set up my equipment near the old ticket booth, a relic of days long past, and began to document the stillness around me. Minutes turned into hours as I sat in the quiet, my only company the occasional rustle of leaves and the soft crunch of snow beneath my boots. It was then that I heard it, the faintest sound of footsteps echoing along the platform. Slow and deliberate, my breath caught in my throat as I scanned the empty tracks, the shadows playing tricks on my weary mind. "Who's there?" I called out, my voice trembling with a mixture of fear and curiosity. No response came, only the persistent echo of the footsteps growing louder, more insistent. Suddenly, the temperature dropped sharply, the air turning frigid as a ghostly figure materialized at the far end of the platform. She was dressed in a flowing white gown, her hair cascading over her shoulders in loose waves. Her face was pale, almost translucent, with eyes that held a deep sorrow and longing. "Can I help you?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper, the reality of her presence sinking in. She didn't respond, her gaze fixed on something beyond my sight. Slowly, she began to walk towards me, her steps silent on the snowy ground. The station seemed to hold its breath as she approached, the only sound the soft whisper of the wind through the empty halls. As she reached me, the sorrow in her eyes intensified, and a sense of profound sadness washed over me. "Please," her voice echoed softly, "help us find peace." Before I could react, she extended her hand, a gesture of pleading and desperation. The air around us grew colder still, the shadows deepening as if the darkness itself was reaching out to consume her. I felt an overwhelming urge to reach out, to offer comfort to this lost soul. But fear held me back. "Who are you?" I demanded, desperation creeping into my voice. She paused, her expression one of anguish and regret. "We are trapped by our past," she whispered, her voice carrying the weight of countless untold stories. "Our lives were lost to the unforgiving winter, our spirits bound to the tracks we never left." As her words hung in the air, the sounds of distant trains began to fill the station, their whistles echoing like mournful cries through the night. The spectral figure seemed to draw strength from the haunting melodies, her form becoming more defined, her presence more tangible. I realized then that these were the souls of those who had perished in the tragic accidents that had marred the history of Truckee Station. A reminder of the fragility of life and the relentless passage of time. The spirits lingered, unable to move on, their unfinished business keeping them tethered to the mortal realm. "How can I help you?" I asked, my fear now tempered by compassion. She looked into my eyes, her sorrow mirrored in my own reflection. "Remember us," she said, her voice filled with a haunting plea. "Share our stories so that we may find peace." With that, the room seemed to lighten, the oppressive cold lifting as the first hints of dawn began to break through the darkness. the spectral woman faded into the morning light, her presence leaving behind a sense of calm and closure that had been absent for so long. In the days that followed, I dedicated myself to honoring the memories of those who had been lost at Truckee Station. I compiled their stories, sharing them with the community and ensuring that their sacrifices were never forgotten. The haunting whispers and ghostly apparitions ceased, replaced by a renewed sense of reverence and respect for the history that had shaped Truckee. But the memory of that night remains with me, a haunting reminder of the thin line between honoring the past and succumbing to fear. I often find myself gazing out at the snowy tracks of Truckee Station, the echoes of the lost souls whispering through my mind, a testament to the enduring bonds between the living and the dead. And so, I warn others, respect the places you visit, honor the memories of those who have been lost, and understand that some encounters transcend our understanding. For in the heart of the Sierra Nevada, amidst the silent snow and lingering spirits, lies a darkness that can consume even the bravest of souls, but also a light that can guide us toward compassion and eternal peace. Story number 8. The Dyatlov Pass Incident. The first snow of the season had already begun to cloak the Ural Mountains in a serene, white blanket, transforming the rugged landscape into something almost otherworldly. I'm Igor Petrov, a seasoned mountaineer with a deep love for the untouched wilderness. In 1959, my friends and I embarked on what was supposed to be the adventure of a lifetime, a challenging ski trek across the formidable Dyatlov Pass. Little did we know, the pass held secrets darker than the deepest shadows of the night. Our group consisted of 9 men, each bringing unique skills and an unyielding spirit to the expedition. Among us were Eerie, our leader, whose experience and calm demeanor kept us grounded; Nikolai, the geologist, always eager to explore the unseen layers of the earth; and Pavel, the youngest, whose enthusiasm was infectious. We had meticulously planned our route, ensuring we were well prepared for the harsh conditions that awaited us. The journey began smoothly, the crisp mountain air invigorating our spirits as we navigated the narrow trails flanked by towering pines and sheer cliffs. Days passed with a rhythm of skiing by day and huddling around the fire by night, sharing stories and dreams under the vast expanse of the starlit sky. The camaraderie was strong, our bond forged through shared challenges and mutual respect. But as we delved deeper into the pass, the weather began to shift. What started as light snow escalated into a fierce blizzard, the wind howling through the valleys like the cries of lost souls. Visibility plummeted, and the once familiar landscape became a maze of white oblivion. We found ourselves struggling to maintain our course, the storm's fury testing our endurance and resolve. One particularly harrowing night, as the storm raged outside, we decided to set up camp early, seeking shelter in a small, sheltered nook we had scouted earlier. The wind battered our tent relentlessly, the fabric straining under the pressure of the storm's wrath. Inside, the atmosphere was tense, each man acutely aware of the life-and-death struggle unfolding outside. As the hours dragged on, an unsettling silence enveloped the tent, broken only by the relentless howl of the wind and the occasional creak of the fabric under the strain. Eerie, sensing our collective anxiety, attempted to calm our nerves. "We need to stay strong," he urged, his voice steady despite the chaos outside. "We've faced worse before, but that night, something felt different. A palpable sense of dread settled over us, as if the mountains themselves were watching, waiting." Pavel, restless and jittery, paced the tent, his eyes darting nervously to every sound and shadow. Nikolai tried to distract him with tales of geological formations, but the unease remained, an invisible weight pressing down on our spirits. In the early hours of the morning, the storm reached its zenith. The wind's fury intensified, howling like a living beast, and the temperature plummeted to life-threatening lows. It was then that we heard it, a faint, eerie whisper carried by the wind, indistinct yet undeniably present. At first, we dismissed it as the storm playing tricks on our frayed nerves. but the whispers persisted, growing louder and more insistent. "Leave, now." The voices seemed to chant, a haunting plea that sent chills down our spines. Eerie, ever the rational leader, insisted it was just the wind again, but the fear in our eyes told a different story. Sleep became impossible, our minds racing with fear and paranoia. The whispers turned into cries, echoing through the tent, and the atmosphere became suffocating, as if the very air was thick with malevolent intent. By midday, the storm showed no signs of relenting. Our supplies were dwindling, and the cold was taking its toll. Desperation set in as we realized we might not make it out alive. Eerie made the difficult decision to abandon our planned route and seek refuge in a nearby cabin he had spotted earlier, a decrepit structure that seemed barely weathered by time. The trek to the cabin was a nightmare of whiteout conditions and biting cold, our progress slow and arduous. Exhaustion weighed heavily on us, each step a battle against the elements. When we finally reached the cabin, it stood as a lone sentinel amidst the storm, its windows dark and foreboding. Inside, the cabin was empty, its interior cloaked in darkness and decay. We lit a fire in the old hearth, the flickering flames casting long, dancing shadows that seemed to move with a life of their own. As we huddled together for warmth, the whispers returned, louder and more urgent than before. "Stay, stay away." The voices seemed to warn, their tone no longer pleading but threatening. Suddenly, a shadow moved across the room, a dark, indistinct form that seemed to materialize from the very walls. Panic erupted among us as the realization dawned. Something malevolent inhabited this place, feeding off our fear and desperation. Eerie tried to maintain his composure, but the fear in his eyes betrayed him. "We need to leave now," he urged, grabbing our gear and leading us toward the door. But as we reached for the handle, the shadowy figure lunged at us, his presence overwhelming and suffocating. Chaos ensued as we scrambled to escape, the shadow's form shifting and contorting in unnatural ways. The cabin seemed to warp around us, the walls closing in, trapping us in a nightmare of our own making. One by one, members of our group succumbed to the terror, their screams echoing through the haunted cabin before they were silenced by the darkness. Luke, the geologist, was the first to fall, his body found the next morning, his face contorted in a silent scream of agony. The remaining men were left in a state of sheer terror, their sanity fraying as the malevolent force pressed in on us from all sides. As dusk approached, the storm finally began to abate, the whispers fading into a chilling silence. Eerie, now a shell of his former self, gathered what little strength he had left and made the fateful decision to stay behind, sacrificing himself in a desperate attempt to save the rest of us. "I'll hold them off," he declared, his voice barely audible. "Go, and don't look back." With heavy hearts and shattered spirits, the remaining members of our group fled the cabin, the mountains around us seemingly indifferent to our plight. We wandered through the blinding snow, our minds haunted by the horrors we had witnessed, the whispers of the mountains echoing in our ears. When rescue teams finally found us weeks later, we were a broken and battered group, our bodies and minds scarred by the ordeal. The cabin had been found empty, the only sign of the tragedy the mutilated bodies and the eerie remnants of the whispers that still lingered in the air. The Dyatlov Pass incident became a legend, a tale of survival and the unforgiving wrath of nature. But for me, it was a harrowing reminder of the thin veil between the living and the dead, and the malevolent forces that lurk in the shadows of the wilderness, waiting for unsuspecting souls to cross their path. Even now, decades later, the memory of that night on the slopes of Mont Blanc remains vivid, a ghostly echo that haunts my dreams and a chilling reminder of the darkness that resides in the heart of the mountains. The Dyatlov Pass holds its secrets tightly, but the whispers of that fateful night continue to echo through the ages, a testament to the enduring power of fear and the unending mysteries of the wild. Story number 9. The Avalanche of 1999. The snow-covered peaks of the Alps stood silent and imposing against the crisp blue sky, their majestic forms cloaked in white as far as the eye could see. I'm Daniel Harris, an avid skier and a freelance photographer, always chasing the perfect shot in the untouched wilderness. In the winter of 1999, I joined a group of friends for what was supposed to be the trip of a lifetime, a week-long skiing adventure at the renowned Glacier Ridge Resort. Our group consisted of 6: myself, Laura, Mark, Jessica, Tom, and Sarah. We were a mix of seasoned skiers and enthusiastic beginners, united by our love for the mountains and the thrill of the slopes. Glacier Ridge was the perfect destination. Sprawling runs, cozy lodges, and the promise of pristine powder that attracted skiers from around the world. The first few days were everything we had hoped for. We carved our way down the slopes, the wind whipping through our hair, the sun glinting off the freshly fallen snow. Nights were spent gathered around the fireplace in the lodge, sharing stories and laughter. The warmth of friendship keeping the winter chill at bay. Felt like paradise, a temporary escape from the hustle and bustle of everyday life. But as the days progressed, the weather began to shift. What started as light snowfall turned into heavy, relentless storms, the wind howling through the valleys with an intensity that was both awe-inspiring and foreboding. On the 4th day, the forecast warned of an impending avalanche. But the allure of untouched trails and the stubborn optimism of our group kept us pushing forward. One Saturday morning, we decided to tackle the notorious Eagle's Crest, a challenging run known for its steep gradients and deep powder. The trail was less traveled, a hidden gem that promised solitude and the chance to test our skills against the unforgiving terrain. As we ascended, the sky darkened, clouds gathering ominously above us. Mark, ever the thrill-seeker, urged us to proceed, dismissing the warnings as exaggerated tales spun by locals. Halfway up the slope, the air grew colder, the wind biting at our faces with a ferocity that seemed almost personal. Laura, usually the voice of reason, expressed concern. Maybe we should turn back, she suggested, her breath visible in the frigid air. But Tom, equally stubborn, shook his head. We came here for this. Let's not bail now. We continued, the atmosphere tense, each step forward feeling heavier than the last. The snow beneath our skis was deep and soft, muffling our movements as we navigated the narrow path. Suddenly, without warning, the ground beneath us began to tremble, the snow shifting violently as the mountain unleashed its wrath. An avalanche, massive and unstoppable, rushed down the slope, engulfing everything in its path. Panic erupted as we scattered, trying to outrun the cascading snow and ice. The roar was deafening, the force of the avalanche unrelenting. I lost sight of Sarah in the chaos, her screams swallowed by the tumultuous roar of the storm. Mark and Jessica were caught in the onslaught, their figures disappearing beneath the white fury. Tom and Laura were separated from me, their shouts echoing through the storm as they struggled to find safety. When the avalanche finally subsided, an eerie silence fell over the mountains. The devastation left in its wake a stark contrast to the vibrant life we had known just moments before. Exhausted and disoriented, Tom and I regrouped, our breaths ragged as we surveyed the destruction around us. The trail was buried under meters of snow, the landscape transformed into a lifeless expanse of white. Sarah, Tom whispered, his voice choked with fear. Where is she? I shook my head, the reality of our situation sinking in. We were trapped, miles away from any help, surrounded by the unforgiving wilderness. The cold was biting, our bodies numb from the prolonged exposure, and our supplies were dwindling rapidly. The initial shock gave way to a desperate struggle for survival, the bonds of friendship tested by the merciless environment. Days turned into nights, and the hope of rescue faded as we grappled with the harsh reality of our predicament. Food was scarce, and the cold was relentless, gnawing at our will to survive. Laura became increasingly agitated, her anxiety morphing into paranoia. I keep hearing whispers, she confessed one night, her eyes wide with fear. It's like something is watching us. Mark, who had miraculously survived the initial avalanche, dismissed her fears as stress-induced hallucinations. We're just tired and hungry, he said, though his voice wavered. There's nothing out there. But the whispers persisted, growing louder and more insistent with each passing day. At night, we could hear footsteps crunching in the snow, voices murmuring unintelligibly, and the faint sound of laughter echoing through the cold air. It felt as though we were not alone, our presence in the mountains being watched by unseen eyes. One evening, as we huddled together for warmth, the temperature plummeted further, the storm returning with renewed fury. The whispers became cries, the footsteps transforming into heavy thuds that seemed to approach our makeshift shelter. Panic surged through us as the oppressive atmosphere tightened around us, the sense of being hunted overwhelming our already fragile sanity. In a moment of sheer terror, Sarah reappeared, her eyes hollow and her demeanor broken. "We need to leave," she insisted, her voice devoid of emotion. "Something is here with us." Before we could react, a shadowy figure emerged from the darkness, its form indistinct yet undeniably present. The air grew thick with a malevolent energy, the very essence of fear manifesting before us. The figure moved with unnatural speed, its presence suffocating, as if the mountains themselves had come to claim us. "Why are you here?" I managed to choke out, my voice barely audible over the storm's rage. The figure remained silent, its gaze piercing through the darkness, the whispers coalescing into a single, haunting question. "Why have you disturbed our peace?" The realization hit me like a wave. The mountains were not just a natural force, but something far more ancient and vengeful, awakened by our intrusion. The line between the physical and the supernatural blurred, the boundaries of reality bending under the weight of our fear and desperation. Desperately, we tried to flee, the figure pursuing us relentlessly, its presence a constant reminder of our impending doom. The terrain became a twisted nightmare, the once familiar slopes now transformed into a labyrinth of shadows and whispers. Each step forward felt like a step deeper into madness, the mountain's curse tightening its grip around our souls. In the final moments, as exhaustion and fear consumed us, only Tom and I remained. The others had been lost to the mountain's wrath, their spirits forever trapped in the icy embrace of the Alps. We found ourselves back at the edge of the trail, the storm beginning to abate, the shadows receding as if retreating from our futile resistance. But the damage was done. The whispers lingered, a haunting reminder of the darkness that had claimed our friends and now threatened to consume us. We knew that our time was running out, the mountain's curse inching ever closer to claiming our lives as well. On the brink of collapse, we summoned every ounce of strength left within us, pushing forward with the desperate hope of finding salvation. The first rays of dawn broke through the clouds, casting a pale light over the desolate landscape. Exhausted and broken, we stumbled towards the base of the mountain, the whispers fading into a mournful silence. When rescue teams finally found us weeks later, we were a shadow of our former selves, our bodies and minds scarred by the ordeal. The truth of the avalanche of 1999 remained shrouded in mystery, our accounts dismissed as the ravings of traumatized survivors. But deep down, we knew the reality of what had transpired. Something ancient and malevolent had claimed us, a curse born from the unforgiving heart of the Alps. The memories of those lost souls and the haunting whispers continue to echo in my mind, a constant reminder of the thin veil that separates us from the darkness that lurks in the wilderness. The Dyatlov Pass incident may have been a tale of tragedy and survival, but our story is one of supernatural horror, a testament to the enduring power of fear and the mysteries that lie hidden in the most remote corners of our world. As I sit by the fireplace, staring into the flickering flames, I can still hear the whispers, a chilling reminder that some curses never fade, and some mountains hold secrets that are better left undisturbed. Story number 10. The bizarre disappearance of Mark Zapp. The first snowfall of the season had transformed Aspen into a winter wonderland, each flake shimmering under the afternoon sun like a tiny, fragile diamond. I still remember that day in January 2006. The sky a perfect shade of azure. The mountains towering majestically against the horizon. Mark Zapp was with me, his laughter echoing through the crisp mountain air as we navigated the familiar slopes of Snowmass. Mark was more than just a friend. He was the heartbeat of our group, the one who could find humor in the bleakest of moments. Mark had always been drawn to the mountains, finding solace in their silent grandeur. He was an avid skier, always pushing the limits, seeking the thrill of untouched trails and the exhilaration of speed down powdery slopes. That day, we had planned a trip that promised adventure and the kind of memories that would last a lifetime. Little did we know, it would instead become a haunting chapter in our lives, a mystery that still lingers in the cold, silent peaks of Aspen. We had started early, the sun barely cresting the mountains, casting long shadows across the snow. The air was crisp, filled with the scent of pine and the faint hint of impending snowstorms that were common in these parts. Mark had mapped out a route that took us through some of the most challenging terrains, a testament to his unyielding spirit and love for the mountains. As we ascended higher, the landscape grew more rugged, the trails narrower, and the snow deeper. Around midday, we reached a secluded area known as Devil's Gulch, a narrow crevice carved between two towering cliffs. The route was less traveled, promising untouched slopes and the kind of pristine snow that skiers dream of. Mark was in his element, carving effortlessly through the snow, his laughter ringing out as he performed daring maneuvers that left us both in awe and a little envious. As the day progressed, the weather began to change. Dark clouds gathered on the horizon, obscuring the sun and casting an eerie pall over the landscape. Mark, ever the optimist, shrugged off the ominous signs, insisting that we could still enjoy the day. "It's just a bit of bad weather," he said, his voice steady despite the growing unease in the air. "We'll make it back before the storm hits." But there was something different about Mark that day, a subtle shift in his demeanor, a flicker of anxiety in his eyes that I couldn't quite place. We continued our descent, the storm clouds inching closer, the wind picking up speed, carrying with it a biting chill that penetrated even our thickest jackets. The trails became more treacherous, the visibility reducing to mere feet ahead of us. As we reached the lower slopes, the first heavy snowflakes began to fall, each one landing with a muffled thud against our helmets. Mark suggested we take a break, seeking shelter in a small alcove carved into the mountainside. We unpacked our gear, huddling together for warmth as the storm intensified, the wind howling like a pack of restless spirits. Hours passed, the storm showing no signs of abating. Mark and I decided it was time to head back, our earlier optimism now replaced by a growing sense of urgency. We secured our equipment, ensuring we were prepared for the treacherous descent. As we began our journey back, the storm's fury unleashed its full force, the snow now falling in heavy, relentless sheets that obscured everything in sight. Visibility was near zero, the world around us reduced to a blur of white. Mark led the way, his expertise guiding us through the whiteout conditions, his presence a steadying force against the chaos. But as we navigated the slippery trails, a sense of dread settled over me, an unshakable feeling that we were being watched, that something malevolent lurked just beyond the veil of snow and wind. Suddenly, Mark veered off the main trail, heading towards a narrow, less traveled path that seemed to appear out of nowhere. "There's a shortcut here," he called out, his voice strained against the roar of the storm. "It'll save us time." I hesitated, the memory of our earlier optimism now overshadowed by fear. "Are you sure, Mark? This doesn't look safe." He gave me a reassuring smile, though the tension in his eyes was undeniable. "Trust me, we don't have a choice. We need to make it back before nightfall." Reluctantly, I followed him down the treacherous path, the snow crunching beneath our boots as we navigated the precarious descent. The wind howled around us, the snow whipping against our faces, making it nearly impossible to see. Every step felt like a battle against the elements, our progress slow and exhausting. Without warning, the ground beneath us gave way, the snow collapsing into a hidden crevasse that snaked down the mountainside. Panic surged through me as we plummeted into the darkness, the world above disappearing in a blur of white. The impact was jarring, the force of the fall leaving me disoriented and struggling to regain my bearings. When I finally came to, the world was silent, the storm having subsided into a hushed stillness. I looked around, my vision blurry, trying to make sense of my surroundings. The crevasse had deposited us in a small, icy cavern, the walls glistening with layers of frost that sparkled like a million tiny stars. Mark was beside me, his breath shallow, his body battered from the fall. "We need to find a way out," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "We can't stay here." I nodded, my mind racing as I tried to assess our situation. The cavern was small, the air thick with the scent of cold and the metallic tang of ice. We had little in the way of supplies, and the biting cold was taking its toll, numbing our fingers and toes, making every movement a painful effort. As we began to search for an exit, a feeling of unease settled over me, a sense that we were not alone. The shadows seemed to dance and shift in the dim light, the silence punctuated only by the distant drip of melting snow. Mark led the way, his determination pushing us forward, but the oppressive atmosphere weighed heavily on us, the cavern feeling more like a tomb than a refuge. Hours passed, each one blending into the next, our hope dwindling with each passing moment. We found no signs of a way out, the walls seemingly endless and unyielding. Exhaustion and despair began to take hold, our bodies and minds pushed to their limits by the relentless cold and the oppressive silence. Just when it seemed like all hope was lost, a faint glimmer of light caught my eye, a narrow passageway that led deeper into the mountainside. "Mark, look," I called out, pointing towards the faint glow. "Maybe that's a way out." He squinted, his breath visible in the icy air. "It's our only chance. Let's go." We moved towards the passageway, the light growing brighter with each step. As we approached, the air seemed to change, the oppressive weight lifting slightly, replaced by a sense of anticipation and fear. The passageway opened into a narrow tunnel, the walls slick with ice, the path winding upwards towards an unknown destination. As we ascended, the tunnel grew narrower, the light dimming once more as we ventured deeper into the mountain. The silence was deafening, the only sound our labored breaths and the crunch of snow beneath our boots. But as we neared the end of the tunnel, the oppressive feeling returned, the sense that something was watching us, waiting for us. Suddenly, the tunnel opened into a vast chamber, the ceiling lost in darkness, the floor covered in thick, untouched snow. The sight was both awe-inspiring and terrifying, the cavernous space echoing with an eerie silence that pressed down on us like a physical force. In the center of the chamber stood a figure, its form indistinct, shrouded in shadow and frost. Mark and I froze, our eyes locked on the mysterious presence before us. "Who are you?" Mark demanded, his voice steady despite the fear that gripped us both. The figure remained silent, its presence oppressive and otherworldly. The air grew colder still, the snow swirling around us in unnatural patterns, the shadows dancing with a life of their own. A whisper echoed through the chamber, a voice that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. "Leave this place," the voice intoned, the words sending shivers down my spine. "This mountain is not for the living." "We didn't mean any harm," I replied, my voice barely above a whisper. "We just want to go home." The figure began to move, its form becoming more defined, revealing the face of a man long gone, his eyes hollow and filled with sorrow. "You cannot escape," he whispered, his voice tinged with sadness and menace. "The mountain claims all who enter, trapping them in its icy embrace." Panic surged through me as Mark and I turned to flee, the realization dawning that we were trapped, caught in the clutches of something ancient and malevolent. The chamber seemed to close in on us, the snow piling up around our feet, the walls pressing closer with every passing moment. "We have to fight it," Mark shouted, his determination pushing us to stand our ground. "We can't let this thing take us." But the figure was relentless, his presence overwhelming, the very air thick with its power. The whispers grew louder, filling the chamber with a cacophony of sorrow and rage. The spirits of the mountain clamoring for our souls. The snow swirled around us, a blinding tempest that threatened to engulf us entirely. The shadows reaching out with icy tendrils that clawed at our skin. In a desperate attempt to break free, I reached out towards the figure, my fingers brushing against the frozen form. A surge of energy pulsed through me, the cold searing my skin, leaving me numb and disoriented. Mark and I stumbled back, our breaths shallow as the reality of our predicament set in. The figure loomed over us, its eyes piercing through the darkness, the weight of its sorrow pressing down on us. "You belong to the mountain now," it declared, the finality in its voice sealing our fate. As the chamber closed in, the snow piling higher, Mark and I succumbed to the icy grip of the mountain, our screams swallowed by the endless white. The avalanche of 2006 became a chilling reminder of the unforgiving power of nature and the mysteries that lie hidden within the majestic peaks of Aspen. Years later, the disappearance of Mark Zapp remains a haunting mystery. The avalanche, a tragic event that claimed the lives of many adventurers seeking the thrill of the mountains. But those who dare to venture into the heart of Aspen whisper tales of restless spirits and malevolent forces, forever guarding the secrets of the avalanche of 2006. And sometimes, when the snow begins to fall just right, I can almost hear Mark's laughter echoing through the mountains, a ghostly reminder of the friends we've lost and the eternal allure of the wild, untamed wilderness. Story number 11. The fatal ski lift accident. The first snowfall of the season had transformed Whistler Blackham into a winter paradise, each flake adding to the pristine blanket that covered the expansive slopes. I still remember that day in January 2011 as if it were yesterday, the biting cold in the air, the sun reflecting off the snow like a million tiny mirrors, and the laughter of friends echoing through the crisp mountain air. My name is Michael Carter, and I was there with a group of close friends, eager to carve our way through the untouched powder and escape the mundane routines of daily life. Whistler Blackham had always been our go-to destination for skiing trips, a place where the stress of work and the chaos of the city melted away under the shadow of towering peaks. We arrived early in the morning, the lodge bustling with excited skiers and snowboarders preparing for the day's adventures. After a hearty breakfast, we strapped on our gear and made our way to the base of the mountain, the anticipation palpable among us. The lift that day was one of the newest additions to the resort, a high-speed gondola that promised quicker ascents and more time on the slopes. It was a marvel of modern engineering, sleek and efficient, gliding effortlessly up the mountain. As we boarded the gondola, the sun was high, casting long shadows on the snow and illuminating the vast expanse of the alpine landscape. "Can't wait to hit those runs," I said, adjusting my goggles and feeling the thrill of the upcoming descent. "Me neither," replied Sarah, her voice full of excitement. She was the most adventurous among us, always pushing the limits and seeking the next big thrill. The gondola ride was smooth, the views breathtaking as we ascended higher into the mountains. We chatted and laughed, the stress of our everyday lives forgotten in the embrace of nature's beauty. But as we reached the midpoint of the journey, an uneasy feeling began to settle over me, a subtle sense that something was off, though I couldn't quite put my finger on it. "Everything okay, Mike?" Tom asked, noticing my sudden silence. I forced a smile, dismissing the unease. "Yeah, just enjoying the view." But deep down, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched, that the serene beauty of the mountains concealed something darker beneath the surface. The gondola continued its ascent, the sky gradually darkening as clouds began to gather on the horizon. "Looks like we might get some snow today," Mark observed, peering out the window. "Just a light dusting. Hopefully," Sarah added, her optimism unwavering. As the gondola reached the upper station, the storm broke loose with a ferocity that none of us had anticipated. The sky turned a menacing shade of gray, the wind howling through the trees and whipping up the snow into blinding flurries. Visibility plummeted, and the once clear path down the mountain became a treacherous maze of whiteout conditions. "We need to head back," I urged, my voice tinged with urgency. "The weather's getting worse." But Tom, always the skeptic, waved me off. "It's just a bit of a storm. We'll be fine." Reluctantly, we disembarked from the gondola and began our descent, the snow crunching under our boots as we navigated the slippery trails. The storm's intensity increased with each passing minute, the wind biting at our faces and the snow stinging our eyes. It felt as though the mountain itself was conspiring against us, the once inviting slopes now turning hostile and unforgiving. As we struggled to maintain our footing, a loud, grinding noise erupted from the lift above. We looked up just in time to see the gondola swaying violently, the cables straining under the weight of the storm. Panic surged through me as the realization hit. Something was terribly wrong with the lift. "Everyone, stay calm," I shouted, trying to steady my voice despite the fear gnawing at my insides. "We need to get to safety." But before we could react, a massive jolt shook the gondola, sending it plummeting down the mountain. Screams filled the air as the gondola twisted and turned, the cables snapping under the immense pressure. Time seemed to slow as we hurtled towards the ground, the world around us a blur of white and darkness. The impact was bone-jarring, the force of the fall leaving us disoriented and battered. I groaned, struggling to open my eyes, the world spinning around me. Pain radiated through my body, each breath a struggle against the searing cold that enveloped me. Around me, I could hear the frantic cries of my friends, their voices muffled by the snow and the chaos of the storm. "Mike, are you okay?" Sarah's voice pierced through the haze, her concern evident even through the pain. I think so," I managed to reply, my voice barely above a whisper. "But we need to get out of here." We struggled to our feet, the cold numbing our limbs and making every movement a Herculean effort. The scene around us was one of utter devastation. Snow piled high, the remnants of the gondola twisted and broken, bodies scattered and lifeless beneath the white blanket. Some of our friends were missing, their fates unknown as the storm continued to rage unabated. Desperation fueled our actions as we searched for any signs of survivors, our hearts heavy with the fear that some of us had been lost to the mountain's wrath. But amidst the chaos, something inexplicably strange began to unfold. A sense of being watched, a presence lurking in the shadows that defied explanation. As night fell, the storm showed no signs of relenting, the snow continuing to fall in relentless sheets that obscured our vision and sapped our strength. We found shelter in a partially collapsed cabin, the walls covered in ice and the interior cold and damp. Huddled together for warmth, we tried to make sense of what had happened, the horrors of the day weighing heavily on our minds. But the feeling of unease persisted, growing stronger as the hours passed. Shadows seemed to move on their own, and faint whispers echoed through the cabin, their source unknown and unnerving. It was as if the mountain itself was alive, the spirits of those lost in the storm lingering in the frozen air, their presence a constant reminder of our fragile mortality. "Do you guys feel that?" Mark whispered, his eyes darting nervously around the room. I nodded, the hairs on the back of my neck standing on end. "Yeah, something's not right here." As midnight approached, the temperature dropped further, our breaths visible in the frigid air. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, the shadows swirling with an unnatural energy. It was then that we saw them, ghostly apparitions of skiers and snowboarders, their forms translucent and shimmering in the dim light. They moved silently around the cabin, their eyes hollow and filled with sorrow, their presence both haunting and tragic. "We need to leave," Tom urged, his voice trembling. "This place isn't safe." But the cabin doors were frozen shut, the snow and ice forming an impenetrable barrier against the outside world. Panic set in as we realized we were trapped, our only option to confront the restless spirits that now surrounded us. The apparitions began to communicate, their whispers forming words that chilled us to the core. "Why do you disturb our peace?" one of the spirits moaned, his voice echoing through the cabin like the howling wind outside. "You came seeking adventure, but the mountain claims what it desires." We're sorry," I stammered, my voice shaking with fear and guilt. "We didn't mean any harm. We were just trying to enjoy the slopes." The spirits seemed to waver, their forms flickering with uncertainty. "Your presence disrupts the balance," another spirit replied, her voice filled with sadness. "The mountain is not to be trifled with." Desperate to find a way out, we began to search the cabin for any means of escape, our movements frantic as the spirits watched us with mournful eyes. But no matter what we did, the doors remained locked, the shadows pressing in closer, their whispers growing louder and more desperate. In a final attempt to appease the spirits, we decided to perform a ritual of apology and respect, hoping to earn their forgiveness and release us from the cursed cabin. We gathered what little supplies we had, candles, a bottle of water, and a map of the resort, and began to chant softly, our voices blending into a single plea for mercy. The atmosphere shifted, the oppressive weight lifting slightly as the spirits listened to our heartfelt apology. The apparitions began to fade, their forms dissolving into the cold air as a sense of peace settled over the cabin. The doors to the cabin slowly unlocked, the ice melting away as if by magic, granting us passage back to the outside world. With a collective sigh of relief, we stepped out into the night, the storm finally beginning to subside. The snow continued to fall, but the intensity had lessened, the once relentless storm now a gentle whisper against the mountain's slopes. Exhausted and battered, we made our way back to the base of the lift, our hearts heavy with the memory of the day we had survived. In the days that followed, we were hailed as heroes, our survival a testament to our resilience and the unbreakable bond of friendship. But beneath the surface of our triumphant return lay a lingering sense of unease, a haunting reminder of the spirits we had encountered and the thin veil that separates the living from the dead. The fatal ski lift accident at Whistler Blackham became a legend, a story of survival and the mysterious forces that dwell within the mountains. But for me, it was a chilling reminder of the fragility of life and the dark secrets that lie hidden in the shadows of nature's grandeur. The whispers of those lost souls still echo in my mind, a ghostly refrain that serves as a constant reminder of the mountain's unforgiving power and the enduring mysteries that remain unsolved. And every time I strap on my skis, I carry with me the memory of that fateful day, a day when adventure turned to nightmare, and the mountain claimed what it desired, leaving behind only the echoes of a tragic tale that still lingers in the cold, silent peaks of Aspen. Story number 12. The Lost Skiers of Mount Hood. I can still feel the cold in my bones. Even now, when I think about that day on Mount Hood, the chill of it rushes back. It's the kind of cold that isn't just a drop in temperature, but something deeper, something that gets into your skin, your blood, cold that stays with you, that doesn't leave. Maybe that's why I can't forget what happened. It all started on that Wednesday morning. In the middle of December 2006, the sky was clear, the sun was barely beginning to rise, and the mountain looked like something out of a postcard. 3 of us, me, Matt, and Jason, had come up to Mount Hood for a quick day of skiing. We were experienced, or at least, that's what we told ourselves. We'd skied here a dozen times before, knew the mountain well enough, but we weren't prepared for what it had in store for us that day. I remember the air, sharp and crisp, and the sound of our skis carving through the snow as we made our way up to the top. Jason was ahead, always eager to push the limits, Matt was a bit more cautious, but he always followed, like the loyal friend he was. As for me, well, I was somewhere in between. I liked the thrill, but I also knew enough to be careful. I should have been more careful that day. We'd been skiing for a few hours when things started to take a strange turn. It was nothing big at first. A slip, a fall, a gust of wind that felt too cold, too sharp. But then, as we were skiing down one of the more isolated trails, I noticed something that didn't quite sit right. There was a feeling. You know how, sometimes, you get the feeling that someone's watching you? That prickling on the back of your neck. That sense of eyes on you even though you're alone? That's how it started. First, I thought it was just the isolation of the mountain getting to me. The kind of paranoia that happens when you're out in the middle of nowhere. But the feeling didn't go away. It grew. And it wasn't just me. Matt had started to look over his shoulder, too, like he could feel it. Jason. Though Jason was too lost in the rush of skiing to notice. It wasn't until we reached the base of the trail that it became clear we weren't alone. At first, it was just little things. A shadow at the edge of our vision, moving quickly, too quickly to be the wind or snow. A faint sound, like footsteps, crunching behind us in the snow. We'd all heard it. But when we turned around, nothing. Just the mountain, just the trees, the white expanse, the frozen stillness. I wish I could say that was the end of it, but it wasn't. Matt had taken the lead, as he always did when things felt off. He didn't say much, but I could tell he was feeling it, too. Jason was still going full throttle, as if he hadn't noticed a damn thing, charging ahead like the mountain was his personal playground. I saw the figure before Matt did. At first, it was just a flicker out of the corner of my eye, but then I saw it again, clearer this time. A figure, standing just off to the side of the trail, partially obscured by the trees. It wasn't moving. It was just standing there, watching us. I called out to Matt. But when he turned, the figure was gone. Just some skier up ahead, he said, shaking his head. Come on, let's catch up to Jason. But the feeling hadn't gone. It was like the air itself had thickened, the weight of something unseen pressing down on us. We kept going, but the mountain had turned strange. The snow beneath our skis felt wrong, too soft, too deep. The wind had picked up, biting at our faces like it had a mind of its own. And still, that feeling, the feeling that we were being watched, that someone or something was following us. By the time we reached the next ridge, we had lost sight of Jason. He'd taken a different route, as he often did when he was off chasing the thrill of the mountain. But he'd been gone longer than usual, longer than we'd expected. We called out for him, but there was no answer. That's when I felt it. Jason's absence was wrong. I don't know how to explain it. It wasn't just the silence. The way the mountain had fallen still. It was something deeper, something colder. It didn't make sense. But I felt it. Something had happened to him. We set off in search of him. The wind howled now, fierce and biting, and the snow had started to fall heavier, blanketing everything. We called for him again and again, but all we heard was the sound of the wind, the howl of the storm building around us. And then, through the falling snow, we saw the tracks. Jason's tracks. They were clear enough, left in the fresh snow, but they stopped. The tracks didn't just stop in a typical way, like someone had gone off the trail. No, these tracks, they vanished, as if Jason had disappeared right in front of us. There were no other tracks around them, no signs of him going anywhere else. It was as if he had been lifted from the snow, pulled out of existence. We searched for hours, our voices hoarse, our bodies numb from the cold. But there was no sign of Jason, no sign of his skis, no sign of anything. That night, when we finally made it back to the lodge, the authorities were already there. They'd found Matt, collapsed, his face pale with exhaustion and terror. He couldn't speak at first, just shook his head, his eyes wide with a look I couldn't understand. And then he muttered something that I will never forget. I saw it. I saw him. He wasn't alone. Something was with him. They never found Jason's body. Search teams scoured the mountain for days, weeks even, but they couldn't find him. Not a trace. No clothing. No gear. Nothing. Just the snow, the ever-growing storm, and the silence that followed. But here's the thing I'll never understand. The following spring, when the snow had finally melted and the mountain had returned to its usual quiet state, the search teams found something. A set of tracks. Fresh tracks, even though no one had been on the mountain for months. And those tracks led up to a place that no one could explain. A cabin, hidden deep in the trees, covered by the forest for years. It wasn't on any maps, and it hadn't been there before. But there it was, untouched by time. No sign of anyone living there. Just a broken-down door, shattered windows, and the faint scent of something rotten. Inside, they found something else. Jason's skis, his pack, his jacket, his gloves, but no sign of Jason. And the strangest thing? There were 2 sets of footprints leading away from the cabin. One was Jason's. The other, well, it wasn't. They didn't recognize the second set. But I think I do. The thing that followed us. The thing that watched us. The thing that was with Jason. Is still out there. Still watching. Still waiting. And that feeling, I feel it now. Even as I tell you this. The feeling that I'm not alone. If you ever find yourself on Mount Hood, be careful. Watch your back. Because sometimes, the mountain doesn't just take people. Sometimes, it holds on to them. Forever. Story number 13. The mystery of the Yeti. You know how some stories are whispered, passed along in hushed tones between strangers at campfires or in the dark corners of taverns. They grow with each telling. Each retelling twisting them into something both wondrous and terrifying. That's how the story of the Yeti starts. But let me tell you, it's a lot more real than you might think. It all began back in 2015. I wasn't a professional adventurer or a thrill seeker. I didn't have a death wish or some misguided craving for danger. No, I was just an ordinary guy who decided to take a break from the grind of city life and do something wild. Something that would make a decent story for the grandkids. You know, I found myself in the Himalayas, the mountains towering above me like sentinels of stone, casting long shadows over the world below. I joined a small expedition to climb a relatively unknown peak just outside of the usual tourist paths. The guides, most of them born and raised in the region, talked more about the beauty of the place than the danger. But even they couldn't help but occasionally glance over their shoulders, as if something were following us. It was supposed to be a relatively easy trek, nothing like Everest, nothing like those terrifying climbs you see in documentaries. Just a few days of moderate climbing and hiking. But even from the start, something felt off. There were 4 of us on the trip. Myself, a couple named James and Caroline, and a guide named Tenzin. Tenzin was the kind of guide who knew every crag and every ridge of the mountain. He was practically born there, as most of the local guides are. At least, that's what I thought. Tenzin's face was always serious, his eyes narrow with what I now recognize as suspicion. But we were all too caught up in the thrill of the climb to think much about it. The first signs that something was wrong appeared on the 3rd night of our climb. We had just set up camp near a rocky outcrop. High above the tree line, the wind howled through the jagged peaks, and the air was thin, making every breath feel like a struggle. We were exhausted, having pushed ourselves all day to reach that point. But as the campfire flickered in the freezing night, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. Footprints. Huge ones. Far too large to belong to a human. They weren't just deep, as if made by a heavy person trudging through the snow. No, these were massive, almost unnatural in their proportions. Tenzin seemed to notice them at the same time I did, and without a word, he motioned for the others to stay back. He moved cautiously toward the edge of the camp, peering into the night with those narrow eyes of his, the firelight dancing off his face. "Yeti," he whispered, almost to himself. I laughed, thinking it was some kind of joke. "Come on, Tenzin. Yeti? Really?" He didn't laugh. His face remained impassive. And for a moment, the wind seemed to die down, as if the mountain itself were holding its breath. Tenzin looked at us and then gestured toward the trail of footprints. "I know what I saw," he said quietly. "It's real. I thought it was just the exhaustion, the cold getting to his head. The Yeti? That was a story for children. Some kind of myth meant to scare tourists. Nothing more." But I didn't argue. You don't argue with a man like Tenzin in the mountains. We moved the camp further up the ridge the next day, away from the strange tracks. But the uneasy feeling stayed with me. Couldn't shake it. I kept looking over my shoulder. And even though I didn't want to believe in what Tenzin had said, the possibility lingered, like a shadow that never quite left. We continued our climb, but the deeper we went into the mountains, the more things started to unravel. By the fifth night, we were camping near a frozen lake, the wind whistling like some kind of ghostly wail in the distance. As I lay in my tent, the cold seeping into my bones, I thought I heard something, a noise, faint at first, but growing louder, the crunch of snow, a heavy, uneven rhythm. I froze, heart pounding in my chest. It sounded like footsteps, the kind you hear when someone is walking in snow, the way their boots sink in with each step. I wasn't sure if I was dreaming. My mind was clouded by fatigue and the thin air. But then I heard it again, closer this time. "James?" I whispered, trying to rouse my friend from his deep slumber. But no answer came. I unzipped the tent slowly, trying not to wake the others, and crept outside into the freezing night. The moon hung low over the snow, casting a pale glow over the camp. I couldn't see much, just the outlines of the tents, the dark trees swaying gently in the wind. But then, as I scanned the perimeter of the camp, I saw them. More tracks. I followed them, compelled by something I couldn't explain, a mixture of fear and curiosity gnawing at me. The tracks were clearer now, huge, monstrous tracks that led away from the camp and into the dark expanse of the forest. I don't know what I expected to find. Maybe nothing. Maybe it was just an animal, some bear or something large enough to leave those marks in the snow. But as I moved further, deeper into the woods, the hairs on the back of my neck began to rise. That's when I saw it. A figure, tall, hulking, and covered in fur. It was standing between the trees, just barely visible in the dim light. It was watching me. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. I know I should have turned and run, but I couldn't. All I could do was stare, frozen in place. As the thing stared back, its eyes were yellow, glowing like fire, and its breath steamed in the cold air, almost like it was waiting for me to make a move. Then, just as suddenly as it had appeared, the creature turned and disappeared into the forest, vanishing like smoke in the wind. I stumbled back to camp, my legs shaking, my mind racing. I didn't sleep that night. I couldn't tell anyone what I had seen, not without sounding insane. But the next morning, I noticed something that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. James and Caroline were gone. Their tents were empty, their belongings untouched. The tracks around their tents were normal, no signs of struggle, no sign of anything out of place. It was as if they had simply vanished into thin air. I don't know how to explain it, but I do know this: the Yeti, or whatever it was, had been following us. And it wasn't just some myth. We were lucky. We made it out of the mountains alive. But the memory of that night, the cold stare of that creature, still lingers with me. I can't shake it. I keep seeing those eyes in my dreams. And sometimes, when I close my eyes, I still hear the footsteps in the snow, the slow, steady crunching of something big and heavy moving through the forest, just outside the reach of the firelight. If you ever decide to venture into the Himalayas, be careful where you tread. Some stories are best left untold, because the Yeti is not a myth. It's waiting, watching, and when you least expect it, it will find you. Story number 14. The ski trip on Mont Blanc. The first snowfall of the season had transformed Mont Blanc into a breathtaking expanse of white, its majestic peaks piercing the sky like silent sentinels. I'm Henri Dupont, a seasoned mountaineer and the unofficial leader of our small group of friends who shared a passion for skiing and the untamed beauty of the French Alps. It was 1950, a time when the world was still healing from the ravages of war, and the mountains offered a sanctuary of peace and adventure. Our group consisted of 5: myself, Jacques, Marie, Luc, and Isabelle. We had planned this trip meticulously, eager to carve fresh tracks down the untouched slopes and revel in the solitude that only such remote wilderness could provide. The excitement was palpable as we loaded our equipment into the sturdy sleds. The crisp morning air filled with laughter and the promise of unforgettable memories. The ascent was challenging but exhilarating. The trail was pristine, bordered by towering pines that whispered secrets to the wind. As we reached a high plateau, the world below seemed to fade away, replaced by an endless panorama of snow-covered peaks and valleys. We set up camp for the night, the flickering flames of our fire casting long shadows on the snow. The next day, the weather held steady, the sun shining brightly as we embarked on our descent. The snow was perfect, soft and powdery, ideal for the deep, thrilling runs we had envisioned. We laughed and raced each other down the slopes, the cold air invigorating our spirits. Felt like paradise, a fleeting moment of pure joy amidst the harshness of winter. But as afternoon turned to evening, dark clouds began to gather on the horizon. The sky, once a clear blue, now churned with ominous shades of gray. A chill wind swept through the mountains, carrying with it the first signs of an impending storm. We decided to cut our runs short and head back to camp, hoping to beat the weather before it worsened. As we trudged through the increasingly heavy snowfall, visibility diminished, the world around us swallowed by the relentless whiteout. The wind howled like a living creature, whipping the snow into blinding curtains that made navigation nearly impossible. Panic set in as we realized we were lost, our map rendered useless by the treacherous conditions. "We need to find shelter," Jacques called out, his voice strained against the roar of the storm. "We can't keep moving like this." We stumbled through the blinding snow, each step a battle against the biting cold and the overwhelming exhaustion that threatened to consume us. Hours passed, the storm showing no signs of abating, its fury unabated. Our sleds were buried in the snow, our provisions running dangerously low. Desperation gnawed at our minds, the fear of the unknown pressing in from all sides. Luc was the first to succumb to the relentless cold. His body found the next morning, frozen and lifeless. The loss hit us hard, the reality of our situation sinking in with brutal clarity. The survival instinct took over, overshadowing any remnants of our camaraderie. Hunger and fear twisted our thoughts, pushing us towards a darkness we had never imagined. Marie, once the heart of our group, began to lose her grip on sanity, her cries echoing through the storm as she wandered aimlessly, searching for something, anything, to sustain her. Isabelle and I stayed close, the bond between us strengthened by the shared terror. But the cold was merciless, and the days blurred into a nightmare of survival. One bitter night, with the storm raging around us, Isabelle made a harrowing decision. The desperation in her eyes mirrored the hopelessness that had taken root within me. "We have no choice," she whispered, her voice barely audible over the howling wind. "We can't die here." Tears streamed down my face as we faced the unthinkable. The act of cannibalism weighed heavily on my soul, a stain that would forever mark the depths of human desperation. We divided the remains, each piece a grim reminder of what we had become. The nights were the worst, the guilt gnawing at my conscience, the screams of our lost friends haunting my every thought. Weeks passed, the storm eventually subsiding, leaving behind a desolate and transformed landscape. Our bodies, weakened by hunger and the toll of survival, could barely support the weight of our sorrow. The search parties, alerted by our disappearance, scoured the mountains, their efforts hampered by the harsh terrain and relentless weather. One morning, the rescuers found us, a grim sight amidst the vast expanse of snow. Isabel and I were barely recognizable, our features contorted by starvation and the unforgiving cold. The others had been found, victims of our desperate actions, their bodies bearing the gruesome marks of cannibalism. The rescue was swift, the weight of our actions sinking in as we were hauled to safety, our souls irreparably shattered. In the hospital, I spent countless hours grappling with the horror of what we had done, the loss of our friends, and the torment of our survival. The memories of those dark days on Mont Blanc would forever haunt me, the screams of our lost companions echoing in the silent corridors of my mind. Years later, the scars remained, both physical and emotional, a testament to the fragility of the human spirit when pushed to its limits. The mountains, once a symbol of beauty and adventure, became a haunting reminder of our darkest moments, a place where hope and despair intertwined in a deadly dance. I often found myself drawn back to the images of Mont Blanc, the towering peaks now a backdrop to the ghostly memories that refused to fade. The whispers of the wind through the pines seemed to carry the voices of those we had lost, their presence a constant reminder of the cost of our survival. In the quiet moments, I would sit by the window, watching the snowfall and remembering the friends who had fallen beside me. The weight of our actions pressed heavily on my heart, the guilt a relentless companion that no amount of time could erase. The mountains had claimed us, binding our souls to their eternal winter, a punishment for the darkness that had consumed us. But amidst the sorrow and the memories, there was a glimmer of understanding, a recognition of the lengths we had gone to survive, the desperation that had driven us to the edge of humanity. The lesson was etched deeply into my being, a reminder of the thin line between hope and despair, and the darkness that can emerge when that line is crossed. The ski trip on Mont Blanc was more than just a journey into the mountains. It was a descent into the human psyche, a confrontation with the shadows that lie within us all. And as I reflect on those harrowing days, I am reminded of the resilience and the fragility of the human spirit, forever bound to the haunting beauty of Mont Blanc. Story number 15. The Abyss of Illusion, the Sea Monster's Curse. It all started with the waves. I should have known, right then, that there was something wrong. But, like everyone else who's ever been blinded by curiosity, I pushed on. We all did. I mean, who wouldn't want to be part of a secret research mission in the Aleutian Islands? An uncharted world of mist and salt water, where the air felt so fresh it almost burned your lungs. A world where, if you dared to listen closely, you could hear the deep, ancient hum of the ocean, almost as though it were alive. But I'm getting ahead of myself. The Aleutian Research Station wasn't much to look at, a series of metal barracks wedged between jagged cliffs and the turbulent ocean, with nothing but miles of ice and rock between us and the edge of the world. But that was the point. No distractions, no outside interference, just us, our research, and the vast, unknown depths of the sea. We were there for one reason, to study marine life. But what we found, what we brought back with us, was far from anything the scientific community or humanity could ever prepare for. It was a late afternoon when we discovered it. Michael, a marine biologist who'd been with the project since its inception, was the first to notice something strange. He'd been diving off the coast, going deeper into the water than we had ever dared. And when he came back to the surface, his eyes were wide, his breath ragged, as if he had seen something that had torn through the very fabric of reality. "Get the others," he said, but his voice was barely a whisper. "There's something out there, something different." We were used to Michael's exaggerations, but not this time. He didn't look like a man who had just seen a new species of fish. His skin was pale, his fingers trembling, his eyes darted from one of us to the next, as if expecting something to reach out from the dark. After a tense silence, we all gathered on the dock, where Michael handed us the evidence. It was a creature, a thing from the depths that should not exist. half fish, half whatever the hell it was, with translucent skin that shimmered in the low light, revealing organs that moved in ways that defied biology. The thing was nearly 4 feet long, his body an abomination of fins, tentacles, and features that didn't belong together. It's not from this world, Michael whispered, and somehow, even though I couldn't explain why, I believed him. We took the creature back to the station, eager to examine it further. The first night, things seemed normal enough. We set up the research tanks, preserved the specimen in saline, and began to document it. But the moment we began studying it, really studying it, was when the strange occurrences began. First, it was subtle. The equipment malfunctioned randomly, unpredictably. The temperature gauges went haywire. Lights flickered, even though the power grid was stable. But then, it escalated. Doors slammed shut on their own. Objects were moved from one place to another. In the dead of night, we'd hear footsteps, shuffling. Slow footsteps, coming from the hallway outside the lab. But when we opened the door, no one was there. And then there were the dreams. I don't know if it was the isolation, the stress, or something far more sinister, but we all began to have the same nightmares. They were always the same. We'd find ourselves at the bottom of the ocean, surrounded by darkness, and then we'd hear it, the voice, a voice that wasn't human, but not entirely alien either. It was a whisper, a constant hum that echoed in our skulls, reverberating through our bodies, telling us that it knew we had disturbed its resting place. The worst part? We could feel it watching us. At first, we thought it was just exhaustion, the result of too many sleepless nights. But the dreams didn't stop. They grew more vivid, more real. The voice wasn't just in our heads. It was in our hearts. We felt it in our chests, like something was pulling us down, deeper and deeper into the cold black waters. Michael was the first to crack. He started talking to himself, muttering in a language none of us understood. He wouldn't sleep. He wouldn't eat. He just stared at the specimen, his eyes hollow, as though it had somehow claimed him. We tried to help him, but it was too late. By the time we realized he had gone mad, it was already too late to stop what was happening. I remember the night he disappeared. The wind howled outside, the blizzards having picked up again. It was the perfect storm. One of those unholy nights where the sky is black as pitch, and the only light comes from the glow of the station's emergency lights. We were gathered around the table, trying to make sense of the madness, when we heard it, a sound, low, guttural, like something dragging its body across the floor. We rushed to the lab. The door was wide open. Inside, the tank holding the creature was cracked. The water was rippling, and Michael, he was gone. There were only his bloody footprints, leading into the darkness, into the deep, endless night. For days, we searched, but there was no sign of him. Nothing, just the eerie hum of the creature's tank, like it was calling us, whispering our names. The nightmares didn't stop. The creature, I'm convinced, was calling to us. It had woken something ancient, and now it wanted more. One by one, the rest of the team began to disappear. They'd wake up in the middle of the night, hear the voice calling to them, and wander off into the blizzard, never to be seen again. And every morning, I found myself alone in the station, more terrified than the last. Then there was the night I saw it. The creature, the thing we had dragged out of the sea, was gone. Not just physically. It had disappeared. But somehow, it had left a part of itself behind. I don't know how to explain it, but it was like the air around me had thickened, like the entire station was alive, aware, and from the shadows, something moved, something too large, too twisted, to belong in our world. I don't know how long I've been here, in this forsaken place. I can't remember when the others left, or even when they died. Time, in the Aleutian Islands, seems to stretch and twist the way the ocean does, bending reality itself. Maybe I'm already gone. Maybe, like the rest of the team, I've already been claimed by the creature. Maybe I'll hear its voice calling to me again soon, pulling me into the depths. I don't know. But I do know one thing. If you ever find yourself on the Aleutian Islands, don't go near the water. Don't disturb the depths. Because something old, something powerful, something beyond comprehension lurks down there, and it will call to you. And once it does, you'll never be able to stop hearing its whispers. Story number 16. The Blizzard and the Vanishing. It's hard to explain the things that happened up there in Alaska, things you wouldn't believe unless you'd seen them with your own eyes. But I'm going to try. Maybe you'll understand. Maybe you won't. All I can tell you is, sometimes the world has a way of keeping its secrets. And sometimes, it doesn't want you to know them. It was winter, of course, a season that makes its presence felt in Alaska with every gust of wind, every inch of snow, every creeping sense of isolation. People don't realize it. But Alaska isn't just cold. It's alive. It watches you, waits for you to slip up, to lose your way, to make that mistake. The cold doesn't kill you outright. No, it's the way it drains you. It makes you weaker, slower, more vulnerable, until the cold's claws get into your bones. And then it starts to work on your mind. I remember the day I arrived at the station. It wasn't my first time there. I had been part of the research crew before. But this time it was different. The team had been out there for a while, studying the effects of geomagnetic storms on the atmosphere, conducting some of the most secretive experiments known to science. But when I walked into the station that day, something was off. It wasn't just the cold. It was something deeper, something wrong. The blizzard had already set in by the time I arrived. A swirling mass of snow and ice that made visibility impossible past 10 feet. The kind of storm that feels alive, like it wants to swallow you whole. The wind howled like a banshee, a wailing cry that seemed to echo off the mountains, off the ice fields. I had been briefed over the radio, told the team was fine, that there was nothing to worry about. But when I stepped into that station, I knew something was wrong. The doors had been blown open. The snow had drifted in, covering the floors like a thick, suffocating blanket. Equipment was scattered everywhere, papers, charts, and tools tossed around like someone had been searching for something. A few chairs were knocked over, and the fire, once blazing in the hearth, was reduced to a faint smolder. But the worst part? The place was silent. There was no sign of anyone. The comms equipment was destroyed, shredded into pieces as if something had tried to tear through it with a force far beyond anything the storm could have caused. I made my way through the station, my boots crunching against the ice and snow. It wasn't long before I found the first sign of trouble. A bloodstain, just a small splatter, nothing too big, but enough to make my stomach tighten. I followed the trail down the corridor, my pulse quickening with each step. And that's when I found the door. It was one of the storage rooms. The door had been ripped off its hinges, as though something had torn it open. Inside, there was nothing, just a few scattered tools and equipment. Nothing out of the ordinary. But on the floor, near the far corner, was a strange shape, a dark, inky shadow in the snow. At first, I thought it was just a trick of the light, but as I moved closer, I could make out the details. It was a footprint, a human footprint, but distorted, wrong. It was larger than any human foot I'd ever seen. The edges blurred as if the snow had melted and refroze. But it wasn't the size that bothered me, it was the way it seemed to shift. Like the print wasn't solid. Like it was fading in and out of reality. I backed away slowly, my hand instinctively reaching for the radio. I needed to contact the team, but the static was deafening. The comms were dead. I stepped back into the main room, my breath coming faster now. That's when I heard it. A sound, soft at first, like a whisper. At first, I thought it was the wind. But no, it was something different. The sound grew louder, more distinct. The whisper was followed by a low, groaning noise, as if something was struggling to breathe. And then I heard it, a voice, faint, but unmistakable. It wasn't speaking to me. Not directly, but I could hear it clear as day. The voice was desperate, a cry for help, or maybe more like a warning. It was hard to tell. Get out, before it gets you too. I froze. My heart was pounding in my chest. I wanted to turn, to run, but I couldn't. It wasn't just fear anymore, it was the pull. The weight of the voice felt like it was coming from all directions, as if the walls themselves were speaking. I glanced around, trying to see who or what was making the noise, but the room remained empty. That's when I saw them. The shadows. They were faint at first, just fleeting shapes in the corner of my vision. But as I blinked, they grew clearer. Human forms, but wrong, twisted, and stretched in ways that shouldn't have been possible. Figures that seemed to float, disjointed, their outlines shimmering like mirages in the heat. And then, just like that, they were gone, vanished into thin air. I don't know how long I stood there, rooted to the spot. Felt like hours, though it couldn't have been more than a few minutes. But when I finally gathered the strength to move, I bolted from that room. I didn't care about the rest of the station. I didn't care about anything but getting out. The snowstorm raged on outside, and I felt like I was being swallowed by it. The blizzard, the voices, the shadows, they were all a part of it. I was certain of that. The storm wasn't natural. It was a veil, a barrier between worlds. The storm didn't just hide the researchers. It kept them trapped, stuck between something we couldn't understand. I made it back to the helicopter, my hands shaking as I strapped myself in. The wind howled outside, the sound like the cries of the lost. As the helicopter lifted off, I looked down at the station. It looked so small from the air, so insignificant against the vastness of the frozen land. But I knew better now. The land had swallowed something, and it wasn't going to let it go. When rescue teams finally reached the station a few days later, they found nothing. The equipment had been destroyed. The doors were still open, just like I had left them. But there were no footprints, no traces of the missing team, only the whispers in the wind. I'll never forget that day. No one believes me when I tell them, but I know what I saw. I know what I heard. And sometimes, when the wind picks up in the winter, I still hear that voice, that whisper in the storm, telling me I was lucky to get out. Get out before it gets you too. Story number 17. The disappearance of the secret research team. It started like any other routine expedition. The year was 1970, and I was part of the team at a research station high in the Alaskan wilderness. We were far from civilization, far from the noise of the world, and that was the way we liked it. Up here, in the dead of winter, the snow swallowed every sound, every memory, and every trace of life that wasn't our own. We were a group of 10, and our mission was simple: gather data on the effects of extreme isolation and cold on human psychology. It wasn't a glamorous job, but it was work, and for some of us, it was an escape. We had come to study the land, but we ended up becoming part of the land itself, lost, unremembered. But that was before the lights. I wasn't the first to see them. It was Paul, one of the geologists, who had come back from a late-night survey near the ridge. He was white as a ghost, his lips trembling like he'd seen something far worse than the biting cold. "I saw them," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "Saw what?" I had asked, not understanding the urgency in his eyes. He was too pale, his pupils wide as if he had been drugged. Lights, strange lights in the sky. They were moving, changing color. It wasn't like anything I've ever seen before. I thought nothing of it at the time. Just another hallucination brought on by isolation. Perhaps Paul had been working late, and the nights up here could get long and strange. But that night, when I stepped outside to take a breath of cold air, I saw them, too. The lights hovered above the horizon, like some cosmic firefly trapped in the thick, oppressive dark. It wasn't just the colors, they were alive, pulsating with an energy that made my skin crawl. I remember feeling a deep unease settle in my chest, a feeling I couldn't shake. It was like something was watching us, waiting for us to make the wrong move. The lights would come and go, dancing over the mountain ridges in a slow, deliberate pattern. We joked about it at first. Maybe it was the Russians testing something new. Maybe it was a weather anomaly. But I knew, deep down, I knew that it wasn't. Whatever it wasn't natural. It wasn't until 2 days later that the team began to notice changes. Subtle at first. People were restless. Their minds clouded. Equipment malfunctioned for no reason at all. Instruments that had been working fine 1 minute would suddenly shut down the next. Sarah, our medic, said she was hearing things. Whispers in the vents. Soft, unintelligible murmurs that sounded like words. The air grew thicker. Every breath felt harder to take. Like the weight of the atmosphere itself was pressing against us. I didn't know it then, but we were already becoming part of something bigger, a force we couldn't understand. Something ancient and terrible that didn't belong on Earth. Then, the disappearances began. It was Karen, our communications specialist, who was the first to vanish. One moment, she was in the main room, sitting at her desk. The next, she was gone. Just like that. No struggle. No sign of a break-in. Her chair was still pushed in under the desk. Her coffee cup still steaming. We thought she was playing a prank at first. But when we searched the station, there was no sign of her. No footprints. No clues. Just an empty room. Her equipment left untouched. That was the first time we really felt the shift. The subtle but undeniable pull of fear. It wasn't just that she was gone. It was the silence that followed. The way the station seemed to close in on us. The way our hearts beat louder than ever, thumping against the stillness of the air. After Karen, things started to spiral. People stopped sleeping. We began to see things out of the corner of our eyes. Shapes in the shadows. Fleeting figures in the hallways. Sometimes, the lights would return, shimmering just outside the windows. They'd come closer, just out of reach, before vanishing without a trace. The second disappearance was Mark. He'd gone out for a routine check on the exterior equipment. We heard his radio crackle to life, then went silent. No one came back. We couldn't leave. We were trapped by the storm. We were miles away from any help. And the moment we tried to walk toward the radio tower, the winds picked up, pushing us back, as if something didn't want us to go. By the time the team finally found us, it was too late. The storm had cleared, but the damage had already been done. The research station, the so-called base of operations, was empty. No bodies, no signs of struggle, just the broken equipment, the wrecked files, and the fading echoes of whispers that never seemed to stop. But that wasn't the worst of it. The worst was what we found next. The rescue team reported strange anomalies. Too, they said they heard voices, distant and cold, on their radios, but there was no one around. They said the wind didn't blow in a straight line, that the snow had fallen in odd, unnatural patterns, as if the very landscape had been reshaped. The station, they said, had been abandoned long before they arrived. And as for the lights, they were gone. But not really. They were always there. Now, somewhere, out there in the distance, the faintest flicker on the horizon, like a beacon calling us back to something we couldn't outrun. The official reports say nothing about the strange lights, nothing about the disappearances, nothing about the whispers or the madness that gripped us. They say the team simply went missing, lost to the storm, and the rest is classified. But I know better. I'm the last one left. And every night, I still hear those whispers. I still see the lights. They never stop. Not even when I close my eyes. Maybe someday, someone will come looking for us again. But I know, deep down, I won't be here to see them. Whatever it was that took us. Whatever it was that swallowed my friends whole. It's waiting. Still waiting. And it always will be. Story number 18. The experiment at McMurdo Station. I should have known better. I should have seen it coming. But I didn't. It was all so tempting. So easy to dismiss as just another one of those strange research projects we do up here in the frozen corners of the world. A psychological experiment. They called it. You know the type. The kind where they push you to your limits to see how much you can handle before your mind cracks. Like a thin sheet of ice breaking under too much weight. McMurdo Station, well, it wasn't exactly McMurdo in the classic sense. It was a small, isolated facility on the edge of the world, buried deep within the Alaskan wilderness. A secret, really, just a handful of researchers and scientists. No tourists, no outsiders. We didn't even get much radio contact, unless we needed it. No distractions, just snow, ice, and a whole lot of nothing for miles. They called it the isolation protocol. There were 6 of us to start, 6 volunteers, each one of us eager to take part in the experiment. It sounded harmless enough, after all. It was just an experiment. Spend 3 months in complete isolation, with only the occasional contact from the outside world. No communication with family, no distractions, no internet. The idea was to see how long we could last before our minds began to break down. Pretty simple, right? But nothing up here is ever simple. I'm not sure when it started. Maybe it was the first night. I remember standing in the mess hall with Sarah. She was the psychologist running the study. Very neat, very composed. And she was asking me how I felt about being away from the world for so long. I told her I felt fine, but I didn't. I couldn't explain it. There was something heavy in the air, something oppressive, something that made the quiet feel too loud. It started as small things. Nothing I could put my finger on at first. There were noises, voices, faint whispers that seemed to come from nowhere. At first, I thought it was the wind. But the wind doesn't speak to you, does it? And I swear, sometimes, I'd hear my name being called from the hallway. I'd get up to check. But there was no one there. That's when I started seeing things. The shadows in the corners of my vision. Figures moving just out of reach. But when I turned to face them, they were gone. At first, it wasn't alarming. Maybe it was just the isolation playing tricks on me. But then it got worse. There was James. He was always the quiet one. But one morning, he didn't show up for breakfast. It was strange. James was punctual. Always early for every meal. We knocked on his door, but there was no answer. When we finally forced the door open, we found him sitting in the dark, staring at the wall. His eyes were wide, unblinking, as though he had been frozen in time, and he was muttering to himself, words that made no sense. Or maybe they did, but I couldn't understand them. Something about the Watchers and the ice is alive. Sarah tried to talk to him, but he wouldn't respond. He just stared into the empty space of the room, lost to something none of us could see. It was then that I realized something was wrong. Something far more wrong than any of us could have prepared for. The isolation, no matter how much we tried to convince ourselves it was just psychological, was having an effect. But it wasn't just on us. It was something else. Something outside. One night, as I sat in my quarters, trying to block out the growing sense of dread, I heard something, or rather, someone, the faintest whisper of a voice, not in my head, but in the room. It was so quiet I almost missed it. "Help me," it said, and then it laughed. It was a hollow laugh, like someone had been left alone in the cold for too long. I ran to the hallway, but again, no one was there, just the cold metal walls and the sound of my breathing. The others were starting to act strange too. Sarah, who had been our rock, started growing paranoid. She claimed she saw faces in the windows, faces that weren't there when she looked again. Some of the others were seeing the same things, but they didn't talk about it. Not openly. Instead, they kept it to themselves, like it was some secret they didn't want to share. But I could see it in their eyes, the same look I had. The look of someone who had seen something that wasn't supposed to be. And then there was the dream. The first time it happened, I thought it was just me. A bad dream. You know? The kind you can shrug off in the morning. But after that, couldn't shake it. Every night, the dream came back, each time more vivid, more real. I was standing outside in the freezing cold, surrounded by nothing but snow and ice. But it wasn't the snow that scared me. It was the shape in the distance. A figure, slowly moving towards me. Tall, too tall, with long arms that seemed to stretch out of the shadows. And when it reached me, it whispered my name, and it felt like the very air around me turned to ice. Couldn't breathe, couldn't move. The thing took my arm and I felt myself being pulled into the darkness, into the cold. When I woke up, I was drenched in sweat, my heart racing. But that wasn't the worst part. The worst part was that I wasn't alone. Standing at the foot of my bed, just staring at me, was Sarah, her eyes wide and unblinking, like James. Her mouth moved, but no sound came out. I tried to scream, but my voice got lost in the suffocating silence of the station. By the time the rescue team arrived, it was too late. James was gone, and so was Sarah. They never found her. Not in the ice, not in the snow. And as for me, well, I barely remember how I made it out of there. All I know is that I've never been the same. The worst part? The voices, the whispers, they're still there. They followed me out of the station, and they're still with me now. I can hear them in the walls, in the air, no matter how far I run, no matter how many miles I put between me and that cursed place. They're always there, waiting, watching. And now, I'm not sure who I'm more afraid of, the ones who were lost, or the ones who never left. Story number 19. The Ghosts of Bering Sea Station. It was the kind of night you can only find in the far reaches of the world, where the air is thick with salt and ice, and the sun dips below the horizon without so much as a whisper, leaving you with nothing but the endless black of night. The Bering Sea Station, perched on the edge of the icy expanse, wasn't a place for the faint of heart. No one came here for vacation, that's for sure. Scientists, engineers, a few brave souls who had nowhere else to go, all gathered together to study the tides, the winds, the shifting currents of one of the most desolate places on Earth. But it wasn't the weather that would haunt us. Not in the way you're thinking. It started innocuously enough. I wasn't the first one to notice the shadows. Know that honor went to Sarah, one of the junior engineers. She was a quiet sort, kept to herself, didn't talk much. But I noticed the way she watched the shadows cast by the flickering fluorescent lights in the hallway. It was something that didn't sit right with me. Not at first. It wasn't like she was afraid of them, but she was watching, always watching, like something was moving in the periphery of her vision, just out of reach. That night, I was on the late shift. The rest of the team had gone to bed, and the station was as silent as the sea outside. The kind of silence that presses down on you, makes it hard to breathe. It's the kind of silence that makes you wish for the sound of something, anything, just to break the tension in the air. But there was nothing, just the hum of the electrical systems, the occasional clink of a pipe settling under the pressure of the cold. I was sitting at my desk, trying to finish a report on the latest atmospheric readings, when I heard it. The first door creaked. Just a faint sound, the kind of thing that could have been a draft, or maybe the building settling in the cold. But there was something about it, something wrong. I looked up, half expecting to see someone standing in the doorway, but there was no one there. The hallway was dark, as it always was after hours, the dim light from the single bulb in the kitchen casting long shadows on the floor. I should have just shrugged it off. After all, I'd been working out here for almost 6 months. Things creaked. Things groaned. That was just part of living on a station like this. But that night felt different. I walked into the hallway, my boots clicking against the concrete floor. The building felt colder than usual, and I could see my breath in the air, even though the heat was running fine. As I moved past the kitchen, I saw Sarah again. She was standing at the end of the hallway, staring at something. "Sarah?" I called out, my voice echoing in the empty hall. She didn't respond, but I could see her lips moving, like she was talking to someone or something. "Sarah?" I repeated, taking a step closer. She finally turned her head. And when she did, her face was pale, her eyes wide. "You didn't hear it, did you?" she asked, her voice shaky. "Hear what?" I asked, a chill creeping down my spine. "The footsteps," she whispered. "They're always there, walking around the station. But there's no one there." I laughed nervously, trying to brush it off. "It's probably just the wind or something. You know how old buildings are, right? They creak and moan all the time." But Sarah didn't seem convinced. Her eyes were still fixed on the end of the hallway, like someone was standing just out of sight. I glanced down the hallway, but there was nothing there. No shadows moving, no one waiting, just the dark, oppressive stillness of the station. "Maybe you should get some rest," I suggested. "I'll keep an eye out." She nodded, but before she turned to go back to her room, she hesitated. "I'm telling you," she said quietly. "They're here. I hear them walking around. Sometimes it's like they're right behind me." I didn't know what to say. What do you say to someone who's that frightened? But then it happened again. The sound. The door creaked. But this time, it wasn't just one door. It was several. All along the hallway. One after another. Creak, creak, creak. "Did you hear that?" I asked Sarah. But when I turned to look, she was already gone. Her door was closed, the light dim under the crack. I was alone again. At first, I thought it was the wind, or some weird sound that the old station made when the cold air hit it just right. But then it started to get worse. The creaking doors, the whispers, the sounds of footsteps in the hall. All of them began to happen at the same time, as though there were more people here than I could see. And then, the shadows. The first time I saw it, it was out of the corner of my eye, just a glimpse of something moving across the kitchen. I rushed in, but nothing was there. The second time, I wasn't so sure. I thought I saw something standing in the hallway, just outside the door to the lab. A shadow that didn't belong. A figure standing motionless in the darkness. But when I walked into the hallway, there was nothing, just the cold and the silence. The silence that felt too heavy. By the time the third time came, I wasn't sure what to think anymore. The shadows weren't just shadows anymore. They were figures. Human shapes that moved just out of sight. Always just out of reach. I saw them in the reflection of the window, standing in the snow, watching me. But when I turned around, they were gone. Always gone. Always just a flicker of movement. A trace of someone who shouldn't have been there. And the whispers, they were getting louder. I was beginning to lose track of time. The days blurred together, like everything was caught in some twisted cycle. It was like the station itself was alive, breathing in the dark. There were sounds from the walls, from the floors, from the ceilings. Then, one night, no, not a night, but an early morning when the wind was howling outside like a pack of wolves, I saw him, a man, standing by the door to the storage room, just standing there, looking at me. He was tall, his face pale and gaunt, his clothes ragged as if they'd been torn by something sharp. And when he turned his head to look at me, his eyes weren't human. They were black, endless pools of dark. And in them, I saw something. Something that didn't belong in the world. Before I could react, he vanished, disappeared into thin air. Like the others. I didn't sleep after that. Couldn't. Every time I closed my eyes, I could see them, the figures, the shadows, the man with the black eyes. And I wasn't sure if I was awake or dreaming anymore. By the time the rescue team came to check on us, they found only the empty station. No one left, not a soul in sight. All the rooms were empty, all the doors locked. The equipment was intact, though damaged from the storm that had hit before we lost contact. But as they searched the station, the rescue team started hearing it too, the creaking doors, the footsteps in the hall, the whispers. The ghosts of the Bering Sea Station had finally found someone else to watch. And they would never stop. They never stop. Story number 20. The HARP Echo. You've heard of HARP, right? Everyone has. It's the high-frequency active auroral research program up there in the farthest reaches of Alaska, well, beyond the places where tourists wander. It's one of those places that seems too secretive for comfort, too hidden from the world. People around here say it's just a weather station. Nothing more. Some of them will even laugh about it. But then there's the other crowd, the ones who think something else is going on. Something darker. Something that never should have been touched. I know the stories. The ones you hear whispered in town. The ones the tourists will chuckle about before shaking their heads. Driving away. And forgetting the place. But if you live here long enough, you stop laughing. You start listening. I used to laugh too. I'm a man who prefers explanations, rational ones. Things that make sense. I didn't believe in ghosts or shadows at the edges of your vision. But after what happened, after the sounds, the whispers, I'm not so sure anymore. You should know. I've been here my whole life. This town, this region, they're my home. My father worked on the oil rigs up near Prudhoe Bay. And my mother, God rest her soul, used to tell me stories about the old ways, the native legends, the things that go bump in the night. She always said we were guests on this land, that the land had a way of keeping secrets, of protecting itself. I laughed at those stories too, until I heard the hum. It started with a low, constant drone. I thought it was a distant plane at first. Maybe one of those military jets. It wasn't unusual to hear them zooming past, although they usually stay farther east. But this hum, it was persistent, and it felt wrong, like the air itself was vibrating, pulling at the skin on my face, my bones. It wasn't until I woke up that night, feeling as if the ground beneath me had shifted, that I realized just how wrong it was. It was the end of October when it started. The last breath of autumn before the snow came in, thick and heavy, like the earth was exhaling all its sorrow. I remember the way the air tasted, cold, biting, almost metallic. My breath came out in clouds as I stood on the porch, staring out at the horizon. That's when I first heard it. The hum. It seemed to come from the very sky, or maybe from the earth itself. Low, like a growl, almost animalistic. I chalked it up to wind, maybe some odd atmospheric thing that happens when the seasons change. The next day, though, it was still there, and the day after that, I told myself it was nothing, just my mind playing tricks, or maybe some old equipment at the base doing whatever strange experiments they were doing up there. You know, weather manipulation, something to mess with the aurora borealis. HAARP's supposed to be all about ionospheric research. But no one really knows what they're actually doing. That's when the stories started coming out of the woodwork. Locals who lived on the outskirts of town, out where the road ends, started talking. They said they'd been hearing strange noises at night, like whispers, static, and sometimes even screaming. They said they felt it in their bones, a pressure building up from nowhere, as if the very air was pushing on them. I didn't believe them. Of course, you get that way when you live in Alaska long enough. You learn to ignore the whispers, the cracks in the ground. You get used to the isolation, the wildness. But then things started to happen. And the more I told myself it was nothing, the more it felt like something was happening. Something I couldn't explain. It was just before midnight when it happened. I was in bed, drifting in that half-awake, half-dreaming state, when I heard the sound again, the hum. But it was different now, louder, closer. I pulled myself out of bed, fumbling for the flashlight on my dresser. It was so cold in my house that night, colder than usual. I thought about the furnace, about checking the pipes. But there was something about that hum, something that made the hairs on my neck stand up. When I stepped outside, the world was silent, too silent. The snow was falling in thick sheets, but it felt off, like the storm wasn't just a weather event, but something orchestrated, something controlled. And then I saw it, a faint glow in the distance. At first, I thought it was the lights of a car, or maybe the base. HAARP's lights are bright at night, but this was different. It was like the lights were shifting, bending in the wind, making strange patterns in the sky. And that's when the hum grew louder. I don't know how long I stood there, transfixed, but then I felt it. The ground beneath my feet shifting, like something was moving beneath it. The snow was crunching around me, but not in the way snow usually does. It was wrong, uneven, unnatural. I could hear a voice, a whisper, low, so low that I couldn't tell if it was in my head or coming from the darkness. "Come closer," it said. "Come closer, and you'll understand." The next morning, when I woke up, I could still hear the hum in my ears. But when I went outside, everything looked normal. The snow was fresh, undisturbed. No one had seen anything unusual. Nothing had happened. But I knew, I felt it. That hum was still there, lingering just under the surface, waiting for me to listen again. And it wasn't just me. Over the next few weeks, more people started talking. Some would wake up in the middle of the night, unable to sleep, hearing strange whispers coming from the walls. Others reported seeing shadows, shifting figures in the corner of their eyes. I heard from a couple of truck drivers who passed through that the radios in their cabs started malfunctioning every time they drove near the base. Static and garbled voices coming through the airwaves. Voices that didn't belong. It all seemed to point back to HARP, to the sounds, to whatever it was they were doing up there. I decided to visit the base, the place where the hum seemed to originate. It wasn't easy. HARP is a military facility, after all, surrounded by fences and guards. But I knew the locals. I knew how to sneak by, how to get close without being seen. I thought I could find answers. I thought I could hear it all for myself. But when I got close enough, I felt it again, the pressure, the hum, louder this time, only this time. It wasn't just a sound. It was inside me, rattling my bones. I could feel it pulling at my mind, like it was trying to control me. I didn't get close enough to see what was going on inside. Maybe that was a good thing, because when I turned to leave, I saw something in the distance, a figure, standing at the edge of the trees. A man. Or at least I think it was a man. But his face was wrong. Hollow. Sunken. As if it had been burned away. The hum grew louder. I ran. I didn't stop. I haven't been back to the base since then. No one talks about the hum anymore. People have stopped asking about HARP. Stopped whispering about the things that are going on out there in the wild. But I know what I felt. I know what I heard. And I don't think anyone in this town really wants to know the truth about what's really going on in those isolated halls. But if you come to Alaska and you start hearing that hum yourself, you'd better listen. It's not just the weather. It's not just the wind. There's something much darker out there. Something that's been waiting, maybe for years, maybe for centuries. Something that might just be waking up. And it's calling you. Story number 21. The Whispers Beneath Wrangell. If there's one thing I've learned from all my years of research, it's that there are some things beneath the Earth's surface that were never meant to be uncovered. I should have trusted my instincts, but like all of us who chase knowledge, I ignored the signs. The deeper we went, the more we understood, and the more we wished we didn't. Let me start at the beginning, where everything seemed normal. The Mount Wrangell Research Station wasn't much to look at. It was built in the shadow of the mountain, a crumbling outpost of concrete and steel, tucked away near the volcanic region of Alaska's Wrangell Mountains. The only thing remarkable about it was the constant rumble of the earth. But that was expected. The area was known for its seismic activity, with volcanic tremors that shook the ground from time to time. We were here to study the tectonic shifts beneath us and monitor any signs of eruption. First, it seemed like any other research trip. The team was made up of 4 of us, me, a geophysicist named Dr. Roland Briggs, and 2 younger colleagues, Emily and Josh. We had all been to various seismic zones before. Earthquakes, eruptions, and tremors were a part of the job. But what we encountered here wasn't like anything I had ever experienced. It started with a hum, faint but persistent. It was subtle at first, barely audible, like the low hum of a refrigerator in a room full of silence. but there was something off about it. It wasn't a noise we could identify, not machinery, not wind, not even the usual tremors from Mount Wrangell's restless depths. The sound came from deep beneath the earth, from a place far below our reach. The first time we heard it clearly was on the third night of our stay. Emily had just finished running a series of seismic tests on the northern ridge and had set up the equipment to monitor any potential volcanic activity. We were all sitting around the small table, discussing the day's data, when the noise began. First, we thought it was a fault line slipping. It was low frequency, like a distant earthquake. But then it changed. It morphed into something else, something rhythmic, almost deliberate. It sounded like a heartbeat, slow but deliberate, pulsing through the ground. Josh, who had been sitting closest to the equipment, jumped up from his chair. "Did you hear that?" he asked, his face pale. His hand was trembling as he pointed toward the monitors. "That's not normal." I grabbed the closest headset and listened. The rhythm was unmistakable now, deep, guttural, like a slow breath drawn from the belly of the earth itself. The longer I listened, the more I felt something wrong, felt alive, felt aware. "Just tectonic stress," I said, but I wasn't convincing myself, let alone anyone else. The next day, we ran tests, recalibrated the sensors, and monitored the equipment carefully. Nothing had changed. The sound persisted, growing louder and more pronounced with each passing hour. It was like the earth itself was breathing, its lungs expanding and contracting beneath our feet. But then, it wasn't just the sound. Something else happened. I noticed Emily's face had gone ashen when I passed her in the hallway that evening. Her eyes were wide, fixed on something beyond me. I followed her gaze and saw nothing. "I hear it too," she whispered, her voice shaky. "Hear what?" I asked, but I already knew. "The calls," she said. "There are voices from the ground. It's like people calling to us." That night, I stayed up late, listening to the hum. It wasn't just a hum anymore. I could hear it, almost like words, low, guttural murmurs rising and falling in a strange cadence, like a voice from an ancient, forgotten place. That was when Dr. Briggs became truly worried. He had been skeptical at first, brushing off the sounds as natural phenomena. But now, even he couldn't ignore the growing fear in the air. The sound, whatever it was getting stronger. It was almost as if it were calling us, pulling us toward something deep in the earth's bowels. The next morning, he gathered us all in the main station room. "I've been researching this all night," he said, his voice tense. "There are legends of earth whispers, ancient stories passed down through indigenous cultures. Some of them speak of things buried beneath the land, old gods, old spirits, trapped in the deep. They say when the earth is restless, the voices can be heard, but they're never meant to be listened to." The look on his face sent a chill through me. Dr. Briggs had always been rational, always a scientist to the core. To see him so shaken was something I had never imagined. "Do you think it's possible?" I asked. "I don't know," he replied, his voice faltering. "But I'm afraid we may be hearing something we shouldn't." We decided to leave, but when we tried, something had changed. The roads were blocked by sudden, fierce snowstorms, and the snowdrifts piled up too quickly for us to dig out. The radio equipment was dead. The satellite signals jammed. We were trapped. As the days passed, the noises intensified. They weren't just whispers anymore. The rhythm had grown faster, like a heart frantically pounding, like something desperate to escape. It felt like the earth was closing in on us, suffocating us with its breath. On the fifth night, something happened. We were all in the main room when we heard it, louder than ever before. The ground beneath us shook with a violent tremor, followed by a sound that was no longer rhythmic. It was a scream, a howl, primal and full of rage, and it came from deep beneath the earth. Emily screamed, her voice barely audible over the deafening roar. "It's awake," she gasped. "It's awake." In a panic, We grabbed our things and rushed to the exit. But the snowstorm had worsened. The wind howled like a beast, forcing us back toward the station. We tried to huddle together, hoping the storm would subside. But it didn't, and the sound never stopped. It only grew louder. Then, it was gone. Just like that, the storm stopped. The wind died down. The ground went still. But the silence that followed was more terrifying than the noise. It was a silence that weighed on us, pressing down like the heavy breath of something that had been waiting, watching. We don't speak of it much. Emily left the project shortly after, claiming she couldn't handle the pressure anymore. Josh went into isolation for weeks, refusing to talk about what he'd heard. Dr. Briggs? He was never the same. He became obsessed with finding answers. But every time he tried to return to the station, something stopped him, some invisible force. As for me, I can't forget the sound, the rhythm, the feeling that something was watching, waiting, deep within the earth. And sometimes, when I lie in bed late at night, I can hear it again, the breath, the call, and I wonder, what if it's still waiting for us? Story number 22. The Ghost Base, a tale from the edge of nowhere. The wind was a constant howl as we trudged through the deep, unrelenting snow of Alaska's northernmost reaches. Ghost Base, they called it. Officially, it didn't exist. No one knew its true name. There were no signs, no markings, just a place that seemed to fade into the barren landscape like a dream half-remembered. But it was real enough to us. Real enough to be the subject of every conversation in the taverns. The quiet buzz of curiosity that echoed through Anchorage like a whisper that refused to die. We had come here for one reason, to find the truth behind the rumors, to see if the stories were true. And, God help us, we were about to wish we hadn't. There were 5 of us. Me, the storyteller, the one with the nerve to lead the group. There was Carl, the mechanic, whose hands had the magic touch when it came to machines. He was here to see if the base still had anything left to scavenge. Then there was Natalie, a journalist who specialized in uncovering the dark corners of the world, hungry for a story she could sell. And then there were the twins, Jake and Matt, 2 guys with more guts than brains, always looking for the next thrill. Together, we formed the most unlikely team to venture into the dead silence of Ghost Base. We had heard the stories, the abandoned base hidden in the frozen wilderness, the doors that closed by themselves, the sense of being watched. But none of us really understood what we were getting into. The journey there was uneventful, a quiet, bumpy ride along snow-clad roads until we reached the outskirts of the forgotten base. At first glance, it seemed like any other abandoned military installation, decaying buildings, rusting gates, and the eerie stillness that clung to places where history had gone to die. But something was different here. The air tasted strange, thick, almost metallic, like static. You could feel the ground shift beneath your feet, as if the earth itself was unsettled by our presence. And then there was the silence. It wasn't the peaceful kind of silence, the kind you get when you're far away from civilization. No, this silence felt pregnant with something else, something watching. We stepped inside. The first building we entered was a long, rectangular structure, old concrete, chipped paint, and the lingering scent of mildew. The door slammed shut behind us as soon as we crossed the threshold. We all froze. Natalie jumped. Matt swore, and Carl muttered something under his breath. I turned back toward the door, expecting to see it swing open. But no. It was sealed tight, locked, and I knew, without a doubt, that it hadn't been locked before. Maybe it's just the wind, I said, but my voice didn't sound convinced. Even to my own ears, I felt it, an icy draft that whispered through the cracks in the walls, as if the building itself was breathing. We moved deeper into the building, our boots crunching on the old, brittle floors. It was clear this place had been abandoned for a long time. Old military equipment, rusted and useless, sat abandoned in corners. A few broken-down desks and chairs. But there was something about the way everything was arranged, like someone had just walked away, like someone had been here recently. Guys, this place doesn't feel right, Natalie said, her voice trembling slightly. I feel like I'm being watched. Everyone feels that way in a place like this. Jake laughed, though it sounded hollow, forced. He was the brave one of the group, always the first to crack a joke when things got too quiet. But even he couldn't shake the feeling that gnawed at him. It was the kind of feeling you get when someone is standing just behind you. But when you turn around, no one's there. We all knew what it meant, but we kept walking. By the time we reached the next hallway, something had changed. The hall stretched out in front of us, dark and narrow, and yet, as we walked further, the lights seemed to flicker in and out, as if they were struggling to stay on, fighting something we couldn't see. I looked over my shoulder. The door we'd come through? Still shut, but I had the nagging feeling that it hadn't been the wind that had closed it. Something had made that door close, and now, I realized, I couldn't remember which direction we had come from. Where's the exit? Carl asked, his voice low. Wasn't it just down the hall? I think it's this way, I said, but my voice wavered. I felt like I was leading us in circles. As we kept moving, the sense of being watched intensified. It wasn't just a feeling anymore. I could feel eyes, heavy, pressing against my skin. I turned to Carl, who had been leading the way, and noticed his face had gone pale. What is it? I asked. Something's not right, he muttered. The layout's all wrong. I swear we passed that same door 3 times. He pointed to a door on our right, one we had passed before. I know we passed it. Suddenly, the air shifted. A low rumble echoed from somewhere deep within the walls. Deep, almost like a growl, a sound I couldn't explain. And the lights, they flickered and died completely. It was the first time I truly felt the grip of fear, a tightness in my chest. We were trapped. No, I whispered. No way. I turned to Natalie. She looked back at me, her eyes wide, her lips trembling. It's the ghosts, she said, her voice barely above a whisper. The ones the stories talk about. They're here. I don't believe in ghosts, I said, but even as I spoke, a shiver ran down my spine. It was a silly thing to say. Who was I kidding? The whispers in the walls, the closed doors, the eerie sense of something lurking behind us. I wasn't so sure anymore. We tried to leave. The door we'd come through, now locked tight. We tried another exit. Same result. Every path we chose led us deeper into the maze of corridors. And I couldn't shake the feeling that the building was rearranging itself. Like it was alive, shifting around us, trapping us in its labyrinth. At one point, Matt swore he saw something move at the end of the hallway. A shadow, tall and thin, that darted behind a corner just as we turned to look. We ran after it, but it was gone, like it had never been there at all. Where the hell are we? Jake growled, frustration in his voice. This is insane. We're going in circles. But we weren't. I knew that much. We weren't moving in circles. We were being guided. The final straw came when we reached the room we'd first entered. The door opened, and inside, everything had changed. The tables we'd seen earlier had shifted. Chairs that had been scattered were now neatly arranged. The air, heavy with cold, had become even colder. And there, standing in the middle of the room, was a figure. It was tall, clad in an old military uniform, its face obscured by shadows. But I knew, deep in my bones, who it was. It was one of the soldiers who had died here, trapped in this place for eternity. You shouldn't have come, it whispered, and its voice wasn't a voice, it was a feeling, presence that flooded my mind. I backed away, stumbling, and before I knew it, I was running. I didn't look back. I never made it out of Ghost Base. I don't know how much time passed before the others found me, or if they ever did. I don't know if they're still here, wandering the hallways. I don't even know if I'm still me. But I can tell you this. Some places, some buildings, aren't meant to be found. And once you walk into them, Once they mark you, they never let you go. Story number 23. The Ghosts of Adak Base. I never believed in ghosts. I used to laugh at the stories, roll my eyes when people talked about spirits lingering in places, trapped by their unfinished business or violent deaths. But that was before I spent 3 weeks at the Adak military base. That was before I saw things I couldn't explain. Adak wasn't just any old military post. Nestled on a remote island in Alaska's Aleutian chain, the base had been a hub of activity during World War II, and later, during the Cold War, a strategic location that housed thousands of soldiers and housed military equipment, planes, and weapons that were essential to the defense of the United States. By the time I arrived in the early 2000s, the place had been shut down for nearly a decade. The buildings were abandoned, the runways cracked and weathered by years of harsh winds and bitter cold. But still, I had a job to do. I was with a team of archaeologists and military historians sent to catalog the ruins of the base, to find whatever remnants of the past might be left behind. I was excited. Of course, it was a rare opportunity to explore a place so deeply rooted in history, even if it had been left to rot. It wasn't the kind of place that tourists visited, unless they were looking for something truly unique. But what I didn't expect, the thing I never saw coming, was that Adak had more history buried within it than I could have imagined. History that wasn't written in books. History that was alive. It was the first night that things started to feel wrong. We had set up camp inside one of the old barracks. The place smelled of mildew and rust. The air stale with the weight of forgotten years. The wind outside howled, a mournful wail that seemed to echo through the corridors of the building. It was cold. Colder than I expected for an Alaskan winter. But that wasn't the unsettling part. It wasn't until we started to hear the footsteps. At first, I thought it was just the wind, or perhaps a mouse scurrying through the walls. But as the hours dragged on, the sounds grew louder. The heavy, rhythmic thud of boots, soldiers' boots, echoing through the empty halls. We all heard it. All of us, my team. 3 other historians and archaeologists, who'd been working here for days, cataloging old bunkers and abandoned aircraft hangars. But when we investigated, there was no one there. The hallway was empty. The footsteps vanished. I tried to brush it off. It was probably just the building settling. But as the night wore on, the noises intensified. Soon, we began hearing whispers, low, guttural voices speaking in hushed tones. They sounded like conversations happening just beyond the door, in the room next door. But when we opened it, nothing was there. Nothing except the smell of cigarette smoke. Something that lingered despite the years of neglect. I wasn't the only one who noticed. My colleague, Dr. Lisa Hines, a soft-spoken historian from Boston, was the first to admit that she was starting to feel uncomfortable. She'd always been skeptical, but something about Adak was getting under her skin. She didn't want to admit it at first, but her face betrayed her when she started to mention seeing shapes moving in the periphery of her vision. Shadows that didn't belong to us. Figures standing in the corners of the rooms, watching us, waiting. It wasn't long before we all began to experience strange things. I started hearing my name being called, a voice deep and raspy, like the sound of someone yelling from far away. But when I turned to look, no one was there. My team members started having dreams of soldiers, their faces twisted with fear, calling out for help, only to disappear into the shadows. And then, there were the screams. One night, it was Josh, our youngest member, who first heard it. He claimed it came from the other side of the building, deep in the bowels of the old hospital wing. The sound was unmistakable. A man screaming in agony, a long, drawn-out scream that seemed to echo through the walls, reverberating into our very bones. We ran to investigate, but by the time we reached the hospital wing, everything was silent, just the wind and the stillness of the decaying base. But the damage had already been done. We were being watched. We could feel it. Someone or something was keeping an eye on us. The air in the rooms was thick, oppressive. like the atmosphere was charged with something dark, something angry. It was Lisa who found it first, the old radio, hidden away in one of the storage rooms. It hadn't been used in years, maybe decades, but when she turned it on, crackled to life. The static was loud at first, but then there was something else. Voices, faint, almost unintelligible. But there, we tried to record it, but it always disappeared when we played it back. The next day, we decided to investigate further. We dug through the military archives, looking for anything that could explain what was happening. We found reports of soldiers who had gone missing during the height of the Cold War, men who'd been stationed at Adak and vanished without a trace. And then there were the whispers of the men who died here, those who'd seen the horrors of war and were left to wander the base forever. Their spirits, some said, never left. They were still here, still haunting the place. That night, as the wind howled and the moon hung heavy in the sky, we ventured out to the old barracks. There was something waiting for us, something we couldn't see, but we could feel, a presence that pressed in on us, suffocating and cold. The whispers grew louder, the shadows lengthened, stretching across the walls like fingers reaching for us. The temperature dropped. Our breath came out in foggy puffs, even though the heater was on. And then we saw them, figures, ghostly soldiers, walking slowly down the hallways, their faces distorted in terror. Their uniforms were faded and torn, their eyes wide with an expression of deep, agonizing fear. They didn't speak, but their presence was overwhelming. They walked through the walls, fading into the night, only to reappear moments later. I never saw them leave. By the time we left Adak, I don't think any of us were the same. Josh, who had been the first to experience the screams, left the team. He wouldn't talk about what he saw, but I knew. He knew, and he wasn't coming back. We all saw something that couldn't be explained, something that, to this day, still chills me to the bone. The ghosts of Adak weren't just the spirits of the soldiers who died. They were something more, something trapped, unable to move on, forever stuck in a cycle of suffering and torment. And I swear to you, the last time I left the island, I felt something following me, something still watching, still waiting. I should have believed in ghosts, but even now, I know they're real. They never left. And if you're ever on that island, just remember, when the wind howls, when the night feels too cold, you're not alone, not by a long shot. Story number 24. The Ghosts of Elmendorf. I never believed in ghosts. Never. Not until that night at Elmendorf. You have to understand. I'm a man of science, a man of reason. I'm a researcher, and for years, I've been the type who dismisses strange occurrences as nothing more than coincidence, imagination, or the tricks of the mind. But that night, at the old Air Force Base in Anchorage, Alaska, something changed. It started like any other routine field assignment. The base had been partially decommissioned years ago, and most of the facilities were shut down or repurposed. The air was cold, that bite of Alaskan winter already creeping in. But there was nothing unusual about the mission I was given. My team and I were sent to conduct a security assessment on some of the abandoned buildings left behind. We were supposed to confirm that the area was clear, and then we'd head back to the city, probably with nothing more than a few tired legs and a checklist to mark off. But what I didn't know was that something was waiting for us, waiting for me, inside that place. We arrived just after sunset, the fading light casting long, eerie shadows over the half-empty base. The area around Elmendorf was peaceful, the usual buzz of military aircraft and activity replaced by an unnatural quiet. We parked near the main entrance, the old gates creaking slightly in the wind. The chill seemed to seep into my bones almost immediately, and I pulled my coat tighter around me as we began walking to the first of the abandoned buildings. The first building was a maintenance hangar, large and empty. I wasn't surprised to see that there was nothing of interest. No signs of intrusion. No signs of anything at all, really. But as we moved deeper into the compound, toward the barracks, I began to feel it, a sense of unease, like being watched. There's a feeling you get when you walk into an old house, a place that's been abandoned for too long, and you just know something is wrong. It's not the creaking of the wood or the cold spots in the air. It's deeper than that. It's like the place remembers you're there, like it has a history you can't touch. But it's still there, watching. That was the first time I felt it. A shiver that ran down my spine and made the hairs on my neck stand up. I chalked it up to the isolation of the base, the silence of the surrounding woods, the long months of winter that can make anyone a little jumpy. But then I saw it. It was around midnight, the shadows stretching long through the empty halls of the barracks as I walked past a row of windows. The light from my flashlight cut through the darkness, casting eerie beams across the walls. And that's when I saw it. The figure. At first, I thought it was one of my colleagues, standing by the window, waiting for me. But when I called out, there was no answer. I called again, louder this time, my voice echoing through the empty hall. Still nothing. I approached the window slowly, the floor creaking beneath my boots. The figure didn't move. It stood perfectly still, its form outlined in the moonlight filtering through the frosted glass. I stopped in front of the window, my breath fogging up the glass. That's when I saw it clearly. The figure wasn't wearing the uniform of an Air Force officer or even a civilian. No, this figure was different. It was an older uniform, military but from a time long past. The fabric was worn, threadbare at the edges, and the figure's face was obscured, hidden in the shadows. I don't know how long I stood there, staring at the figure. Seconds? Minutes? Time didn't seem to matter. It was as if the world around me had frozen in that moment. Every creak of the building, every whisper of wind outside, suspended in time. Then, suddenly, the figure turned its head. I don't know how I knew it, but I felt it this cold, knowing glance from the other side of the glass. I stepped back instinctively, my heart pounding in my chest. I expected it to vanish the way ghosts do in movies, but it didn't. I pushed the door open, stepping into the room. The air inside was cold, almost suffocating. My flashlight swept the dark space, and I called out once more. "Hey, is someone in here?" No answer. I walked across the floor, my boots tapping against the tile, until I was standing directly in front of the window. I stared into the glass, expecting nothing more than a reflection of my own face, illuminated by the flashlight's beam. But when I looked up, the figure was gone, vanished. There was nothing but the emptiness of the dark, broken only by the faintest shadow in the corner of the room. I don't know what happened next. I was frozen, unable to move, my mind racing to make sense of what I'd seen. Was I imagining things? Could the isolation be playing tricks on me? Maybe the stress of the assignment was catching up to me. But when I turned around, I saw him again. The soldier. He was standing at the far end of the hallway, staring at me with hollow eyes, his body shrouded in shadow. He didn't move, didn't speak. He simply watched. I could feel his gaze boring into me, like he was waiting for something, waiting for me to do something. I wanted to run. I should have run, but I didn't. The soldier didn't step forward. He didn't move at all. He just stood there, like he was waiting for me to come closer, and I couldn't resist. I took a step forward, then another, my boots echoing off the walls as I moved down the dark corridor. With each step, I could feel the weight of something ancient and heavy pressing in on me. It was as if the walls themselves were closing in, as if the base itself was alive with memories that refused to die. And then, without warning, the air shifted, the temperature dropped. I felt it in my bones. A cold that wasn't of this world, cold that didn't belong. The soldier was gone. I blinked and looked around, but I was alone. The corridor was empty. I don't remember much after that. I don't remember how I left the base, or how I got back to the car. What I remember is the silence that followed. The unnerving silence of the place that wouldn't let me forget what I'd seen. Elmendorf is full of ghosts. I learned that night that some things don't stay dead, even when the buildings have crumbled and the people have gone. Some things linger, waiting, watching, and I'm not sure if they ever really leave. But what haunts me the most is that moment. The moment when I looked into the empty hallway and knew I wasn't alone. Not anymore. Story number 25. The Ghosts of Kulis. It was a cold evening when I first came across the story of Kulis Air Force Base. I was a journalist, fresh from college and eager for a real assignment. And somehow, my beat led me to the cold, desolate stretches of Alaska. Kulis, once a bustling hub of military aviation, had been abandoned nearly 2 decades ago. Its runway sat empty now, the hangars silent, and the air was thick with the heavy, unspoken history of the men and women who had once been stationed there. The locals had a story about the place, one they didn't tell lightly, and it's a story I can't forget. I had been warned about Kulis by a few of the older townsfolk, the kind who still had a faint smell of whiskey on their breath and a glint in their eye. They all told me the same thing. The ghosts of the base still walked the grounds. "Don't go there," they said. "Not at night." They were only half joking, but like any young, arrogant fool, I ignored their warnings. I was determined to uncover the truth behind the rumors of restless spirits. So one evening, I drove to the outskirts of Anchorage, where the remnants of Kulis Base lay, forgotten and crumbling beneath a blanket of snow. The gate was rusted, barely standing, as if time itself had lost interest in the place. I parked my car just outside and stepped onto the cracked pavement. The air was unnervingly still, no hum of distant engines, no sound of life anywhere, just the soft crunch of my boots on the frozen ground. I had been told to expect the usual signs of decay: abandoned buildings, shattered windows, peeling paint, but what struck me most was the silence. It was as if the entire base had been swallowed up by the past, and the world had forgotten it ever existed. As I wandered deeper into the complex, I could feel it, the weight of 1,000 memories pressing down on me. The hangars that once housed the fighter jets were now empty shells, their metal skeletons groaning in the wind. The control towers loomed over me like silent sentinels, their windows like eyes watching my every move. It wasn't until I reached the runway that I felt something shift. At first, it was just a vague sensation, a tingle at the back of my neck, like I was being watched. But then it came again, stronger this time, faint whine, like the distant hum of an engine, drifting through the frozen air. I stopped in my tracks, my heart racing. It was impossible. There were no planes left at Kulis. No planes had been stationed here for years. And yet, the sound grew louder, clearer, as though it was coming from the sky itself. I looked up, half expecting to see a ghostly aircraft streaking through the air. But there was nothing. The sky was clear, the stars sharp and bright in the cold night. The noise persisted, an echo from the past, like a memory that refused to fade. I began to move again. My curiosity piqued. I walked toward the old barracks, the building where the pilots used to stay. As I approached, I saw it just a flicker at first, like a shadow moving in the corner of my eye. A figure, dressed in a flight suit, standing by one of the broken windows. I froze, my breath caught in my throat. The figure was barely visible, but it was unmistakable. It was the outline of a pilot, his posture rigid, his head slightly tilted as though listening for something. Or perhaps, waiting. I stepped closer, my feet dragging through the snow, each step feeling heavier than the last. When I reached the building, I looked up, my eyes tracing the window where the figure had stood. But now, it was empty. There was no one there. I stood there for what felt like an eternity, waiting for the pilot to reappear, to give some sign that I had not imagined it. But nothing, just the wind, the snow, and the silence. But then, in the distance, I heard it again, the whine of a jet engine, closer this time, as though a plane was flying low over the base. I turned, my heart pounding in my chest, but I saw nothing in the sky. The sound grew louder, almost deafening, as though it were right next to me. And then, from the shadows, I saw it, a figure in a flight suit, walking slowly across the runway, his face obscured by the darkness. He moved with purpose, his boots crunching in the snow, and I could hear the faintest sound of his breath as he exhaled into the cold air. "Hello," I called out, my voice trembling. "Can I help you?" The figure didn't respond. He kept walking, his pace steady, until he was swallowed by the darkness beyond the runway. I stood there, frozen, my mind racing. It was as though the base had come alive with memories of its past, memories that refused to let go, memories of pilots long gone. I wanted to run, but something in me, the journalist, the skeptic, kept me there. I followed the figure, my feet moving of their own accord, through the snow, past the hangars, until I reached the old control tower. The door was ajar, a thin sliver of light spilling out from within. I stepped inside. The air was thick with the smell of old leather and oil, the remnants of a time when the base had been full of life. But now, the walls were covered in dust, the floor littered with debris, and there, standing by the window, was the figure again, the same flight suit, the same rigid posture. He was staring out into the darkness, his face still hidden. I didn't speak this time. I didn't know what to say. I just watched him, and then, without warning, the figure turned. Slowly, deliberately, he stepped toward me, his boots scraping against the floor. His face was still obscured, but I could feel his eyes on me, cold, unblinking. I took a step back, my breath catching in my throat, and that's when I saw it, a reflection in the glass. Behind me, standing in the doorway, was a second figure, pilot, just like the first. I spun around, but there was no one there. The room was empty. The hum of the jet engines, the footsteps, the presence of the pilot, all of it faded into the night. But the memory, the feeling that I was being watched, stayed with me. I left Coolest the next morning, my mind haunted by what I'd seen. I never went back, and I never will. Some things are better left in the past, especially in places like Coolest Air Force Base, where the souls of the pilots still fly, even after the runway has gone cold. Story number 26. The Haunting of Fort Richardson. The first time I set foot in Fort Richardson, I thought it would be like any other military base, drab, utilitarian, and full of the usual sense of institutional indifference. But it wasn't like that. No, there was something strange about Fort Richardson, something I couldn't place at first, but that gnawed at me the longer I stayed. I was stationed at the base as a young soldier, just a kid, really, fresh out of basic training, eager to prove myself, and a little more than naive about the world beyond the drill fields. My duties were simple enough: inventory, maintenance, and organizing equipment in the vast, cavernous warehouses that dotted the base. But it wasn't the work that troubled me. It was the silence, the oppressive, eerie silence that seemed to fill the air in every hallway and room. Most of the soldiers I worked with had been stationed at Fort Richardson for years. They were grizzled, veteran types, and they'd seen their fair share of strange things, they claimed, but none of them ever said much about it, especially not to a rookie like me. I remember once asking an old sergeant about it, after I'd heard him muttering something about the old storage buildings. He just grunted and said, "The base is haunted. Everyone who works here knows it. But it's not the kind of ghost that tries to kill you. It's worse. It wears you down." I laughed it off at the time. Ghosts? I was too young to believe in that stuff. But the deeper I got into the job, the more I understood what he meant. It was a Tuesday night when it happened, the night that changed everything. I was assigned to work in one of the older storage warehouses that had been left mostly untouched for years. The building was set apart from the rest of the base, tucked away at the far edge of the compound, its windows dark and uninviting. The hallways inside smelled of dust, rust, and something faintly metallic like old blood. The overhead lights flickered constantly, and there was always an odd hum in the air, like static electricity, just beneath the surface. I had been alone in the building for hours, organizing crates of old military supplies, useless equipment that had been forgotten by time. The work was tedious, but it gave me a sense of purpose. I was nearly done when I heard it. At first, I thought it was just the creaking of the old metal doors, or maybe a draft. But no. There was a noise, footsteps, muffled, like someone was walking just beyond the rows of stacked crates. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. I didn't know anyone else was supposed to be in the building, and the footsteps sounded too deliberate to be the wind or just the building settling. I grabbed a flashlight from my belt and started moving toward the sound, my heart pounding in my chest. I called out, "Hello? Is someone there?" No answer, just the sound of soft, slow footsteps echoing down the long hall. I froze. The footsteps were getting closer. They were too regular, too methodical, like the deliberate pace of someone who knew exactly where they were going. I turned a corner, flashlight held high, and that's when I saw it. The door to one of the storage rooms was slowly swinging open. It wasn't supposed to be open. It was one of the old equipment rooms that had been sealed for years. The heavy, automatic door should have remained locked. But there it was, standing ajar, and there was something wrong about it, something unnatural. The door opened on its own. My pulse quickened. I wanted to turn and run, but my legs wouldn't move. It was as if something was pulling me toward the door, something invisible but powerful, like a force I couldn't resist. I stepped forward, flashlight beam shaking in my hand. I peered inside. The room was completely dark, save for the small beam of light from my flashlight. I could barely make out the shapes of old crates stacked in the corners. But what caught my eye was the temperature shift. The air inside the room was cold, unnaturally cold. My breath misted in front of me, and I felt a chill settle deep into my bones, as though the very air had turned to ice. I stepped into the room, against every instinct in my body telling me to turn back. The moment I crossed the threshold, the door slammed shut behind me with a loud metallic clang. My heart skipped in my chest, and I spun around, shining my light on the door. It was solid, locked in place. There was no way it had closed that quickly by itself. I swallowed hard and turned back to the darkness of the room. And that's when I heard it. The whisper. It started softly, barely perceptible, but as I strained my ears, it grew louder. It was coming from the far corner of the room, just beyond the stacks of crates. The voice, or voices, were faint, but unmistakable. "Get out! Leave!" I wasn't sure if the whispers were real or if my mind was playing tricks on me, but they seemed to come from all around me, like 1,000 voices murmuring just out of reach. The air grew heavier, pressing down on me, as though the walls themselves were closing in. And then, I saw it. In the darkness, just beyond the light of my flashlight, a shape moved. It was tall, humanoid like a person, but wrong. Somehow, the edges of the figure seemed to flicker and waver, like smoke in the wind. Couldn't make out any details, but the outline was unmistakable. I tried to shout, but my voice caught in my throat. I reached for the door, fumbling at the handle, but it wouldn't budge. The whispers grew louder now, more urgent. "Leave, now!" I didn't know what to do. My heart was racing, my legs frozen in place. I wanted to scream, to run, but I couldn't move. The cold had seeped into my bones, numbing my limbs. That's when the door opened again, slowly, deliberately. I didn't hesitate. I bolted, stumbling out of the room, barely able to see through the tears in my eyes. I didn't look back as I ran down the hallway, through the dimly lit corridors, until I finally reached the exit. I didn't stop running until I reached the main gate. The next morning, I was back at the base, sitting in the mess hall, unable to shake the memory of what I had seen or what I had heard. I wasn't the first to experience it. There had been others. Some said it was just the echoes of war, phantoms of soldiers long gone. Others said it was the land itself, cursed by the horrors that had occurred there. But I knew one thing for sure. Something in Fort Richardson wasn't right, and it had been waiting for me. I never went back to that storage room, and I never went back to the base. Sometimes, when I close my eyes, I hear the whispers again, and I can feel the cold. I wonder if I'm the only one who still hears them. Story number 27. The Screams Beneath Fort Greely. I had never been to Alaska before, and in all honesty, I never thought I'd end up in a place as remote as Fort Greely. The assignment seemed simple enough, a routine check of an abandoned military installation that had been decommissioned years ago. But no one told me about the darkness that clung to those hollowed-out concrete walls, or the sounds that seeped from the earth itself like blood from an open wound. Fort Greely was a ghost. It had once been one of the most strategic military sites in the United States, a hub for missile defense systems and classified weapons testing, tucked away in the heart of Alaska's wilderness. But when the Cold War ended, the base was abandoned. The soldiers left. The weapons were decommissioned. The government sealed off the site. And the only ones who visited were researchers, thrill seekers, and a few bored locals who swore they could hear strange things at night if they ventured too close. I'd heard the rumors. Everyone had. The stories of strange noises echoing through the empty tunnels beneath the base. The whispers of haunted halls and unexplained shadows. But I didn't believe them. No one did. Really. At least not until they were standing on the edge of that place, feeling the weight of its history pressing down on their chest. I was part of a small team from the Department of Defense tasked with documenting the state of the underground bunkers. They'd been closed off for years, left untouched except for the occasional scavenger or urban explorer who thought they could brave the eerie isolation. I wasn't scared. At first. How could I be? It was just an old military base. After all, we had our gear, our flashlights, and our training. But as we descended into the bowels of Fort Greely's underground complex, something began to change. It was subtle at first, a flicker in the corner of my vision, a faint movement behind a door that shouldn't have been able to move. I figured it was nothing, but the deeper we went, the more the air seemed to change. It became thicker, heavier, as though the very walls of the base were holding their breath, waiting for something to happen. We reached the first of the bunkers after an hour of descending through rusted, winding staircases and narrow hallways. The walls were covered in peeling paint, and the air smelled faintly of mildew and oil. It was like stepping into a forgotten world, one that had been left behind in haste. I felt a strange unease settle in my stomach. Let's get this over with, I muttered to myself, trying to shake off the sensation. The others in my group were all business, scanning the equipment, taking notes, and snapping pictures of the old missile silos and storage rooms. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching us. Something was here, and it wasn't happy about it. We made our way to the deepest section of the bunker. The steel doors were rusted shut, but with a little force, we managed to open them. The sound of the door scraping against the floor echoed through the chamber. And that's when I heard it. A low, guttural sound, almost like a sigh, but deeper, like the earth itself was exhaling. I turned to my colleague, Greg, but he didn't seem to hear it. I pressed a finger to my lips, motioning for silence. Then, I heard it again. A scream, a sharp, agonizing cry that cut through the silence like a knife. My heart pounded in my chest, and for a moment, couldn't breathe. It was the sound of someone in unimaginable pain. But the scream wasn't human. Not fully. There was something raw, something other about it. Did you hear that? I whispered, but Greg just looked at me, confused. Hear what? He asked. He didn't hear it. None of them did. They were too focused on the task at hand. But I heard it, and the others would hear it soon enough. We moved deeper into the bunker, and as we passed each room, the temperature dropped. My breath fogged up in front of me, and the hairs on the back of my neck stood up straight. The sense of being watched grew stronger with each step. The walls felt alive, as if they were pulsing with the energy of something trapped deep beneath the surface. Then, came again, the sound of scratching, like something was scraping against the walls. I turned sharply, But there was nothing there. No rats, no insects, just the oppressive silence of the empty base. But then we heard the voices, soft, distant whispers that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere at once. They were unintelligible at first, but as we ventured deeper into the heart of the bunker, the whispers grew louder, clearer. "Help us! Help us!" I froze. The words were unmistakable, like a cry from the depths of hell itself. The voices sounded desperate, pleading, and they weren't human. At least, not entirely. "What the hell is that?" Greg asked, his voice cracking. I could see the fear in his eyes now. He was no longer the confident, level-headed colleague I had known. We all felt it, the unmistakable, suffocating sense of something watching us, something trapped in the dark corners of the bunker. The whispers turned into something else. A low, rhythmic pounding. Thump, 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 like something was trying to break free. Something powerful, something alive. And then, there was a scream, a blood-curdling, soul-ripping scream that echoed through the bunker, shaking the very ground beneath our feet. It came from one of the deep storage rooms we had yet to enter. But by the time we reached it, there was nothing there. No body, no evidence of anyone ever being there. Just the sound. The air was thick with it now. The stench of something decaying, something ancient. The walls seemed to close in on us, as if the very space we occupied was alive, pressing in from all sides. The longer we stayed, the more distorted the sounds became, voices, whispers, screams, and thumps that were all blending into one chaotic symphony of terror. We tried to leave, but the doors wouldn't open. I swear to God, we were trapped in that damned place with whatever it was that lived beneath the surface. We fought with the doors for what felt like hours, but they didn't budge. The only sounds were those maddening whispers, now growing louder, until they felt like they were coming from inside my skull. And then, as quickly as it had started, everything went silent. The doors opened. The others scrambled out of the bunker, running into the cold Alaskan air like their lives depended on it. But me, I had to look. I had to know. I turned back to the darkness, to the whispering, to the screaming. I never saw the others again. Some say I ran with them, but I know the truth. I stayed behind. I heard the voices, the souls of the lost soldiers, the ones who never left Fort Greely, and they called to me. They called me to stay. The screeches, the wails, they're still there. I can hear them sometimes, in my sleep, and sometimes, I swear, I hear them calling my name. Help us. Help us. I know one day, they'll come for me. They'll drag me down into the darkness beneath Fort Greely, where I'll join the others, the lost, the damned. And when the wind howls through the cold Alaskan nights, it's their voices I'll hear, and they'll be waiting for you, too. Story number 28. The Whispers of Clear Air Force Station. I thought it would be easy, a simple assignment to document the state of an old military facility in the middle of Alaska. A few days of work cataloging abandoned equipment, snapping photos of rusted radar dishes, and checking off boxes on a clipboard. That's all I expected. I didn't expect the whispers. Clear Air Force Station had been a Cold War relic, a sentinel standing watch over the vast skies of North America. Its massive radar arrays once scanned for ballistic missile threats, listening to the heavens for any sign of an incoming attack. By the time I arrived in the early 2000s, it was little more than a graveyard of outdated technology, its purpose relegated to the annals of history. I was part of a small team sent to assess the condition of the site and determine what could be salvaged. It was routine work, boring even, but as soon as I stepped onto the base, I felt it, a sense of unease, a heaviness in the air that didn't belong. The base itself was a shell of its former self. The main building, where the radar arrays had been housed, loomed large against the gray Alaskan sky. The wind howled through broken windows, carrying with it the faint scent of metal and decay. Most of the equipment had been decommissioned, stripped for parts or left to rust. as we walked through the halls. I couldn't shake the feeling that we weren't alone. It started on the second day. I was in the main control room, a cavernous space filled with rows of consoles and monitors that hadn't been powered on in decades. The room was eerily silent, save for the occasional creak of the building settling. I was cataloging the equipment, checking serial numbers, when I heard a faint, almost imperceptible sound. At first, I thought it was the wind, but as I listened closer, I realized it wasn't the wind at all. It was a voice, a whisper. "Help!" I froze, my pen hovering above the clipboard. The word was faint, barely audible, but it was there. I turned, expecting to see one of my colleagues standing behind me, playing a prank. But the room was empty. "Hello!" I called out, my voice echoing off the walls. No response. I tried to shake it off. Maybe it was just my imagination, a trick of the wind passing through the cracks in the building. But deep down, I knew better. That night, as we sat around a makeshift camp inside the base, I asked the others if they'd heard anything strange. Greg, one of the engineers, gave me a look. "You heard it too." "Huh?" he said, his voice low. "Heard what?" I asked, though I already knew. "The whispers," he said. "I've been hearing them since we got here. Thought it was just me losing my mind." Lisa, the project lead, laughed nervously. "Come on, guys, it's an old building. Probably just the wind." But I could see the fear in her eyes. She had heard them too. The whispers grew louder as the days went on. At first, they were sporadic, fleeting, but by the end of the week, they were constant. Sometimes, it sounded like a single voice, soft and mournful. Other times, it was a chorus, overlapping whispers that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere all at once. The worst part? They were coming from the radar arrays. The arrays had been decommissioned decades ago, their circuits gutted, their power long since cut. But every time I walked past the control panel, I heard them, the whispers, faint but persistent, like a ghostly signal trying to break through the static. One night, I decided to investigate. I couldn't take it anymore, the whispers, the unease, the sense that something was watching us. Armed with nothing but a flashlight and a tape recorder, I made my way to the radar tower. The tower was massive, a skeletal structure of metal and wires that stretched into the sky. As I climbed the stairs to the top, the whispers grew louder. They weren't words anymore. Not exactly. They were sounds, moans, cries, distorted voices that seemed to vibrate through the air. When I reached the top, I found the source, or at least, I thought I did. The radar dish stood silent, a hulking relic of the past. But as I approached, I felt a vibration beneath my feet, a low hum that seemed to resonate through my entire body. I placed my hand on the control panel, and that's when I heard it. "Help us!" The voice was clear now, louder than before. It wasn't coming from the dish. It was coming from the ground. I don't remember running back down the tower. I don't remember bursting into the main building, gasping for breath as I tried to explain what I'd heard. All I know is that I wasn't the only one. Greg had been in the control room when it happened. He said the monitors flickered on, even though they weren't connected to any power source. And on the screens, he saw them, faces, dozens of them, pale and ghostly, staring out at him from the static. Lisa called it quits the next morning. She didn't say why, but I could see it in her eyes. She'd heard the whispers too. We left Clear Air Force Station later that day, our assignment unfinished. The base was sealed up, left to rot in the Alaskan wilderness. But I couldn't forget what I'd heard, what I'd seen. The whispers, the faces, the feeling of being watched. It stayed with me. And sometimes, late at night, I hear them again. The whispers, the voices, calling out from the static, from the shadows. "Help us!" I don't know what happened at Clear Air Force Station. I don't know what they were experimenting with, what they unleashed. But I know one thing. Something is still there, trapped beneath the surface, waiting for someone to listen. And I fear that one day, someone will. Story number 29. The Cursed Turkey of Hollow Creek. The first snowfall of December in Hollow Creek, Kentucky, always brought a sense of quiet anticipation. The small town, nestled between rolling hills and dense forests, seemed to hold its breath as the white flakes blanketed the landscape. Christmas was just around the corner, and our family home was abuzz with the usual preparations. This year, however, something felt different, an undercurrent of unease that I couldn't quite place. I'm Jacob Miller, the eldest of 3 siblings in a family that cherished traditions. Our Christmas dinners were legendary in Hollow Creek, known for my mother's perfectly roasted turkey, seasoned with herbs from our own garden and cooked to golden perfection. It was a ritual that connected us to generations past, a thread woven into the fabric of our family's history. This year, as we prepared for Christmas Eve dinner, there was an odd tension in the air. My father, always the pragmatic one, seemed more distracted than usual, his eyes darting toward the old family photo album whenever I tried to engage him in conversation. My younger sister, Lily, was unusually quiet, her eyes distant as she hung ornaments on the tree. Even my brother, Ethan, typically the life of the party, was subdued, his laughter absent from the usual festive banter. As the day progressed, we busied ourselves with the usual tasks, decorating the tree, setting the table with our finest china, and preparing side dishes that would complement the centerpiece. The turkey, my mother, ever the perfectionist, moved gracefully through the kitchen, her hands deftly maneuvering from one task to another. The aroma of roasting turkey filled the house, mingling with the scent of pine and cinnamon, creating an intoxicating blend that signaled the culmination of our efforts. By early evening, the turkey was ready. It sat proudly in the oven, its skin crisp to a perfect golden brown, the result of my father's careful basting and my mother's meticulous seasoning. We gathered in the dining room, the table set with care, the candles flickering softly in the dim light. The first course was served, a hearty meal that brought warmth and comfort, the kind only family traditions can provide. As we settled down to enjoy our feast, the room was filled with laughter and the clinking of silverware. Stories from the past year were shared, and plans for the holidays were discussed with enthusiasm. Everything seemed perfect, yet there was an unspoken tension that lingered beneath the surface, an unease that none of us could fully address. After the meal, we decided to relax in the living room, the fire crackling in the hearth casting dancing shadows on the walls. I watched as my family dispersed, each member retreating to their own corner of the house to unwind. It was then that the first sign of something amiss occurred, a faint noise, almost imperceptible, emanating from the kitchen. I glanced toward the source of the sound, a soft, scraping noise that seemed out of place amidst the peaceful ambience. Curious, I rose from my seat and made my way toward the kitchen, the footsteps echoing softly on the wooden floor. As I approached, the noise grew louder, more distinct, a rhythmic scraping that sent a chill down my spine. Peering into the kitchen, I was met with an unsettling sight. The turkey, still sitting in the oven, appeared to be moving on its own. It rotated slowly, as if guided by an invisible hand, its glossy skin reflecting the light in eerie patterns. My heart raced as I stepped closer, reaching out to touch it, but my hand passed through the bird as if it were made of smoke. "Jake!" My father's voice called out from the living room, pulling me back from the kitchen. "Is everything all right?" I hesitated, unsure of how to explain what I had just witnessed. "I think there's something strange happening with the turkey," I replied, my voice barely above a whisper. He approached cautiously, his brow furrowing as he examined the oven. "It should be off by now," he muttered, checking the temperature. "I turned it off after dinner." But the turkey continued to move, its rotation becoming more frantic, the once perfectly roasted skin now taking on a sickly sheen. My father's skepticism wavered as he watched the bird spin, the room growing colder with each passing second. My mother entered the kitchen, her eyes wide with concern. "What's going on here?" she asked, her voice tinged with fear. Before anyone could respond, the oven door swung open violently, releasing a gust of icy air that sent papers fluttering and ornaments clinking to the floor. The turkey leapt out of the oven, hovering inches above the countertop. Its eyes, if you could call the seasoning on it eyes, seeming to stare directly at us with an unnatural intensity. A collective gasp filled the kitchen as the turkey began to levitate, the temperature dropping further, our breaths visible in the frigid air. My sister, Lily, stepped forward, her face pale but resolute. "Dad, Ethan, we need to leave," she urged, her voice trembling. But before we could react, the room was plunged into darkness. The lights flickered and died, leaving us in pitch blackness. The only light now came from the oven's interior, casting a dim, ghostly glow that illuminated the spectral figure of the turkey. His form seemed to twist and contort, the once edible bird now a monstrous apparition of feathers and bone. "Why are you doing this?" my father demanded, his voice cracking under the strain of fear. The turkey began to emit a low, guttural growl, the sound reverberating through the kitchen like the rumble of distant thunder. Shadows danced around us, the walls closing in as the oppressive atmosphere intensified. My brother, Ethan, backed away, tripping over his own feet in his haste to escape. "It's cursed," my mother whispered, her voice barely audible over the cacophony of sounds filling the room. "We need to get out of here." As we turned to flee, the turkey's form expanded, growing larger and more menacing, its eyes now glowing with an unholy light. The room seemed to warp and distort, the once familiar kitchen now a nightmarish landscape of shifting shadows and disorienting angles. The cursed turkey advanced toward us, each step echoing with a sinister intent. I grabbed my father's arm, trying to lead him and my siblings toward the door. But the room resisted our efforts. Doors slammed shut on their own, windows sealed tight, and the floor beneath our feet began to undulate like the surface of a disturbed pond. Panic set in as we struggled to find a way out, the cursed turkey relentlessly pursuing us. "Stay together," my father shouted, his voice steady despite the chaos. "We can get through this." But the malevolent force in the kitchen was determined to trap us, to ensure that the curse would consume our family. The turkey's growls grew louder, more insistent, as it drew nearer, its presence suffocating and omnipresent. My sister, Lily, began to cry, her fear palpable as she clung to Ethan for support. In a desperate attempt to break free, I remembered the old family lore, the stories of curses and blessings that my grandmother had shared with us during Christmases past. She had always been fascinated by the supernatural, her tales adding a mysterious allure to our family traditions. Perhaps, I thought, there was something in those stories that could help us now. "Mom, Dad, what do we do?" I called out, hoping against hope that there was a way to lift the curse. My father took a deep breath, his eyes scanning the room for any sign of hope. "We need to honor our traditions, to remember why we celebrate together. Maybe if we show respect, the curse will lift." He reached for the nearest candle, lighting it despite the oppressive darkness. As the small flame flickered to life, the temperature in the room began to rise, the icy chill dissipating slightly. My mother joined him, lighting another candle, and soon the kitchen was illuminated by the soft, warm glow of the candlelight. "We need to focus on the positive, on the love that brought us here," my father continued, his voice gaining strength. "Remember the joy, the laughter, the traditions that bind us together." As we lit the candles, the presence of the cursed turkey seemed to waver, its form flickering and distorting as if struggling against the light. The shadows receded, and the oppressive atmosphere began to lift, replaced by a sense of calm that felt almost miraculous. We joined hands, forming a circle around the cursed turkey, our unity a beacon of hope amidst the darkness. "We honor our family, our traditions," I declared, my voice steady. "We seek peace and love, and we reject this curse. The turkey's growls softened, the malevolent energy dissipating as our collective will focused on healing and harmony. The spectral bird began to shrink, its form returning to that of an ordinary turkey, the curse lifting as if it had never been. The room brightened, the lights stabilizing as the last remnants of the curse faded away. Breathing heavily, we stood together, the weight of the ordeal still pressing on our shoulders. The kitchen returned to its familiar state, the cursed turkey now just a perfectly roasted bird, the skin glistening invitingly. We looked at each other, the relief and gratitude evident in our eyes, knowing that we had overcome something far beyond our understanding. That Christmas Eve remains etched in my memory, a testament to the strength of family and the power of traditions that transcend the ordinary. The cursed turkey of Hollow Creek became a story we shared with each generation, a reminder of the night when our family's love and unity saved us from a dark fate. In the days that followed, life in Hollow Creek returned to its peaceful routine, the snow melting away to reveal the vibrant colors of spring. Yet, the memory of that night lingered, a silent guardian that ensured we never took our traditions for granted. We continued to honor our Christmas rituals with renewed appreciation, each meal a celebration of the bonds that held us together. Years later, as I sit by the fireplace with my own family, I recount the tale of the cursed turkey with a mixture of fear and pride. It serves as a reminder that even in the face of darkness, the light of love and tradition can guide us through. The legacy of that Christmas Eve lives on, ensuring that our family remains united, bound by the traditions that define us and the love that sustains us through all seasons. Sometimes, late at night, when the house is silent and the world outside is still, I can feel the presence of that night, a gentle reminder that our traditions are more than just rituals, but the very essence of who we are. The cursed turkey of Hollow Creek is no longer a tale of horror, but a story of resilience, love, and the enduring power of family. And so, as the years pass and new generations add their own chapters to our family history, the story of the cursed turkey remains a cherished legend, a testament to the magic and mystery that Christmas brings. It's a legacy we carry forward, ensuring that our family remains strong, united, and forever bound by the love that conquers even the darkest of curses. Story number 30. The Ghostly Turkey of Magnolia Manor. The Mississippi winter had a way of cloaking the old Magnolia Manor in an eerie stillness, a silence that seemed to hold its breath in anticipation of the holiday season. Nestled among towering live oaks draped in Spanish moss, the house stood as a relic of a bygone era, its grand facade now softened by the passage of time and the weight of countless Christmases past. This year, however, our family's decision to host Christmas dinner in the manor would unveil secrets best left undisturbed. Growing up, Christmas at Magnolia Manor was always a blend of nostalgia and magic. My parents had inherited the sprawling estate from my grandparents, a gesture that tied us to our southern roots and the traditions that defined our family. The house, with its creaking floors and ornate fireplaces, was more than just a home. It was a testament to generations of love, laughter, and the occasional family dispute that only Christmas could mend. As December approached, the manor buzzed with activity. My siblings and I helped my parents decorate the towering pine tree in the grand hall, stringing lights and hanging ornaments that had been passed down through the years. The air was thick with the scent of pine and cinnamon, mingling with the anticipation of the feast to come. This year, my father had promised a turkey so succulent it would be the centerpiece of an unforgettable Christmas dinner. The day before Christmas, my father set about preparing the turkey with meticulous care. Our grandmother's recipe, a closely guarded secret, was the key to its legendary flavor. The kitchen, with its antique appliances and vintage charm, became the heart of the manor as the turkey roasted to perfection, filling the house with an irresistible aroma that drew the entire family into a harmonious bustle of activity. On Christmas Eve, as twilight descended upon the manor, we gathered in the dining room. The table was set with our finest china, silverware gleaming under the soft glow of candlelight. My mother had arranged an array of side dishes: mashed potatoes, green bean casserole, cranberry sauce, all complementing the star of the evening, the golden brown turkey, the skin crispy and inviting. We settled around the table, the warmth of the fireplace a comforting contrast to the chilly night outside. Laughter and conversation flowed freely. Stories from the past year shared amidst the clinking of glasses and the rustling of wrapping paper remnants. It was a scene of perfect familial harmony, one that I cherished deeply. However, beneath the surface of our joy, an undercurrent of tension lingered. My older brother, Jake, had always been skeptical of the manor's history, dismissing tales of hauntings and restless spirits as mere folklore. Yet, this year, there was an inexplicable heaviness in the air, a sense that something was amiss. As we began to serve ourselves, the first sign of trouble emerged. The room temperature seemed to drop suddenly, a chill that made us all shiver despite the roaring fire. My sister, Emily, wrapped her shawl tighter around her shoulders, her eyes darting nervously around the room. "Is it just me? Or did it get colder all of a sudden?" she asked, her voice tinged with unease. Before anyone could respond, a faint noise echoed from the kitchen, an indistinct clattering that seemed to grow louder by the second. We exchanged puzzled glances, the festive atmosphere momentarily disrupted by the unexpected sound. Jake, always the brave one, stood up and made his way toward the kitchen, dismissing his siblings' concerns with a wave of his hand. "It's probably just the pipes acting up," he called back, though his voice lacked conviction. But as he reached the doorway, the source of the noise became horrifyingly clear. The turkey on the table began to rotate on its own, turning slowly as if guided by an invisible hand. Gasps of astonishment filled the room as the bird continued its eerie dance, the golden skin reflecting the candlelight in unsettling ways. "Did you see that?" Emily whispered, clutching her fork tightly. My father, a man of reason and tradition, approached the table cautiously. "What's going on here?" he demanded, reaching out to steady the spinning turkey. But his hand met nothing but empty air, and the turkey abruptly stopped, settling back into its original position as if nothing had happened. A collective sigh of relief swept through the family, but it was short-lived. Moments later, the sound of footsteps echoed from the hallway, slow and deliberate. My heart pounded in my chest as I glanced toward the source of the noise, only to see a shadowy figure materialize near the kitchen doorway. The apparition was faint, almost translucent, but unmistakably human. It stood motionless, its presence casting a palpable tension over the room. My father took a step back, his face paling as he recognized the spectral visitor. "Grandpa," he whispered, the name foreign and haunting in his own voice. The ghostly figure nodded slowly, its hollow eyes fixed on us with an intensity that sent chills down my spine. The room seemed to grow colder still, the candles flickering wildly as if caught in a sudden gust of wind. My siblings and I held our breaths, the festive cheer now replaced by a heavy silence. Jake, his skepticism shattered, stepped forward hesitantly. "Grandpa, is that really you?" he asked, his voice wavering. The apparition raised a skeletal hand, pointing toward the front door. My father, ever the protector, moved toward the exit, only to have the door slam shut with a deafening bang, the windows rattling in their panes. Panic set in as the realization dawned that we were not alone, and that whatever presence had entered our home was far from benign. The turkey began to move again, this time with a violent jerk that sent it crashing to the floor, stuffing spilling out in every direction. Screams of fear filled the room as objects began to levitate and whirl around us in a chaotic dance. The air was thick with the scent of smoke and something more acrid, a smell that seemed to seep from the very walls of Magnolia Manor. My mother clutched my arm, her eyes wide with terror. "We need to leave," she urged, her voice trembling. "Now." But as we attempted to flee, the house seemed to come alive with malevolent intent. Doors slammed shut on their own, Hallways stretched into impossible distances, and shadows twisted into grotesque shapes that reached out to us with clawed hands. The ghost of my grandfather loomed over us, his presence oppressive and filled with sorrow. "Why are you here?" my father demanded, his voice cracking under the strain of fear. The apparition's voice echoed through the room, a hollow whisper that seemed to emanate from the very walls. "The tradition has been forgotten," it intoned. "The spirit of this home grows restless without the warmth of family." Tears welled in my mother's eyes as she stepped forward, her voice gentle yet resolute. "Grandpa, we haven't forgotten. We're here, together, just like you always wanted." For a moment, the room held its breath. The ghost's expression softened, the anger and frustration giving way to a profound sadness. Slowly, the apparition began to fade, the oppressive atmosphere lifting as his form dissolved into the ether. The turkey lay motionless on the floor, its macabre display now a silent testament to the night's horrors. Silence reclaimed Magnolia Manor, the only sound our ragged breathing and the distant hoot of an owl outside. We stood there, a family bound by fear and unspoken understanding, the weight of our heritage pressing down on us with newfound clarity. In the aftermath, we gathered ourselves, the realization of what had transpired sinking in. The haunted Christmas dinner had not been a mere trick of the mind or the cold wind playing with our senses. It had been a plea from the past, a desperate call for connection and remembrance. My grandfather's spirit had sought to remind us of the importance of tradition, of the bonds that hold a family together through time and beyond. Determined to honor his memory, we decided to continue the tradition with renewed vigor. The following morning, the storm outside had passed, leaving the manor bathed in the soft light of a Mississippi Christmas. We sat around the table once more, the turkey now a silent, unassuming centerpiece. But the atmosphere was different, filled with a sense of purpose and unity that transcended the fear of the night before. We shared stories of our ancestors, reminiscing about the times that had shaped us and the traditions that defined our family. Each tale was a thread woven into the fabric of our heritage, binding us to those who had come before and those who would follow. The manor, once a place of silent memories, now resonated with the laughter and love of the present, the ghosts of the past finally finding peace in our collective embrace. Years have passed since that unforgettable Christmas, and Magnolia Manor remains a cornerstone of our family's legacy. The haunted turkey has become a story we share with each generation, a reminder of the night when the past reached out to guide us toward a deeper understanding of what truly matters. Every holiday season, as we gather around the table, we leave an empty seat in honor of those who came before us, a silent tribute to the spirits that watch over us and the traditions that keep our family united. Sometimes, late at night, I still feel a gentle presence in the manor, a whisper of laughter or the faint scent of my grandmother's favorite pie. It's a comforting reminder that our family's love transcends time and space, that the bonds we share are unbreakable, even in the face of the unknown. The ghostly turkey of Magnolia Manor may have been a terrifying experience, but it ultimately strengthened our family's unity, turning a night of horror into a cherished memory of love and togetherness. As I sit here, recounting that Christmas, I realize how profoundly it shaped our family's traditions. The haunted dinner taught us to honor our past, to seek closure where there was once pain, and to cherish the moments we have with those we love. It showed us that even in the darkest times, there is room for understanding and healing, that the spirits of our ancestors are not to be feared but respected for the wisdom and love they embody. Magnolia Manor stands as a testament to our resilience and the enduring power of family. Each Christmas, as snow blankets the southern landscape, we gather together, hearts full and spirits lifted, knowing that the legacy of our ancestors lives on in the traditions we uphold and the love we share. The ghostly presence that once haunted our home has become a guardian of our family's heritage, ensuring that the bonds we share remain strong and unbroken, now and forever. And so, as the Mississippi winter wraps the manor in its chilly embrace, we sit together, grateful for the connections that bind us and the memories that sustain us. The haunted turkey of Magnolia Manor is no longer a tale of fear, but a story of love that transcends the mortal realm, binding us together across time and space. It's a legacy we carry forward, ensuring that our family remains united, now and forever. Story number 31. The Haunted Turkey of Georgia. The Georgia winter was milder than most, but the crisp December air still carried a hint of frost that made the nights feel longer and the shadows deeper. My family had always cherished the tradition of roasting a turkey for Christmas dinner, a practice that connected us to generations past. This year, however, our beloved ritual was about to take a sinister turn that none of us could have anticipated. I grew up in a modest home nestled in a quiet suburb of Atlanta, surrounded by oak trees that shed their leaves in a graceful dance every fall. The house was a relic of my grandparents' era, its wooden floors creaking with every step and its walls adorned with faded photographs that captured moments of joy and love. As Christmas approached, the house buzzed with the usual preparations, decorating the tree, hanging stockings, and, of course, the anticipation of the turkey in the oven. My father, a meticulous man with a penchant for perfection, had taken charge of the turkey this year. He insisted on using a family recipe passed down through the generations, a blend of herbs and spices that promised a succulent centerpiece for our holiday meal. My mother, ever the gentle soul, managed the kitchen with grace, her hands deftly moving from one task to another, ensuring everything was just right. On Christmas Eve, the aroma of roasting turkey filled our home, mingling with the scent of pine from the freshly decorated tree. We gathered in the dining room, the table set with our finest china and silverware, a testament to the importance we placed on this annual gathering. The turkey, golden and glistening, sat proudly in the center, surrounded by bowls of mashed potatoes, cranberry sauce, and other festive dishes. As we settled around the table, the first sign that something was amiss was the faint sound of footsteps coming from the kitchen. It was late, and we were the only ones in the house. My father glanced up from his plate, his brow furrowing in confusion. "Did you hear that?" he asked, his voice tinged with unease. I nodded, my heart beginning to race. The footsteps continued, soft at first, then growing louder and more insistent. My mother tried to dismiss it with a smile, but I could see the worry in her eyes. "Probably just the house settling," she suggested, though her voice lacked conviction. We tried to focus on our meal, but the strange noises persisted. The sound of clinking utensils and the occasional thud echoed through the halls, making it difficult to enjoy the evening. My siblings exchanged nervous glances, their laughter subdued by the unnerving atmosphere. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, my father rose from the table to investigate. He made his way toward the kitchen, the sounds growing louder with each step. My mother followed, her presence a comforting anchor amidst the growing tension. We watched from the dining room window, the dim light casting long shadows as they approached the kitchen. To our astonishment, the turkey began to rotate on its own. It spun slowly, almost gracefully, before coming to a halt and facing the front door. My father froze, his eyes wide with disbelief. "What the hell?" he muttered, reaching out to touch the bird, only to find his hand passing through it as if it were made of smoke. Panic set in as we realized something supernatural was at play. My grandmother had passed away the previous year, and though it was only a month since her death, the family had already started to feel her absence. She had been the heart of our Christmas celebrations, her laughter and stories filling the room with warmth. Her sudden departure left a void that we struggled to fill, but we never imagined her spirit would manifest in such a disturbing manner. My mother, sensing the fear in the room, began to speak softly. "Maybe it's Grandma visiting us," she suggested, her voice wavering between hope and uncertainty. The idea was both comforting and terrifying. We had always believed in her presence, feeling her love even after she was gone. But this was beyond anything we had ever experienced. The turkey continued to turn, its movements deliberate and purposeful, pointed toward the front door, as if trying to convey a message. My father, usually the voice of reason, looked around nervously, his confidence shaken. "We need to find out what's going on," he declared, though his voice lacked its usual authority. We cautiously approached the kitchen, the air growing colder with each step. The door creaked open, revealing an empty hallway bathed in the soft glow of Christmas lights. Nothing seemed out of place, yet the eerie feeling persisted. As we stepped into the kitchen, the turkey stopped its rotation and remained still, as if waiting for us to make sense of its strange behavior. My mother reached out to touch the turkey again, her fingers meeting nothing but cold air. "Grandma," she whispered, her voice barely audible. For a moment, there was silence, broken only by the faint hum of the refrigerator. Then, without warning, the turkey began to levitate, hovering above the table as a spectral light enveloped it. We watched in horror as the turkey transformed before our eyes. The skin became translucent, revealing the skeletal structure beneath. Dark, shadowy figures began to materialize around it. The spirits of our ancestors who had once sat at this very table. Their hollow eyes gazed upon us, their presence both unsettling and sorrowful. One of the spirits, a stern-looking man with a weathered face, stepped forward. "Why do you disturb our peace?" he demanded, his voice echoing through the room like the tolling of a bell. My father, mustering all his courage, replied, "We didn't mean to. We're just celebrating Christmas, as we always have." The spirit's gaze softened slightly, but his expression remained grim. "This tradition binds us," he said, "but the love that once held this family together has been forgotten. We are restless, seeking the warmth and unity that once defined this household." My mother, tears welling in her eyes, stepped forward. "We've missed you, Grandma. We didn't realize how much we needed you until now." Her words seemed to resonate with the spirits, who began to fade back into the shadows, their forms dissipating like mist in the morning sun. As quickly as it had begun, the supernatural display ended. The turkey descended back onto the table, its golden exterior restored to its original state. The room returned to normal, the eerie chill dissipating and replaced by a sense of calm. We stood there in stunned silence, the weight of what had just transpired sinking in. That night, as we sat around the dinner table, the atmosphere was markedly different. There was a newfound sense of appreciation for our family and the traditions that bound us together. The haunting of the turkey had served as a stark reminder of the importance of love, unity, and the bonds that transcend even death. In the days that followed, our home seemed to glow with an unspoken warmth. The spirits had departed, but their presence lingered in the air, a comforting reminder of our heritage and the love that connected us. We continued our Christmas celebrations with a deeper sense of gratitude, honoring not just the living but also those who had passed on. Years later, the memory of that Christmas remains vivid in my mind. It taught me that traditions are more than just rituals. They are the threads that weave our family history together. The haunted turkey of Georgia became a story we shared with each generation. A tale of love, loss, and the enduring spirit of family. Every Christmas, as we gather around the table, we leave an extra seat in honor of our ancestors, a silent tribute to the ones who came before us. The turkey, once a symbol of our tradition, now holds a deeper meaning, a connection to the past and a reminder of the love that continues to guide us. Sometimes, late at night, I still feel a gentle presence in the house, a whisper of laughter or the faint scent of Grandma's favorite pie. It's as if the spirits are watching over us, ensuring that the bonds of family remain strong and unbroken. The haunted turkey of Georgia may have been a frightening experience, but it ultimately strengthened our family's unity, turning a night of horror into a cherished memory of love and togetherness. As I reflect on that Christmas, I realize how fragile yet resilient family ties can be. The spirits may have been restless, but their visit brought us closer, reminding us of the importance of cherishing each other and maintaining the traditions that keep our family connected. The haunted turkey was not just a supernatural event, it was a catalyst for healing and reconnection, a testament to the enduring power of love and family. In the years since, our Christmas dinners have continued without incident, but the memory of that haunted night remains a poignant reminder of what truly matters. The turkey still roasts to perfection every year, a delicious centerpiece that brings us together. But now it also serves as a symbol of our family's strength and unity. And so, as the Georgia winter wraps our home in its chilly embrace, we gather once more around the table, hearts full and spirits lifted. The haunted turkey of Georgia is no longer a tale of fear, but a story of love that transcends the mortal realm, binding us together across time and space. It's a legacy we carry forward, ensuring that our family remains united, now and forever. Story number 32. The Haunting of Christmas Turkey. The winter air in New England was biting, wrapping our old family home in a blanket of snow that glittered under the pale December moon. Christmas was just around the corner, and our family tradition of roasting a turkey for dinner was in full swing. The scent of herbs and roasting meat filled the house, mingling with the sound of distant carols drifting through the crisp night. I've always cherished our Christmas traditions. Growing up, the warmth of family gatherings contrasted sharply with the cold outside, creating a sanctuary where laughter and love thrived. This year, however, there was an undercurrent of tension that even the festive decorations couldn't mask. My father, ever the meticulous planner, seemed more anxious than usual. My mother did her best to keep things normal, but I could sense her unease as well. Our home, a sprawling Victorian-era house inherited from generations past, held countless memories. Each room whispered stories of our ancestors, their lives etched into the very walls. As we prepared for the holiday, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was different this year, something lurking just beyond the edges of our festive veneer. The evening began as it always did. My siblings and I gathered in the kitchen, helping to set the table while my parents attended to the final preparations. The turkey, a majestic centerpiece, sat proudly in the oven, its skin turning a perfect golden brown. The anticipation of the meal brought a sense of normalcy, a comforting routine amidst the unsettling atmosphere. As we moved to the dining room, the first sign that something was amiss was subtle. The hallway light flickered, casting eerie shadows that danced along the walls. I glanced at my father, who gave me a tight-lipped smile, dismissing the oddity. But then the temperature seemed to drop, a chill sweeping through the room that had no natural explanation. We settled around the table, the warmth of the fireplace a stark contrast to the cold that seemed to seep into our bones. Conversations flowed easily at first, stories from the past year, plans for the holidays, and the usual teasing that comes with family gatherings. But as we began to serve ourselves, the atmosphere shifted. It started with the doors. The front door, firmly closed moments before, swung open with a creak that echoed through the silent house. My father walked over to shut it, but it slammed shut again on its own, rattling the windows and causing the dishes to clink against each other. My mother tried to laugh it off, but her eyes betrayed her fear. Then the objects began to move. A silver candlestick rolled off the table. This clatter loud in the tense room. Plates and utensils danced in the air, settling back into place as if nothing had happened. My siblings exchanged nervous glances, their smiles fading as the strange occurrences continued. The turkey, once a symbol of our tradition, became the epicenter of the inexplicable events. As we attempted to eat, the bird seemed to come alive. It shifted on the platter, moving with a deliberate, almost sentient grace. My brother reached for a drumstick, but the turkey twisted away, causing his hand to brush against something cold and unseen. A sense of dread settled over us. My mother, a woman of quiet strength, began to speak of our family history. She recounted the story of my great-grandfather, a stern man who had passed away on Christmas Eve many years ago. According to family lore, he had died alone, estranged from the family he once held dear. Some believed his spirit never left, lingering in our home to watch over us, or perhaps to seek closure. As she spoke, the room seemed to grow colder still. My breath fogged in the air, and I could see my own anxiety reflected in the worried faces around the table. The turkey moved again, more violently this time, as if reacting to her words. My father attempted to remain calm, but his facade cracked when a loud bang echoed from the hallway, causing him to drop his fork in shock. The lights flickered more intensely, plunging us into brief moments of darkness before returning with a harsh brightness. In those shadows, I thought I saw a figure, blurred and indistinct, standing at the edge of the room. My heart pounded as I met the gaze of an empty chair across from us, as if an invisible presence had joined our dinner. Panic began to set in. My siblings whispered frantically, and my father tried to reach for the phone, only to have the cord coil itself away from his hand. The walls seemed to close in, the oppressive atmosphere making it hard to breathe. My mother clutched my arm, her voice trembling as she pleaded for whatever presence was with us to leave us in peace. Then, as suddenly as it had started, the disturbances ceased. The turkey returned to its stillness. The doors remained closed, and the room grew silent except for the crackling of the fire. We sat there, breathing heavily, the tension gradually ebbing away but leaving an indelible mark on our souls. In the aftermath, we gathered in the living room, the events of the night leaving us both shaken and introspective. My father broke the silence, his voice low and thoughtful. "Maybe it's time we honor him," he suggested, referring to my great-grandfather. The idea hung in the air, a bridge between our past and present. We decided to leave a place at the table, an empty seat in memory of him. As we did, a sense of peace seemed to settle over the house. The oppressive weight lifted, replaced by a warm, comforting presence that enveloped us. It was as if our gesture had bridged the gap between the living and the dead, offering reconciliation where there had once been estrangement. That night, as we sat together, sharing stories and laughter, the house felt complete once more. The haunting presence had not returned, but its memory lingered, a reminder of the fragile connections that bind us to our past and to each other. Christmas that year became a testament to forgiveness and the enduring strength of family bonds. Forever marked by the night our turkey came alive and our ancestor found his peace. In the years that followed, every Christmas felt a little warmer, a little more magical. We continued the tradition of leaving an empty seat, a silent tribute to the spirit that had touched our lives in such a profound way. The house, once filled with the tension of that eerie night, now resonated with the laughter and love that only family can bring. Sometimes, late at night, I can still feel that chill in the air, a gentle reminder of the presence that once dwelled among us. But now, it feels less like a haunting and more like a guardian watching over our celebrations. The turkey, a symbol of our tradition, remains a centerpiece, not just of our meals but of our memories, both joyous and haunting. As the years pass, I find myself reflecting on that Christmas with a mix of fear and gratitude. It taught me the importance of honoring our past, of seeking closure where there was once pain. It showed me that even in the darkest moments, there is room for understanding and healing. And most importantly, it reinforced the idea that family, both living and departed, remains an unbreakable bond, transcending time and space. Now, as I prepare to share this story, I realize how deeply it has shaped our family's traditions. Every Christmas, as we gather around the table, we do so with a sense of reverence and connection that goes beyond the physical realm. We honor those who came before us, acknowledging their presence in our lives and the legacy they left behind. The haunting of the Christmas turkey became a pivotal moment in our family history, a story we pass down with a mix of awe and respect. It serves as a reminder that our actions have the power to bridge worlds, to bring peace where there was once turmoil. And as long as we remember and honor our ancestors, Their spirits remain a part of our lives, guiding us and watching over us in ways both seen and unseen. In the end, that Christmas was more than just a night of horror. It was a testament to the enduring power of family, love, and the unseen ties that bind us all. It showed us that even in the face of the unknown, we can find strength and solace in each other, creating memories that last a lifetime and beyond. So, as the snow continues to fall outside our home, blanketing the world in quiet beauty, we sit together, hearts full, grateful for the bonds that hold us together. And somewhere, perhaps, my great-grandfather smiles, content that his legacy lives on, not just in our traditions, but in the very essence of who we are as a family. Story number 33. The Monster Turkey of Glacier Ridge. The Alaskan wilderness is a place where the untamed beauty of nature meets the biting cold of winter, creating an environment both breathtaking and unforgiving. Our family had always dreamed of spending Christmas in such a remote and pristine setting, far from the chaos of city life. When the opportunity arose to rent a cabin on Glacier Ridge, nestled between towering pines and overlooking a frozen lake, we eagerly seized it. Little did we know that this idyllic retreat would become the backdrop for a nightmarish experience we'd never forget. I'm Daniel Harper, the eldest of 4 siblings, and as we embarked on our journey to Glacier Ridge, excitement buzzed through our veins. My parents, Mark and Linda, had meticulously planned every detail, ensuring that our Christmas would be both memorable and magical. The cabin, a cozy wooden structure with a stone fireplace and panoramic views of the surrounding wilderness, promised the perfect setting for our holiday traditions. The drive to Glacier Ridge was long and arduous, the snow-covered roads making progress slow and treacherous. As we approached our destination, the landscape transformed into a winter wonderland, the silence broken only by the crunch of tires on snow and the distant howl of the wind. We arrived just as twilight began to settle, the sky painted in hues of orange and pink before giving way to the deepening blue of night. Inside the cabin, the warmth of the fireplace greeted us, the flickering flames casting a comforting glow on the rustic furnishings. My mother immediately set to work in the kitchen, preparing the centerpiece of our Christmas dinner, a roasted turkey seasoned with a blend of herbs and spices that had been passed down through generations. The aroma filled the air, mingling with the scent of pine from the Christmas tree we had brought along. As the evening progressed, we settled into our usual routines, hanging stockings by the fireplace, exchanging gifts, and sharing stories from the past year. Laughter echoed through the rooms, a stark contrast to the silent expanse of the Alaskan night outside. There was a sense of peace and contentment, a temporary escape from the stresses of everyday life. When it came time to roast the turkey, my father took charge, expertly maneuvering the oven to ensure the bird was cooked to perfection. We gathered around the dining table, the turkey placed proudly at the center, surrounded by bowls of mashed potatoes, cranberry sauce, and other festive dishes. The first course was served, and we enjoyed a hearty meal, the flavors rich and comforting. After dinner, we decided to spend some time in the living room, sipping hot cocoa and recounting our favorite Christmas memories. The fire crackled softly, casting dancing shadows on the walls. It was during this moment of relaxation that the first sign of something amiss began to manifest. A faint, almost imperceptible whisper that seemed to emanate from the corners of the room. First, we dismissed it as the wind playing tricks on our ears or the old cabin settling under the weight of winter. But the whispers persisted, growing slightly louder and more insistent with each passing minute. I glanced around, trying to locate the source, but the room remained eerily still. My younger sister, Emma, clutched her mug tighter, her eyes wide with unease. "Did you guys hear that?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. My father, always the rational one, shook his head. "Probably just the wind. We're in a remote area. It can get pretty noisy out here." We continued our conversations, but the whispers lingered, a haunting backdrop to our festive gathering. It wasn't until we returned to the dining table that we noticed something truly disturbing. The roasted turkey had moved. At first, it was a subtle shift, barely noticeable, but as we stared in disbelief, the turkey rotated slowly on its own, positioning itself to face the front door as if beckoning someone. "Is anyone moving the turkey?" my mother asked, her voice tinged with confusion and concern. "No one's near the kitchen," my father replied, his brow furrowing as he approached the table. He reached out to steady the bird, but his hand passed through it as if it were made of smoke. The turkey continued to spin, its eyes, if you could call the seasoning on it eyes, fixing us with an unnatural stare. Before we could react, a deep, guttural growl echoed through the cabin, sending chills down our spines. The temperature seemed to drop dramatically, our breaths visible in the suddenly frigid air. Shadows deepened, and the once cozy cabin now felt oppressive, as if an unseen presence had invaded our sanctuary. "Dad, what's happening?" Emma cried, her voice trembling with fear. My father tried to maintain his composure, but his eyes betrayed his anxiety. "Stay calm, let's figure this out." As if responding to his words, the whispers coalesced into a distinct voice, louder and more menacing. "Sacrifice, sacrifice is required." We froze, the weight of the words sinking in. My mother clutched my hand, her eyes wide with terror. "Mark, what does this mean?" Before he could answer, a grotesque figure materialized in the corner of the room, a monstrous creature, towering and menacing, with twisted limbs and glowing red eyes that bore into our souls. It stood beside the turkey, his presence suffocating and malevolent. Emma let out a blood-curdling scream, stumbling backward as the creature advanced. "What do you want from us?" I demanded, my voice shaky but determined. The monster let out another growl, more intense this time, as it reached out a clawed hand toward the turkey. The room seemed to warp and distort around us, the walls closing in as the oppressive atmosphere intensified. We realized with horror that the turkey was not just a meal but a sacrificial offering, a lure for this dark entity. My father stepped forward, trying to protect his family. "We're not offering anything to you. Leave us alone." But the creature only snarled, its form flickering and shifting as it hovered closer. The whispers returned, louder and more urgent. "Blood, blood is needed." Panic set in as we backed away, the realization dawning that we were dealing with something beyond our understanding. The cabin, once a haven of warmth and tradition, had become a trap, the festive spirit corrupted by an ancient curse tied to the land's mysterious and untamed nature. Desperate to escape, we attempted to flee, but the cabin seemed to resist our every move. Doors slammed shut on their own, windows sealed tight, and the very ground beneath our feet felt like quicksand, pulling us deeper into the cabin's dark heart. The monster loomed over us, his presence overwhelming and impossible to ignore. In a last-ditch effort to save my family, I remembered the stories my grandmother had told us, tales of spirits and rituals that could appease restless entities. With trembling hands, I reached for the old family Bible, pulling out a passage she had often recited during our Christmas gatherings. "Everyone, hold hands and recite this together," I instructed, my voice barely steady. We formed a circle, clutching the Bible tightly as I began to read the passage aloud, my voice gaining strength with each word. The monster let out a deafening roar, its form distorting and shaking as if struggling against an unseen force. The whispers intensified, swirling around us like a tempest, but we remained steadfast, our unity a beacon of hope amidst the darkness. As I reached the final verse, a blinding light filled the cabin, momentarily overpowering the creature's presence. The monster recoiled, its form dissipating into shadows that fled into the corners of the room. The temperature began to rise, the oppressive atmosphere lifting as the cabin returned to its former state of warmth and tranquility. Breathing heavily, we stood together, the weight of what had just transpired pressing on us. The roasted turkey lay motionless on the table, the sinister role now fulfilled. We didn't dare speak. The silence between us filled with a mix of relief and lingering fear. Without another word, we gathered our belongings and left the cabin. The snowy landscape now feeling less like a serene retreat and more like a haunting reminder of the night's horrors. The drive back was silent, each of us lost in our thoughts. The memory of the monster turkey etched into our minds forever. In the weeks that followed, we found it difficult to shake the experience. Strange occurrences persisted, unexplained noises in the night, fleeting shadows at the edge of our vision, and an unshakable feeling of being watched. It was as if the curse had followed us, a dark presence that lingered despite our attempts to return to normalcy. We eventually decided never to return to Glacier Ridge, the cabin now a place of fear rather than festivity. The lessons learned from that Christmas were etched deeply into our hearts. Respect for the land, the power of ancient curses, and the importance of family unity in the face of unimaginable terror. Years later, as I sit by the fireplace with my own family, recounting the tale of the cursed turkey, I'm reminded of the fragility of peace and the ever-present shadows that lie just beyond our understanding. The monster turkey of Glacier Ridge remains a haunting reminder of that fateful Christmas, a night where tradition met terror, and our family's love and unity were tested in the most harrowing of ways. Sometimes, during the silent nights of winter, I catch a glimpse of something lurking in the shadows, a fleeting presence that reminds me of the cursed turkey and the darkness that once threatened to consume us. But now, armed with the strength of our family bonds and the memories of that night, I face the unknown with courage, knowing that together, we can overcome even the most sinister of forces. And so, as each Christmas approaches, we gather together with gratitude and reverence, cherishing the warmth of family and the lessons learned from the haunted nights of Glacier Ridge. The legacy of the monster turkey lives on, a testament to the enduring power of love and the unbreakable spirit of those who stand united against the darkness. Story number 34. The Self-Roasting Turkey of Maplewood. The snow had begun to fall softly on Maplewood Drive in Ohio, blanketing our neighborhood in a serene silence that only the holidays could bring. Our house, a modest two-story nestled among towering pines, was abuzz with the preparations for Christmas dinner. The air was thick with the scent of pine from the freshly decorated tree and the mouth-watering aroma of my mother's famous roasted turkey. This year felt different, though. There was an undercurrent of tension that even the festive decorations couldn't fully mask. I'm Michael Thompson, the eldest of 3 siblings, and as the day drew nearer, I couldn't shake the uneasy feeling that something was off. My parents, always the pillars of strength, were more stressed than usual, rushing around to ensure everything was perfect. My sister, Emily, was busy setting the table with our grandmother's china, while my younger brother, Danny, was in the garage helping my dad with the final touches on the turkey seasoning. Our house had always been warm and inviting, especially during the holidays, but this year, there was a strange energy that seemed to permeate every corner, a sense that we weren't alone. I chalked it up to the usual holiday stress, but deep down, I knew there was more to it. Christmas Eve arrived with a blanket of thick snow, muffling the sounds of the night and adding to the eerie stillness. The living room was adorned with twinkling lights and ornaments, each one holding a memory of past celebrations. The fireplace crackled, casting a warm glow that contrasted sharply with the cold outside. We gathered around, exchanging stories and laughter, trying to push aside the growing unease. As the evening progressed, it was time to put the turkey in the oven. My dad meticulously checked the temperature, ensuring everything was just right. The turkey, a beautifully golden bird, was the centerpiece of our meal, symbolizing the culmination of our family's hard work and tradition. We all took a moment to admire it before retreating to the living room to finish our preparations. After a while, we decided to watch a Christmas movie, snuggling together under blankets. The house was quiet, the only sounds being the occasional laughter from the TV and the soft ticking of the clock. Eventually, the conversation lulled, and we each retreated to our own thoughts, enjoying the peacefulness of the night. About an hour later, I glanced at the kitchen clock and realized how hungry I was. I decided to check on the turkey, curious about how much longer it had to go. As I approached the kitchen, a strange feeling washed over me. The hallway was dimly lit, shadows dancing eerily on the walls. I reached for the oven door handle, but something felt off. The door should have been warm from the heat, but it was icy cold to the touch. Puzzled, I opened the oven door, expecting to see the turkey still nestled inside, glistening with its golden skin. Instead, the turkey was halfway cooked, much more done than it should have been. My heart raced as I stepped back, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. The oven was supposed to be off, yet the turkey had clearly continued to roast on its own. I called out to my parents and siblings, my voice wavering with confusion. They emerged from the living room, their expressions mirroring my own bewilderment. Dad immediately checked the oven's controls, but everything was as it should be, turned off. No signs of malfunction. Mom opened the refrigerator, only to find everything as it was before. No one had touched it. Danny, ever the practical one, suggested it might have been a glitch, a momentary surge that caused the oven to turn back on briefly. But there was no record of any power issues, and the turkey was still visibly overcooked. Emily examined it closely, noting the uneven browning and the strange texture. It didn't smell right either. There was a metallic tang that wasn't present when it was first placed in the oven. As we stood there, trying to piece together what had happened, a chill swept through the kitchen. The temperature dropped dramatically, our breaths visible in the suddenly frigid air. The lights flickered, casting unsettling shadows that seemed to move on their own. I felt a presence in the room, an invisible force that made the hairs on my arms stand on end. "Did you guys feel that?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. Before anyone could respond, the oven door swung shut violently, causing us all to jump. The turkey, now looking almost unrecognizable, began to rotate slowly on its own. Gasps filled the kitchen as we watched the bird turn, facing different directions as if guided by an unseen hand. My father reached out to stop it, but his hand passed through the turkey as if it were made of smoke. "All right, this is getting creepy," Dad muttered, his usual composure shaken. "Let's turn off the circuit breaker, just to be safe." We hurried to the breaker box, but to our surprise, the switch controlling the kitchen was firmly in the off position, completely immovable. It was as if something or someone was preventing us from cutting the power. Panic began to set in as the room grew colder and the turkey continued its eerie rotation. Emily, always sensitive to the supernatural, suggested that maybe we had guests, ghosts, perhaps joining us for dinner. First, we laughed it off, but the sight of the self-roasting turkey made her suggestion seem less far-fetched. My grandmother had passed away last year, and she had always been the heart of our Christmas celebrations. Could her spirit be trying to communicate with us? As if in response, the turkey abruptly stopped turning and began to emit a low, guttural sound, almost like a moan. The room plunged into darkness as the lights flickered out completely, leaving us in pitch blackness. The only light now came from the oven's interior, casting a dim glow that illuminated the haunting figure of the turkey. "Is everyone okay?" Mom asked, her voice trembling. Before we could answer, the kitchen door slammed shut, trapping us inside. The temperature continued to drop, and the oppressive feeling of being watched intensified. My heart pounded in my chest as I realized we were dealing with something beyond our understanding. Danny, trying to stay calm, suggested we open a window to let some fresh air in. We scrambled to the window, but it wouldn't budge, stuck as if some force was holding it closed. The frustration only heightened our fear, the reality of being trapped in a haunted house sinking in. Suddenly, the turkey began to levitate, hovering above the oven as if weightless. It rotated slowly, now floating inches above the rack. The guttural sounds grew louder, filling the kitchen with an unsettling ambience. I could feel my family's fear mirrored in my own. The bonds of our togetherness tested by the supernatural ordeal. Maybe it's trying to tell us something, Emily whispered, her eyes wide with fear. I nodded, trying to make sense of the situation. Our grandmother had always been a firm believer in the supernatural, often telling us stories about spirits and hauntings. Could it be that her spirit, or someone else's, was trying to communicate through the turkey? As if answering my thoughts, the turkey suddenly shot straight up into the air, disappearing from sight. The oven light flickered one last time before going out, plunging us back into darkness. We stood there, breathless and terrified, trying to comprehend what had just happened. After what felt like an eternity, the kitchen lights slowly came back on, the temperature returning to normal. The turkey lay motionless on the oven rack, its exterior scorched and unappetizing. We approached it cautiously, unsure if it was safe to touch. As we examined the bird, we realized that it was no longer just overcooked. It was inedible. The meat had turned a strange, grayish color, and a foul smell permeated the air, making it impossible to even attempt a bite. We need to get rid of this, Dad said firmly, breaking the silence. Something's not right here. We carefully removed the turkey from the oven, but as soon as we did, the house seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. The oppressive atmosphere lifted, and a sense of calm began to settle in. We decided to call it a night, deciding to prepare something else for dinner, leaving the haunted turkey untouched. That night, sleep eluded us all. The eerie events replayed in our minds, each of us grappling with the inexplicable phenomenon. My grandmother's absence felt more palpable than ever, and the idea that her spirit, or another's, was present in our home weighed heavily on us. The next morning, we gathered in the kitchen to discuss what had happened. The turkey, now cold and still, was a stark reminder of the previous night's terror. We couldn't explain why it had self-roasted or why it had become inedible, but the consensus was clear. Our house was haunted. Determined to understand, I began researching our family history, delving into old records and speaking with relatives. I discovered that our grandparents had been involved in spiritualism. Hosting seances and communicating with spirits seemed fitting, but the connection between our current experience and their past activities was unclear. Emily suggested we hold a family seance, hoping to communicate with the spirit responsible for the haunting. Reluctantly, we agreed. Gathering in the living room with candles lit and hands joined, we called out to our ancestors, seeking answers and peace. The room was silent at first, the only sounds being the crackling of the fireplace and the faint ticking of the clock. Then, a chill swept through the room, and the candles flickered violently. A presence filled the space, making it difficult to breathe. My heart raced as we awaited a response, the air thick with anticipation and fear. Suddenly, a voice echoed through the room, faint but clear. "Why have you forgotten us?" We exchanged uneasy glances, understanding that the spirits were reaching out, seeking recognition and remembrance. My father stepped forward, his voice steady. "We haven't forgotten. We honor your memory every year." The room seemed to lighten, the oppressive feeling dissipating as if our words had soothed the restless spirits. The candles steadied, and the temperature normalized. It was a sign that we had acknowledged their presence and intentions, bringing a sense of closure to the haunting. Over the following weeks, the strange occurrences ceased. The self-roasting turkey was never seen again, and our home returned to its usual warmth and comfort. We decided to let go of the inedible bird, symbolizing our acceptance and respect for the spirits that had lingered. That Christmas, we shared a meal without fear, the memory of the haunted turkey serving as a reminder of the importance of family, tradition, and honoring those who came before us. The experience brought us closer, reinforcing the bonds that held us together and teaching us to appreciate the unseen connections that shape our lives. Years later, the story of the self-roasting turkey remains a cherished family legend, passed down through generations as a testament to the enduring presence of loved ones and the mysteries that lie beyond our understanding. Every Christmas, as we gather around the table, we do so with gratitude and reverence, knowing that the spirits of our ancestors are watching over us, ensuring that our traditions and love continue to thrive. Sometimes, late at night, I still feel a gentle presence in the house, a whisper of laughter or the faint scent of my grandmother's favorite pie. It's a comforting reminder that our family's legacy is more than just stories and traditions. It's a living, breathing connection that transcends time and space. The haunted turkey of Maplewood may have been a frightening ordeal, but it ultimately strengthened our family's unity, turning a night of horror into a cherished memory of love and togetherness. As I reflect on that Christmas, I realize how profoundly it shaped our family's traditions and beliefs. It taught us to honor our past, to seek understanding in the face of the unknown, and to cherish the moments we have with those we love. The self-roasting turkey was not just a supernatural event, it was a catalyst for healing, a reminder that even in the darkest times, love and unity can overcome fear and uncertainty. Now, as I prepare to share this story, I understand its significance not just as a tale of horror, but as a narrative of resilience and the enduring power of family. The haunted turkey of Maplewood stands as a symbol of our connection to our ancestors, a reminder that the bonds we share are unbreakable, even when faced with the inexplicable. So, as the snow continues to fall on Maplewood Drive, covering the world in a blanket of white, we sit together, hearts full and spirits lifted. The self-roasting turkey may have been a terrifying experience, but it ultimately became a story of love that transcends the mortal realm, binding us together across time and space. It's a legacy we carry forward, ensuring that our family remains united, now and forever. Story number 35. Whispers in the Sanctuary. The night air was crisp and cool as we approached the old St. Michael's Church in rural California. Snow had begun to blanket the ground, softening the edges of the abandoned structure that had once been the heart of our community. My family and I had chosen this forsaken sanctuary for our Christmas dinner, a departure from our usual bustling home gatherings. St. Michael's held a special place in our hearts, not just for its history, but for the solace it provided during times of spiritual reflection. I'm Sarah Thompson, the eldest of 3 siblings, and as we stepped through the heavy wooden doors, a shiver ran down my spine. The church, with its towering steeple and stained glass windows now shattered and covered in dust, stood silent and imposing. Despite its abandonment, it still retained an air of reverence. The remnants of pews and altar furnishings whispering tales of countless prayers and hymns once sung within these walls. Our family had always been deeply religious, and attending events at St. Michael's had been a cherished tradition. When the pandemic hit, and gatherings became impossible, my parents decided to preserve our Christmas rituals by hosting a dinner here, hoping the solitude of the church would enhance our spiritual connection. We arrived early in the evening, eager to set up and infuse the old church with the warmth and joy that Christmas embodies. The kitchen area had been repurposed for our meal preparation. My mother, a masterful cook, meticulously arranged the roasted turkey in the center of the table, its golden brown skin glistening under the flickering candlelight. The aroma of herbs and spices mingled with the faint scent of pine from the Christmas tree we had brought along, creating a comforting atmosphere despite the church's desolate surroundings. As we busied ourselves with final touches, carving the turkey, arranging side dishes, and lighting candles, the first hint of unease began to creep in. It started subtly, a faint whisper that seemed to emanate from the shadowed corners of the sanctuary. At first, we dismissed it as the wind rustling through broken windows or the settling of the old building. But the whispers persisted, growing slightly louder and more distinct with each passing minute. I glanced around, trying to locate the source of the voices, but the darkness obscured any clear view. My younger brother, Tommy, noticed my discomfort and reached out to squeeze my hand reassuringly. "It's probably just the wind, Sarah. Don't worry. We continued our preparations. But the whispers lingered, an unsettling backdrop to our festive activities. My father, ever the practical one, suggested we ignore the noises and focus on the meal. We're here to celebrate Christmas, not to be spooked by some ghosts, he said with a forced smile, though his eyes betrayed his concern. As the evening progressed, we gathered around the table, the turkey at the center symbolizing the culmination of our hard work and the essence of our family's unity. We began to share stories and laughter, the warmth of the fire and the clinking of silverware creating a semblance of normalcy. But the whispers never fully disappeared, always lingering just beyond the edge of our consciousness. After dinner, we decided to settle in the pews to enjoy some quiet time together. The church's vast space seemed to amplify every sound, making the whispers even more pronounced. I tried to focus on the serene beauty of the Christmas decorations, but my mind kept drifting back to the voices that seemed to call out to us from the shadows. It was then that I noticed the turkey. At first, I thought it had simply been moved by someone, but as I looked closer, I realized it was standing upright on its own. My heart skipped a beat as I watched in disbelief. The turkey, once a lifeless centerpiece, had somehow repositioned itself, its neck craned as if surveying the room. "Did you see that?" I whispered, my voice barely audible. Tommy, ever the skeptic, laughed nervously. "Come on, Sarah, you're imagining things." But I wasn't imagining it. The turkey had moved, and now it stood in the center of the table, its presence unnervingly commanding. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, swirling around us like a cold breeze that chilled us to the bone. My mother, sensing the tension, reached out to steady me. "Maybe it's a sign, something we need to pay attention to." Before I could respond, the whispers coalesced into a distinct voice, echoing through the church with an eerie clarity. "Do not forget." We all froze, the room falling into a heavy silence except for the haunting message that lingered in the air. My father stood up, trying to maintain his composure. "What is it, Sarah?" I took a deep breath, my mind racing to make sense of the situation. "I think the turkey, it moved on its own. And the voices, they're trying to tell us something." Tommy rolled his eyes but didn't dismiss my words outright. "Maybe it's just some prank. We're alone here, remember?" But the turkey began to move again, this time shifting towards the altar. The whispers intensified, growing into a cacophony of voices that seemed to emanate from every corner of the church. Shadows danced along the walls, twisting and contorting into grotesque shapes that sent shivers down my spine. My father approached the turkey cautiously, reaching out a hand to steady it, but his fingers met only empty air. "This isn't funny, guys. We need to leave." As we tried to rise from the pews, the doors of the church slammed shut with a deafening bang, trapping us inside. Panic set in as the temperature plummeted, our breaths visible in the frigid air. The whispers transformed into anguished cries, echoing through the sanctuary with a sorrowful intensity. My mother began to pray, her voice trembling as she called out for guidance and protection. The candles flickered violently, casting ominous shadows that seemed to close in around us. The turkey now hovered above the altar, its form shifting into something more sinister, a twisted amalgamation of feathers and darkness. One of the shadows detached itself from the wall, forming the outline of a figure, an apparition of a man, his eyes hollow and filled with despair. "Remember us," he whispered, his voice merging with the cacophony of the other spirits. "Remember our faith." I felt a presence beside me, a cold hand gripping my shoulder. I turned to see a translucent figure standing beside me, his face etched with sorrow and longing. "We are not forgotten," it murmured, its voice echoing in my mind. "Honor our legacy." The weight of the words settled over me like a heavy blanket, the significance of the abandoned church and its lingering spirits dawning on me. St. Michael's had once been a thriving place of worship, a sanctuary for the faithful, but over time, neglect and dwindling attendance had left it to decay. its spirits left restless and forgotten. I glanced around at my family, their faces pale and terrified, and realized that the whispers and movements were not random acts of hauntings, but messages, pleas for remembrance and respect. We had chosen this place to honor our traditions, but in doing so, we had awakened the spirits that still lingered, desperate to be acknowledged. Summoning all my courage, I stood up and addressed the apparition. We honor you. We remember your faith and the community you built here. We will not let your legacy fade. The figure seemed to soften, the anguish in his eyes giving way to a sense of relief. The whispers began to fade, the shadows receding as the temperature warmed. The turkey slowly descended back onto the table, its form returning to that of an ordinary roasted bird. The doors of the church creaked open, the cold night air rushing in to dissipate the lingering tension. We didn't hesitate. My family and I fled the sanctuary, the weight of the experience pressing on us as we made our way back to the warmth and safety of our home. That night, as we huddled together by the fire, the memory of the haunted church lingered, a poignant reminder of the importance of honoring our past and the traditions that bind us together. The cursed turkey had been more than a mere ghostly apparition. It had been a message, a call to remember and respect the faith and community that had once thrived within those walls. In the weeks that followed, we found ourselves drawn to revitalize St. Michael's, determined to restore it to its former glory and honor the spirits that had sought our attention. We organized cleanup efforts, reached out to the community, and held small gatherings to breathe new life into the abandoned church. As the years passed, St. Michael's once again became a beacon of faith and community. Its doors opened to all who sought solace and connection. The haunted Christmas dinner became a cherished family legend, a story we shared with each generation as a testament to the enduring power of tradition and the importance of remembering those who came before us. Sometimes, late at night, I still feel the presence of that Christmas Eve, the whispers of forgotten souls and the sight of the self-moving turkey. But now, it serves as a comforting reminder of the bonds we share and the legacy we uphold. The ghostly voices of St. Michael's are no longer a source of fear, but a guiding force, ensuring that our faith and traditions remain strong and unbroken. And so, as each Christmas approaches, we gather once more at St. Michael's, our hearts full and spirits lifted. The church, once abandoned and forgotten, now stands as a symbol of our commitment to honoring the past and embracing the future. The cursed turkey of that haunted night is no longer a tale of horror, but a story of redemption, love, and the enduring power of family and faith. Epilogue. Years have passed since that unforgettable Christmas Eve, and the legacy of St. Michael's continues to thrive. Our family remains at the heart of the church's revival, each of us playing a role in maintaining the traditions that keep the spirit of the sanctuary alive. The story of the cursed turkey serves as a poignant reminder of the importance of honoring our past and the communities that shape us. As I sit by the fireplace, surrounded by my own children, I recount the tale with a mix of reverence and awe. Their wide eyes and eager ears ensure that the legacy of that haunted night will never fade, passing down the lessons of respect, remembrance, and the enduring strength of family bonds. The whispers in the sanctuary have transformed from voices of sorrow to melodies of hope, guiding us through the seasons and reminding us of the love that binds us all. The self-moving turkey, once a symbol of fear, now represents the unity and resilience that define our family and our faith. And so, as the snow begins to fall once more, covering the grounds of St. Michael's in a blanket of white, we gather together to celebrate Christmas, our hearts full and our spirits lifted. The legacy of that cursed turkey lives on, ensuring that our traditions remain unbroken and our family remains united, now and forever. Story number 36. Nightmare of the Old Neighbor. I remember the first time I saw him. It was a bright autumn day, crisp air filling my lungs as I stood at the edge of my new front porch, looking out across the quiet street. We had just moved into the old house on Maple Street, a place that, on the surface, seemed perfect for starting fresh. A family of four, full of hope and ambition, coming to put down roots in a town that, on the surface, looked as though it hadn't changed in 50 years. A town with no mysteries, no secrets, and yet, something felt off. There was a presence in that neighborhood. Something not right. Something just barely hidden beneath the layers of normality. It was as if the place had been shaped by dark hands, the edges fraying with unspoken truths. The people seemed kind enough, but everyone had a distance to them, an air of watchfulness that kept the warmth just out of reach. And then there was him, Mr. Blackwell. He lived in the grand house 2 doors down from us. A stone mansion, old but kept up with precision, almost too precisely. He was the kind of man who could only be described as cold, tall, with an immaculately groomed beard, sharp eyes, and a face that rarely cracked a smile. At least, not that I ever saw. He was always in his yard, tending to the garden or standing by his wrought iron gate, staring at something beyond the horizon. If you caught him watching you, his gaze was unsettlingly intense. He had a way of making you feel like you were being sized up, judged, as if you were an insect caught in his scrutiny. But still, we were new to the area. My wife, Julia, and I had little to go on beyond the superficial interactions we had with him. The short greetings when we saw him walking by. He seemed to take no real interest in us, just a polite nod here, a tip of the hat there. But something about him gnawed at me, and I couldn't shake the feeling that there was something hidden behind those cold eyes. Then, things started to get strange. It all began one night when Julia and I decided to clean out the attic. It was the kind of attic that had been untouched for years, filled with old furniture, boxes, and a thick layer of dust that covered everything like a shroud. As I was sifting through the piles of forgotten belongings, I came across an old wardrobe. I can still picture it now, dark wood, polished to a faint gleam, but clearly aged. The smell of mildew and must filled the air when I opened the doors, revealing a row of old coats and jackets. But tucked at the back, hidden behind the fabric, was a leather-bound book. I pulled it out, curious, and blew off the dust, revealing an old journal. The cover was cracked, and the pages inside were yellowed with age. The ink, though faded, was still legible. I flipped through it, half expecting it to be the ramblings of a forgotten ancestor or some long-lost family history. But what I found inside sent a chill down my spine. The journal was written in the first person, and it chronicled the life of none other than Mr. Blackwell. I don't know what possessed me to read it. I could have tossed it in the trash and forgotten about it. But instead, I found myself turning page after page, absorbed by the dark account that seemed to pull me in against my will. The entries at first seemed harmless enough, mundane even, recounting Mr. Blackwell's daily routines, his observations of the neighborhood, his feelings toward the people who lived nearby. But then, things started to take a darker turn. As I read, the words blurred and twisted in my mind, like a cloud of smoke rising from the pages. The tone of the journal became more erratic, more manic. One entry stood out among the rest. It read, "The house is empty tonight. I hear the whispers of those who lived here before. I hear them. I see them. Their faces in the mirrors. It's almost time. Another one will come. I'll be ready." At first, I thought it was a random thought, a man losing his grip on reality. But then I found another entry. "They've come. They always come in the dark. They never see it coming. It's the perfect way to make them disappear. Quietly, in the night, as though they were never here at all. And when the morning comes, no one will remember. No one will even question it." And then there was another. "The house on the corner. It's empty now, but it wasn't before. It's a matter of time before they come looking for me. I'll hide in the shadows. I'll wait. Then, they'll vanish, just like the others. No one will know. No one ever does." The pages went on, each entry more disturbing than the last, all referring to disappearances in the neighborhood, disappearances of people who had lived in the houses before. And every one of those disappearances occurred on the very street where I now lived. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up as I realized something. Those were not just random musings. They were real events. Mr. Blackwell had been involved in something unspeakable. And those words, those dark, twisted thoughts, sounded too much like a confession. The worst part, the thing that kept me awake at night, was the final entry. It was written in an almost frantic scrawl, as though the author was trying to get the words down before something caught him. It read, "The next house is the one at the end of the street. I've been watching. I know them. It won't take long." That was the last page in the journal. It was dated 3 months before we moved into our house. I didn't sleep that night. I sat up, staring at the journal, trying to understand what it all meant. How many people had disappeared in that neighborhood? How many houses had been left empty, abandoned without any real explanation? And why hadn't anyone told us about this before? It was as though no one wanted to talk about it. Like the dark history of the street was buried beneath layers of quiet denial. In the days that followed, I started to watch Mr. Blackwell more closely. I paid attention to the way he walked, the way he interacted with people. He never seemed to speak to anyone for too long. And when he did, his eyes always seemed to linger on the faces of others, calculating something I couldn't quite grasp. He would disappear for days at a time, sometimes weeks, and no one ever seemed to know where he went. Then, one evening, something happened that sent the chill in my bones deeper. I was out in the yard, trimming the hedges, when I noticed Mr. Blackwell standing in his front yard, staring at me. His gaze was intense, unblinking, and something in the way he looked at me made my blood run cold. I gave a quick wave, trying to brush off the unease creeping up my spine. But then I saw it. In the window of his house, a shadow moved. I could swear I saw the outlines of a figure standing behind the glass, watching me. It was a person, or something that resembled one, standing in the dark. I blinked, and when I looked back, the figure was gone. But the feeling, oh God, the feeling lingered. That sense of being watched, of being followed, never left. It started to bleed into my daily life. I began to feel eyes on me everywhere I went, on my walks, in the grocery store, in the middle of the night when I lay awake. It was only a few days later when the first disappearance occurred. The neighbor across the street, a young family with 2 small children, was gone without a trace. The police came and searched the house, but there was nothing to indicate a struggle. No signs of forced entry, no explanation, just an empty house. And then, it happened again. Another house, another family, another empty space. Soon, I realized the pattern. It was happening all around us. And the house on Maple Street, our house, was next. I started packing, planning our escape. But before we could leave, something stopped me. A knock on the door. It was Mr. Blackwell. He stood there, his cold eyes fixed on me. "You're leaving," he said, his voice a low growl. "You think you can escape it? You think you can escape me? There's no escaping your fate." He smiled then, a thin, wicked grin that sent ice crawling through my veins. I don't know what happened next. My memory of that night is fragmented, shattered like glass. But when I woke up the next morning, I was back in my bed, and the house was eerily quiet. The journal, the calls, the disappearances, they had all been real. And now, I was the one who had become part of the story. Because in the end, it's not the houses that vanish. It's the people. And it's always the ones who look away that get taken. I won't be here much longer. I can feel the eyes on me, closing in. It's only a matter of time before I disappear. 2. Story number 37. The mysterious death of the neighbor next door. I never thought I'd be the one to tell the story. But here I am, stuck in this quiet, eerie silence, with only the memories of that night to keep me company. The night when everything changed. It was winter in 1998, one of those long, bone-chilling nights where the cold doesn't just freeze your body but gnaws at your soul. The kind of night that makes you pull the covers up to your chin and wonder how anyone could ever feel safe outside, let alone in their own home. Our neighborhood, Lakeside Drive, was about as ordinary as they come. The houses were modest but cozy, with little yards that were blanketed with snow each December. A few families, a few kids, and a quiet atmosphere that would lull you into thinking that nothing bad could ever happen here. Not in a place like this, but sometimes, things happen in the quietest places. And sometimes, the bad things aren't so much loud as they are silent. It all started with the house next door. The Harrisons. I'd known them for years, but never really thought much about them. The father, Greg Harrison, was a quiet man, kept to himself mostly. His wife, Linda, was the type who would smile at you in passing, always kind but distant. And then there were the kids, Samantha, a teenager who never left the house, and young Danny, who was always running around, his red scarf flying behind him like a cape. Normal as any family could be in this suburban sprawl. But then, one night, I heard it, the sound that would change everything. It wasn't anything extraordinary at first, just a thud, followed by a creaking noise. Could have been anything, furniture being knocked over, a door closing too hard, but it sent a shiver up my spine. You know that feeling, right? The one where you hear something you know shouldn't be happening? The kind of sound that makes you get up, not out of curiosity, but out of some primal instinct to check if everything's okay. I remember standing by the window in our living room, watching the Harrisons' house. It was dark, just a single light in the kitchen still glowing. I couldn't see anything unusual, but something in me told me to keep looking, and that's when I saw it. A shadow, a figure, moving across the kitchen window. It was quick, too quick, like someone was trying to avoid being seen. At first, I thought it was just one of the kids messing around, maybe pulling a prank. But then the air in the room changed. It wasn't cold, no. It wasn't the chill of winter that made my skin prickle. It was something deeper, something darker, like the air had thickened, like it was full of a presence I couldn't see but could feel. I should have gone over, should have knocked on their door to check. But I didn't. Maybe I thought I was just being paranoid. Or maybe I was too comfortable in my own little bubble. It was late, after all, and I had kids to take care of, and a husband who was snoring in the other room. So, I let it go. The next morning, everything seemed fine. The sun was out, the birds were chirping, and there was no sign of anything being amiss. But when I looked at the Harrison house, something was wrong. The kitchen light was still on, the same light from the night before, flickering just slightly, but no one was around. There were no cars in the driveway, no sign of the family. It was as if they had simply disappeared. I didn't think much of it. People go away on vacation, right? It wasn't unheard of for someone to take a weekend trip during the holidays. I went about my day, doing the usual housework, trying to keep my mind off of whatever had happened the night before. But as hours passed, and then days, something gnawed at me, something didn't sit right. 2 days after the disappearance, I went over to check on them. I knocked at the door, but there was no answer, no sign of life. The mailbox was full, the lawn untended. I tried calling, but there was no response. It was strange, too strange. And when I peered through the windows, everything inside looked still. It was as if the house had been frozen in time. But then, the police were called. And that's when the mystery truly began. The authorities arrived later that afternoon, and after what felt like hours of searching, they found Greg Harrison's body just outside the house in the garden, buried under a pile of snow. It wasn't an accident. The authorities quickly discovered signs of foul play. A struggle had taken place, and there were marks on Greg's neck, scratches that weren't from a fall, but from someone digging their hands in. The investigators said they found evidence of someone's boot prints leading from the house to the garden. But the snow, it seemed, had covered everything else. The strangest part? No one had heard a thing. Not the neighbors. Not me. Not even the dogs, which I'd been told barked at anything. It was like the night had swallowed everything whole. But it got worse. Much worse. The police started asking questions about Greg's family. about the neighbors. And that's when things started to take a very weird turn. People started reporting strange happenings in the days leading up to the discovery of Greg's body. One woman, Mrs. Caldwell, swore she'd seen a shadowy figure standing outside the Harrisons' house late one night, peering through the windows, its face obscured by the curtains. Another neighbor, Mr. Jacobs, claimed he had seen someone standing at the edge of his driveway, staring at his house from the corner of his eye, someone tall, with a long coat, their face hidden in the darkness. But no one remembered hearing anything. No one could recall seeing anything significant that night, as if some sort of fog had descended on the entire street, clouding people's memories. It didn't make sense. How could no one remember hearing anything? How could no one recall seeing anything out of the ordinary? And then there was the figure, the one that had appeared, or so they said, the night Greg Harrison had died. After the police left, I began to see him too, not in person, but in my dreams. The man, tall, with a long coat and a hat that covered his face, standing at the edge of my yard, watching me from the shadows. Every night, without fail, his presence, cold and heavy, pressing down on my chest as I slept. I'm not sure when it started, but it's been months now. I've stopped trying to understand it. I don't know who he is. I don't know if he's real, or just some nightmare that's burrowed deep into my subconscious. All I know is that, every night, as the darkness closes in, I feel him, watching, waiting, and I can't get rid of the feeling that the truth about that night, about Greg Harrison's death, is still out there, hidden somewhere, just beyond my reach, like the cold breath of the man who stands at the edge of my yard, waiting, and I'll never know if the answers will come, or if they'll just remain lost in the fog forever. Story number 38. The Mysterious Neighbor and the Strange Calls. It was a cold winter's evening when the first call came, though it was far from the last. I remember that night as if it were burned into my memory. The wind howled outside, rattling the windows of our home, and the world seemed cloaked in an eerie silence that made everything feel just a little too still. My wife, Ellen, was sitting on the couch, reading a book, while our two children, Sarah and Sam, were already tucked into bed upstairs. It was the kind of peaceful evening that could lull you into thinking nothing ever went wrong in the world. Then the phone rang. The sound of it cut through the calm like a knife, sharp and sudden. I wasn't expecting a call, not at that hour, but I reached for the receiver nonetheless. The voice on the other end was low and raspy, almost as if it had to force its way through a thick fog. Ken then. Hong exoam qua ben kong phi la nuoi ma ban gi. I froze. It was in Vietnamese. The words, though foreign to me, felt strangely familiar, like a warning from a place I couldn't quite place. The voice didn't say anything more. It was just those words, repeated over and over in my mind. Be careful. Your neighbor is not who you think they are. My heart raced in my chest, the unease gnawing at the edges of my thoughts. The call ended abruptly, leaving only the hum of the phone line. I sat there for a moment, trying to shake the feeling that I was missing something. Who could have called? How did they know about us? I looked over at Ellen, who had put down her book and was watching me with a concerned expression. I must have looked pale, or at least more unsettled than I realized. Who was that? She asked, her voice gentle but laced with worry. I don't know, I replied, shaking my head, trying to dismiss the creeping dread in my gut. Wrong number, I guess. But something didn't sit right. The tone of the voice, the peculiar warning, it all felt too deliberate. I didn't want to scare Ellen, so I let it go. We went about our evening, the strange call slipping to the back of my mind, at least for the moment. The next night, the same thing happened. Same time, same call, and again, those same words. Ken then. Hong exoam qua ben kong phi la nuoi ma ban gi. I was on edge by then, my nerves frayed, and the sense of unease hanging over me like a thick fog. I told Ellen about the second call, and this time, she was just as unsettled as I was. There was no rational explanation for it, The caller had no reason to know about us. No reason to know anything about our neighbor. The neighbor in question was Mr. Fenton. He was a quiet man, living alone in the house next to ours. A little older than us, maybe in his mid-60s, with gray hair and a hunched back. He didn't have visitors, never threw parties or made any noise. He kept to himself. And for the most part, we didn't think much of him. He was the kind of neighbor you'd wave to from your driveway and then quickly forget about. But now I couldn't stop thinking about him. Was he the one calling us? What could it mean that someone would go to such lengths to warn us about him? And why was it always that cryptic message? The third call came a few nights later, and this time, I wasn't going to ignore it. I waited, my hand trembling as I picked up the receiver. I held it to my ear, listening to the silence for a moment before the voice came, steady but unervingly familiar. Ken then. Hong exoam qua ben kong fi la nuoi ma ban gi. I slammed the phone down in frustration, almost willing myself not to be scared. But it wasn't working. Each night the calls came, and each night they left me with more questions than answers. They were becoming more frequent, and I began to fear that I was losing my grip on reality. The warning, the voice, the tone, they had begun to invade my thoughts during the day, whispering to me in the quiet spaces between moments. And then one night, something happened that shattered any illusion of peace we'd been clinging to. It was just after midnight. I had been lying awake in bed, unable to sleep, the haunting words of the calls replaying over and over in my mind. Ellen was asleep beside me, her breathing slow and steady, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong, like something was about to happen. A sudden rustle outside the window broke the silence, followed by a faint tapping sound. My heart skipped a beat. I turned toward the window, straining my ears to listen. There it was again, a faint tapping, as if someone was gently knocking on the glass. My first instinct was to get up and check, but fear kept me frozen in place. Could it be Mr. Fenton? Was he out there? I slowly slid out of bed and crept toward the window, careful not to wake Ellen. I pulled back the curtain just enough to see outside. What I saw made my blood run cold. Mr. Fenton was standing in front of our window, staring into the house. His face was expressionless, his eyes dark, hollow. He was motionless, as if he had been standing there for hours. I gasped, stumbling back, and nearly knocked over a lamp. Ellen woke with a start, groggily rubbing her eyes. She asked me what was wrong, but all I could do was point at the window. My voice stuck in my throat. She looked, but by the time she turned her head, Mr. Fenton was gone. There was no sign of him, no footprints, no rustling in the bushes. He had simply vanished. I ran downstairs and outside, hoping against hope that I would find him, to explain the situation. But there was nothing, no trace of him anywhere. It was as if he had never been there at all. The police came the next day, of course, after I called them to report the incident. But they found nothing, no evidence, no signs of forced entry, and no trace of Mr. Fenton. They chalked it up to an overactive imagination. An odd, perhaps unsettling coincidence. But I knew better. That night, I could hardly sleep. I kept hearing things, footsteps in the hall, whispers from the other side of the wall. But every time I checked, there was nothing there, just silence. The unsettling silence of a house that felt wrong. Days passed, and everything seemed to go back to normal. The calls stopped. The windows were clear. The knocking ceased. But the questions, those questions, remained. What had happened to Mr. Fenton? Where had he gone? Had he ever been the person we thought he was? I can tell you this now, though. I haven't seen Mr. Fenton in over a month. And the strangest part? No one remembers him. Not a single person I've asked in the neighborhood can recall ever seeing him. And those calls, the ones that warned us, they never came again. But there's something else now, something I can't shake. Every time I walk past the window, I catch myself staring out at the house next door, hoping for some sign, any sign, that the nightmare is over. But all I see is emptiness, and the nagging feeling that, somewhere out there, Mr. Fenton is still watching, still waiting, and I have no idea if he ever was who I thought he was. But the voice that warned me, I still hear it, late at night, when the house is too quiet. Ken then. Hong exoum qua ben kong fai la nuoi ma ban gi. Be careful, because sometimes, the truth is far worse than what you can imagine. Story number 39. The Neighbor and the Mysterious Painting. When we moved to the quiet suburb of Hawthorne, I thought we were escaping the chaos of the city. It was a small, sleepy town where nothing out of the ordinary ever happened. The kind of place where children could ride their bikes without fear. Where the sun set every night with a golden promise of peace. Julia, my wife, and I were excited to start fresh, to build a new life for our family. We bought a small house on Elm Street, nestled between two other homes that looked just as unremarkable. The house next to ours, however, was a different story. The elderly man who lived there was a reclusive figure, someone who kept to himself. I never saw him out during the day, but there was always a faint light flickering from his window after dark, casting a strange, orange glow on the snow-covered yard. I noticed the little things, the oddities that most people might miss. It was all too subtle, but too deliberate, like a lingering shadow just out of reach. First, it was his windows always closed tight, always locked. Then there were the paintings. I couldn't help but notice them. I could see them through the curtains when I stood in our living room, just staring back at me, staring back at the house. The paintings, they were always the same. A family gathered around a table, eating dinner, peaceful scene. One that might remind someone of a Norman Rockwell print. If it weren't for the eyes of the people in those paintings were wrong. They glowed red, an eerie, unnatural shade that stood out against the dull, warm tones of the room, and they weren't just staring ahead, like normal people in a dinner scene. No, they were all staring directly at me, at our house, as though they could see through the walls, as if they knew me, watched me, studied me every time I passed by. I didn't mention it to Julia at first. I thought I was imagining things. But one night, after we'd tucked the kids into bed and were winding down with a movie, I couldn't ignore it any longer. I looked out the window to see the old man's house across the street, and I saw one of the paintings shift. It was subtle, but unmistakable. The canvas moved, just a little, as if the air in the room had pushed it, or maybe something else had. The movement was slow, deliberate, like a living thing. My heart skipped a beat. I turned to Julia, who was in the kitchen, and I asked her if she had seen it. "What?" she replied, her voice soft. "Seen what?" "The painting. It moved." She came to the window, peered across the street. The house was dark now. No lights, no flickering orange glow. It looked empty. But when I looked back at the paintings through the window, I saw something that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. The eyes of the family in the painting were still glowing red. They were still staring at us. But now, their faces seemed to twist in a grotesque manner, as though something deep within them was pushing at the surface. Something dark and wrong. I couldn't stand it anymore. I turned away from the window, trying to shake the unsettling feeling that had crept into my bones. That night, sleep didn't come easy. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw those eyes, burning bright red, staring into me. Every time I heard the creak of the house settling, I imagined the sound was coming from that old house next door, from the man who was always in there, always watching. The next day, I told Julia we should ask about the paintings. I wanted to know what the hell was going on. So, we walked across the street to visit the old man. His house, as usual, was dark, but there was no sign of life, no movement, no flicker of light from the window. We knocked and waited, but no one answered. I knocked again, harder this time. Still nothing. "We should leave," Julia said, pulling at my sleeve, a nervous edge in her voice. "This doesn't feel right." But before I could turn to leave, I heard a sound from inside, a low creaking, like a door slowly being pushed open. And then, I saw something that made my blood run cold. In the corner of the window, there was a shape, a figure, half hidden in the shadows, standing just beyond the curtains. I didn't get a good look, but I could feel it, that feeling, the sensation that someone was watching me, waiting for something I couldn't understand. I knocked again, louder, demanding to know if anyone was home, but the figure didn't move. "I'm calling the police," Julia said, grabbing my arm, her voice shaking. Before I could stop her, she turned and started back toward our house. But just as we reached our front yard, I felt a chill in the air, a sudden drop in temperature that made my breath fog in front of me. I turned around, instinctively, and I saw something that made my stomach twist into knots. The curtains of the old man's house were parted, just a little, and behind them, one of the paintings was gone. I didn't tell Julia what I'd seen. I couldn't bring myself to, but when I looked again, I saw something else. The eyes of the family in the other paintings, the ones that hadn't moved, were still glowing red. But now, they weren't staring at me anymore. They were staring at her, Julia, at our house. I couldn't shake the feeling that something terrible was about to happen. The next night, the atmosphere in our house was thick with tension. We tried to ignore it, tried to go on as if everything was normal. But the unease lingered. The paintings, the eyes, the way they watched us, it all felt like we were being drawn into something we couldn't escape. And then, late that night, it happened. We were lying in bed, trying to sleep, when we heard a noise outside. It was faint at first, but it grew louder, a soft scraping sound, like something being dragged across the floor. At first, I thought it was just the wind, but then, the scraping sound was joined by another noise, whispering, low voices, just on the edge of hearing, speaking words I couldn't understand. I jumped out of bed, grabbed my flashlight, and rushed downstairs. Julia followed behind me, her face pale with fear. As we reached the front door, the whispers grew louder, clearer. They were coming from across the street, from the old man's house. "Help, help, help." The voice was faint, muffled, but unmistakable. I could barely make it out, but there was no mistaking it. It was coming from the painting. I ran outside, flashlight in hand, Julia right behind me. We rushed across the street, but when we reached the old man's house, there was no sign of life. The windows were dark, and the door was locked. No answer when we knocked. I reached for the handle, my hand trembling, turned easily. The door creaked open, as though it hadn't been closed in years. Inside, the house was cold and empty. No lights, no furniture, just an old, decaying structure that had clearly been abandoned for years. But as we stepped into the hallway, I saw it. The room at the end of the hall, bathed in a faint glow. It was the painting, the one that had moved. It was hanging on the wall. But now, it wasn't just the family sitting at the table. The painting had changed. The family members were now standing in front of the table, their red eyes glowing brighter than ever. And behind them, in the darkness, there was a shadow, a figure, standing just outside the frame, watching us. And it was smiling. I turned and ran, dragging Julia with me. We burst out the door and into the night. I never saw the old man again after that. No one in the neighborhood could say what happened to him, and no one could explain the paintings. But every night, when I close my eyes, I can still see those eyes, red, burning, staring at me from across the street, watching, waiting. And I know that somehow, they'll never stop watching. They'll never stop waiting. Story number 40. The Neighbor and the Strange Gift. I didn't believe in things like ghosts. At least, I didn't used to, not until that Christmas. It was the kind of neighborhood you could find anywhere, suburbia at its most cliched. The lawns were manicured, the driveways freshly plowed after every snowstorm, and the Christmas lights twinkling like tiny stars. My wife, Emily, and I had recently moved into a house on Rosewood Avenue, a quiet little street on the outskirts of town. We were young newlyweds, eager to start our lives. filled with optimism and excitement for our new home. Everything felt fresh, pristine, and untouched. We had our whole future ahead of us, and the holiday season made everything feel even more magical. But that Christmas, everything changed. It all began with a knock on the door. It was a few days before Christmas. A chill in the air as the first snow began to fall. Emily had just finished decorating the house with the usual red ribbons and pine garlands, and I was fiddling with the tree lights. We weren't expecting anyone. But then, there was that knock. I opened the door to find a man standing on our porch, a man I had only seen in passing. He was an older gentleman, probably in his 60s, with a thin, wiry frame and a weathered face. His clothes were old-fashioned, a bit too formal for the time of year: black slacks, a dark jacket, and a bow tie that seemed a little out of place. He smiled warmly, though something about the smile didn't quite reach his eyes. "Hello there. I'm your neighbor," he said, his voice soft but steady. "I live just across the street. Thought I'd stop by and wish you both a Merry Christmas." "Thank you," I said, not sure why I felt a little uneasy. "We appreciate it." He hesitated for a moment, then reached into his coat pocket and pulled out a small, square box, wrapped in plain brown paper. "A little gift," he continued, handing it to me with a slight bow. "For your new home." I was taken aback. We hadn't really had the chance to get to know the man yet, and now he was giving us a present, something we certainly hadn't expected. But Emily and I exchanged a quick glance, and, feeling too polite to refuse, I accepted it. "Thank you," I said again, unsure what else to say. "Of course," he replied, still smiling, though it seemed strained. "Enjoy the holidays." And with that, he turned and walked away, disappearing back into the snow-covered street. I shut the door and brought the box inside, placing it on the kitchen counter. It was small, about the size of a shoebox, and felt heavier than it looked. I could hear a faint rattling noise inside, but there was no indication of what it might be. "That was odd," Emily said as she wiped her hands on a dish towel. "I mean, we've only seen him, what, twice? Why would he give us a gift?" "I don't know," I replied, but I brushed it off. Maybe he's just a nice guy, probably doing something nice for the holidays. Still, something about it felt off. But we didn't think much more of it. That night, we sat down to enjoy a quiet dinner, with the gift still sitting on the counter. As we ate, we could hear the wind howling outside, rattling the windows and making the house creak. But the strangest thing happened when I stood up to clear the table. The box was no longer on the counter. I turned, scanning the room, thinking I must have misplaced it, or maybe I'd left it somewhere else. But no, it was sitting squarely on the dining table, right where I had just been sitting. I asked Emily if she had moved it, but she hadn't. "It's probably nothing," I said, trying to shake off the weird sensation that had begun to crawl up my spine. Maybe I just set it down and forgot. But as the evening wore on, we both began to notice something more unsettling. Every time we turned our backs, the box seemed to shift. It wasn't a lot, just a few inches at a time, but it was enough to make us both uncomfortable. And then, around midnight, after we had gone to bed, the real horror began. I woke up to a noise, faint at first, like a soft scrape against the floor. I tried to ignore it, chalking it up to the house settling or maybe the wind pushing against the windows. But then I heard it again, louder this time, followed by the unmistakable sound of something small and wooden tapping against the floor. I sat up, my heart racing. It was the box. But it wasn't just sitting there anymore. The box was open. Inside, there was a doll. A small, porcelain doll with cracked features and eyes that seemed too large for its face. It was dressed in a faded blue dress, the kind of thing you'd find in an antique store, worn and frayed. I didn't know how it had gotten there, or how it had come to life. But the doll was no longer inside the box. It was standing on the floor beside the bed. I froze. It didn't move at first, but the air around it felt wrong, like something was breathing in the room, something that wasn't supposed to be there. And then, it moved. Just a slight twitch of its head. As if it was looking at me. Its eyes, those unervingly large eyes, locked onto mine. "Emily," I whispered, my voice barely a breath. "Emily, wake up." She stirred. But when she opened her eyes and saw the doll, she gasped, What is that?" Before I could answer, the doll took a step forward. Its tiny feet made a soft, hollow sound against the hardwood floor, and it began to walk, slowly but steadily, toward the edge of the bed. I jumped out of bed and grabbed it, throwing it across the room as hard as I could. The doll hit the wall with a sickening crack. But when I looked over, it was gone. The room felt colder now. A draft blew in from somewhere that didn't feel natural. And then I noticed something even worse. The smell. A faint odor, like decaying wood, mixed with something sour and rotten. We ran out of the room, slamming the door behind us. But I knew it wasn't over. I knew that whatever evil had been unleashed by that gift was still lurking in the shadows. The next morning, I took the box and the doll and drove to the local thrift store, where I dropped both items off, hoping to rid myself of them. But when I returned home, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was following me. That evening, as Emily and I sat on the couch, we heard a knock at the door. My heart dropped. I opened it to find no one there, but on the doorstep lay a small box, wrapped in plain brown paper. The same brown paper, the same box. The doll was inside, waiting for us, and the man who had given it to us, he was nowhere to be found. I did some digging, as you might expect. I couldn't get the image of that doll out of my head. I found out the worst thing possible. The neighbor, the one who had given us the gift, had been missing for years. No one knew what happened to him. Some said he had disappeared without a trace. Others claimed he had died in an accident. But no one could confirm either story. The gift had come from someone long gone. And somehow, that made it worse. I don't know what that doll was, or what it wanted, but I know one thing for sure. It never left. Still follows us. Still watching. I can't sleep at night. I can't close my eyes without feeling its cold, lifeless stare. And it's only a matter of time before it finds me again. Or maybe it already has. Story number 41. The neighbor haunted by the past. There's something about the past that clings to you. I didn't know that back then. When my family and I first moved into the old house on Briarwood Lane, we were just looking for a fresh start, a way to escape the grind of city life and live in peace, away from the noise and the constant rush, a place where we could raise our kids in a quiet, suburban neighborhood. Briarwood seemed perfect. At first, the house had an old charm to it, dark wood floors, tall windows, and a stone fireplace that filled the living room with warmth on those cold autumn nights. The kind of house that looked like it had 1,000 stories to tell. But it also had a certain weight, like the house was holding onto its past, unwilling to let it go. I didn't pay much attention to it at first. I was too busy with the move, trying to get the kids settled and unpacked. But soon, things started happening, small things at first, easily dismissible. A light left on when we were sure it had been turned off. A door that creaked open on its own when no one was near. At first, I thought it was just the house settling, the normal noises of an old building adjusting to its new inhabitants. But then there was the neighbor. His name was Mr. Halloran, an elderly man who lived next door in a house that looked just as old, if not older, than ours. He was always home. I never saw him leave, and he never had visitors. He would sit in his front yard in a rocking chair, staring at our house. At first, it was subtle, a glance here and there, just an old man enjoying the view. But as the days passed, I began to notice something more unsettling. He was watching us. He didn't look away. He didn't wave or nod like a friendly neighbor would. He just stared, as if something about us was too interesting for him to ignore. Sometimes, when I'd catch his gaze, he'd smile just a little, though it never reached his eyes. Those eyes were cold, distant, like they had seen too much and were haunted by things no one should know. I tell myself it was nothing. Old people do strange things. I think. Maybe he was just lonely. But every time I passed his house or looked out the window, I'd feel that uncomfortable sense that he was always watching, always waiting. It wasn't just me. My wife, Jennifer, started noticing it too. And the kids, well, they were a little more perceptive than I gave them credit for. My son, Liam, began to ask questions about Mr. Halloran. "Why does he always look at us?" he'd ask, his eyes wide with a mixture of curiosity and fear. "Maybe he's just lonely," I'd say, trying to brush it off. But it never quite worked. The feeling that we weren't alone, that there was something strange about Mr. Halloran's presence, never quite went away. Then came that stormy night in late October. The rain came down in sheets, heavy and relentless. The wind howled like something angry, rattling the windows and shaking the trees in the front yard. I was just finishing up dinner when the doorbell rang. It wasn't unusual for someone to come by. It was the holidays, after all, and people in the neighborhood liked to stop by to introduce themselves or offer seasonal greetings. But when I opened the door, there was no one there, just the rain. And then I saw it, a small piece of paper, neatly folded, lying on the ground in front of the door. I picked it up, wondering who had left it, and unfolded it with a sense of growing unease. The message on it was short, but the words sent a chill down my spine. No one can escape their past. I stood there for a moment, staring at the words, trying to make sense of them. It was an odd, cryptic message, one that made no sense. I looked around, half expecting to see Mr. Halloran lurking somewhere in the storm. But there was nothing, only the howling wind and the endless rain. The next morning, when I was telling Jennifer about the note, we noticed something that made my blood run cold. Mr. Halloran's house was empty. It wasn't just quiet. The door was wide open, the blinds drawn, and the front yard was bare. No rocking chair, no old man sitting in the shade. Nothing. It was as if he had simply vanished overnight. I called the police, though I wasn't sure what to say. A missing persons report for an old man who had lived alone for years? It seemed ridiculous. But something about the situation didn't sit right with me. They came, took a look around, and confirmed what I already knew. There was no sign of forced entry, no sign of struggle. It was as if Mr. Halloran had just disappeared. But then things got stranger. Later that afternoon, I decided to go over to his house myself, just to see if there were any clues as to where he'd gone. I walked through the overgrown yard, the damp grass squelching under my shoes, and up to the front door. It was still wide open, though the wind had stopped howling. The house was silent, too silent. Inside, it looked like it had been abandoned for years. Dust covered every surface, and cobwebs hung from the corners of the rooms. But something caught my eye. Picture frame, sitting on the mantel of the fireplace. It wasn't dusty. It was as if someone had recently touched it, moved it. Inside the frame was a photograph of Mr. Halloran, much younger, standing next to a woman and a young child, his wife and son. I assumed. But what struck me was the date written on the back of the photo, in faded ink. December 24th, 1978. I felt a sudden shiver crawl down my spine. It was the same date as the newspaper article I had found on my way in. It was a clipping from the local paper, detailing a brutal series of murders that had taken place just a few blocks from our street. The article described a family, mother, father, and child brutally killed in their own home, their bodies left in a macabre scene that shocked the small town. The murderer was never found, and the case was closed after a few years, deemed unsolvable. But Mr. Halloran was the only survivor. The old man. My heart began to race as I put the pieces together. The house we lived in was the same one the murders had taken place in. And Mr. Halloran, he had been the one who had witnessed it. He had survived it. He hadn't escaped the past. And neither would we. Later that night, as I sat in my living room, trying to make sense of it all, I heard it. A knock at the door. I froze. The wind outside had picked up again. But the knock was soft, almost tentative. I stood up slowly, my legs heavy with dread. I knew who it was before I even opened the door. But when I did, no one was there. Only the same note, this time crumpled, lying on the doorstep. No one can escape their past. It was Mr. Halloran's voice, his whisper, carried by the wind. The past hadn't just followed him. It was following us now. I never saw Mr. Halloran again, but I couldn't escape his legacy. And every night, as the wind howls and the shadows stretch long across the yard, I can still hear him whispering through the cracks of the walls. No one can escape their past. Story number 42. The Night Stalkers. We moved to the small suburban neighborhood of Hawthorne Estates nearly a year ago, chasing the dream of a quiet life. It wasn't the first time we'd uprooted ourselves, but this time, it was different. I thought we'd found the perfect spot, a place that would offer us peace, away from the clamor of the city. The houses were spaced far enough apart to give us some privacy, yet close enough to form a sense of community. Trees lined the streets, their limbs heavy with green, casting long shadows on the pavement. It was the type of neighborhood where people waved as they drove by, and children played hopscotch on the sidewalks after school. The first few weeks were idyllic. My wife, Linda, settled into her new routine of work and homemaking. The kids, Samantha, our 12-year-old, and Nathan, who was 9, made friends easily. It seemed like everything was falling into place. We quickly grew fond of the neighborhood, or so we thought. It was late autumn when the oddities began. At first, it was little things, small, unexplainable details that I tried to brush off as nothing. One evening, while I was sitting in the living room reading, I heard it, soft footsteps, creaking above me. I thought maybe it was just the house settling, but the sounds persisted, slow, deliberate, as if someone was walking around on the roof. Linda, half lost in a magazine, didn't seem to notice. I mentioned it to her the next morning. "You're probably just hearing things," she said, chuckling softly. But that evening, it happened again. The footsteps, and this time, I was sure there was no mistaking it. I didn't know what to make of it. Maybe some local kids had taken to playing pranks on us. But the odd thing was, I never saw anyone around. No footprints in the yard. No sounds of laughter or shouting. Just the soft, steady tread above. It went on for days, the eerie shuffling across the roof, each time growing a little closer to my breaking point. Then came the knocking. Started one night, just past midnight. A rapid, deliberate knock on the front door. My heart skipped. I checked the clock. 12:13 a.m. I wasn't expecting anyone. We didn't have many visitors in those early months, and certainly no late-night ones. I glanced out the window, but saw nothing, no shadow, no figure lurking by the door. I was about to turn back when the knock came again. Louder this time, more insistent. I checked the peephole, just to make sure. Nothing. The porch light flickered as if it too was unsure of what it was seeing. I opened the door, but the porch was empty. Cold air rushed in, and I stood there for a long moment, staring into the night. A strange stillness filled the air, a weight that seemed to press down on everything, as though the world itself had paused. I closed the door quickly, locking it behind me, but that night, the knocking didn't stop, came again. At the same time, 12:13 a.m., and again the next night. Each time, I would check, but each time, I'd find nothing. It wasn't just the door, though. The noises began to grow. Sometimes, I would hear the scraping sound of nails against the walls, or a soft whisper in the air, almost imperceptible but unmistakable, as though someone was just beyond the reach of sight. Waiting. Linda didn't hear it, or at least, she didn't admit to it. She told me I was just letting my imagination run wild. But something was wrong. I could feel it. The tipping point came when I caught a glimpse of something through the window one night. It was late, around the same time as the knocking. I saw movement in the corner of my eye. Figures. gathered in the shadow of the trees. I could make out their outlines, seated around a flickering fire. Their faces were hidden, obscured by something dark, hoods, maybe, or masks. But it wasn't just the strange gathering that unsettled me. It was the way they sat, perfectly still, unnaturally so, as if they were waiting for something. The fire cast long shadows on the ground, and in those shadows, something glinted, a flash of red. I didn't hesitate. I grabbed my jacket and rushed outside, hoping to confront whatever it was. Linda protested, telling me to stay inside, but I couldn't ignore it. I had to know. I reached the edge of the yard and stopped. The figures didn't move. They didn't acknowledge me, but I could feel their eyes on me, piercing, cold. My throat tightened. I wanted to call out, but the words stuck in my chest, frozen by fear. As I stood there, frozen in place, a smell hit me, sickly, sweet, like rotting meat mixed with something metallic. I gagged and stepped back, but then I saw it. Blood. It was smeared on the hands of one of the figures, staining the ground beneath them. Their hands were covered in it, their fingers glistening in the firelight. My heart pounded, the air thick with panic. I turned to run, but the sound of footsteps, no. Heavy boots pounded behind me. They were following me. I didn't look back, but I could hear them getting closer. I reached the front door, fumbling with the handle, and slammed it shut just as I heard the first soft knock. Then another. This time, the knock didn't stop. It came, again and again, louder and louder, as if they were trying to break through. The phone rang. I jumped, heart thudding in my chest, and grabbed the receiver. It was the police, responding to the noise complaints. "They're here," I said, my voice tight with panic. "There's something wrong. Someone is out there." Before I could say more, the line went dead. I don't know what happened next. The police never came. They told me the next day that no one had been sent out, that no one had even gotten the call. But I saw them, those figures in the firelight. I saw their hands, and I knew they were still out there, somewhere, watching. The next morning, I drove around the neighborhood, trying to make sense of it. I passed by the familiar homes, houses just like ours, neatly kept, with well-maintained lawns and freshly trimmed hedges. But when I reached the cul-de-sac, something was wrong. The street was deserted, the houses empty, as if all the people had simply vanished. I parked the car, feeling a pit in my stomach. The front door to the house next door was wide open. I walked up to it, hesitant. The house was untouched. The furniture was neatly arranged, the kitchen spotless, the lights still on, as if the owners had just stepped out. But there was something about the place, something hollow, the feeling of someone not being there. That's when I heard it again, the soft scraping sound, from upstairs. I ran, back to my car, back to my family. Linda told me the police had come, but when they arrived, the yard was empty again. No sign of the figures, no blood, only the same quiet, empty neighborhood. No one believes me. No one has seen the figures. The police think it was a prank, a mistake, something I'd imagined. But I know what I saw. I know what I heard. The knocking hasn't stopped. Every night, just past midnight, it's the same knock. 3 hard raps. And sometimes, I hear their voices again, soft whispers. Voices in the wind, just on the edge of hearing. They're still out there, watching, waiting, and no one is safe. Not even here, not even now. Story number 43. Krampus's return. The snow had begun to fall just as the first light of Christmas morning peeked over the horizon, casting a soft glow on our modest home in the heart of Hungary. My name is Anna Kovacs, and I still remember that Christmas of 2015 as if it were yesterday. A night that transformed our lives from warmth and joy to fear and uncertainty. Our family had always cherished Christmas traditions. My husband, Miklos, and I worked hard throughout the year to create a festive atmosphere for our 2 children, Esther and Laszlo, decorating the tree, baking cookies, and exchanging gifts were the highlights of our holiday season. But that year, something unsettling disrupted our peaceful routine. It began when we woke up to find a large, ornately wrapped box placed carefully at our doorstep. There was no note, no indication of who might have sent it. Intrigued yet cautious, we brought the box inside. The children's excitement barely contained as they speculated about the mysterious gift. As we unwrapped the package, a chill ran down my spine. Inside was a meticulously carved wooden statue of Krampus, the dark companion of Saint Nicholas from Alpine folklore. His menacing face, complete with sharp horns and a sinister grin, stared back at us. Alongside the statue was a small, handwritten note that read, "If you are not good, I will return." My husband and I exchanged uneasy glances. Krampus was a figure from the stories my grandmother used to tell, an entity who punished naughty children during the Christmas season. It was a tale meant to instill good behavior, not something we expected to encounter in real life. "Maybe it's just a prank," Miklos suggested, trying to lighten the mood as our children marveled at the craftsmanship of the statue. "Someone thought it would be funny." I nodded, though my unease lingered. We decided to place the statue on the mantelpiece, thinking it would be a quirky addition to our Christmas decorations. That night, as the family settled down for bed, the statue seemed to watch us with an unnerving intensity. At first, nothing unusual happened. The days passed with the usual holiday cheer, shopping for gifts, decorating, and spending time together. But about 3 days after the mysterious package arrived, strange things began to occur. It started with small disturbances. Items moved from their usual places. Shadows seemed to linger longer than they should, and an overall feeling of being watched settled over our home. Esther and Laszlo became more irritable, claiming they felt a bad presence in their rooms. One evening, as Miklos and I sat by the fireplace discussing the unsettling changes, we heard a loud thud from the kitchen. Rushing to investigate, we found no one there, but the Krampus statue was missing from the mantel. Panic set in as we realized someone or something had taken it. Determined to find answers, Miklos decided to burn the statue, hoping to rid our home of the ominous presence. We gathered in the backyard, the cold night air biting at our skin as we lit the fire. The wooden figure cracked and began to smolder, the heat distorting its once menacing features. Relieved, we returned indoors, believing the nightmare was over. However, our peace was short-lived. Exactly 1 week after we destroyed the statue, we woke up to find an identical Krampus figure sitting at our doorstep. The same chilling note beside it, "If you are not good, I will return." Fear and confusion overwhelmed us. How could the statue reappear so quickly? We had thought burning it would end whatever curse it brought, but it seemed to defy our attempts to banish it. The children were terrified, insisting that Krampus was now haunting our home. As the days progressed, the disturbances escalated. Nightmares plagued our sleep, filled with visions of Krampus chasing us through dark, snowy forests. The statue's presence seemed to grow stronger. Even though we had destroyed it, objects levitated, doors slammed shut on their own, and an oppressive darkness settled over our home every night. Desperate for answers, I reached out to my grandmother, who had a deep knowledge of our family's folklore. She listened intently as I recounted our ordeal, her eyes widening with concern. "Krampus is not just a legend," she explained gravely. "He is a powerful spirit, bound by ancient pacts. If disturbed, he will return to reclaim what is his, especially during the time of Yuletide. Burning the statue only enrages him further." Determined to protect my family, we sought the help of a local priest, Father Istvan, known for his expertise in dealing with spiritual disturbances. During our meeting, he listened to our story and performed a series of blessings and protective rites around our home. "These measures will offer some protection," he assured us, his voice calm and authoritative. "But you must show Krampus that you honor the true spirit of Christmas: kindness, generosity, and compassion." Only then can his anger be appeased. Following Father Istvan's guidance, we redoubled our efforts to embody the virtues he spoke of. We volunteered at the local shelter, donated to those in need, and made a conscious effort to spread joy and kindness throughout our community. Slowly, the disturbances began to subside, the darkness lifting as we embraced the true meaning of the season. However, just as we began to feel secure, the unthinkable happened. On Christmas Day, a figure in a dark cloak appeared at our doorstep once more. His presence was even more imposing than before, his red eyes burning with an unholy fire. He extended a clawed hand towards me, his voice a low, menacing growl. "You have not learned your lesson," he snarled. "The balance must be restored." Terrified, I reached for Father Istvan, who had been with us throughout the ordeal. Together, we stood our ground, facing the wrath of Krampus head-on. The priest began chanting protective prayers, the words filling the air with a sense of power and determination. Krampus lunged forward, his claws reaching towards us, but the strength of our combined resolve held him at bay. With each prayer, his form began to waver, the malevolent energy around him dissipating. Finally, with a final, anguished scream, Krampus vanished, his presence erased from our home. Exhausted but victorious, we knew the battle was won, but the memory of Krampus's wrath would linger forever. The experience taught us the importance of honoring traditions and the true spirit of Christmas, ensuring that we would never take for granted the delicate balance between light and darkness. Years have passed since that harrowing Christmas, and our home remains a sanctuary of warmth and love. The statue of Krampus is now a symbol of resilience, a reminder of the night we faced our fears and emerged stronger. Each year, as we celebrate the holiday season, we honor those who have been lost and cherish the bonds that keep us united. But sometimes, late at night, when the snow blankets the world in silence and the wind whispers through the trees, I catch a fleeting glimpse of a shadowy figure at the edge of our yard, a silent guardian, watching over us, ensuring that the balance remains unbroken. It serves as a comforting reminder that some spirits linger, protecting us from the darkness that seeks to disrupt our peace. And as I sit by the fireplace each Christmas, surrounded by the warmth of my family and the glow of holiday lights, I hold on to the lessons learned from that chilling night. The magic of the season is fragile, easily shattered by the echoes of the past. But with love, understanding, and the strength of family bonds, we can honor those who have been forgotten and ensure that their spirits find the peace they so desperately seek. Story number 44. The Bells in the Forest. I still wake up in the dead of night, heart pounding, every time the memory of that Christmas Eve in 1993 resurfaces. My name is Hans Gruber, and what was meant to be a joyous holiday season in our small Austrian village turned into a nightmare that haunts me to this day. Our village, nestled deep within the Austrian Alps, was a picturesque place, especially during winter. The snow-covered rooftops glistened under the soft glow of Christmas lights, and the scent of pine and mulled wine filled the air. My family and I lived in a modest farmhouse on the outskirts, where the dense forest loomed behind our home like a silent guardian. The villagers often spoke of the forest with a mix of reverence and fear, its depths holding secrets that were best left undisturbed. I was 10 years old, eager and curious, with a heart full of the innocence that only childhood can possess. My father worked as a lumberjack, spending long hours in the forest, while my mother managed the household and cared for my younger sister, Anna. Christmas was our favorite time of the year, a season of warmth, togetherness, and the magic that seemed to blanket the world in hope. That particular Christmas Eve was no different. Our home was bustling with activity as we prepared for the festivities. The fireplace crackled merrily, casting a comforting glow across the room. Anna was busy decorating the tree, her laughter echoing as she hung ornaments with practiced ease. My father and I were setting up the nativity scene outside, our breaths visible in the crisp winter air. As night fell, The village transformed into a winter wonderland. Snowflakes danced gracefully from the heavens, covering the ground in a pristine white blanket. We gathered around the dinner table, sharing stories and savoring the hearty meal my mother had prepared. The joy in the room was palpable, each of us basking in the glow of family and tradition. After dinner, we settled into the living room, the tree lights twinkling like stars. My father handed me a small bell, part of our Christmas celebration, a tradition passed down through generations. Here you go, Hans. Ring this when you feel the spirit of Christmas the strongest, he said, his eyes twinkling with warmth. I took the bell, its cool metal surface smooth beneath my fingers. As I rang it, the cheerful sound filled the room, a symbol of joy and togetherness. We spent the evening singing carols, exchanging gifts, and enjoying each other's company. The night was perfect, or so I thought. It was late, and I had retired to my bedroom, Anna already fast asleep beside me. The house was quiet, the only sound the gentle crackling of the fire and the distant hum of holiday preparations. As I lay in bed, the peacefulness of the night enveloped me, lulling me into a deep, restful sleep. But sleep eluded me that night. Around midnight, I was jolted awake by a faint, melodic sound, a series of distant bells ringing softly. At first, I thought it was the wind playing tricks on me, but the sound was too deliberate, too haunting to dismiss. My heart raced as I strained to listen, the bells repeating a slow, melancholic tune that sent shivers down my spine. Curiosity overcame my fear, and I decided to investigate. Slipping out of bed, I tiptoed to the window, peering into the darkness beyond. The village was bathed in the soft light of the moon, the snow glistening under its silvery glow. Yet, there was something unsettling about the scene, a stillness that felt unnatural, as if the world itself was holding its breath. I followed the sound, which seemed to emanate from the forest behind our home. The bells grew louder, their eerie resonance echoing through the night. A sense of dread settled over me, but my curiosity pushed me forward. I grabbed a flashlight and quietly opened my bedroom door, careful not to wake my family. Stepping outside, the cold air bit at my cheeks, and the snow crunched beneath my boots. The forest loomed before me, its dense canopy swallowing the light. The bells seemed to guide me, their haunting melody leading me deeper into the woods. Each step felt heavier, the shadows growing longer and more foreboding. As I ventured further, the bells reached a crescendo, their sound both beautiful and terrifying. Suddenly, I stumbled upon a clearing bathed in moonlight, the snow shimmering around me. In the center stood a figure, a large, hulking man covered in thick fur, his presence both imposing and otherworldly. His eyes glowed a fierce red, piercing through the darkness as he fixed his gaze upon me. Fear rooted me to the spot as the creature moved closer, its heavy footsteps muffled by the snow. "Hans," it whispered, its voice a deep, resonant growl that echoed in my ears. "You shouldn't be here." I tried to speak, but my voice caught in my throat. The creature reached out, this massive hand cold and clammy as it grabbed my shoulder. "Return what is mine," it demanded, the urgency in its voice palpable. Before I could react, the creature vanished into the shadows, leaving me alone in the silent clearing. My heart pounded, and I stumbled back towards home, the bells fading into the night as I ran. The forest seemed to close in around me, the path obscured by thick snow and darkness. Panic set in as I realized I was lost, the way back nowhere to be found. Hours passed in what felt like minutes as I wandered through the forest, the memory of the creature's red eyes burning in my mind. My breath came in short gasps, the cold seeping into my bones. Just as despair began to take hold, I heard a faint sound, the jingling of bells, much like the one that had lured me into the woods. With renewed hope, I followed the sound, pushing through the snow and braving the biting cold. The bells led me to a small, abandoned cabin nestled among the trees, its windows dark and lifeless. The door creaked open before I could knock. and I hesitantly stepped inside. The interior was dark and musty, the remnants of a long-abandoned life scattered around. In the center of the room stood an old, dusty table with a single, tarnished bell resting atop it. As I approached, the bells began to ring again, their sound filling the room with an eerie resonance. I reached out to touch the bell, my fingers trembling with fear and anticipation. As soon as I lifted the bell, the room transformed before my eyes. Memories flooded in, visions of a young girl laughing and playing, her joyous spirit filling the space with light. But the vision quickly darkened, showing the girl in distress as she was taken by the creature from the forest. Her tears stained the snow, her pleas echoing in the silent cabin. The memory shifted, revealing the truth behind the creature's demands. It was the spirit of a guardian, bound to protect the forest and its secrets. The bell was his tool, a way to ensure that those who entered did so with pure intentions and respect for the natural world. When Hans had taken the bell from the cabin, he had unknowingly disrupted the balance, binding himself to a cycle of fear and haunting. Realizing the gravity of my actions, I understood what I needed to do. I placed the bell back on the table, my hands steady despite the fear coursing through me. "I'm sorry," I whispered. "I didn't mean to take you. Please, let me help you find peace." The cabin began to glow with a warm, ethereal light as the spirit appeared before me, his red eyes now soft and sorrowful. "Thank you, Hans," he said, his voice gentle. "You have honored the memories and restored the balance." With those words, the cabin returned to its abandoned state, the heavy atmosphere lifting as the spirit found peace. I felt a sense of relief wash over me, the haunting presence that had plagued me now gone. As I left the cabin, the forest seemed less menacing, the path back to home clear and welcoming. When I finally reached our farmhouse, dawn was breaking, the first light of Christmas morning casting a golden glow over the village. My family was still asleep, unaware of the ordeal I had endured. I climbed back into bed, exhaustion overtaking me as I drifted into a peaceful sleep, free from the nightmares that had haunted me. In the days that followed, the memory of that Christmas Eve lingered, a reminder of the delicate balance between the living and the spirits that linger in forgotten places. The village spoke of the event with a mix of fear and reverence, sharing stories of the guardian who protected the forest and the young boy who had helped him find peace. Years have passed since that fateful Christmas, and the snow continues to fall each winter, blanketing our village in white. The forest remains a place of mystery and beauty, its secrets guarded by the spirit who watches over it. And though I no longer hear the haunting bells ringing in my dreams, the memory of that night remains a testament to the power of respect, remembrance, and the enduring bonds that connect us to the natural world. Sometimes, late at night, when the wind rustles through the trees and the world is hushed in a peaceful slumber, I catch a glimpse of a shadowy figure standing at the edge of the forest, his red eyes watching over us with a silent promise. It serves as a comforting reminder that some spirits never truly fade away, their presence a guardian against the darkness that threatens to disrupt the fragile harmony of our lives. And as I sit by the window each Christmas, surrounded by the warmth of my family and the glow of holiday lights, I hold on to the lessons learned from that chilling encounter. The magic of the season is a fragile thing, easily disturbed by the echoes of the past. But with love, understanding, and reverence, we can honor. Story number 45. The Disappeared Child. I still remember the biting cold of that Christmas Eve in 1988, a night etched into my memory with shadows that refused to fade. My name is Lucas Muller, and I grew up in the secluded village of Eichenwald, nestled deep within the Swiss Alps. Eichenwald was the kind of place where everyone knew each other, where traditions were sacred, and where the line between folklore and reality blurred beneath the blanket of snow. Our village was picturesque in winter, with wooden chalets adorned with twinkling lights and smoke curling from chimneys into the starry night. Christmas was a time of joy and unity, a season that brought out the best in our tight-knit community. Children's laughter echoed through the streets as they built snowmen and sled down the hills, their cheeks flushed with excitement. But that year, something felt different. There was an undercurrent of unease that lingered in the air, an unspoken tension that none of us could quite place. Perhaps it was the harsh winter that had left us isolated, or the growing whispers of old legends resurfacing as the days grew shorter and the nights longer. Regardless, the festive spirit was tinged with a hint of foreboding. It was on Christmas Eve that the unthinkable happened. Johann, my 10-year-old neighbor, had always been a mischievous child, often finding himself in trouble for stealing trinkets from the village shops. His parents, struggling with the loss of his older brother to a hunting accident years before, were overprotective, desperate to keep Johann safe from the dangers they believed lurked beyond our borders. As the sun set, casting long shadows over Eichenwald, Johann was nowhere to be seen. My parents, like the rest of the village, assumed he was inside, perhaps restless after a day of mischief. But as the night deepened, our fears grew. Johann had never missed Christmas Eve, if anything. He was more excited than ever. Around midnight, the village was plunged into darkness as a fierce snowstorm swept in, the howling winds tearing through the trees and rattling the shutters of our homes. We huddled together, candles flickering against the storm, praying for it to pass. It was then that the legend of Krampus resurfaced, a tale our grandparents had told us in hushed tones. Krampus, the dark counterpart to St. Nicholas, was said to roam the forests during the Yuletide, punishing misbehaving children who had slipped through the cracks of Christmas cheer. The villagers dismissed it as mere folklore, a story to scare children into good behavior. But that night, as the storm raged outside, the line between myth and reality seemed to blur. A loud crash echoed through the village, followed by panicked screams. We rushed to the window, hearts pounding, only to see nothing but swirling snow and the oppressive darkness of the storm. It was then that we heard it, a series of heavy footsteps crunching through the snow, growing louder and more deliberate. The village square, usually bustling with festive activity, was eerily silent. The footsteps stopped at the edge of the forest, where the trees stood tall and ominous against the stormy sky. We watched in horror as a hulking figure emerged from the darkness, clad in a dark cloak and carrying a large sack slung over his shoulder. His presence was menacing, his eyes glowing with an unnatural light that seemed to pierce through the storm. "Johann," he called out, his voice a deep, resonant growl that sent chills down our spines. "Come with me. It's time you learned your lesson." Before anyone could react, Johann appeared from the shadows, his face pale and eyes wide with fear. He didn't resist, his small frame shivering uncontrollably as he followed the ominous figure into the forest. We were frozen in place, unable to comprehend what we were witnessing. The figure disappeared as quickly as he had arrived, leaving us in a state of stunned disbelief. The next morning, the storm had passed, leaving behind a serene blanket of snow. But the peace was shattered by the discovery of Johann's disappearance. Panic swept through the village as search parties combed the forests, calling out his name into the silent woods. Days turned into a week, and there was no sign of him. The only evidence left behind were deep claw marks etched into our wooden doors and the unsettling absence of Johann's playful presence. A week later, against all odds, Johann was found at the edge of the forest, lying in the snow in a state of shock and confusion. His clothes were torn, and his body bore the marks of a struggle. When he regained consciousness, all he could remember was the haunting voice and the terrifying figure of Krampus. He repeated the same chilling phrase over and over. "He will return." The village was thrown into a state of fear and uncertainty. Was Johann's disappearance a result of his own mischief, or had the old legends come to life? The claw marks on our doors became a constant reminder of the night we lost one of our own to the shadows of the forest. Determined to uncover the truth, I took it upon myself to delve deeper into the legend of Krampus. I spent countless nights in the village library, poring over old texts and records, searching for any clue that could explain the events of that fateful Christmas Eve. The more I learned, the more I realized that the legend was more than just a simple tale. It was a powerful force tied to the very soul of our village. I reached out to the village elder, Frau Schmidt, a woman whose knowledge of our traditions was unparalleled. She listened intently as I recounted the events, her expression grave and thoughtful. "Krampus is not just a mythical figure," she explained, her voice steady. "He embodies the dark side of our traditions, a reminder that not all is joyous and light." Johann's behavior that year had disturbed the balance we strive to maintain. Krampus serves as both a guardian and a punisher, ensuring that the spirits of the past are respected and remembered. With Frau Schmidt's guidance, I began to understand that our village had long ago made a pact with Krampus, a pact that maintained the delicate balance between light and dark, joy and sorrow. When that balance was disrupted, as it was with Johann's misbehavior, Krampus would step in to restore it, sometimes through terrifying means, determined to prevent further tragedies. I proposed a renewal of the old traditions, a ceremony to honor Krampus and reaffirm our commitment to the pact. The villagers were hesitant at first, their fears still fresh, but the lingering sense of unease left little choice. We agreed to hold the ceremony on the following Christmas Eve, hoping that it would appease Krampus and prevent any further disturbances. As the months passed, I worked tirelessly to prepare for the ceremony, collaborating with Frau Schmidt and other elders to ensure that every detail was meticulously planned. We crafted intricate decorations, prepared offerings, and studied the ancient rituals that had kept our village safe for generations. The anticipation of the ceremony brought a sense of hope and unity to our community, a collective effort to heal the wounds left by Johann's disappearance. Christmas Eve arrived, and the village was once again adorned with twinkling lights and festive decorations. The air was filled with a mix of excitement and apprehension as we gathered in the village square, the same place where Johann had been taken. The night was clear, the stars shining brightly against the inky sky, a stark contrast to the stormy chaos of the previous year. The ceremony began with prayers and offerings, our voices intertwining with the sounds of traditional carols. Frau Schmidt led us through the rituals, her presence a calming force amidst the lingering fears. We lit candles to honor Johann and the spirits of those who had been lost, our collective hopes rising with each flickering flame. As the clock struck midnight, a heavy silence fell over the square. The air grew colder, and a sense of anticipation hung in the air. Suddenly, the same haunting voice echoed through the night, sending chills down our spines. "Remember the past," it intoned, the words reverberating through the village. "Honor the memories that have been forgotten." A figure emerged from the shadows, his presence both terrifying and awe-inspiring. It was Krampus, his eyes glowing with an otherworldly light, his presence commanding respect and fear. He approached the center of the square, his eyes meeting ours with an intensity that made our hearts race. "We have honored your presence," I spoke, my voice steady despite the fear coursing through me. "We have remembered and respected the past. Please, find peace and leave our village in safety." Krampus stood silently, his gaze unwavering. For what felt like an eternity, we waited, the weight of our actions pressing down upon us. Then, slowly, he nodded, a gesture of acknowledgement and acceptance. "Balance is restored," he declared, his voice a deep, resonant echo. "Honor the past, and protect the future." With those words, Krampus vanished into the night, his presence dissipating like mist in the morning sun. The oppressive cold lifted, replaced by a sense of warmth and relief that enveloped the village. We had fulfilled our duty, honoring the old traditions and ensuring the safety of our community. In the days that followed, life in Eichenwald began to return to normal. The fear that had once gripped our hearts was replaced by a renewed sense of unity and respect for the traditions that had kept us safe for generations. Johann's disappearance remained a somber reminder of the balance we must maintain. a testament to the power of folklore and the spirits that guard our village. Years have passed since that harrowing Christmas Eve, but the memory of Krampus and the lessons we learned remain ingrained in our hearts. Every Christmas, we gather to honor our past, ensuring that the spirits of those we've lost are remembered and respected. The traditions we uphold are not just rituals of celebration, but sacred promises to maintain the delicate balance between light and darkness. But sometimes, late at night, when the snow blankets the village in silence and the stars shimmer like distant beacons, I catch a glimpse of a shadowy figure at the edge of the forest, a silent guardian watching over us, ensuring that the pact remains unbroken. It serves as a comforting reminder that some spirits never truly fade away, their presence a guardian against the darkness that threatens to disrupt the fragile harmony of our lives. And as I sit by the fireplace each Christmas, surrounded by the warmth of my family and the glow of holiday lights, I hold on to the lessons learned from that fateful night. The magic of the season is fragile, easily shattered by the echoes of the past. But with love, understanding, and the strength of community bonds, we can honor those who have been forgotten and ensure that their spirits find the peace they so desperately seek. Story number 46. The Girl and the Uninvited Guest. I still wake up in the dead of night, heart pounding, every time I recall that Christmas Eve in 2005. My name is Hannah Novak, and what was meant to be a joyous holiday season in our small Czech village turned into a nightmare that haunts me to this day. Our village, nestled deep within the Carpathian Mountains, was a place where everyone knew each other. The streets were lined with quaint houses adorned with twinkling lights and decorated for Christmas, their windows glowing warmly against the biting winter chill. My family lived in a modest, timber-framed home on the outskirts, where the dense forest loomed behind us like a silent, watchful guardian. I was 10 years old, full of the innocent excitement that only a child can possess. My mother, Eva, was busy preparing for the festivities, while my father, Joseph, tended to our small garden, ensuring that we had enough firewood to keep us warm through the long winter nights. My younger sister, Annetta, was busy decorating the Christmas tree, her laughter filling the house with a sense of joy and anticipation. That year, Christmas felt different. Perhaps it was the lingering sadness from our neighbor's tragic accident earlier in the year or the heaviness of my father's recent job loss. But an unspoken tension hung in the air. Regardless, we tried to immerse ourselves in the holiday spirit, hoping to find solace in tradition and togetherness. On Christmas Eve, after a hearty dinner filled with stories and laughter, we gathered around the fireplace, the flickering flames casting dancing shadows on the walls. The scent of pine and cinnamon filled the room as we exchanged gifts, each present carefully chosen with love and thoughtfulness. As the night deepened, we settled into our usual routine, sipping hot cocoa, singing carols, and sharing dreams for the coming year. As midnight approached, a sense of calm settled over our home. My mother suggested that we all go to bed early, tired from the day's activities. I nodded, eager to drift into the peaceful embrace of sleep, dreaming of snowflakes and holiday magic. But that night, sleep eluded me. The house was quiet, save for the soft crackling of the fire and the occasional distant sound of carolers outside. As I lay in bed, my thoughts wandered, and I felt a strange restlessness creeping over me. Just as I was about to close my eyes, a sudden chill swept through the room, making the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I sat up, blinking away the remnants of sleep, and tried to shake off the unsettling feeling. It was then that I heard it, a faint, melodic jingling that seemed to echo from the very heart of the forest behind our house. At first, I thought it was the sound of sleigh bells carried by the wind, but there was something eerie about the tune, something that sent shivers down my spine. Curiosity overcame my fear, and I decided to investigate. I quietly slipped out of bed, careful not to wake my parents or Annetta, and made my way to the window, peering into the darkness. I could just make out the outline of a figure standing near the edge of the forest, its presence almost ghostly against the moonlit backdrop. As I watched, the figure began to move slowly towards our home, the steps deliberate and unhurried. My heart raced as I realized that someone, or something, was approaching. I grabbed my flashlight and hurried downstairs, my small hands trembling as I fumbled with the light. The living room was bathed in the warm glow of the fireplace, the Christmas tree standing tall and decorated with shimmering ornaments. I scanned the room, searching for any sign of the mysterious visitor. But there was nothing out of place. The room was as serene as ever, the peacefulness of the night undisturbed. Just as I was about to return to bed, the doorbell rang, startling me. My parents exchanged puzzled glances before my father went to answer the door. I watched as he opened it, but there was no one there, just the empty street and the silent night. "Must be a prank," my father muttered, shaking his head before closing the door. He returned to the living room, giving me a reassuring smile. "Nothing to worry about, Hannah, just someone passing by." But as soon as he left, the atmosphere in the room shifted. The temperature dropped sharply, and the shadows seemed to grow longer and more menacing. I felt a presence lingering in the air, a coldness that made the hairs on my arms stand on end. Suddenly, the lights flickered, casting eerie shadows that danced across the walls. The faint jingling from the forest returned, louder and more insistent this time. My heart pounded as I realized that the presence was not just in my imagination. It was real, and it was inside our home. I turned to my parents, who were now seated on the couch, looking equally confused and concerned. "Did you hear that?" I whispered, my voice barely audible. They nodded, their faces pale with worry. "It's probably just the wind," my mother suggested, though her voice lacked conviction. "Let's all go back to bed." But as we gathered our things to head upstairs, the room plunged into darkness. The fireplace went out with a hiss, and the Christmas tree lights dimmed to a haunting glow. The jingling sound morphed into a sinister laughter, echoing through the house with a mocking tone. In the midst of the darkness, a shadowy figure materialized near the window. It was a man dressed in a long black coat, his face obscured by a mask that concealed his features. His eyes glowed an unnatural red, piercing through the darkness as he fixed his gaze on me. "Come inside," he demanded, his voice cold and hollow. "Let me see if you've been good this year." Fear surged through me, freezing me to the spot. I backed away, stumbling over my own feet, as my parents rushed to comfort me. "Stay away from us," my father shouted, trying to protect us from the unseen threat. But the man in black advanced slowly, his presence growing more menacing with each step. "You cannot ignore the past," he whispered, his voice echoing through the room like a haunting refrain. "Remember those who have been forgotten." Desperate to escape, we ran towards the staircase, but the old wooden steps groaned under our weight, as if protesting our frantic escape. The laughter and demands of the masked man chased us upstairs, filling our heads with a cacophony of fear and confusion. Reaching my bedroom, I slammed the door shut, pulling my mother and Annetta inside. We huddled together, trying to find solace in each other's presence as the sounds of the man in black echoed through the house. The temperature remained frigid, our breaths visible in the cold air as we tried to make sense of the terror that had invaded our home. The night dragged on, each minute stretching into an eternity as we remained huddled in the darkness. Every creak and whisper seemed to carry the weight of the man's sinister message, his presence a constant reminder that the past cannot be easily forgotten. When dawn finally broke, the house was silent once more. The masked man had vanished, leaving behind a lingering sense of dread and the faint traces of his malevolent presence. As the sun's rays pierced through the curtains, we cautiously emerged from our hiding spot, the first signs of morning light dispelling the shadows of the night. But the evidence of his visit remained. Strange footprints embedded in the freshly fallen snow outside our window and deep scratches etched into the wooden door. The footprints were unlike any we had seen before, too large and oddly shaped to belong to any known animal or person in our village. The scratches were jagged and raw, as if clawed by a creature driven by rage and sorrow. My father knelt beside the footprints, examining them closely. "These aren't human," he murmured, a sense of foreboding settling over him. "We need to be careful." In the days that followed, the memory of that Christmas Eve lingered, a shadow that darkened our once happy home. The fear of the uninvited guest never fully left us, a constant reminder that some pasts refused to stay buried. We became more vigilant, the peace of our village now tinged with an undercurrent of unease. Determined to understand the nature of the haunting, I sought out the village elder, a wise woman named Madame Petra. Her knowledge of local legends and folklore was unparalleled, and I hoped she could provide some insight into the mysterious events that had unfolded. Madame Petra listened intently as I recounted the night's events, her eyes narrowing in contemplation. "What you encountered was no ordinary spirit," she explained, her voice gravelly with age. "He is known as the Forgotten Guardian, a being bound to ensure that the memories of those lost are never erased. On this night, he tests the hearts of those who believe they have moved on too easily, reminding them of the importance of remembrance and honor." "But why us?" I asked, struggling to understand our role in this supernatural occurrence. "Because your family has a history intertwined with the past," Madame Petra replied. "There are stories passed down through generations about a tragic event that occurred on Christmas Eve many years ago, an event that your family was deeply affected by. The Guardian seeks to ensure that the memories of those who suffered are not forgotten." Determined to put an end to the haunting, I returned home with a renewed sense of purpose. I shared Madame Petra's insights with my parents, and together, we embarked on a mission to honor the memories of the past and appease the forgotten guardian. We began by documenting our family's history, preserving old photographs, letters, and stories that had long been tucked away in the corners of our home. We organized a memorial service on the following Christmas Eve, inviting neighbors and friends to join us in remembering those who had been lost. The evening was filled with heartfelt speeches, the lighting of candles, and the sharing of cherished memories. As we honored our ancestors, the air in the house felt lighter, the oppressive presence that had once haunted us beginning to dissipate. As midnight approached, we gathered once more in the living room, the Christmas tree casting a warm glow over the room. We stood together, holding hands, our hearts united in remembrance and love. I rang the small bell my father had given me, its clear tone resonating through the house, a symbol of hope and renewal. The room remained silent, the heaviness lifting as we reaffirmed our commitment to remember and honor the past. It was then that I felt a gentle warmth enveloping us, a sense of peace settling over our home. The air was filled with the faint sound of laughter, not the mocking tones of the guardian, but the joyous echoes of loved ones long gone. As the clock struck midnight, a figure appeared near the window, no longer menacing, but serene. It was the man in black, his features softened, the red eyes now gentle pools of understanding. "Thank you," he whispered, his voice filled with gratitude. "You have honored the memories, and now, peace can be found." With those words, he faded into the night, the lingering traces of his presence replaced by a comforting stillness. The fear that had once consumed our home was gone, replaced by a profound sense of connection and love. We knew that the guardian had found the closure he sought, and in doing so, had freed us from the shadows of the past. Years have passed since that fateful Christmas Eve, and the memory of the forgotten guardian remains a poignant reminder of the importance of remembrance and honor. Every holiday season, our family continues to celebrate with love and gratitude, ensuring that the stories of those who came before us are never forgotten. But sometimes, late at night, when the world is quiet and the snow blankets the ground in silence, I catch a glimpse of a shadowy figure at the edge of the forest, a silent guardian watching over us, a testament to the enduring power of memory and the bonds that connect us to those we have lost. And as I sit by the fireplace each Christmas, surrounded by the warmth of my family and the glow of holiday lights. I hold on to the lessons learned from that haunting night. The magic of the season is a fragile thing, easily disturbed by the echoes of the past. But with love, understanding, and the strength of family bonds, we can honor those who have been forgotten and ensure that their spirits find the peace they so desperately seek. Story number 47. The Man Dragged into the Snow. I still feel the bite of that Christmas Eve night in 2010, as vivid in my memory as the snowflakes that danced mercilessly in the frigid air. My name is Friedrich Keller, and I've lived all my 65 years in the quiet town of Winterbach, nestled deep within the Bavarian Alps. Winterbach was the kind of place where everyone knew each other, where the streets were lined with charming half-timbered houses and the scent of pine from the surrounding forests permeated the air. Christmas was always magical here, a time when the town transformed into a winter wonderland, illuminated by countless lights and filled with the laughter of children. That year, however, the magic was overshadowed by an event that would forever scar my heart and haunt my dreams. It was Christmas Eve, a night I had anticipated with the usual excitement, decorating the tree, baking gingerbread cookies, and spending time with my wife, Greta, and our young son, Lucas, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the town. We settled into our nightly routine, unaware of the terror that awaited us. After dinner, Greta suggested a walk to burn off some of the day's indulgences and to enjoy the serene beauty of our snow-covered surroundings. I agreed, eager to share the evening with my family. Bundled up in my warmest coat, we stepped outside, the crunch of our boots the only sound breaking the tranquil silence of Winterbach. The town was alive with holiday cheer. Market stalls adorned with twinkling lights offered everything from handcrafted ornaments to steaming cups of glühwein. Children darted about, their cheeks flushed from the cold, chasing each other in playful abandon. I held Greta's hand tightly, ensuring Lucas stayed close as we meandered through the festive streets. As we approached the outskirts of town, the bustling sounds of the market faded, replaced by the whispering wind and the soft rustle of snow-laden branches. The path led us towards the dense forest that bordered Winterbach, a place we rarely ventured alone, especially on a night as enchanting as Christmas Eve. The moon hung low in the sky, its silvery light casting eerie shadows through the trees. Suddenly, amidst the stillness, I heard a faint, rhythmic thumping sound, like footsteps crunching on fresh snow. My heart quickened, and I glanced around, searching for the source. Greta tightened her grip on my arm, her eyes wide with concern. Lucas tugged at my sleeve, pointing towards a dimly lit path leading deeper into the woods. "Papa, what is that?" he whispered, his voice trembling. I tried to steady my voice, forcing calm into my own racing heart. "I don't know, Lucas. Let's be careful." We cautiously approached the source of the noise, the thumping growing louder with each step. The snow beneath our feet was undisturbed, save for the occasional footprint that seemed too large and oddly shaped to belong to any animal we knew. The path led us to a clearing, illuminated by the pale glow of the moon. There, standing amidst the snow, was a figure unlike anything I had ever seen. It was a man, or something resembling a man, clad in tattered black clothing that seemed to merge with the darkness around him. His stature was unnaturally tall, and his movements were jerky, as if he were being pulled by invisible strings. A large sack was strapped to his back, dragging heavily behind him, leaving deep grooves in the pristine snow. "Do you need help?" I called out, my voice wavering between fear and compassion. The figure paused, and I noticed something disturbing: his face. It was grotesque, a twisted parody of humanity, with elongated features and hollow, sunken eyes that glowed a menacing red. His mouth stretched unnaturally wide, revealing rows of sharp, jagged teeth that glimmered ominously in the moonlight. But what truly horrified me was his tongue, long and serpentine, flicking out intermittently in a sinister display. Before I could react, the creature turned abruptly, its eyes locking onto mine with a predatory intensity. "Return what is mine," it hissed, the sound like gravel scraping against stone. Panic surged through me, and without a second thought, I grabbed Greta and Lucas, pulling them towards the safety of our home. The creature moved swiftly, its heavy sack swinging wildly as it pursued us with unnatural speed. We sprinted through the forest, the sound of its malevolent laughter echoing behind us, blending with the howling wind. Branches whipped against our faces, and the snow stung our skin as we desperately navigated the treacherous terrain. My legs burned with exertion, my mind racing to comprehend the nightmare unfolding before me. The path seemed endless, and every step felt like a battle against an unseen force determined to keep us away from the safety of our home. Just when I thought our ordeal would never end, we burst through the edge of the forest, the warm glow of our house welcoming us back. We collapsed onto the porch, breathless and trembling, the creature's laughter fading into the night. I held Greta and Lucas close, trying to soothe their fears as my own began to subside. In the aftermath, the town of Winterbach buzzed with whispers of the strange apparition in the woods. Some dismissed it as a figment of our imagination, fueled by the isolation of the forest and the eerie atmosphere of Christmas Eve. Others believed it to be a restless spirit, a warning of some impending doom. Regardless of the theories, the memory of that night lingered, a dark shadow over the festive season. In the weeks that followed, strange occurrences began to plague our household. Items moved on their own, doors creaked open without cause, and Lucas claimed to see a shadowy figure standing at the foot of his bed, whispering his name. Greta and I tried to reassure him, but the fear in his eyes was all too real. The presence of the creature seemed to extend beyond the forest, a lingering curse that tainted our once happy home. Determined to uncover the truth, I delved into the history of Winterbach, seeking answers to the mystery of the creature and its demands. My research led me to old town records and newspaper archives, unearthing tales of tragic events and unresolved grief that had long been buried beneath the surface of our idyllic town. It became clear that the creature was not just a random apparition but a manifestation of the town's collective sorrow and forgotten memories. One night, driven by desperation and a need to protect my family, I ventured back into the forest, armed with knowledge and a flickering hope that I could put an end to the haunting. Greta insisted on coming with me, unwilling to let fear tear our family apart. Lucas, too young to understand the full extent of the danger, stayed behind, his innocence a beacon of light in the encroaching darkness. We navigated the familiar path, the memory of that Christmas Eve guiding us deeper into the woods. The air was thick with the scent of pine and the promise of snow, the moon casting an ethereal glow that illuminated our way. As we approached the clearing, the presence of the creature was palpable, a dark force that seemed to warp the very air around us. "This is it," I whispered to Greta, my voice barely audible over the rustling of the trees. "We need to confront it, to understand what it wants." The clearing was empty, save for the remnants of the creature's passage, the deep grooves in the snow and the lingering sense of malevolence that hung in the air. I took a deep breath, summoning the courage to face the nightmare that had consumed our lives. "Why are you haunting us?" I called out, my voice steady despite the fear gnawing at my insides. "What do you want from us?" A cold wind swept through the clearing, and the shadows seemed to come alive, coalescing into the form of the creature. Its eyes glowed brighter, and its grin widened, revealing the full extent of its terrifying maw. "Remember the past," it intoned, the words reverberating through the trees. "Honor the memories that have been forgotten." I felt a surge of understanding. The creature was a guardian of the town's unresolved grief, a spectral embodiment of the pain that had been buried and ignored over the years. It was a reminder that the past, no matter how dark, could not be dismissed without consequence. "Help us remember," pleaded, stepping forward despite the fear. "Tell us what we need to do." The creature's eyes softened slightly, a hint of sorrow replacing the malice. Acknowledge the past. It whispered. Honor those who have been lost, and keep their memories alive. Only then can the balance be restored. With newfound determination, I vowed to bring the town together, to unearth and honor the forgotten stories that had been buried in the shadows. Greta and I returned home, our mission clear: to heal the wounds of Winterbach and ensure that no spirit would remain restless and tormented. In the months that followed, we organized memorials and storytelling nights, encouraging the townsfolk to share their memories and commemorate those who had passed. The community came together, rekindling old traditions and forging new bonds of unity and understanding. Slowly but surely, the disturbances in our home ceased, the shadows of fear giving way to the warmth of collective healing. On the following Christmas Eve, as we stood on our porch watching the snow fall gently, I felt a sense of peace settle over me. The forest no longer seemed menacing, its dark secrets now acknowledged and respected. I glanced up at the sky, the stars twinkling like the hopeful lights of our fair, and whispered a silent thank you to the creature that had taught us the importance of remembering. And sometimes, late at night. Story number 48. The Midnight Knock. I still wake up in the dead of night every Christmas. Heart pounding, memories flooding back like the relentless snowfall outside our Slovenian home. My name is Elena Novak, and what was supposed to be a magical Christmas Eve in 1999 turned into a nightmare that still haunts me today. Our house stood on the outskirts of a small village nestled within the Carpathian Mountains, a picturesque setting that seemed straight out of a fairy tale. The snow-covered rooftops glistened under the soft glow of Christmas lights, and the scent of pine and cinnamon filled the air. My husband, Mark, our 10-year-old son, Luca, and I had always cherished our Christmas traditions, decorating the tree, baking gingerbread cookies, and gathering around the fireplace to exchange gifts and share stories. That year, however, there was an undercurrent of unease that neither Mark nor I could quite place. Perhaps it was the recent passing of my own father or the lingering stress of Luca's upcoming school exams. But something felt different. Despite the festive decorations and the cheerful atmosphere, an unspoken tension hung in the air, making the house feel both warm and strangely hollow. On Christmas Eve, after a hearty dinner filled with laughter and conversation, we settled into our usual routine. Luca was busy unwrapping his gifts, his eyes wide with excitement, while Mark and I enjoyed a quiet moment sipping hot cocoa by the fire. The clock ticked towards midnight, the final hours of the year slipping away in a haze of joy and anticipation. As the hands of the clock approached 12, a serene silence enveloped our home. The only sounds were the crackling of the fire and the occasional creak of the old wooden house settling into the night. We glanced at each other, smiles lingering on our faces, content in the shared peace of the moment. Then, exactly at midnight, a loud, forceful knock echoed through the house, shaking the very foundation of our home. My heart skipped a beat as I exchanged a worried glance with Mark. Luca looked up from his gifts, confusion and fear flickering in his innocent eyes. "Who could that be at this hour?" I whispered, my voice trembling slightly. Mark got up, walking towards the front door with a mix of curiosity and caution. As he approached, the knocking resumed, louder and more insistent. "Mark, maybe it's someone who needs help," I suggested, trying to steady my racing heart. He reached for the door, hesitating for a moment before peeking through the peephole. His face paled as he stepped back, motioning for me to join him. "Elena, I don't recognize that voice. It sounded strange." Before we could discuss further, a hoarse, guttural voice rang out from the other side of the door, sending chills down my spine. "Come in to check the children." Mark and I stood frozen, exchanging bewildered and frightened looks. Luca was now standing behind us, clutching his gift tightly. "Did you hear that?" he asked, his voice small and shaky. "Yes, Luca," Mark replied, his tone trying to mask the fear creeping into his voice. "We need to be careful," I nodded, stepping back from the door. "We should call the police." "Mark, But before we could reach for the phone, the knocking intensified, growing louder and more frantic. "Come in to check the children," the voice demanded again, this time with a desperate edge that made my blood run cold. Panic surged through me. "Mark, let's stay inside. Don't open the door." He nodded, but the fear in his eyes mirrored my own. We retreated to the safety of the living room, Luca sitting between us, his eyes darting nervously around the room. The knocking continued, now accompanied by the eerie silence of an unresponsive house. Minutes felt like hours as the relentless knocking echoed through every room. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. The cheerful decorations now seemed mocking, the twinkling lights casting long, sinister shadows that danced menacingly across the walls. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the knocking ceased. The room was plunged into an oppressive silence, broken only by the soft ticking of the clock. We sat there, breathing heavily, hearts pounding in our chests, unsure of what to do next. The next morning, we woke to find our house in disarray. Objects were moved from their usual places, and the front door bore deep, jagged claw marks etched into the wooden surface. Luca was the first to notice them, his eyes wide with fear. "Look, Mama, look at the door," he exclaimed, pointing to the damage. Mark and I rushed to the front of the house, staring in disbelief at the mutilated door. The claw marks were fresh, no doubt inflicted during the intense knocking the night before. There was no sign of forced entry or any indication of who or what had done this. "We need to report this," Mark said, his voice tinged with frustration and fear. "Someone tried to break in, but there's no one outside." I nodded, feeling a knot of anxiety tighten in my stomach. Maybe it was someone who didn't know us, or something else. As the day progressed, the memory of the midnight knocking haunted us. Neighbors whispered theories, some suggesting it was a prank, while others believed it was a spirit or entity drawn to our home for reasons unknown. The town of Winterdorf was steeped in folklore, tales of spirits and mythical creatures that roamed the forests during the long winter nights. But nothing like this had ever happened before. Determined to find answers, I began researching the history of our village, diving into old records and local legends. It was then that I stumbled upon a chilling story from decades past, a tale of a mysterious figure known as the Midnight Watcher, a malevolent spirit said to haunt the homes of families who had lost their children tragically. According to the legend, the Midnight Watcher was a vengeful entity, drawn to the sorrow and unresolved grief of bereaved parents. It would manifest as a cloaked figure, demanding entry to ensure the protection of the children who had passed on, punishing those who dared to ignore its presence. The spirit was believed to be a dark guardian, ensuring that the memories of the lost children remained honored and never forgotten. The more I read, the more connections I saw between our experience and the legend. Had we unknowingly triggered the Midnight Watcher's wrath? Was the entity drawn to us because of a past tragedy or something we had yet to uncover? As Christmas approached, the unease in our home grew. Mark and I grew increasingly paranoid, always feeling like we were being watched, our every move scrutinized by unseen eyes. Luca, once a happy and carefree child, became withdrawn, his fear of the night deepening with each passing day. One evening, as we sat huddled together in the living room, the room plunged into darkness. The lights flickered and died, leaving us enveloped in an oppressive blackness. I could hear Luca's quiet sobs, and Mark's tense breathing filled the silence. Then, just as suddenly as it had gone out, the lights snapped back on. The room was unchanged, but the atmosphere was heavy with a sense of foreboding. I felt a cold draft brush past me, and the sound of soft, muffled footsteps echoed through the house. "Mark, Luca," I whispered, my voice barely audible. "Did you hear that?" Mark nodded, standing up cautiously. "It's probably just the wind. Let's check the windows and doors. Make sure everything's secure." As we moved through the house, checking each window and door, Luca clung to my side, his small hand gripping mine tightly. The sense of being watched intensified, a malevolent presence lurking just beyond the edges of our perception. We reached the front door, finding no signs of tampering beyond the claw marks we had seen the day before. But as I turned to go back inside, I caught sight of something that froze me to the core, a shadowy figure standing at the edge of our property, partially obscured by the dense trees that bordered our yard. The figure was tall and imposing, dressed in a dark cloak that seemed to absorb the surrounding light. His face was hidden behind a mask, the details obscured, but his presence was undeniably sinister. He stood motionless, watching us with an intensity that made my blood run cold. "Why won't you leave us alone?" I demanded, stepping forward despite the fear gripping my heart. "What do you want from us?" The figure didn't respond, his silence more terrifying than any words could have been. Instead, he raised a hand, and a deep, guttural growl echoed through the night, sending tremors through the ground beneath our feet. Suddenly, the air around us grew frigid, the temperature dropping sharply as if we had stepped into an icebox. Luca shivered uncontrollably, pulling me closer to Mark. The presence of the Midnight Watcher was undeniable, and I knew we were dealing with something far beyond our understanding. "We need to leave," Mark whispered urgently. "Get Luca inside. I'll handle this." But before I could react, the figure lunged forward, his movement unnaturally swift. I felt a surge of protective instinct, pulling Luca into my arms as Mark stood his ground, trying to fend off the entity with whatever strength he could muster. The Midnight Watcher advanced, his shadow swallowing the light around him. I could feel his malevolent intent, a dark energy that seemed to drain the life from the room. Desperate, I clung to Luca, refusing to let go as fear threatened to consume me. Just as the entity was about to breach our defenses, a blinding flash of light erupted from within the house, momentarily disorienting the spirit. The Midnight Watcher recoiled, his form wavering, before dissipating into the night, leaving us breathless and shaken. We stood there for what felt like an eternity, the oppressive darkness giving way to the soft glow of dawn. The immediate threat had passed, but the aftermath left us deeply scarred. Luca was trembling in my arms, and Mark's face was pale, eyes haunted by the night's terror. "We need to seek help," I said, my voice trembling. "This is beyond us." Mark nodded, wrapping his arm around me and gently placing Luca on the ground. Together, we made our way back inside, the warmth of our home now a stark contrast to the frigid encounter outside. The lingering fear made it difficult to settle back into the safety of our daily lives. But we knew we had to find a way to protect our family from the relentless presence of the Midnight Watcher. In the days that followed, we reached out to the local priest, Father Jacob, hoping his knowledge of ancient rites and spiritual protection could offer us some respite. He listened intently as we recounted our experience, his expression grave and thoughtful. "There are rituals that can help shield your home from malevolent spirits," Father Jacob explained, his voice steady and reassuring. "But it requires the entire family's participation and unwavering faith." Determined to reclaim our peace, we agreed to perform the necessary rites. We began by cleansing our home, burning sage and sprinkling holy water in every room, reciting prayers of protection and remembrance. Father Jacob guided us through each step, his presence a comforting anchor amidst the storm of our fears. As we worked, I couldn't help but reflect on the legend of the Midnight Watcher. The idea that our grief and unresolved sorrow had summoned this vengeful spirit was both terrifying and enlightening. It became clear that, to truly banish the entity, we needed to confront our own pain and honor the memories that had long been buried. One evening, as the sun set and the first stars began to twinkle in the sky, Father Jacob led us in a final, powerful ritual. We stood together in the living room, holding hands tightly as he chanted ancient incantations. The air was thick with anticipation, the room humming with a potent energy that felt both sacred and dangerous. As Father Jacob's voice rose in a crescendo, the oppressive atmosphere began to lift, replaced by a sense of calm and unity. The shadows that had once seemed so threatening now felt like mere illusions, easily dispelled by the collective strength of our family and the divine protection we had invoked. A sudden gust of wind swept through the room, extinguishing the candles and leaving us in peaceful darkness. In that moment, I felt a profound sense of release, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from our souls. The midnight watcher's presence was gone, replaced by the gentle warmth of our love and the unwavering bond that held us together. Days turned into weeks, and the memory of that harrowing night began to fade, replaced by the comfort of our restored home and the joy of renewed traditions. Luca slowly regained his playful spirit, and the tension that had plagued our household dissipated, leaving behind a lasting sense of peace. But the experience left an indelible mark on our family. We had faced the darkness together, confronting our fears and honoring the memories that had threatened to tear us apart. The legend of the Midnight Watcher became a cautionary tale, a reminder of the power of grief and the importance of remembrance. Every Christmas Eve since then, we gather around the fireplace, sharing stories of that night and the lessons we learned. The crackling flames and the warmth of our home serve as a testament to our resilience and the enduring strength of family bonds. We light candles in honor of those who have been lost, ensuring that their memories remain alive and cherished, never to be forgotten. But sometimes, late at night, when the wind howls through the trees and the snow blankets the world in silence, I catch a glimpse of a shadowy figure at the edge of our property, a silent guardian watching over us, ensuring that the balance remains undisturbed. It serves as a comforting reminder that some spirits find peace when their memories are honored, and that our love and unity can protect us from the darkness that seeks to intrude. And as I sit by the window each Christmas, surrounded by the warmth of my family and the glow of holiday lights, I hold on to the lessons learned from that fateful night. The magic of the season is fragile, easily shattered by the echoes of the past. But with love, understanding, and the strength of family bonds, we can honor those who have been forgotten and ensure that their spirits find the peace they so desperately seek. Story number 49. The Shadow of Krampus. I still remember that December night in 2017 as vividly as if it happened yesterday. The crisp alpine air, the scent of mulled wine and roasted chestnuts, and the haunting melodies of traditional Austrian folk songs still echo in my mind. My name is Eric Weber, and what was supposed to be a joyous celebration of Christmas traditions turned into a nightmarish encounter that forever changed my perception of folklore and the supernatural. Our town, Hinterglemm, nestled in the heart of Austria's mountainous region, was renowned for its elaborate Christmas festivals. Every year, the highlight was the Krampuslauf, a parade where participants dressed as Krampus, the fearsome companion of Saint Nicholas, roamed the streets to scare misbehaving children. It was a spectacle that drew crowds from neighboring villages and beyond, blending fear and festivity in a way that only our culture could. I had been eagerly anticipating this year's festival. My friends and I had spent weeks crafting our Krampus costumes, complete with horns, furs, and menacing masks. There was something exhilarating about embodying the legend's dark counterpart, the embodiment of punishment and fear. This year, however, something felt different, a palpable tension that lingered in the air, as if the spirits of past Krampus runs were watching us with wary eyes. The night of the parade was colder than usual, the sky a deep indigo sprinkled with stars. The streets of Hinterglemm were transformed into a labyrinth of lights and shadows, the festive decorations shimmering against the darkness. As we donned our costumes, the excitement in our group was contagious. We joined the throngs of onlookers, our presence adding to the eerie ambience that the Krampuslauf was known for. The parade began with traditional fanfare, the rhythmic beating of drums and the blaring of horns signaling the arrival of the Krampus figures. We marched alongside dozens of other costumed participants, our steps synchronized with the booming music. The sight of families huddled together, children clutching their parents' hands, and the flickering lights of the stalls created a surreal backdrop that was both enchanting and unsettling. About halfway through the procession, a hush fell over the crowd. Whispers spread like wildfire. Someone was missing. Hans Berger, a local carpenter and one of our closest friends, had disappeared. We hadn't seen him participate this year. Instead, he had volunteered to help organize the event. His absence was unusual, and a sense of unease began to creep into the festive atmosphere. As the parade wound its way through the town square, we heard frantic calls for Hans. Panic rippled through the crowd as people searched the streets, their festive cheer replaced by desperate anxiety. I glanced around, my eyes searching for any sign of him, but all I saw were the shadows cast by the illuminated stalls and the costumed participants still advancing through the night. That's when it happened. A figure in a Krampus costume, noticeably larger and more imposing than the rest, emerged from the darkness at the edge of the parade route. Unlike the others, this Krampus had an aura of malevolence that set him apart. His mask was more intricate, with sharper teeth and deeper, more hollow eyes that seemed to pierce through the souls of those who met his gaze. The large Krampus began to stalk through the crowd, his presence commanding attention. People began to back away, fear etched on their faces as they realized this was no ordinary participant. The atmosphere shifted from festive to foreboding as the sinister figure made his way towards us. Suddenly, amidst the chaos, Hans vanished. One moment he was there, helping to coordinate the search efforts, and the next, he was gone. Desperation surged through me as I called out his name, but the only response was the unsettling laughter that seemed to emanate from the large Krampus. The creature turned its attention towards me, and I felt a chill run down my spine as his eyes bore into mine. I watched in horror as the Krampus approached, each step deliberate and slow, dragging a large sack behind him. The crowd parted instinctively, creating a path for his relentless advance. My heart raced as I realized there was no escape. No one was safe from his wrath. The stories of Krampus were meant to frighten children into good behavior, but this was something far more sinister. Before I could react, the Krampus reached out a clawed hand towards me. I stumbled backward, tripping over my own feet, as the creature loomed over me, his breath cold against my face. "You were never good enough," he hissed, his voice a guttural growl that resonated with ancient anger. Suddenly, a blinding light pierced the darkness, and the Krampus recoiled, disappearing into the shadows as quickly as he had appeared. The crowd erupted into chaos, people screaming and scrambling to find safety. I lay there on the cold ground, trembling, my mind racing to comprehend what had just happened. Hans was nowhere to be found, and the large Krampus had vanished without a trace. The aftermath of the parade was a scene of disarray, people mourning their lost friend, emergency services arriving to investigate, and the festive decorations now serving as a grim reminder of the night's horrors. In the days that followed, the town was abuzz with theories and speculations. Some believed it was a case of mistaken identity, while others whispered about curses and ancient spirits awakened by the festivities. The legend of Krampus had always been a part of our cultural heritage, but no one had ever experienced anything like what happened that night. Haunted by the disappearance of Hans and the eerie encounter with the large Krampus, I became obsessed with uncovering the truth. I delved into old folklore, poring over ancient texts and speaking with local historians who knew the darkest secrets of our traditions. What I discovered was a tale far more terrifying than anything I had imagined. According to the legends, Krampus was not merely a mythical figure designed to scare children into behaving. In some old stories, Krampus was a vengeful spirit, a guardian of balance between good and evil, punishing those who had slipped through the cracks of morality. These tales spoke of powerful Krampuses who could cross the veil between the living and the dead, exacting revenge on those who had wronged them in life. The large Krampus I had encountered seemed to embody this ancient wrath, a spectral entity fueled by a deep-seated grudge against the town and its inhabitants. The disappearance of Hans was not a random act of violence but a targeted punishment, a message to those who had forgotten the true meaning of the festival. Determined to save Hans and protect our town from further harm, I sought out the assistance of Madame Ingrid, a local witch renowned for her knowledge of the supernatural. Her presence was both comforting and commanding, her eyes holding the wisdom of generations past. She listened intently as I recounted the events of that fateful night, nodding thoughtfully as I described the malevolent Krampus. "This is no ordinary apparition," she concluded, her voice steady. "The Krampus you encountered is an ancient spirit, bound by rituals long forgotten. To appease him and restore balance, we must perform a sacred ceremony, honoring both the spirit of Krampus and the memory of those he has taken." Madame Ingrid and I began preparing for the ceremony, gathering the necessary items and researching the precise rituals required to quell the wrath of the vengeful Krampus. The night before the ceremony, the town was eerily quiet, the festive lights dimmed as if sensing the impending confrontation. On the night of the ceremony, we gathered in the heart of the forest, the same area where the large Krampus had appeared. The moon cast a pale light through the dense canopy, and the air was thick with anticipation. Villagers joined us, their faces a mix of fear and hope as we formed a circle around a sacred altar adorned with candles, herbs, and symbols of protection. Madame Ingrid began the incantations, her voice resonating with power and authority. I placed my hand on the altar, feeling the warmth of the candles and the strength of our collective resolve. As the final words of the ritual left her lips, a sudden gust of wind swept through the clearing, extinguishing the candles and plunging us into darkness. A chilling silence enveloped us, broken only by the distant howl of a wolf. Suddenly, the large Krampus emerged from the shadows, his red eyes burning with fury. The ground trembled as he advanced, his presence overwhelming and terrifying. "You dare challenge me?" he bellowed, his voice echoing through the trees. "You forget the ancient pacts, the balance I uphold. Now, you shall face the consequences." Madame Ingrid stepped forward, her eyes unwavering. "We honor your spirit, Krampus. We seek balance and protection, not vengeance. Release Hans and return peace to our town." The Krampus paused, his gaze shifting between us, the weight of centuries of tradition evident in his expression. "Balance must be maintained," he declared, "but perhaps your sincerity grants you mercy." With a final, piercing gaze, the large Krampus reached out a clawed hand towards the altar. A brilliant light emanated from his touch, engulfing us in a blinding glow. The ground shook violently, and the forest seemed to come alive with the spirits of past Krampuses, their presence a reminder of the delicate equilibrium between light and darkness. When the light faded, the Krampus was gone, and an overwhelming sense of peace settled over the clearing. Madame Ingrid and I exchanged relieved glances. Knowing that the ritual had been successful, we returned to the town, hopeful that Hans would be found and that the curse had been lifted. Days later, Hans was discovered in the forest, unconscious but alive. He had no memory of what had transpired, but his safe return brought immense relief to our community. The town of Hinterglemm slowly returned to its festive spirit, the shadows of that Christmas Eve beginning to dissipate. Yet, the lessons we learned that night remained ingrained in our hearts. The true meaning of the Krampuslauf was not merely to scare children into good behavior, but to honor the ancient traditions and the spirits that protect our balance. We vowed to remember the events of 2017, ensuring that our celebrations would always respect the line between festivity and the supernatural. Years have passed since that harrowing Christmas, and the memory of the large Krampus serves as a reminder of the thin veil between our world and the realms beyond. Sometimes, late at night, when the winds howl through the mountains and the snow blankets the ground in silence, I catch a glimpse of red eyes watching from the shadows, a silent guardian, ensuring that the balance remains undisturbed. And as I sit by the fireplace each Christmas, surrounded by the warmth of family and the glow of festive lights, I hold onto the lessons learned from that night. The shadow of Krampus may linger in our folklore, but with respect, remembrance, and unity. We can honor the past and protect our present from the darkness that seeks to reclaim it. Story number 50. The Cabin by Crescent Lake. Strange. You know? How a place, no matter how perfect it seems, can turn on you. The kind of place you think will be the setting for a peaceful escape. For family bonding, laughter, and rest. But there's something about that cabin near Crescent Lake that tells a different story. Something that never quite settles. Not even after all these years. We didn't know that then. We were just a family looking for a winter getaway. A chance to unwind after the grind of city life. My wife, Karen, and I, along with our 2 kids, Ben and Ellie, were tired. We needed to disconnect. So, when we found the old cabin online, nestled just a few miles outside of the small town of Crescent, Oregon, we thought we'd hit the jackpot. Pictures showed a charming wood and stone structure. A perfect little retreat with a crackling fire. The kind of place where we could make memories, maybe take a few hikes by the lake, a little skiing at the nearby resort. I had no idea that, by the end of our first night, we would wish we had never found that cabin at all. We arrived late in the afternoon. The air was bitterly cold. That kind of winter chill that bites at your face and makes your breath freeze in the air. The lake, from what we could see in the fading daylight, was vast, silent, frozen, and eerie. The cabin itself was charming. A 2-story wood structure with wide, glass windows that framed the forest beyond. The whole place seemed to hum with a quiet, almost oppressive stillness. A coldness that crept under your skin the longer you stayed. Karen and I made a fire, and the kids immediately ran off to explore the backyard. Finding a snowbank to dig into, everything seemed normal at first, the kind of peace you'd expect after a long drive. But by the time night fell, the first odd thing happened. We were in the living room, the 4 of us huddled together with the fire crackling, when a gust of wind rattled the window panes. Karen stood up to check the windows, and I could see the unease in her face. There was something about the way the wind howled that didn't seem right. Sounded like more than wind, it was different, almost like a voice, faint and indistinct. But there. Everything okay? I asked. She didn't answer right away, just tightened her grip on the curtain. Then she turned, forcing a smile. Yeah, just a draft. It's probably the old windows. But it wasn't the wind that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. It was the silence that followed. The kind of silence where the air feels thick, and your thoughts are louder than they should be. We tried to shake it off, telling ourselves it was nothing. It was just the house settling. Still, Karen pulled the kids closer, and I made sure the fire was well fed with logs before we settled in for bed. Later, long after we had gone upstairs and tucked ourselves in, something else happened. The creaking. At first, I thought it was just the house. Old wood, old walls. But then it came again, louder this time. Like the floorboards above us were being walked on. No, not walked on. Stomped on. The heavy sound of boots. Moving across the floor with purpose. The kind of sound you'd hear if someone were pacing. Or moving quickly through the house. I froze. Karen, I whispered, shaking her awake. Did you hear that? She was already looking at me, wide-eyed. Yes, she said, her voice barely a whisper. I thought it was Ben. Ben and Ellie were asleep in the room across the hall. But the footsteps didn't stop. They moved steadily, back and forth across the upper floor. Louder now, as if something or someone was searching. I slipped out of bed, creeping quietly to the door. My heart was pounding in my chest. The last thing I wanted was to wake the kids. But I needed to know. I needed to see. I slowly cracked the door and slipped out into the hall. The house was different. The atmosphere felt thicker somehow. The temperature dropped even further, and I could see my breath in the air, even though the fire should have kept the place warm. My feet creaked on the old wood as I tiptoed toward the staircase. I didn't want to go up there, but I had to. I had to see. The footsteps stopped as I reached the foot of the stairs. There was a moment of complete silence. My blood ran cold. The house seemed to hold its breath. Then I heard something, a voice, a whisper so faint I thought I was imagining it. "Help me." I shook my head, trying to convince myself it was just the wind again. But the words felt real, alive. I took one shaky step forward, then another, and started up the stairs. My mind screamed at me to turn back, but my legs were already moving. I reached the top. The second floor was dark, the only light coming from the dim glow of the fire below. The shadows in the corners seemed to stretch, like they were watching me. I stepped into the hallway, each footfall too loud in the otherwise still air. The sound of my breathing was deafening. The upstairs room was at the end of the hall. Ben's door was ajar, just slightly, and that's when I saw it. The room wasn't empty. At first, I thought it was Ben, but as my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I realized the figure wasn't him. It was a woman, a silhouette, standing by the window, looking out into the night. Her face was obscured, but I could see the outline of her body. She was dressed in a long, white gown, her hair hanging loosely around her shoulders. I froze. My heart pounded in my ears. She didn't move, just stood there, unmoving. "Karen?" I whispered, my voice trembling. No response. I took a cautious step forward, and that's when the door slammed shut. I jumped back, my pulse racing. The sound echoed through the house, louder than anything I had heard all night. I bolted back down the stairs and into our room, my mind spinning, heart pounding. "Karen, Karen, wake up. We need to leave now." She woke, her eyes wide with confusion. "What's wrong?" "We have to go. Now." We packed up quickly, throwing our things into bags without thinking twice. The house was too quiet now, too still, like it was holding its breath, waiting for us to make the first move. The kids were up by the time we reached the car, their faces pale with fear. We didn't speak to each other. We didn't have to. We drove off into the night, the road slick with ice, the headlights casting long, distorted shadows behind us. As we passed Crescent Lake, I looked back. The cabin loomed in the distance, dark against the moonlight, and in the upstairs window, I saw her again, watching. We never went back. Years later, I found out that the cabin had been abandoned after a tragic incident in the 1980s. A family had lived there, husband, wife, and their 2 young children. But one winter night, they vanished. Their bodies were never found. But the house had been left as it was, frozen in time, waiting for someone else to move in. Now, I don't know if it was the ghosts of that family who haunted us, or something else, something older, something that had been waiting there far longer. But I know one thing for certain. Sometimes, a place doesn't just belong to the living. Sometimes, it belongs to the dead. And once they claim it, they'll never let it go. Story number 51. The Christmas Cabin. Christmas has always been a time of joy for our family, a time to escape the chaos of life, to come together and share in the warmth of home. That year, my wife Jessica, our 2 kids Lily and Ben, and I decided to do something different. Instead of spending the holiday in a crowded, noisy city, we rented a small cabin in the middle of the Minnesota wilderness. It seemed like the perfect escape, place to disconnect, breathe in the cold, crisp air, and make memories away from the distractions of modern life. It was December 24th when we arrived. The trees covered in snow, their branches heavy with frost. The cabin was quaint, simple, but cozy. A stone fireplace in the living room, a large Christmas tree decorated with ornaments and lights. The snowstorm had come in just as we pulled up, heavy and thick, blanketing the world outside in white. We had no cell service, no internet, nothing but each other and the silence of the forest. At first, felt like a dream. That night, after we finished dinner, we settled down in front of the fire and opened our presents. Lily squealed in delight when she saw the dollhouse I'd gotten her, while Ben couldn't stop playing with the remote-controlled truck his mom picked out for him. We were laughing, talking, the warmth of the fire filling the cabin. Outside, The storm raged, but inside, felt like Christmas, the perfect Christmas. Then, it happened. It started as a faint sound, a quiet giggle, almost like a child's laughter. It echoed in the silence, strange and disorienting. I froze. Jessica's expression mirrored mine. Confusion, followed by unease. We glanced at each other, then toward the window. The snow was falling relentlessly, and outside the cabin, the world was dark, too dark to see anything beyond a few feet. "Did you hear that?" I asked. "Yeah," she replied, her voice barely above a whisper. I got up and walked to the door, the giggling sound still faintly in the background. The night was too still, too quiet except for the storm. I opened the door and stepped out onto the porch, my boots crunching in the fresh snow. I looked around. Nothing. No sign of life. No person. No animal. Just the wind and the endless stretch of snow-covered forest. "Must have been the wind," I muttered. But even as I said it, I felt a chill run down my spine. Something didn't feel right. I closed the door, but the feeling lingered. We tried to shake it off. We resumed our activities. Lily and Ben were now excited about their toys again, but the atmosphere in the cabin had shifted. It felt heavier somehow, like we were being watched. That night, after the kids had gone to bed, Jessica and I sat on the couch, sipping wine. The fire crackled, casting long shadows on the walls. I tried to put the strange laughter out of my mind, but it kept creeping back in, like a ghost. And then it happened again. A sharp knock at the door. Knock, knock, knock. I glanced at Jessica, my heart skipping a beat. Her face was pale, eyes wide with the same fear I felt. I slowly stood up, walked to the door, and swung it open. Nothing. No one. Just the thick, swirling snow. I checked around the cabin, looked into the trees, but saw nothing. No footprints. No signs of anyone having been there. I stood in the cold for a moment, my breath visible in the air, my mind racing with questions. I shut the door quickly, bolted it, and locked it, but the unease didn't go away. Over the next few nights, things only grew worse. The laughter would come at random, echoing from the woods around the cabin. The knocks would follow, sometimes soft, sometimes loud and persistent. And one night, I heard something even more disturbing. It was the sound of footsteps, heavy, slow, deliberate steps, crunching in the snow outside. I could hear them coming closer to the cabin, right up to the door. My heart pounded in my chest as I listened, holding my breath. But when I opened the door, there was nothing. No footprints. No sign of anyone being there. By now, I was convinced something wasn't right. The air around the cabin felt thicker, as though it was pressing in on us, smothering us in its cold grip. Jessica was starting to get scared too. She hadn't said much about it, but I could see it in her eyes, the same fear I felt. And it wasn't just the laughter. It wasn't just the knocks at the door. It was the feeling that there was something out there. Something that wanted us to know it was there. We had one more night in the cabin. I didn't want to stay, but I also didn't want to seem like I was letting fear control me. So, we decided to tough it out. We'd make it through the night. And in the morning, we'd leave. We could go home. We could put this place behind us. But that night, we woke up to a sound that I will never forget. It was the sound of someone walking around the cabin. Slow, deliberate steps, right outside our window. It wasn't the wind. It wasn't the storm. It was the unmistakable sound of human footsteps in the snow, the soft crunch of boots against the frozen ground. And it was getting closer. My heart raced as I whispered to Jessica, "Do you hear that?" She didn't answer. The footsteps stopped. I could feel my breath catch in my throat. The silence was deafening. And then, as if on cue, the door handle rattled. Hard. Shaking. Knock. 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 I jumped out of bed and grabbed the nearest weapon I could find. A fire poker. I was ready for anything. The kids were still asleep, blissfully unaware of what was happening. I moved toward the door, but before I could open it, something strange happened. The footsteps stopped. The air around us grew unbearably still. I opened the door, slowly, and stepped outside. There, in the snow, were footprints, fresh ones. They led right up to the door of the cabin. But when I followed them, they suddenly stopped, right at the edge of the porch. The trail was gone. Just gone. I froze, the fire poker still in my hand. And then I heard it, the sound of laughter. Not distant this time. It was right behind me. Loud, clear. A child's laugh. I turned around, my heart hammering in my chest. But there was no one there. I didn't need to be told twice. We packed up and left that night. I didn't care that it was snowing, that we were leaving everything behind. We couldn't stay there any longer. I didn't care about the holidays, about the Christmas cheer. All I wanted was to get my family out of that cabin, away from whatever was haunting us. We drove through the night, the snow swirling around us, the sound of laughter echoing in my mind, growing fainter with every mile. But I swear, I heard it, even as we drove away, that high-pitched, unsettling laugh. And it wasn't until we were miles down the road that I dared to look in the rearview mirror. There, in the distance, through the blur of the falling snow, I could have sworn I saw a figure standing at the edge of the cabin, watching us drive away, and it smiled. Story number 52. The haunted room at the ski resort. It wasn't supposed to be like this. We had saved up all year, every cent, every hour of overtime, just for this trip. My wife, Sarah, and I had dreamed about it for months. A weekend getaway to a secluded ski resort in Colorado, far from the noise of our daily lives, a place where we could laugh, unwind, and enjoy each other's company, without the weight of deadlines and responsibilities pressing down on us. I remember how the snow looked when we first pulled up to the resort. The mountain air was crisp, the kind that fills your lungs with a fresh, invigorating bite. The resort itself was nestled against the side of the mountain, a series of chalet-style buildings with steep roofs covered in a thick blanket of snow. It looked exactly like the postcard I had seen online, a picture-perfect winter retreat. The lobby was warm, cozy, with a stone fireplace crackling in the corner. The woman at the front desk smiled as she checked us in, handing us the keys to room 203, saying it was one of their nicest suites, a perfect spot for a couple looking for privacy and relaxation. At that moment, we had no idea that we were checking into a room that wasn't just haunted by memories. It was haunted by something far darker. The first night, everything seemed perfect. The room was cozy, with a king-sized bed and a large window overlooking the snow-covered slopes. We unpacked, settled in, and made plans for the next day. The resort had everything: skiing, a spa, a restaurant, and a cozy lounge with a fire pit. As we lay in bed, the only sound was the soft crackling of the fire and the faint howl of wind outside. I could feel Sarah's warmth beside me, her breath steady in the quiet of the room. But then, there was a knock, a soft, deliberate knock, like someone was tapping on the door. Just outside, I froze. I hadn't heard the sound of footsteps, no sound of the door opening or closing, just that tapping. It was rhythmic, persistent. I got out of bed, my heart hammering in my chest, and opened the door, half expecting to see a bellboy or another guest. But the hallway was empty. No one was there, no sounds, no movement. I closed the door, my mind racing. "It's nothing," I told Sarah. "Probably just the wind." She looked up at me, her eyes wide. It didn't sound like the wind. The next day, we spent the day skiing. Well, I did, while Sarah spent most of her time in the lodge with a book and hot cocoa, her legs too stiff to keep up with me on the slopes. We didn't talk much about the knocking, as though acknowledging it might make it real. That night, things took a darker turn. We just crawled into bed, the warmth of the blankets pulling us in, when we both heard it. Footsteps. They were faint at first, as though someone was pacing just outside our room. Step, step, step. Slow, deliberate, not hurried, not the sound of someone coming or going, but someone trapped in a loop. I got up again, my heart racing, and opened the door. Nothing. The hallway was empty, dark. When I came back into the room, Sarah was sitting up in bed, staring at the window, her face pale. "Did you see that?" she whispered. I turned around, not understanding. "See what?" "There's something in the window," she said, her voice trembling. I looked. The glass was frosted over with ice, the outside world a blur of white in the darkness. But I didn't see anything until I looked closer. There was a shadow, no, not a shadow, a figure standing just on the edge of the window, half hidden behind the frost. It was tall, dressed in dark clothing, and I could see its outline shift, as though it were moving slowly toward us. I backed away from the window, feeling a cold breath rush over me. Even though the room was warm, Sarah grabbed my arm, her grip tight. "What is it?" "I don't know," I whispered. "Maybe someone's out there." But I knew it wasn't someone. It was something that shouldn't be. The next night, things got worse. The knocking came again, this time louder. Not soft taps, but sharp, insistent raps, like someone pounding on the door. I jumped out of bed, feeling a sudden rush of dread. When I opened the door, no one was there. But this time, I heard something else. A soft, barely perceptible whisper. "Help me." It wasn't Sarah. It wasn't anyone. It was a voice. A woman's voice, coming from somewhere beyond the door. I slammed the door shut, my heart racing, and turned to Sarah, who was now sitting upright in bed, her eyes wide. "Did you hear that?" She nodded. "Yes." The whispering grew louder, more desperate. "Help me." The room seemed to chill, the air thickening with an unexplainable heaviness. My breath came out in visible puffs, even though the fire was still burning in the hearth. Then, there was a cold touch. A hand, icy, brittle, like a dead limb, reached out from the darkness and brushed against my back. I spun around, but no one was there. Nothing. But I could feel it. I could feel the presence. Something was in the room with us, watching, waiting. The next morning, we went down to the front desk, desperate for answers. The manager, an older woman with a tired look in her eyes, listened to us with an unsettling calm. She didn't seem surprised. "I thought you'd be the next ones to ask," she said quietly. "Room 203 has a history." She told us that several years ago, a woman had died there, an experienced skier, an athlete, someone who knew the mountain well. She had been caught in an avalanche during a routine ski run. The search and rescue teams found her body at the bottom of a ravine, but no one ever found the cause of death. Some believed she had been trapped under the snow, while others whispered that the woman had fallen victim to something far darker, something unnatural. "You see," the manager said. "After that, the knocking started, the whispers, the cold spots, and those who've stayed in room 203. She paused, her eyes darkening. "They never leave the same." My stomach sank as the weight of her words hit me. We checked out that day. We didn't bother asking for a refund. We didn't need one. As we drove away, the resort fading in the rearview mirror, I couldn't shake the feeling that something had followed us. The knocking, the whispering, the cold touch. We were free from room 203, but the presence, whatever it was still with us, still waiting, and it might just be waiting for the next couple. Story number 53. The Haunting of the Hotel in Alaska. It was meant to be a simple winter getaway, a break from the routine, a chance to experience the rugged beauty of Alaska's wilderness. My family and I were supposed to feel at home in that remote little hotel, nestled in the heart of nowhere, far from the busy tourist hubs, a place so secluded. The snowdrifts outside made it feel like we were the last people on Earth. I remember stepping through the heavy wooden door, the chill of the Alaskan night cutting through me like a blade. It was quiet, too quiet, no bustling guests, no noise from the kitchen, just a muffled stillness that seemed unnatural. The lobby smelled faintly of pine and wood polish, but there was something else beneath it, a musty odor. As if the air had been trapped here for far too long. I tried to shake the feeling off. It was just my imagination running wild. The receptionist, an elderly woman with white hair pulled back into a tight bun, gave us a tight smile when we checked in. She didn't say much, but I could tell she was sizing us up, like we were intruders in a place where we didn't belong. She handed us our key, room 7, along with a warning, "Don't wander too far at night, and don't go down the halls after dark. Some things are better left undisturbed." I tried to laugh it off as we headed to our room, but something about her tone stuck with me. The first night was uneventful, until the sounds began. It started after midnight, faint creaking, like someone was walking down the hall outside our room. I tried to ignore it, thinking it was just the building settling, but it didn't stop. Step after step, slow, deliberate, too heavy to be the wind, too rhythmic to be an animal. I wasn't the only one who heard it. My wife, Jessica, looked up from her book and frowned. "Do you hear that?" she asked. I nodded. Probably just the pipes or something. But deep down, I knew it wasn't. The building was ancient, decades old. Maybe more. I told myself it was just the weight of its history pressing in on us, making every small noise seem more significant. Then came the second night. I was awoken by the sound of footsteps again. But this time, they were closer, much closer. So close I could hear the soft shuffle of shoes on the old wooden floor outside our door. My breath caught in my chest, and I held still, straining to listen. There was no mistaking it. Someone was walking outside our room, pacing, as though waiting for something or someone. My heart was racing in my chest. I looked over at Jessica, who was sound asleep, her back turned to me. I wanted to wake her up, but I couldn't bring myself to move. Something in me told me to stay as still as possible. The footsteps stopped. A few seconds later, I heard the unmistakable sound of the door handle rattling. I froze, my eyes locked on the door, every muscle in my body taut. The rattle of the handle lasted only a few seconds before it stopped as abruptly as it had started. Then, everything was silent, a silence so profound that it felt like the entire world had held its breath. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. The next morning, I tried to convince myself that it had all been a bad dream. But when we went downstairs to breakfast, I noticed something strange. The elderly receptionist was gone, replaced by a young man who didn't seem to know much about the hotel or its history. When I asked about the woman who had checked us in the night before, his face turned pale. "What woman?" he asked. "There's never been anyone like that working here." I felt my stomach twist. The woman had been real, hadn't she? The memory of her sharp eyes, her cryptic warning, lingered in my mind. That night, it happened again. This time, Jessica woke up. She turned to me, her voice trembling. "I saw something in the hall." I sat up, heart pounding. "What do you mean?" "A man, standing at the end of the hall. He was just standing there, staring at us." I tried to get up, but he disappeared before I could move. My blood ran cold. Couldn't be. Not again. But Jessica wasn't the type to imagine things, and the terror in her voice made it all too real. We decided to leave, pack our things, get out as fast as possible. But the weather had taken a turn for the worse. The snow outside had thickened, and the wind howled like a beast on the prowl. The hotel was cut off. There was no escaping. We were trapped. That night, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching us. I stayed awake, listening to the stillness that pressed in from every direction. Around midnight, the footsteps began again, but this time, they didn't stop. I waited, holding my breath. Then, I heard something that made my blood run cold. A voice, faint, muffled, like it was coming from far down the hall. But it was clear enough for me to hear the words. "Get out!" The voice sounded like it was whispering directly in my ear. Though no one was there, I bolted upright, my mind racing. But when I looked over at Jessica, she was still fast asleep. I tried to shake her awake, but the moment I touched her shoulder, the temperature in the room dropped. and her skin felt like ice. That's when I saw him, standing at the end of the hallway. A man, dressed in old clothes. His face was pale, gaunt, and his eyes, those eyes were wide, as if he'd been staring at us for hours. His mouth was open, but no sound came out. The man stepped forward, his movements jerky, unnatural. His fingers twitched, like he was trying to reach for us but couldn't. I tried to scream, but no sound came. I tried to run, but my legs felt like they were frozen in place. All I could do was stare as he grew closer. His eyes never left mine. Then, as quickly as he had appeared, he vanished. I couldn't take it anymore. The next morning, we left. We didn't even bother to pack our things. We grabbed what we could and ran out the door, barely making it down the stairs before the storm hit again. The receptionist never came out of the back room to ask about our stay, and I didn't care. We got in the car and drove straight to the nearest town, leaving the hotel behind. Weeks later, I found out the truth. The hotel had once been a haven for miners during the gold rush days. One miner, a man named Elias Thomason, had died in a tragic accident there. His body was found in the hallway, just outside room 7. They said it was an accident, a fall down the stairs, a broken neck, but the locals whispered something else. They said Elias had seen something in the mines, something so terrifying that it drove him to madness. His soul had never left the hotel. We never returned to Alaska. Some places are better left undisturbed. Some spirits never rest. Story number 54. The light in the dark. We thought we had picked the perfect place. A small, intimate resort nestled in the snow-covered mountains of Utah. Perfect for a winter getaway. It was just the two of us, me, Robert, and my wife, Claire. We needed to escape, recharge, and celebrate the holidays in peace. No phones, no work emails, no distractions. Just us, the crisp mountain air, and the quiet beauty of a secluded ski resort. When we arrived, it was everything we had imagined. The lodge stood at the edge of the forest, surrounded by thick pines, their branches heavy with snow. It was a postcard picture of winter. We checked in with the friendly receptionist, a woman with gray hair and a tired smile, who handed us the key to our room with an almost mechanical politeness. "Room 312, she said, her voice warm but strangely detached. She smiled again, but it didn't quite reach her eyes. I didn't think much of it at the time. We had come here for relaxation, not to dwell on anything odd. Claire and I had both had a hectic year. Work had been exhausting, and we needed a break. So we hauled our bags up to the room, the air crisp and cold around us. Room 312 was on the 3rd floor, tucked away at the far end of the hall, where the sound of the wind howling outside seemed to echo louder. As we entered the room, something felt off, but it wasn't anything specific. The furniture was old but comfortable, the bed large and inviting, the view outside breathtaking. Snow fell gently from the sky, blanketing the world in a layer of silence. It should have been perfect, but something lingered in the air, a strange heaviness that seemed to cling to the walls. At first, I shrugged it off. "It's probably just the isolation," I said to Claire. "No one's around. It's just the quiet." She didn't seem convinced, but she didn't say anything either. We spent the next couple of days skiing, taking in the mountain views, and enjoying the quiet. The resort was mostly empty, save for a few other guests who kept to themselves. The isolation was exactly what we needed. But that night, the 3rd night, everything changed. I woke up suddenly, disoriented, the room pitch dark. The only sound was the wind howling outside. But something else was in the air. A feeling, presence. I felt it before I heard it. There were whispers, low, almost imperceptible whispers, like voices coming from somewhere just beyond the edge of hearing. I strained to listen, my heart racing. They weren't coming from the TV or the radio. The room was still and silent, except for the faint voices. "Did you hear that?" Claire whispered, her voice shaky. I turned to her. She was sitting up in bed, eyes wide with fear. Her hand gripped my arm so tightly it almost hurt. "What's going on?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "I don't know," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. But inside, I was already terrified. The whispers grew louder, more insistent. I could hear them now. Words, but not words I understood. Suddenly, something flickered in the room. A faint light. At first, I thought it was just a trick of my eyes, the reflection of the moon outside casting strange shadows. But no, it was brighter than that, warm and yellow, like the light of a lantern. I turned toward the light, my mind racing, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. The light was coming from the corner of the room, near the door. It was flickering, like a lantern that hadn't been properly extinguished. But there was no lantern there, just the faint glow in the dark. I leapt out of bed, panic rising in my chest. "Claire, do you see that?" I asked, my voice hoarse. Claire nodded, her face pale. "Where is it coming from? What's going on?" I stood frozen for a moment, my heart thumping loudly in my chest. The light flickered again, casting long shadows across the room. I moved toward it, my legs heavy, like I was wading through water. When I reached the spot where the light was strongest, I found nothing. The glow was coming from the air itself. Presence. A faint but undeniable presence. But there was nothing there. Then I felt it. Cold. Freezing cold. Like someone had opened a door to the Arctic. And the chill swept over me in an instant. My breath came out in clouds as I turned back toward the bed. Claire was no longer there. "Claire," I called out, but my voice sounded distant, like it came from far away. She wasn't in bed. She wasn't anywhere. The room felt darker now. The whispers were louder, more urgent. And then, I saw her, standing in the doorway, her figure barely visible in the gloom. "Claire," I gasped. She turned slowly, her face pale, her eyes wide with fear. "Robert," she whispered, "get out of here. We need to leave." Her voice was strained, almost a command. But something was wrong. Her eyes were unfocused, as though she wasn't seeing me. She was staring at something behind me. I spun around, my heart pounding. But there was nothing there, just the cold, dark room. And yet, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me, waiting. Suddenly, the whispering stopped. "Claire," I shouted, running to her. "What's happening?" She shook her head, her hand trembling as she pointed toward the door. "We have to go. Now." Without thinking, I grabbed her hand, and we ran out of the room, the whispers still echoing in my ears, the cold wrapping around us like a vice. The hallway was empty, the resort eerily silent, but the air felt wrong, thick. It was as if the entire building was holding its breath, waiting for something. We reached the front desk, breathless, disoriented, and terrified. The receptionist, the same woman who had checked us in, was sitting behind the counter, her face as blank as before. "We need to leave," I said, my voice shaky. "Something's wrong with that room." She looked at us, her face expressionless. "Room 312?" she asked, her voice low. I nodded, my stomach turning. "Yes, what happened in that room? What's going on?" Her eyes flickered to the side, like she was avoiding my gaze. "That room, it's where a couple died," she said, almost mechanically. "An accident. They were skiing. Both of them. The husband lost control. Hit a tree. He died instantly. The wife, she froze to death trying to find help. It happened a long time ago." I felt a chill settle over me, a new cold that went deeper than anything physical. "But that's not all, is it? What's really happening?" The receptionist's gaze shifted to the window, the snow falling gently outside. Her voice barely above a whisper. She said, Sometimes they never leave. I never returned to Utah. Not after that night. We left the resort, drove through the snowstorm without looking back. But even now, I hear those whispers, in the quiet moments. When the world goes still. When the light flickers just right. I can feel them. Watching. Waiting. And I know. Somehow. They're still there. In room 312. Story number 55. The Snowbound House. It started as a typical winter getaway, a weekend retreat to the mountains. My friends and I had been planning this trip for months, eagerly anticipating the fresh snow, the crisp mountain air, and the thrill of carving through the slopes. But by the time we found ourselves trapped in a cabin far from civilization, the excitement had quickly turned into something else. Dread. We were seasoned skiers, confident in our ability to handle the conditions. The weather had been perfect earlier in the day. Blue skies, powdery snow, and the kind of cold that bites but never hurts. But as the day wore on, a dark cloud had crept in. We should have turned back. Everyone had mentioned it. This looks like a storm brewing. But we were so close to the lodge, so close to warmth, to safety. Then, the storm hit. It didn't come in waves. No slow build-up. One moment, we were gliding effortlessly down the slopes. The next, the mountain around us was swallowed by an impenetrable white. The wind howled, and the snow came down in sheets. Visibility dropped to near zero. We couldn't see more than a few feet in front of us. In what seemed like moments, the ski lift stopped, the tracks were gone, and the world around us became a blinding, howling nightmare. We made the decision to find shelter, anything, anywhere, and that's when we saw it. A small cabin, barely visible through the sheets of snow, the kind of place that looked deserted, like it hadn't seen a soul in years. But it was shelter. We knocked, tried the door, it was unlocked. Inside, we found the warm relief of a crackling fire, and the sweet scent of pine mixed with the mustiness of abandonment. The first thing I noticed when we stepped inside wasn't the chill in the air, or the lack of supplies, or even the old furniture covered in dust. It was the silence, the thick, suffocating silence that pressed against us, as though the cabin itself was holding its breath. The walls seemed to close in around us. My breath came out in clouds, but it wasn't cold. It was unnerving, unnatural, almost like the house was watching us. "Let's just stay here for the night," said Dave, always the pragmatist. "We'll figure out the storm in the morning." We settled into the main room, setting up sleeping bags near the fire, eating what little we had left. But none of us could shake the feeling that something was wrong. The house, though small, felt vast in the darkness. The windows, fogged over with frost, seemed to stare back at us like eyes in the black. I tried to convince myself it was just the storm, the isolation, the claustrophobia of being trapped in a place we didn't belong. But deep down, I knew it wasn't just the storm. There was something else. Night came, and with it, a new wave of unease. I don't know how long I had been lying there, staring at the ceiling, listening to the wind howling outside when I heard the first sound. A creak, slow, deliberate, like the weight of someone shifting in the hallway. At first, I tried to brush it off. Old houses creak. The wind shakes the wooden beams. But then, another sound came, this one louder. A thud, like something heavy being dropped on the floor, followed by the unmistakable sound of footsteps. It wasn't the wind. It wasn't the house settling. There was something moving through the cabin. I nudged Dave, my best friend, shaking him awake. "Do you hear that?" I whispered. He blinked, half asleep, eyes wide and unfocused. "Hear what?" "The footsteps. In the hallway." He listened for a moment, but I could tell he wasn't hearing it. Then the door to the basement, which had been shut, creaked open. No wind, no storm outside, just the groan of the door. The air seemed to grow even colder, if that was possible. We looked at each other, the fear creeping into our minds. The others, still asleep, were blissfully unaware of the strange noises coming from the dark corners of the house. "Maybe it's just the house settling," Dave muttered, his voice shaky. "Don't go down there," I said. "Whatever it is, don't go." But it was too late. Dave had already gotten up, his flashlight cutting through the darkness like a blade. I followed him reluctantly, my heart racing. He approached the basement door, hesitated for just a moment, and then opened it. The stairs creaked beneath our feet as we descended into the pitch-black cellar. The air grew colder the farther we went. When the beam of the flashlight hit the walls, I saw something that made my blood run cold. Footprints. But they weren't our footprints. They were fresh, trailing from the corner of the room, leading toward a far door. "Who else is in here?" I whispered. Dave didn't answer. He was already moving toward the door. But something stopped him. Something in the room had shifted. The air had grown dense, heavy, like we weren't alone anymore. I could hear my heartbeat thumping in my chest, louder than the footsteps. It was as if the walls themselves were breathing. And then, from the corner of the room, footsteps. But not from the floor. From the walls. The walls were shifting. Someone, was moving within them. We ran, up the stairs, out of the basement, and back into the main room. The others were awake now, asking what had happened. But when we checked, the cabin was silent once again. No footsteps, no sounds, just the wind and the snow. We couldn't explain what had happened. We decided to leave in the morning, once the storm had passed. But when we opened the door, we realized the storm hadn't let up. It was worse. The snow had piled up around the cabin like a wall, as though it was trapping us inside. And there, in the fresh snow, we saw them, footprints, dozens of them, leading away from the cabin. No one could have come by in the storm. No one could have left, either. We didn't talk much after that. We were too scared to even speak above a whisper, as though any noise would draw whatever had been in that house out of the shadows. As the storm raged on, we huddled together in silence, watching the door, waiting for it to open. We never spoke of what happened there after that night, but every one of us knew what was in that cabin. What followed us was not human. We never returned to that mountain. We never spoke of it again. But sometimes, on a quiet winter's night, I hear the sound of footsteps in the snow, and I remember. Story number 56. The winter getaway at the abandoned cabin. It was supposed to be the perfect getaway, a break from the chaos of the world. We had all been looking forward to it, the five of us, close friends since high school, each of us craving a simple holiday retreat to escape the noise of the city. And what better time than Christmas? A secluded cabin in the snowy mountains of West Virginia, far from civilization, where we could drink too much, laugh too loudly, and forget about everything for a while. The cabin itself was rustic, nestled in a clearing just off a winding mountain road. We found it through an old listing on a website that hadn't been updated in years. The photos were grainy. The place looked ancient, but there was something charming about it. The perfect little escape. As Sarah, the ever-optimistic one of us, put it, the owner, a grizzled old man with a long white beard, had given us the keys and a few cryptic instructions about how to lock the place up tight and stay close after dark. None of us thought much of it. We were here to relax, not to think about warnings or strange old men. The first evening, everything was perfect. We had the fireplace crackling, the smell of pine and wood filling the air. Sarah was making hot cocoa in the kitchen. Jake and Greg were rummaging through old board games, and I was setting up the stereo to play some Christmas music. The outside world felt so distant, so removed from our little slice of peace. But as the night wore on, something started to feel off. Started small. A soft knock on the window. A tap, tap, tap. I looked up from my drink, thinking maybe it was just the wind or the branches of a tree brushing against the glass. But when I checked, the window was clear, the trees outside still. I shrugged it off. Then came the footsteps. At first, I thought it was just someone outside, maybe a neighbor, though we hadn't seen another soul since we arrived. But these footsteps were deliberate, heavy, as if someone were walking through the thick blanket of snow right up to the cabin. The kind of sound that made you want to look over your shoulder, even though you knew no one was supposed to be there. Greg, always the brave one, or maybe just the foolish one, stood up. "I'll check it out," he said, heading for the door. "Probably some raccoons or something. This place is so isolated. Who knows what's lurking around?" He grabbed his coat and stepped outside. But we all felt that strange pull of unease as he opened the door. The cold air rushed in, and for a split second, the whole cabin felt wrong. The lights flickered. Greg was outside for what felt like an eternity. The wind howled, but there was no sound of footsteps anymore. I stared at the door, waiting for him to come back. What was taking him so long? Finally, the door creaked open, and he stepped inside. He was pale, his breath coming in sharp gasps. His eyes darted around the room, as if he were seeing something none of us could. "Nothing out there," he said, his voice shaky. Just snow and wind." But when he walked back into the room, something felt different. The warmth of the cabin had faded, and the air seemed thick with something unspoken. Something was wrong. That's when it started. The cabin, which had once felt like a retreat, now felt like a trap. We heard the knocks again, louder this time, followed by the unmistakable sound of something or someone scraping along the roof. The wind wasn't that strong. Couldn't have been the wind. I stood up, my heart pounding. "We need to check the windows. Lock everything up." But when we all rushed to the windows, what we saw made no sense. The snow outside had been perfectly smooth when Greg went out. Now, there were footprints, deep impressions in the snow, as if someone had walked around the cabin. The strange thing was, they didn't lead anywhere. There were no footsteps coming or going from the door. They just circled the cabin, over and over again, a trail of footprints that made no sense. Jake turned to me, his face ashen. "What the hell?" he whispered. We locked all the windows, closed the blinds, and sat in a tight circle around the fire, trying to ignore the sounds outside. But as the night stretched on, it felt like the cabin was slowly closing in on us. Then came the whisper, faint voice, low and hissing, barely audible but unmistakable. Came from nowhere, just behind us. We all froze. I could feel the air grow colder. Goosebumps prickled my skin. "Help!" It wasn't anyone from our group. None of us had spoken. I turned around, but no one was there. I'm not proud to admit it, but I was scared. We all were. Sarah had tears in her eyes. "What's happening?" she whispered. Jake stood up, his face flushed with terror. "I'm going out there. I don't care what's going on." He grabbed the door handle, but before he could pull it open, there was a deafening thud. The door slammed against the frame with such force that it knocked us all back. The room was suddenly freezing. The fire sputtered, the flames struggling against the chill. And that's when I noticed it. The room had changed. The furniture had shifted, just slightly. The chairs weren't in the same places. The rug was askew. The whole cabin felt like it had rearranged itself. But no one had moved a thing. Greg backed away from the door, his hands shaking. "That's it. I'm done. I'm out of here." We didn't need any more convincing. We packed our things in a frenzy. Didn't even bother to lock the doors behind us as we left. We just ran. We made it to the car. And once we were in, the engine roared to life as if nothing had happened. The snow was still falling. The night just as silent as before. But something had changed. Something had followed us out of that place. The next day, we tried to go back. Well, half of us wanted to. Sarah insisted we go back to check the cabin, make sure nothing was wrong with the place. But as we approached, we saw it at the base of the driveway, the cabin sitting still and silent, just as we had left it. But there were no tracks in the snow, no evidence we'd ever been there. It was as though we'd never arrived. We left West Virginia without looking back. No one ever mentioned the trip again. But every year since, on Christmas night, I still hear the knocking. It's quiet at first, distant, and I swear I can feel the cold air press against the window. hear the scraping sound on the roof, and sometimes, if I close my eyes tightly enough, I see footprints in the snow, circling the cabin, over and over again. I'll never forget that place, and I'll never go back. Story number 57. The abandoned house in Canada. I still wake up in the dead of night, the haunting images of that desolate house in rural Canada replaying in my mind like a never-ending nightmare. My name is David Mitchell, and what was meant to be a weekend adventure turned into a chilling ordeal that left an indelible mark on my soul. It was early October, the air crisp with the first whispers of autumn. My friends and I had always been the adventurous type, drawn to the unknown and the thrill of exploration. So when Jake mentioned the old Harrison house on the outskirts of Maple Ridge, a small rural town in Canada, I was immediately intrigued. The house had been abandoned for decades, its once grand facade now marred by time and neglect. Local legends spoke of strange noises and unexplained occurrences, but like most of us, I dismissed them as mere folklore. One Friday afternoon, fueled by a mix of curiosity and skepticism, Jake, Lisa, and I decided to investigate. We rented a sturdy old pickup truck and set out just as the sun began to dip below the horizon, casting long shadows across the winding country roads. The journey was uneventful, the landscape transforming into a tapestry of golden hues and encroaching darkness. As we approached the Harrison house, an uneasy feeling settled over me. The house stood at the end of a long, overgrown driveway, its windows dark and lifeless. The once white paint was now peeling, revealing the weathered wood beneath. Tall, unkempt hedges surrounded the property, their branches swaying ominously in the evening breeze. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and decaying foliage, a testament to years of abandonment. "Are we sure about this?" Lisa asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Her eyes darted nervously around the desolate property. Jake, always the bravest, flashed a reassuring smile. "Come on, Lisa, it's just an old house. What's the worst that could happen?" We parked the truck a short distance away and made our way through the overgrown garden, the crunch of fallen leaves under our boots breaking the eerie silence. The front door creaked loudly as we pushed it open, the sound echoing through the empty halls. Inside, the house was cloaked in darkness, the only light coming from our flashlights piercing through the thick layers of dust and cobwebs. The grand foyer was a shadow of its former self, with a sweeping staircase leading to the upper floors and large, ornate windows that now served as portals to the outside world. Portraits of stern-faced individuals adorned the walls, their eyes seeming to follow our every move with an unsettling intensity. The air was heavy with the scent of mildew and decay, a constant reminder of the house's long abandonment. "Let's split up and cover more ground," Jake suggested, always eager to explore every nook and cranny. Reluctantly, I agreed. Jake and Lisa took the upstairs, while I ventured into the ground floor, my heart pounding with a mix of fear and excitement. The house felt alive, its every creak and groan sending shivers down my spine. Despite the eerie atmosphere, I was determined to uncover the secrets hidden within its walls. As I moved through the rooms, the dust swirled in the beams of my flashlight, creating ghostly apparitions that danced just beyond my sight. The kitchen was cluttered with old appliances and broken furniture, the remnants of meals long forgotten. I made my way to the basement door, a heavy wooden planks reinforced with metal bars, its lock rusted and stubborn. The sound of distant footsteps echoed from below, a rhythm that seemed to beckon me to descend. Summoning all my courage, I pushed the basement door open, the hinges groaning in protest. The stairs led into a narrow, dimly lit corridor, the walls lined with old photographs and faded wallpaper. As I reached the bottom, a chill ran down my spine, the temperature dropping noticeably. The basement was cluttered with old storage boxes and broken furniture, the air thick with the scent of damp earth and something else, something metallic. In the far corner, I noticed a door slightly ajar, its surface covered in fresh bloodstains that contrasted starkly with the surrounding decay. My heart raced as I approached, the foul odor growing stronger. There was something undeniably recent about this place. Something that shouldn't have been there. I reached for a nearby key hanging on a rusty nail, its intricate design unlike any standard key I had ever seen. Maybe this will unlock the door, I muttered to myself, holding the key tightly. My hands trembled as I inserted it into the lock, the metal turning with surprising ease. The door swung open, revealing a small, locked room bathed in a faint, eerie light. Inside, I found a collection of old family photographs, their edges yellowed with age, and scattered across the floor were fresh bloodstains, still glistening in the dim light. "Guys, we need to get out of here," I whispered, my voice cracking with fear. "Something's not right." Before I could react, a loud crash echoed from upstairs, followed by the sound of shattering glass. Panic surged through me as I realized we were not alone. The oppressive atmosphere pressed in on me, the whispers turning into anguished cries that echoed through the basement. Shadows seemed to stretch and contort, taking on grotesque forms that lurked just beyond the edge of my vision. Desperate to escape, I turned and fled the basement, the door slamming shut behind me with a force that sent me sprawling to the cold, hard floor. I raced up the stairs, the sounds of chaos following me, a symphony of broken glass, screaming voices, and the relentless pounding of footsteps, bursting through the front door. I was met with the raging storm outside, the rain lashing against my face as if trying to tear me away from the house's dark grip. I didn't stop running until I reached the safety of the truck, my heart pounding with fear and relief. As I sped away from the house, the images of the blood-stained photographs and the haunting cries stayed with me, a constant reminder of the horrors I had witnessed. When I reached the town, I pulled over and tried to catch my breath, my mind reeling from the night's terrifying discoveries. In the days that followed, the story of our encounter with the Whitaker house spread through Maple Ridge like wildfire. The abandoned house had always been a subject of local legends, but our experience gave it a new, chilling layer of truth. We delved into the history of the house, uncovering the tragic story of the Yamamoto family, a family torn apart by grief and violence, their lives ending in a mysterious massacre that had never been solved. The more we learned, the deeper the sense of dread took root within us. The house was more than just an abandoned building. It was a beacon for restless spirits, a place where the boundaries between the living and the dead had been shattered. The paintings in the basement were not just art. They were a window into the souls of the tormented, a testament to the eternal suffering that bound them to the house. Despite our terrifying experience, a part of me was drawn back to the house, unable to shake the feeling that there were still secrets waiting to be uncovered. But every time I thought about returning, the memories of that night held me back, the fear of what I might find too overwhelming to face again. Years have passed since that fateful night, but the scars remain. The abandoned house on Elm Street still stands, a silent sentinel of the past, its windows dark and empty, a gateway to the tormented souls that refuse to rest. I often find myself glancing over my shoulder when passing by Maple Ridge, half expecting to see the hollow eyes of the lost family staring back at me from the darkness. The legends of the Whitaker house continue to grow, each retelling adding layers to the eerie history of the place. Some say the spirits still roam the halls, their sorrowful cries carried by the wind, forever seeking the closure that has eluded them for decades. Whether those whispers are real or just the remnants of our haunted memories, one thing remains certain: some doors, once opened, can never truly be closed. And so, I warn others to heed the warnings of the past, to respect the boundaries set by those who came before us. For in the silence of the abandoned house, the spirits of the lost still linger, their sorrowful cries echoing through the empty halls, a testament to the eternal struggle between life and death, and the shadows that dwell within the darkest corners of our world. Story number 58. The abandoned house in Japan. I still wake up in the dead of night, the echoes of that rainy evening in 2015 reverberating through my dreams like distant thunder. My name is Kenji Nakamura, and what was supposed to be a simple exploration turned into a nightmare that forever altered my perception of reality and the unseen forces that lurk in forgotten places. It was a chilly October evening when curiosity got the better of me. The old house on the outskirts of our small town in Hokkaido had always been a subject of hushed conversations and wary glances. Built in the early 1920s, it had been abandoned for decades, its once grand facade now marred by time and neglect. Local legends spoke of strange noises and ghostly apparitions, particularly during heavy rainstorms when the wind seemed to carry the whispers of the past. As a photographer with a penchant for the eerie and unexplained, I was drawn to the house like a moth to a flame, armed with my camera, a flashlight, and a backpack filled with essentials. I decided to uncover the truth behind the rumors. The night was stormy, the rain pounding against my umbrella and the wind howling through the empty streets. The house stood ominously at the end of a narrow, overgrown path, its windows darkened and lifeless. Taking a deep breath, I approached the house, the wooden steps creaking under my weight. The front door hung slightly ajar, swaying gently with each gust of wind. My heart pounded in my chest as I pushed the door open, the hinges groaning in protest. The interior was cloaked in darkness, the only light emanating from my flashlight as it pierced through the thick layers of dust and cobwebs. I stepped inside, the air thick with the scent of mildew and decay. The grand foyer was frozen in time, with furniture draped in white sheets and portraits of stern-faced individuals lining the walls. Each step I took echoed through the vast, empty rooms, the silence oppressive and heavy. Despite the eerie atmosphere, I felt an inexplicable pull to explore further, driven by a mix of fear and fascination. As I wandered through the house, my flashlight beam danced across faded wallpaper and broken chandeliers, revealing glimpses of a bygone era. The upstairs seemed even more foreboding, the narrow hallways twisting and turning like the corridors of a labyrinth. It was then that I heard it, the faint sound of footsteps, rhythmic and deliberate, coming from the basement. My pulse quickened, the hairs on the back of my neck standing on end. I had heard the stories, but seeing them firsthand was another matter entirely. Mustering all my courage, I descended the grand staircase, each step feeling heavier than the last. The basement door stood before me, its heavy wood reinforced with metal bars. Yet the door itself was slightly ajar, inviting me into the darkness below. As I pushed the door open, a wave of cold air washed over me, and the smell of rot and something more sinister filled my nostrils. The basement was cluttered with old furniture, boxes, and forgotten relics of the past. But what caught my attention was a small, locked room at the far end, its door unlike any other in the house. Intricate carvings adorned its surface, depicting a family in various states of distress and agony, determined to uncover the secrets within. I searched the basement until I found a rusty key hidden beneath a pile of old newspapers. My hands shook as I inserted the key into the lock, the metal turning with surprising ease. The door swung open, revealing a room that seemed untouched by time yet tainted by an overwhelming sense of dread. Inside, the walls were covered in bizarre paintings, each one more disturbing than the last. They depicted a family, parents, children, a dog, caught in scenes of unspeakable violence and torment. The eyes of the figures in the paintings seemed almost alive, staring directly at me with hollow, accusing gazes. A putrid odor hung in the air, making it difficult to breathe, and my flashlight flickered, casting unsettling shadows that danced across the gruesome artwork. As I stood there, transfixed by the horrifying images, the temperature in the room plummeted. My breath became visible, and the chill seeped into my bones, numbing my extremities. The whispers I had dismissed as the wind now grew louder, swirling around me in a cacophony of sorrow and rage. It felt as though the spirits of the past were converging in this room, their anguish palpable and suffocating. A sudden, sharp noise snapped me out of my trance. A loud crash from upstairs, followed by the sound of shattering glass. Panic surged through me as I realized I was not alone. The oppressive atmosphere pressed in on me, the whispers turning into anguished cries that echoed through the basement. Shadows seemed to stretch and contort, taking on grotesque forms that lurked just beyond the edge of my vision. Desperate to escape, I turned to flee, but the door behind me slammed shut with a force that sent me sprawling to the cold, hard floor. The room darkened further as my flashlight died, plunging me into complete darkness. I felt a presence, an unseen force pressing against me, whispering words of torment and despair. The line between reality and nightmare blurred as fear consumed me, my mind struggling to comprehend the malevolent entities that now surrounded me. With every ounce of strength, I managed to pull myself up, my legs trembling uncontrollably. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, as if urging me to stay and witness the eternal suffering of the tormented family. I reached out, my fingers brushing against the cold, damp walls, searching for a way out of this hellish room. But the shadows closed in, their spectral hands reaching out to claim me as one of their own. Summoning all my courage, I broke free from the room, stumbling back into the basement with the door swinging shut behind me. I raced up the stairs, the sounds of chaos following me, a symphony of broken glass, screaming voices, and the relentless pounding of footsteps, bursting through the front door. I was met with the raging storm outside, the rain lashing against my face as if trying to tear me away from the house's dark grip. I didn't stop running until I reached my car, the engine roaring to life as I sped away from the house. The images of the blood-stained paintings and the haunted whispers lingered in my mind, a constant reminder of the horrors I had witnessed. As I drove through the storm, the house receded into the distance, but the fear and unease remained, etched into my very soul. In the days that followed, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me, that the spirits of the Whitaker family were still reaching out from their cursed home. My sleep was plagued by nightmares of their torment, their anguished cries echoing in my ears long after I woke. I delved into the history of the house, uncovering the tragic story of the Yamamoto family, a family torn apart by grief and violence, their lives ending in a mysterious massacre that left no answers. The more I learned, the deeper the sense of dread took root within me. The house was more than just an abandoned building. It was a beacon for restless spirits, a place where the boundaries between the living and the dead had been shattered. The paintings in the basement were not just art. They were a window into the souls of the tormented, a testament to the eternal suffering that bound them to the house. I tried to put the experience behind me, but the memories haunted me relentlessly. The whispers followed me wherever I went, their mournful tones a constant reminder of the night I dared to uncover the secrets of the abandoned house. Friends and family noticed the changes in me, the shadows that seemed to linger in my eyes, the fear that clung to my every movement. But no one believed my story, dismissing it as the ravings of a traumatized mind. Years have passed since that night, but the scars remain. The abandoned house on Elm Street still stands, a silent sentinel of the past, its windows dark and empty, a gateway to the tormented souls that refuse to rest. I often find myself drawn back to the house, compelled by a force I can't explain, a need to confront the darkness that still lingers within its walls. Sometimes, when the rain falls hard and the wind howls through the trees, I swear I can hear the faint sounds of footsteps and the anguished cries of the lost family. The house calls to me, a siren's song that pulls me back into its haunted embrace, where the line between the living and the dead is as thin as a whisper. The abandoned house in St. Louis remains a chilling reminder of the unseen forces that dwell in forgotten places, a testament to the power of fear and the enduring mysteries that lie just beyond the veil of our understanding. And as I sit alone in the silence of my home, I can't help but wonder if the spirits of the Yamamoto family are still waiting, their sorrowful eyes watching and waiting for the next curious soul to uncover their eternal torment. Story number 59. The Abandoned House in London. I still wake up in the dead of night, the echoes of that fateful evening in April 2010 reverberating through my dreams like the relentless ticking of an unseen clock. My name is Alex Turner, and what was supposed to be a thrilling adventure with my friends turned into a nightmare that forever altered my perception of the world around me. It was a crisp spring afternoon when Jamie, Sarah, Mike, and I decided to embark on an urban exploration of the old Harrington house in East London. The house had stood abandoned since the late 1940s, its once grand facade now marred by time and neglect. Locals whispered tales of its haunted past, of strange noises and ghostly apparitions that surfaced during the heavy rains. Naturally, these stories only fueled our curiosity. We had always been the adventurous type, drawn to places that others avoided, seeking the thrill of uncovering hidden secrets. Equipped with flashlights, cameras, and a healthy dose of skepticism, we made our way through the overgrown garden and approached the house. The iron gates, once ornate, now hung loosely on their hinges, squeaking ominously with each gust of wind. "Here we are," Jamie announced, his voice tinged with excitement and a hint of fear. "The Harrington house, ready to make some history." I nodded, trying to mask the unease that gnawed at me. The house loomed before us, its windows dark and lifeless, the wooden siding weathered and cracked. The front door, surprisingly intact, stood slightly ajar, inviting us into the darkness within. "Let's split up and cover more ground," Sarah suggested, always the most practical of us. "We'll meet back in the main hall." Reluctantly, we agreed. Jamie and Mike took the staircase to the upper floors, while Sarah and I ventured into the ground floor, the air thick with the scent of mildew and decay. The house was eerily silent, each step we took echoing through the empty rooms. As we explored, the atmosphere grew heavier, the shadows seeming to dance just beyond the reach of our flashlights. We passed through a grand foyer, the chandelier above hanging precariously, its crystals dulled by years of neglect. Portraits of the Harrington family adorned the walls, their eyes seeming to follow our every move with an unsettling intensity. "Check this out," Jamie called out from upstairs, his voice muffled but audible. "Found something interesting." We made our way back to the main hall, hearts pounding with a mix of fear and excitement. In the center of the room lay an old, dust-covered table, on top of which sat a leather-bound journal. Jamie picked it up, flipping through the yellowed pages with reverence. "It's a diary," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "Looks like it belonged to Eleanor Harrington." We gathered around, the tension in the room palpable. As I began to read aloud, the words seemed to transport us back in time, revealing the tragic story of the Harrington family. April 12, 1945. The rain has been relentless these past few nights. I can feel eyes watching me from the shadows, and strange noises echo through the halls. My husband insists it's just the wind, but I know something is terribly wrong. Last night, I saw a figure standing at the end of the corridor, watching me sleep. I fear for our family's safety. As I continued reading, the entries grew darker, detailing Eleanor's growing paranoia and the unexplained occurrences that plagued the household. She wrote of footsteps in the night, objects moving on their own, and the ever-present feeling of being watched. The final entry was the most chilling, a desperate plea for help as the family vanished without a trace. "We need to get out of here," Sarah urged, her voice trembling. "This place isn't right." But curiosity had already taken hold. Determined to uncover more, we decided to investigate the basement, a place we had initially avoided. The stairs creaked under our weight as we descended into the darkness, the air growing colder with each step. The basement was cluttered with old furniture, broken appliances, and stacks of dusty boxes. It was then that we stumbled upon a locked door, the surface marred by what looked like fresh bloodstains. "Someone's been here recently," Mike observed, a frown etching deeper into his face. I noticed a strange key lying on the floor nearby, its intricate design unlike any standard key. Without thinking, I picked it up and approached the door. "Maybe this will unlock it," I suggested, Holding out the key, Jake took it from me, his hands steady despite the fear evident in his eyes. He inserted the key into the lock, and with a deep breath, turned it. The door swung open, revealing a small, dimly lit room. Inside, we found a collection of old family photographs, their edges yellowed with age, and scattered across the floor were fresh bloodstains, still glistening in the flickering light. "Guys, we need to get out of here," Emily urged, her voice cracking with fear. "Something's not right." Before we could react, a loud crash echoed from upstairs, followed by the sound of shattering glass. Panic surged through us as we realized we were not alone. The oppressive atmosphere pressed in on us, the whispers turning into anguished cries that echoed through the basement. Shadows seemed to stretch and contort, taking on grotesque forms that lurked just beyond the edge of our vision. Desperate to escape, we turned and fled the basement, the door slamming shut behind us with a force that sent us sprawling to the cold, hard floor. We raced up the stairs, the sounds of chaos following us, a symphony of broken glass, screaming voices, and the relentless pounding of footsteps. Bursting through the front door, we were met with the raging storm outside, the rain lashing against our faces as if trying to tear us away from the house's dark grip. "We need to leave. Now!" Jamie shouted, pulling at the door handle. But it wouldn't budge. The house seemed to be holding us captive, the very walls closing in on us with an oppressive weight. "Let us out," I yelled, pounding on the door, my frustration boiling over. "We don't belong here." But the door remained firmly shut, the sounds of the storm outside growing louder, drowning out our cries for help. It was then that Mike pulled out his phone, frantically trying to call for assistance. But there was no signal. We were trapped, left to face the horrors that had once consumed the Harrington family. Suddenly, the basement door swung open again, this time revealing a figure cloaked in darkness. The air grew colder, my breath visible in the frigid air. The figure stepped forward, its presence menacing and otherworldly. The whispers had returned, now a chorus of tormented souls crying out for release. "Leave this place," the figure intoned, its voice hollow and echoing through the room, "or be consumed by the darkness." Fear paralyzed us, the realization dawning that we were dealing with something far beyond our understanding. The oppressive force seemed to press in on us from all sides, the shadows growing thicker, suffocating our spirits. "Please, let us go," Emily pleaded, tears streaming down her face. "We mean no harm." The figure moved closer, its form becoming more defined, revealing the tragic visage of Eleanor Harrington herself. Her eyes were hollow, filled with an eternal sorrow that pierced through our very souls. "You cannot escape the past," she whispered, her voice a mournful lament. "This house holds the secrets that should never be uncovered." With a surge of adrenaline, we turned and raced towards the front door, the figure's presence chasing us like a relentless predator. The door finally gave way, flinging open and allowing us to stumble into the stormy night. We didn't stop running until we reached the safety of our cars, the abandoned house disappearing behind us as the storm continued to rage. As we sped away, the images of the blood-stained photographs and the haunting cries stayed with us, a constant reminder of the horrors we had witnessed. When we reached the town, we pulled over and tried to catch our breath, our minds reeling from the night's terrifying discoveries. In the days that followed, the story of our encounter with the Harrington house spread through Maple Ridge like wildfire. The abandoned house had always been a subject of local legends, but our experience gave it a new, chilling layer of truth. We delved into the history of the house, uncovering the tragic story of the Yamamoto family, a family torn apart by grief and violence, their lives ending in a mysterious massacre that had never been solved. The more we learned, the deeper the sense of dread took root within us. The house was more than just an abandoned building. It was a beacon for restless spirits, a place where the boundaries between the living and the dead had been shattered. The paintings in the basement were not just art. They were a window into the souls of the tormented, a testament to the eternal suffering that bound them to the house. Despite our terrifying experience, a part of me was drawn back to the house, unable to shake the feeling that there were still secrets waiting to be uncovered. But every time I thought about returning, the memories of that night held me back. The fear of what I might find too overwhelming to face again. Years have passed since that night, but the scars remain. The abandoned house on Elm Street still stands, a silent sentinel of the past. Its windows dark and empty, a gateway to the tormented souls that refuse to rest. I often find myself glancing over my shoulder when passing by Maple Ridge, half expecting to see the hollow eyes of the lost family staring back at me from the darkness. The legends of the Whitaker house continue to grow, each retelling adding layers to the eerie history of the place. Some say the spirits still roam the halls, their sorrowful cries carried by the wind, forever seeking the closure that has eluded them for decades. Whether those whispers are real or just the remnants of our haunted memories, one thing remains certain. Some doors, once opened, can never truly be closed. And so, I warn others to heed the warnings of the past, to respect the boundaries set by those who came before us. For in the silence of the abandoned house, the spirits of the lost still linger, their sorrowful cries echoing through the empty halls, a testament to the eternal struggle between life and death, and the shadows that dwell within the darkest corners of our world. Story number 60. The abandoned house in Massachusetts. I still remember the day we found the house. It was a crisp autumn afternoon in October 2010 when Emily and I stumbled upon the old Whitaker place while driving through the rural stretches of Massachusetts. Our lives had become a monotonous routine of office jobs and weekend TV marathons, and we desperately craved a change, a fresh start in a place untouched by time. The house, with its peeling white paint and overgrown gardens, stood as a relic of the past, whispering promises of secrets waiting to be uncovered. The real estate listing had been vague, describing it simply as a charming fixer-upper, nestled in a secluded area. Intrigued by the mystery it held, we decided to visit. As we approached, the sky began to darken, clouds rolling in from the horizon, casting long shadows over the landscape. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, a testament to years of neglect. Taking a deep breath, I stepped out of the car, Emily following closely behind. The front door hung slightly ajar, creaking softly with each gust of wind. My heart pounded in my chest as I pushed it open, the hinges groaning in protest. The interior was cloaked in darkness, the only light emanating from our flashlights as they pierced through the thick layers of dust and cobwebs. We wandered through the vast rooms, each one a time capsule frozen in a bygone era. Portraits of stern-faced individuals adorned the walls, their eyes seemingly following our every move. The grand foyer, once majestic, was now marred by peeling wallpaper and broken furniture, remnants of a family that had long since vanished. "Let's split up and explore," Emily suggested, her voice echoing softly in the empty space. "We can cover more ground that way." Reluctantly, I agreed. Emily and I took the upstairs, while Jake and Laura, our friends from college, delved into the ground floor. The house felt alive, its every creak and groan sending shivers down our spines. Despite the eerie atmosphere, we were determined to uncover its secrets. As night fell, the storm outside intensified, rain lashing against the windows and wind howling through the broken panes. We regrouped in the main hall, sharing our findings over the flickering light of a single candle we had lit. "Did you guys hear that?" Laura asked, her eyes wide with fear. Jake nodded, his expression tense. "Sounds like footsteps coming from the basement." A chill ran down my spine. The basement had always been off-limits, locked tightly by the original owners. The thought of going down there was unnerving, but curiosity got the better of us. "We need to check it out," Jake declared, trying to mask his apprehension. "If there's someone down there, we need to know." With heavy hearts, we descended the creaky stairs, the darkness swallowing us whole. The basement was cold, the air thick with the scent of damp earth and something else, something metallic. As we explored, we stumbled upon signs that suggested someone had been there recently. Fresh footprints in the dust, overturned furniture, and an unsettling stillness that hung in the air. In the far corner, we found a locked door, its heavy wooden planks stained with what looked like old blood. Laura, always the brave one, approached it cautiously. "Should we open it?" she asked, her voice trembling. Before Jake could respond, I noticed a strange key lying on the floor nearby, its intricate design unlike anything I had seen before. Without thinking, I picked it up and approached the door. "Maybe this will unlock it," I suggested, holding out the key. Jake took it from me, his hands steady despite the fear evident in his eyes. He inserted the key into the lock, and with a deep breath, turned it. The door creaked open, revealing a small room bathed in a faint, eerie light. Inside, we found a collection of old family photographs, their edges yellowed with age, and scattered across the floor were fresh bloodstains, still glistening in the dim light. "Guys, we need to get out of here," Emily urged, her voice cracking with fear. "Something's not right." Without another word, we turned and fled the basement, the weight of our discovery pressing down on us. The storm outside had intensified, the wind now a fierce roar that seemed determined to keep us trapped within the house's decaying walls. As we reached the main hall, a sudden gust of wind blew through the broken windows, extinguishing the candle and plunging us into darkness. The whispers we had dismissed earlier now grew louder, voices echoing through the empty rooms, their words indistinct but filled with sorrow and rage. "Leave, leave now," the voices seemed to chant, sending shivers down our spines. Panic set in as we realized the legends might hold more truth than we had ever imagined. The house seemed to come alive, its walls closing in on us, the oppressive atmosphere suffocating our spirits. We scrambled towards the front door, but it wouldn't budge, the wooden planks seemingly fused shut by an unseen force. "We have to fight our way out," Jake shouted, his determination unwavering despite the terror that gripped us. With renewed urgency, we pounded on the door, the sound muffled by the storm outside. Just as despair began to take hold, a loud crash echoed through the house, the door finally giving way and flinging open. We stumbled out into the raging storm, the cold wind biting at our faces, our hearts pounding with fear and relief. We didn't stop running until we reached the safety of our cars, the abandoned house disappearing behind us as the storm continued to rage. As we drove away, the images of the blood-stained photographs and the haunting whispers stayed with us, a constant reminder of the horrors we had witnessed. In the weeks that followed, we tried to piece together what had happened that night. The Whitaker house had a dark history, with reports of the family disappearing without a trace, their fate a mystery that had never been solved. Some locals believed the house was cursed, haunted by the restless spirits of the Yamamoto family. Unable to find peace, our experience only fueled these rumors, turning our story into a local legend whispered among the townsfolk. The abandoned house stood as a silent sentinel, the secrets buried beneath layers of dust and snow, waiting for the next curious souls to uncover its dark past. Years later, the memory of that night still haunts me. The whispers and the sight of the bloodstains are like shadows that linger in the corners of my mind, a constant reminder of the thin veil that separates our world from the unknown. I often find myself glancing over my shoulder when passing by Elm Street, half expecting to see the hollow eyes of the lost family staring back at me from the darkness. The abandoned house in St. Louis remains a symbol of the unseen forces that dwell within forgotten places, a chilling testament to the power of fear and the enduring mysteries that lie just beyond the veil of our understanding. And every time a storm rolls in, bringing with it the promise of restless winds and howling rain, I can't help but think of that night and the friends I shared it with. A night when curiosity led us to the brink of madness and survival became our only hope. The legends of the Whitaker house continue to grow, each retelling adding layers to the eerie history of the place. Some say the spirits still roam the halls, their sorrowful cries carried by the wind, forever seeking the closure that has eluded them for decades. Whether those whispers are real or just the remnants of our haunted memories, one thing remains certain: some doors, once opened, can never truly be closed. Story number 61. The abandoned house in North Carolina. I still wake up in the dead of night, the echoes of that evening in April 2015 haunting my dreams like distant thunder. My name is Daniel Brooks, and what was supposed to be a simple quest for valuables turned into a nightmare that forever changed my perception of the world around me. It was a chilly spring afternoon when I first heard about the abandoned house on Ravenwood Lane in rural North Carolina. Local legends whispered about its dark past, tales of sorrow and unexplained disappearances that kept the townsfolk at bay. Most dismissed these stories as mere folklore, but something about the house called to me, a mix of curiosity and the allure of hidden treasures that only a forgotten place could hold. Armed with my camera, a flashlight, and a sturdy backpack, I set out early one Saturday morning. The drive to Ravenwood Lane was uneventful, the countryside stretching endlessly before me, dotted with dense forests and rolling hills. As I approached the house, a sense of unease settled over me. The structure stood tall yet foreboding, its once grand facade now marred by time and neglect. Windows were boarded up, and the garden was overgrown, nature reclaiming what was once meticulously maintained. Parking my truck a short distance away, I made my way through the tangled path leading to the front door. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and decaying foliage, a testament to years of abandonment. Taking a deep breath, I pushed open the heavy wooden door, its hinges creaking ominously in protest. The interior was cloaked in darkness, the only light emanating from my flashlight piercing through the thick layers of dust and cobwebs. I wandered through the vast rooms, each one a time capsule frozen in the past. Portraits of stern-faced individuals adorned the walls, their eyes seemingly following my every move with an unsettling intensity. The grand foyer, once majestic, was now marred by peeling wallpaper and broken furniture, remnants of a family that had long since vanished. Let's split up and cover more ground, I muttered to myself, the idea of exploring every nook and cranny too tempting to resist. I ventured upstairs, the wooden steps groaning under my weight, each step echoing through the empty halls. The bedrooms were spacious, their beds still made, as if the family had just stepped out for a moment. I took pictures, documenting the eerie stillness that filled the house. As I reached the end of the hallway, I noticed a door slightly ajar, leading to what appeared to be a study. Pushing it open, I found shelves lined with old books and papers, the room cluttered yet organized in a way that suggested meticulous attention. It was here that I discovered the first sign that something was terribly wrong. A small, locked room at the far end of the study. Curiosity piqued. I searched the room for a key, my fingers brushing against the cold metal of a rusty key hanging on a hook by the door. It looked like it hadn't been touched in years, yet something compelled me to take it. Holding the key tightly, I approached the door, my heart pounding in my chest. Maybe this will unlock it, I whispered to myself, inserting the key into the lock. With a deep breath, I turned it, the door creaking open to reveal a hidden room shrouded in darkness. My flashlight flickered as I stepped inside, illuminating the space before me. The room was small, its walls adorned with bizarre, unsettling paintings depicting grotesque shapes and shadowy figures. The air grew colder, a chill enveloping me as I took in the disturbing artwork, my breath visible in the frigid air. I felt a sense of dread settle over me. It was as if the room itself was watching, the paintings seeming to come alive with every flicker of light. Suddenly, a cold breeze swept through the room, extinguishing my flashlight and plunging me into darkness. Panic surged through me as I fumbled to turn it back on, but the light remained stubbornly out. In the oppressive silence, I heard it, a faint, almost imperceptible whisper, like someone calling my name from the depths of the shadows. Daniel, Daniel. My heart raced, the whispers growing louder and more insistent, echoing through the room. I could feel an unseen presence pressing in on me, the air thick with an unnatural stillness. Terrified, I backed away from the paintings, my mind racing to comprehend what was happening. "I need to get out of here," I whispered, turning to flee the room. But as I reached the door, it slammed shut with a force that sent me sprawling to the cold, hard floor. The whispers intensified, swirling around me like a malevolent force determined to keep me trapped. Desperate to escape, I pounded on the door, my hands numb from the chilling air. "Let me out, please." But the door remained firmly shut, the room growing colder with each passing second. Shadows seemed to dance at the edges of my vision, fleeting and indistinct, yet undeniably present. The oppressive atmosphere pressed down on me, making it difficult to breathe, my lungs struggling against the frigid air. Summoning every ounce of courage, I reached out to touch one of the paintings, my fingers brushing against the rough canvas. In that moment, a surge of energy shot through me, the room vibrating with an unseen force. The whispers coalesced into anguished cries, the voices of the past echoing through the hidden room. "You shouldn't have come here," a voice intoned, its tone filled with sorrow and rage. "This place holds our pain and our secrets." Tears welled in my eyes as the weight of their words pressed down on me. I had to leave, had to escape the haunted confines of the house and the tormented souls that sought to keep me there. With a final, desperate push, I forced the door open, stumbling out into the study where Jake and Lisa were waiting. "What's wrong?" Jake asked, concern etched on his face. Before I could respond, the whispers erupted into a cacophony of voices, their anger palpable as the house seemed to come alive with a malevolent energy. The room shook, debris falling from the ceiling as the house fought to keep its secrets hidden. Without hesitation, we raced out of the house, the storm outside now mirroring the chaos within. As we reached the safety of our truck, the house stood silent once more, the whispers fading into the night. We didn't stop until we were miles away, the image of the blood-stained paintings and the haunted voices forever etched into our memories. The abandoned house in North Carolina became a symbol of fear in our community, a place where the past refused to stay buried and the restless spirits continued to haunt those who dared to uncover their dark secrets. In the aftermath, I couldn't shake the feeling that the house was watching me, its dark eyes following my every move. The nightmares began almost immediately, vivid recollections of the hidden room and the tormented souls that sought to keep me there. I delved deeper into the history of the house, uncovering more about the mysterious disappearance of the Thompson family and the tragedies that had unfolded within those walls. The more I learned, the more I realized that some places hold darkness too deep to be uncovered, secrets that are better left hidden. The abandoned house on Ravenwood Lane remained a haunting reminder of the thin veil that separates our world from the unknown, a place where the past lingers, waiting for the next curious soul to uncover its eternal torment. And so, I warn others to heed the warnings of the past, to respect the boundaries set by those who came before us. For in the silence of the abandoned house, the spirits of the lost still linger, their sorrowful cries echoing through the empty halls, a testament to the eternal struggle between life and death, and the shadows that dwell within the darkest corners of our world. Story number 62. The Abandoned House in Pennsylvania. I still wake up in the dead of night. The lingering chills of that October stay with me like an unwelcome shadow. My name is Rebecca Harris, and what began as a dream of a fresh start for my family turned into a nightmare that haunts us to this day. It was spring when my husband, Michael, and I decided to leave the bustling city life behind. We wanted something different for our two children, Emma and Jake, a place where they could grow up surrounded by nature and free from the constant noise and rush of urban living. After months of searching, we stumbled upon an old listing for a house in rural Pennsylvania. It was a charming, albeit abandoned, Victorian-style home nestled at the end of a long, winding driveway surrounded by overgrown gardens and towering oak trees. The house, with its peeling white paint and boarded-up windows, exuded a silent invitation. The real estate agent assured us that it was a hidden gem with immense potential. Intrigued by the possibility of transforming it into our dream home, we decided to take the plunge. The day we moved in was bright and filled with hope. The kids were excited to explore their new surroundings, and Michael and I were eager to start the renovations. The initial days were everything we had hoped for: sunlight streaming through the large windows, the scent of fresh paint, and the joy of making a house our own. However, it wasn't long before the peaceful facade began to crack, revealing the dark secrets that lay hidden within the walls. It started subtly. Doors would open and close on their own, often slamming shut without warning. Emma swore she saw shadows moving out of the corner of her eye, and Jake would tell us about toys rearranging themselves overnight. At first, we dismissed these occurrences as the house settling or the kids' overactive imaginations. But as time went on, the phenomena grew more frequent and disturbing. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the living room, we heard footsteps echoing from the hallway. Michael and I exchanged uneasy glances before heading towards the source of the sound. The hallway was empty, but as we passed the staircase, we saw a fleeting glimpse of a dark figure at the top of the stairs. When we turned back, it was gone. Determined to get to the bottom of these strange events, I decided to delve into the house's history. I spent hours at the local library, poring over old records and newspaper clippings. That's when I discovered the chilling story of the previous owners, the Thompson family. In the late 1940s, the Thompson family had lived in the house. They were a happy family of 4, beloved by the community. However, one tragic night, a mysterious fire broke out, engulfing the house in flames. Despite the efforts of the local fire department, the entire family perished in the blaze. The fire was deemed accidental, caused by an electrical fault, but many believed there was more to the story. Rumors swirled about strange lights and unexplained noises preceding the fire, hinting at a darker, more sinister force at play. The more I learned about the Thompsons, the more uneasy I became. Their story seemed to echo the strange occurrences we were experiencing. I shared my findings with Michael, and together, we decided to take further precautions. We installed security cameras and began documenting every strange event that transpired. One night, as a heavy rainstorm raged outside, the disturbances reached a terrifying peak. The power flickered, and the house was plunged into darkness. The sounds of footsteps, whispering voices, and furniture crashing against the walls filled the air. Emma and Jake were terrified, huddling together in their bedroom, while Michael and I tried to remain calm. Suddenly, the main door burst open, slamming against the wall with a force that shook the entire house. The room temperature plummeted, our breaths visible in the frigid air. In the dim light from the lightning outside, we saw the apparition of the Thompson family standing at the foot of the stairs. Their eyes were hollow, their faces etched with eternal sorrow and pain. "Leave this place," the apparition of Mrs. Thompson intoned, her voice echoing through the storm. "You do not belong here." Terrified, we backed away, the visions of the ghostly family intensifying with each passing moment. Michael grabbed my hand, and we made a desperate run for the front door. But it wouldn't budge. The house seemed to come alive, trapping us within its haunted confines. The screams of the apparitions filled the air, their sorrowful wails a haunting melody that reverberated through every room. In a final act of desperation, I remembered the old journal I had found in the basement, a journal that belonged to Eleanor Thompson. According to the entries, Eleanor had felt an overwhelming presence in the house, something that watched and tormented her family until their untimely deaths. She had written about rituals and prayers she had performed in a vain attempt to rid the house of the malevolent force. Clutching the journal, I recited one of Eleanor's prayers, my voice steady despite the fear coursing through me. "Spirits of the past, find peace and rest. Leave this place and do not return." The room began to tremble, the apparitions flickering and fading as if being pushed back by an unseen force. The temperature began to rise, and the oppressive weight lifted from our shoulders. With a final, resounding crack, the front door swung open, allowing us to escape into the stormy night. We didn't stop running until we reached the safety of our car, the rain pounding against the windshield as we sped away from the house. As we drove, the images of the ghostly Thompsons lingered in my mind, their eternal sorrow a haunting reminder of the darkness that once dwelled within those walls. In the aftermath, Michael and I decided to leave the house, unable to bear the constant fear and the terrifying memories that haunted us. We never returned, and the abandoned house quickly became a symbol of fear in our community. The story of our encounter spread, adding a new chapter to the house's already dark history. Years have passed since that harrowing experience, but the scars remain. Emma and Jake still wake up in the middle of the night, startled by inexplicable noises, and I often catch myself glancing towards the old house when driving past, half expecting to see the ghostly figures staring back at me. The abandoned house in Pennsylvania stands as a testament to the thin veil that separates our world from the unknown, a place where the past refuses to stay buried and the spirits of the lost continue to linger, seeking closure and peace that may never come. Every now and then, when the wind howls just right and the rain taps rhythmically against the windows, I can still hear the sorrowful whispers of the Thompson family, a chilling reminder that some houses hold secrets too dark to uncover and that the shadows of the past can reach out to claim us when we least expect it. Story number 63. The Abandoned House in St. Louis, 2010. I still wake up in the dead of night, the echo of that night in 2010 reverberating through my dreams like the persistent drip of a leaky faucet. My name is Mark Thompson, and what was supposed to be a thrilling adventure with my friends turned into a nightmare that left an indelible mark on my soul. It was late October, the air crisp with the scent of fallen leaves and the promise of an approaching winter. My friends Jake, Emily, Lisa, and Tom had always been the adventurous type, constantly seeking out the next thrill to break the monotony of our mundane lives. When Jake suggested exploring the old Whitaker house on Elm Street in St. Louis, none of us hesitated. The house had been abandoned since the 1940s, its once grand facade now a decaying relic overshadowed by overgrown ivy and broken windows. Local legends whispered of the family's mysterious disappearance, but like most teenage daredevils, we dismissed the stories as mere folklore. One chilly Saturday afternoon, armed with flashlights, cameras, and a healthy dose of skepticism, we made our way to the house. The journey was uneventful, the streets eerily quiet as we approached our destination. The house loomed before us, its dark silhouette against the overcast sky sending a shiver down my spine. The front door creaked ominously as Jake pushed it open, and we stepped inside, the musty scent of mildew and decay enveloping us. The interior was a time capsule frozen in the past. Dust-covered furniture lay scattered across the floors, and cobwebs adorned every corner. Portraits of the Yamamoto family hung crookedly on the walls, their eyes seemingly following our every move. We laughed nervously, brushing off the uneasy feeling that settled over us as we ventured deeper into the house. "Let's split up," Jake suggested, always the leader. "We can cover more ground that way." Reluctantly, we agreed. Emily and Lisa took the upstairs. Tom and I explored the ground floor, while Jake remained near the entrance, keeping an eye out for any signs of recent activity. The house felt larger than it should, each room revealing more secrets as we delved deeper into its shadowed halls. As night fell, the atmosphere grew tenser. The wind outside howled through the broken windows, and the house seemed to groan under the weight of the storm brewing outside. We regrouped in the main hall, sharing our findings over the flickering light of a single candle we had lit. "Did you guys hear that?" Lisa asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "Yeah," Emily replied, her eyes wide with fear. It sounded like footsteps coming from the basement. A chill ran down my spine. The basement had always been off-limits, locked tightly by the original owners. The thought of going down there was unnerving, but curiosity got the better of us. "We need to check it out," Jake declared, trying to mask his own apprehension. "If there's someone down there, we need to know." With heavy hearts, we descended the creaky stairs, the darkness swallowing us whole. The basement was cold, the air thick with the scent of damp earth and something else, something metallic. As we explored, we stumbled upon signs that suggested someone had been there recently. Fresh footprints in the dust, overturned furniture, and an unsettling stillness that hung in the air. In the far corner, we found a locked door, the heavy wooden planks stained with what looked like old blood. Tom, ever the brave one, approached it cautiously. "Should we open it?" he asked, his voice trembling. Before Jake could respond, I noticed a strange key lying on the floor nearby, its intricate design unlike anything I had seen before. Without thinking, I picked it up and approached the door. "Maybe this will unlock it," I suggested, holding out the key. Jake took it from me, his hands steady despite the fear evident in his eyes. He inserted the key into the lock, and with a deep breath, turned it. The door creaked open, revealing a small room bathed in a faint, eerie light. Inside, we found a collection of old family photographs, their edges yellowed with age, and scattered across the floor were fresh bloodstains, still glistening in the dim light. "Guys, we need to get out of here," Emily urged, her voice cracking with fear. "Something's not right." Without another word, we turned and fled the basement, the weight of our discovery pressing down on us. The storm outside had intensified, the wind now a fierce roar that seemed determined to keep us trapped within the house's decaying walls. As we reached the main hall, a sudden gust of wind blew through the broken windows, extinguishing the candle and plunging us into darkness. The whispers we had dismissed earlier now grew louder, voices echoing through the empty rooms, their words indistinct but filled with sorrow and rage. "Leave, leave now," the voices seemed to chant, sending shivers down our spines. Panic set in as we realized the legends might hold more truth than we had ever imagined. The house seemed to come alive, its walls closing in on us, the oppressive atmosphere suffocating our spirits. We scrambled towards the front door, but it wouldn't budge, the wooden planks seemingly fused shut by an unseen force. "We have to fight our way out," Jake shouted, his determination unwavering despite the terror that gripped us. With renewed urgency, we pounded on the door, the sound muffled by the storm outside. Just as despair began to take hold, a loud crash echoed through the house, the door finally giving way and flinging open. We stumbled out into the raging storm, the cold wind biting at our faces, our hearts pounding with fear and relief. We didn't stop running until we reached the safety of our cars, the abandoned house disappearing behind us as the storm continued to rage. As we drove away, the images of the blood-stained photographs and the haunting whispers stayed with us, a constant reminder of the horrors we had witnessed. In the weeks that followed, we tried to piece together what had happened that night. The Whitaker house had a dark history, with reports of the family disappearing without a trace, their fate a mystery that had never been solved. Some locals believed the house was cursed, haunted by the restless spirits of the Yamamoto family. Unable to find peace, our experience only fueled these rumors, turning our story into a local legend whispered among the townsfolk. The abandoned house stood as a silent sentinel, the secrets buried beneath layers of dust and snow, waiting for the next curious souls to uncover its dark past. Years later, the memory of that night still haunts me. The whispers and the sight of the bloodstains are like shadows that linger in the corners of my mind, a constant reminder of the thin veil that separates our world from the unknown. I often find myself glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see the hollow eyes of the lost family staring back at me from the darkness. The abandoned house in St. Louis remains a symbol of the unseen forces that dwell within forgotten places, a chilling testament to the power of fear and the mysteries that lie just beyond the reach of our understanding. And every time a storm rolls in, bringing with it the promise of restless winds and howling rain. I can't help but think of that night and the friends I shared it with. A night when curiosity led us to the brink of madness and survival became our only hope. The legends of the Whitaker house continue to grow, each retelling adding layers to the eerie history of the place. Some say the spirits still roam the halls, their sorrowful cries carried by the wind, forever seeking the closure that has eluded them for decades. Whether those whispers are real or just the remnants of our haunted memories, one thing remains certain: some doors, once opened, can never truly be closed. Story number 64. Echoes of the Storm. The first whispers of the storm began as a distant rumble on a warm September evening in 2022. New Orleans, with its vibrant streets and lively spirit, was no stranger to hurricanes and heavy rains. But this one felt different. Dark clouds rolled in swiftly, swallowing the twilight and replacing it with an ominous gloom that settled over the city like a heavy blanket. I'm Daniel Roberts, a travel writer who thrived on exploring the hidden gems of the world. When my wife, Sarah, and our two friends, Mike and Lisa, decided to take a last-minute trip to New Orleans for a blend of culture, cuisine, and history, I was all in. We had booked a stay at the Old Crescent Hotel, a historic establishment nestled in the heart of the French Quarter, known for its charming architecture and storied past. The Crescent Hotel was a relic from another era, its facade adorned with intricate ironwork and weathered wooden balconies that seemed to whisper secrets of bygone days. Inside, the lobby was a mix of antique furniture and modern amenities, creating an atmosphere that was both nostalgic and welcoming. We settled into our rooms, eager to immerse ourselves in the city's rich tapestry. The first few days were everything we had hoped for. Endless days of exploring the bustling streets, savoring beignets at Café du Monde, and cruising along the Mississippi River. The nights were spent in the cozy ambience of the Crescent Hotel, sharing stories and laughter over glasses of local wine. But as the week progressed, the weather took a turn for the worse. Forecasts predicted a severe storm system moving towards the Gulf Coast, and the skies over New Orleans darkened with an unsettling intensity. On the third night of our stay, the heavens opened up, unleashing a torrent of rain and a wind that howled through the streets like a living entity. We were midway through a lively dinner in the hotel's grand dining room when the storm hit its peak. The windows rattled violently, and the lights flickered ominously. Mike suggested we head back to our rooms to ride out the storm, and we reluctantly agreed, knowing the chaos outside was too dangerous to brave. As we ascended the grand staircase, the sound of our footsteps echoed through the silent hallways. The air grew thick with tension, the storm's fury battering the old structure with relentless force. We reached our respective rooms, the door shutting behind us with a definitive thud that seemed to seal us off from the world outside. Later that night, as the storm raged on, an eerie stillness settled over the hotel. It was during the dead of night that I first heard it. A faint, rhythmic sound of footsteps echoing down the hallway outside my room. At first, I dismissed it as the building settling or the noise of the storm's aftermath. But the sound grew louder and more deliberate, as if someone was pacing just beyond the door. Curiosity and unease gnawed at me, but I tried to ignore it, convincing myself it was just my imagination playing tricks in the dark. However, as the minutes ticked by, the footsteps continued, always stopping just short of my door, lingering in the silence like a spectral presence observing me. Unable to bear the suspense, I decided to investigate. Quietly, I made my way out of my room, the hallway bathed in the dim glow of emergency lighting. The storm outside was a distant roar now, but the footsteps were unmistakable, their cadence slow and methodical. As I approached the end of the corridor, the sounds ceased abruptly, replaced by an oppressive silence that pressed down on me like a physical weight. Turning back, I noticed Lisa standing at the foot of the hall, her eyes wide with fear. "Did you hear that?" she whispered, her voice barely audible over the storm's dying rage. I nodded, the hairs on the back of my neck standing on end. Yeah. It sounded like someone's walking towards us. Before Lisa could respond, the sound of footsteps returned, this time accompanied by faint, sorrowful whispers carried by the wind. The air grew colder, and an inexplicable dread settled over us. We exchanged uneasy glances, the unspoken fear between us palpable. Determined to uncover the source of the haunting, we decided to explore the hallway together. As we moved cautiously down the corridor, the footsteps resumed, leading us towards the grand ballroom. A room steeped in history and rumored to be the site of many grand celebrations and untimely tragedies. The doors to the ballroom stood ajar, the room illuminated by the flickering lights that cast long, dancing shadows on the walls. As we entered, the atmosphere shifted, the air thick with the remnants of past festivities and the lingering sorrow of lost souls. The ornate chandeliers hung from the ceiling, their crystals reflecting the dim light in a ghostly shimmer. In the center of the room stood an old piano, its keys yellowed with age, and an antique mirror hung above it, its surface dusty but still reflecting the room's grandiose architecture. As we approached the mirror, the temperature dropped further, our breaths visible in the cold air. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, filling the room with their mournful plea. Suddenly, the mirror began to shimmer, the reflection distorting as if a hidden presence was trying to communicate. Out of the foggy glass emerged the faint image of a woman, her eyes hollow and filled with sorrow. She reached out towards us, her expression pleading, her mouth moving silently as if to say something we couldn't hear. "We need to help you," Laura whispered, her voice trembling with a mix of fear and compassion. The image of the woman flickered, her form wavering like smoke in the wind. The oppressive atmosphere intensified, the whispers becoming desperate cries that echoed through the ballroom. We felt an invisible force pressing down on us, the weight of her anguish bearing down on our souls. Determined to assist the restless spirit, we began to speak softly, offering words of comfort and understanding. As we did, the room seemed to breathe with a life of its own, the shadows retreating and the air growing warmer. The image of the woman in the mirror softened, her sorrowful gaze meeting ours with a hint of relief. "Thank you," the whispers seemed to convey, the tension in the room dissipating like mist under the morning sun. The mirror returned to its ordinary state, the ballroom once again silent and still. We stood there, the remnants of the night's horrors fading into a peaceful calm. The following morning, the storm had passed, leaving behind a serene stillness that enveloped the Crescent Hotel. The air was crisp, the sky a clear blue, and the world felt untouched by the chaos that had raged just hours before. We gathered in the lobby, sharing our experiences and the profound sense of closure that had settled over us. In the days that followed, the haunting ceased entirely. The footsteps and whispers were no longer heard, and the oppressive atmosphere had lifted, replaced by the warm and welcoming ambience that had drawn us to the hotel in the first place. We spent the remainder of our stay in peace, cherishing the moments of tranquility and the bonds that had deepened through our shared ordeal. As we packed our belongings to leave, I couldn't help but feel a lingering connection to the spirits that had once haunted the grand ballroom. The experience had taught us about the enduring power of compassion and the importance of honoring the memories of those who had suffered. The Crescent Hotel stood as a testament to our resilience, a place where we had faced the unknown and emerged stronger for it. Years later, when I recount that stormy Christmas night, the memory remains vivid, a haunting reminder of the thin veil that separates the living from the dead. The Crescent Hotel still stands in the French Quarter, its walls holding countless stories of joy and sorrow, each echoing the whispers of the past. And sometimes, when a storm brews on the horizon, I catch a faint whisper on the wind, a lingering echo of the night we reached out to help a lost soul find peace amidst the fury of the tempest. Story number 65. Shadows in the snowstorm. The first flakes of winter began to fall early that year in rural Maine, coating the landscape in a pristine blanket of white. I'm James Harper, a solitary writer who found solace in the quietude of the countryside, far from the relentless buzz of city life. My wife, Laura, and I had moved to our modest farmhouse in early January 2024, seeking a fresh start after years of bustling deadlines and empty apartments. Our home sat on the edge of Pine Ridge, a secluded area surrounded by dense forests and rolling hills. The isolation was exactly what we needed, or so we thought. The first few weeks were idyllic. I spent my days typing away at my latest manuscript, while Laura tended to the garden and our two dogs roamed freely through the snow-covered yard. Life was simple, peaceful, and for a moment, perfect. But as the winter deepened, so did the sense of unease that settled over Pine Ridge. It began subtly at first, strange noises in the dead of night, shadows that seemed to move just beyond the corner of my eye, and an unshakable feeling of being watched. I dismissed it as the isolation getting to me, the mind playing tricks in the vast emptiness. Yet, the disturbances grew more frequent and unnerving. One particularly harsh evening in early March, a fierce snowstorm rolled in from the north, transforming Pine Ridge into a frozen wasteland. The wind howled through the trees, and the snow fell in relentless sheets, reducing visibility to mere feet. Laura and I were inside, huddled by the fireplace with a pot of tea, trying to ride out the storm. Our daughter, Emily, and her younger brother, Jake, were upstairs, their laughter muffled by the thick walls. As the night wore on, the storm showed no signs of abating. The wind's fury intensified, shaking the windows and rattling the doors. Amidst the chaos, I decided to take a drive to the nearby town for supplies, knowing we were cut off from the rest of the world until morning. Bundling up in my warmest coat, I left a note for Laura and the kids, promising to be back before the storm worsened. The drive was treacherous, the roads slick with ice and snow. My headlights barely pierced the blinding whiteness. The landscape transformed into an otherworldly realm of shadows and silence. As I navigated the narrow, winding roads, the storm seemed to grow even more menacing, the wind howling like the cries of the lost. Suddenly, through the thick snowfall, I saw it, a shadowy figure standing in the middle of the road, barely discernible against the tempestuous backdrop. My heart pounded in my chest as I slowed the car, the eerie stillness broken only by the roar of the storm. The figure didn't move, its presence both unsettling and inexplicable. I squinted through the windshield, trying to make out any features, but there was nothing human about it, just a dark silhouette against the swirling snow. Probably just a trick of the light, I muttered to myself. Though doubt gnawed at me, I considered stopping, but the treacherous conditions made it impossible. Instead, I edged forward cautiously, the car's tires struggling to maintain traction on the icy pavement. As I passed the figure, it seemed to watch me, its eyes, if they could be called that, fixed on my every move. A sense of dread settled over me, the feeling of being observed intensifying with each passing second. I accelerated slightly, hoping to leave the apparition behind. But as I did, the storm seemed to close in tighter, the snowflakes stinging my face like icy needles. The figure remained in my peripheral vision, constant, unnerving presence. When I finally reached the small town, the locals were sparse, their faces etched with worry and fatigue from the storm. I quickly grabbed the necessary supplies and decided to make the journey back home immediately. The drive felt interminable, the storm showing no mercy, the winds howling now interspersed with what I could only describe as faint whispers, indistinct voices carried by the gale. As midnight approached, the storm reached its zenith. The wind roared like a living beast, and the snow piled high against my windshield, reducing visibility to nearly nothing. Desperate to find shelter, I spotted a dilapidated gas station in the distance, its sign barely visible through the blizzard. I pulled over, the SUV struggling to come to a halt against the relentless storm. Inside, the gas station was deserted, the air thick with the scent of mildew and stale coffee. The single flickering light bulb cast long, distorted shadows across the counter. I approached the attendant's desk, hoping to find some semblance of comfort or at least a way to navigate through the storm. But the place was empty, save for an old radio humming softly in the corner, its static-filled tunes adding to the eerie atmosphere. As I sat down, trying to make sense of the strange occurrences, the whispers grew louder, their mournful tones almost intelligible amidst the noise of the storm. I felt a chill run down my spine, the hairs on the back of my neck standing on end. Suddenly, the door to the gas station swung open with a violent gust of wind, extinguishing the flickering light and plunging me into darkness. Frozen with fear, I sat back in my seat, listening intently. The whispers had transformed into desperate cries, the voices of those lost in the storm, reaching out for help. My heart raced as the realization dawned on me. These were not mere figments of my imagination, but echoes of souls trapped in the tempest, determined to escape the gas station. I fumbled for the door, but it wouldn't budge. The whispers intensified, now accompanied by the sound of footsteps echoing through the empty space. Each step a haunting reminder of the storm's relentless grip. Panic set in as I struggled against the invisible force holding the door closed, the cries growing more frantic, their anguish palpable. In a moment of sheer terror, the door finally gave way, allowing me to flee into the storm once more. I rushed back to my SUV, the storm's fury unabated, the snow now a blinding blizzard that seemed to consume everything in its path. The whispers followed me, their voices intertwining with the howl of the wind, as if the spirits were trying to lead me back, to warn me of something beyond my understanding. When I finally made it back home, the storm had passed as suddenly as it had arrived, leaving behind a landscape transformed by its wrath. The house stood silent, the snow now a serene blanket covering the land. Laura and the kids were waiting anxiously, their faces pale and eyes wide with fear, as I recounted my harrowing experience. The sense of unease that had plagued me all night lingered, the whispers a haunting echo in my mind. In the days that followed, the memory of the storm and the shadowy figure haunted my thoughts. Laura noticed changes in both of us. Sleep became elusive, and a pervasive sense of dread settled over our once peaceful home. I delved into the local archives, seeking answers to the mysteries that had unfolded that fateful night. Through old newspaper clippings and whispered tales from the locals, I discovered a tragic history entwined with Pine Ridge. Years before, a family had been caught in a similar storm, their car found abandoned on the same stretch of road I had driven that night. The parents and their 2 children had perished, their bodies never recovered, leaving behind only the sorrowful whispers that seemed to linger in the winds. As I pieced together the fragments of their story, it became clear that the spirits of the lost family were trapped in an endless loop, reliving their final moments with each passing storm. Their desperate cries for help were echoes of their unresolved pain, forever bound to the storm that had claimed their lives. Determined to help them find peace, Laura and I sought the guidance of a local paranormal investigator, Dr. Eleanor Hayes. She arrived with a sense of calm authority, her presence a beacon of hope amidst the lingering shadows. Together, we performed a cleansing ritual, using candles, salt, and prayers to honor the lost souls and guide them towards the light. As we conducted the ritual, the atmosphere in our home shifted, the oppressive weight lifted, and the whispers faded into a gentle breeze, carrying with it a sense of closure. It was as if the spirits had finally found their way, their anguish replaced by a peaceful acceptance. In the weeks that followed, life returned to normal, the memory of the storm and the shadowy figure fading into the recesses of my mind. Yet, the experience left an indelible mark on our family, a reminder of the fragile balance between life and death, and the enduring power of compassion to heal even the deepest wounds. Sometimes, late at night, when the wind whispers through the trees and the snow begins to fall, I catch a faint echo of those desperate cries, a lingering reminder of the souls we helped set free and the storm that bound them to our world. It serves as a testament to the resilience of the human spirit and the unending quest for peace amidst the chaos of nature. Story number 66. Shadows in the storm. The Kansas plains stretch out endlessly, a vast expanse of golden wheat swaying under the relentless gaze of the midday sun. My wife, Laura, our 16-year-old daughter, Emma, and our 10-year-old son, Jake, were driving through this remote countryside in our aging SUV, seeking refuge from the chaos of the city. It was early 2024, and we had decided to take a spontaneous road trip to reconnect as a family, far away from the distractions and stresses that had begun to fray our bonds. We were heading towards a small town called Willow Creek, known for its serene landscapes and tight-knit community. The journey had been smooth until the afternoon skies began to darken ominously. Thick, menacing clouds rolled in, blotting out the sun and turning the sky a foreboding shade of gray. Laura glanced nervously at the horizon, sensing the brewing storm. "Looks like we're in for a rough night," she remarked, gripping the steering wheel a little tighter. I nodded, feeling a chill that had nothing to do with the dropping temperature. "Let's hope it passes quickly." But as the wind began to pick up, whipping the tall grasses into frenzied waves, it became clear that this storm was no ordinary Kansas tempest. The SUV shook violently against the gusts, and the rain began to lash against the windshield, each droplet a tiny dagger. We decided to pull over at the next rest stop, hoping to wait out the worst of the storm. The rest stop was a desolate patch of land, surrounded by nothing but open fields and the relentless roar of the storm. We parked under a flimsy shelter, the metal roof barely holding back the fury of the elements. Inside, the air was thick with humidity and the scent of wet asphalt. We sat in silence, listening to the howling wind and the intermittent thunder that shook the ground beneath us. It was during one of these lulls that Emma first noticed them. "Look," she whispered, pointing towards the edge of the shelter. Outside, standing by the roadside, were shadowy figures, tall, indistinct silhouettes that seemed to blend into the darkness. Their presence was unsettling, like ghosts watching us from the veil between the living and the dead. Laura and I exchanged uneasy glances, but when we pressed closer to see, the figures vanished into the stormy night, leaving behind only the swirling winds and the echo of their silent vigil. "We must be seeing things," I tried to reassure her, though my voice wavered. But Emma wasn't convinced. "They looked like people. Why would they be here?" Before we could respond, the wind howled louder, and the storm intensified, as if reacting to our conversation. The figures returned, their forms now more defined, standing closer to our shelter. Jake clung to his seat, his eyes wide with fear. Suddenly, as our vehicle began to move again, the figures seemed to follow us, their dark forms reflecting in the rearview mirror. Each time we glanced back, they were there watching, waiting. The whispers started then, faint at first, carried by the wind like a distant echo. "Go back," the voices seemed to say, though the words were indistinct. Lost in the cacophony of the storm, Laura tightened her grip on the steering wheel. We should just get through this as quickly as possible. But the storm showed no signs of relenting. The wind howled like a chorus of lost souls, and the darkness outside felt oppressive, as if the very landscape was conspiring against us. The figures continued to appear and disappear, their presence growing more menacing with each passing minute. As night fell, the storm reached its peak. Lightning split the sky, illuminating the figures for fleeting moments before plunging us back into darkness. The whispers became clearer, more urgent, filling the SUV with an eerie presence. I could feel eyes boring into me, a relentless scrutiny that gnawed at my sanity. "Can you hear them?" I asked Laura, my voice barely above a whisper. She nodded, her face pale. "Yeah, it's like they're trying to tell us something." Determined to protect my family, I decided to drive through the heart of the storm, hoping to outrun whatever spirits were tormenting us. The SUV strained against the ferocious winds, tires gripping the slippery road as we navigated through the tempest. The figures remained a constant presence in our mirrors, their silent gaze a reminder of the unseen forces at play. Suddenly, a blinding flash of lightning illuminated a figure standing directly in our path. My heart leapt into my throat as I slammed on the brakes, bringing the vehicle to a screeching halt. The figure stood motionless, a dark silhouette against the stormy backdrop, its presence exuding an otherworldly menace. For a moment, everything was still. The storm paused as if holding its breath. Then, with a burst of wind, the figure vanished, leaving us in the eerie silence of the aftermath. The oppressive feeling lifted slightly, but the sense of being watched lingered, a haunting reminder of the night's horrors. We continued our journey, the storm gradually abating as dawn approached. The skies began to clear, the first rays of sunlight piercing through the remnants of the storm clouds. Exhausted and shaken, we finally reached Willow Creek, greeted by the calm after the tempest. But the experience left us deeply unsettled. In the days that followed, each member of our family felt the lingering effects of the storm. Emma struggled with nightmares of shadowy figures and whispering voices, while Jake became unusually quiet, his usual exuberance dampened by an unspoken fear. Laura and I felt a pervasive sense of unease, our bodies feeling weak and our minds foggy without any apparent cause. We sought answers from the local townsfolk, hoping to understand the nature of the spirits we had encountered. An elderly woman named Mrs. Thompson, the town's unofficial historian, offered us some insight. "That area has a dark history," she explained, her voice tinged with sorrow. "Years ago, a tragic accident occurred here. A family lost their lives in a mysterious car crash during a severe storm, much like the one you experienced. Ever since, their spirits are said to roam the roads, unable to find peace." Her words resonated with our experience, explaining the shadowy figures and the whispers that had haunted us. Mrs. Thompson advised us to perform a cleansing ritual to honor the lost souls and help them move on, hoping it would alleviate the lingering unease within our family. That evening, under the guidance of Mrs. Thompson, we conducted the ritual. We lit candles, placed offerings of food and flowers along the roadside, and recited prayers of peace and remembrance. The air felt charged with emotion, the storm's remnants still whispering through the trees. As we completed the ritual, a profound sense of calm washed over us, the oppressive energy dissipating like morning mist. In the weeks that followed, the haunting memories began to fade, the nightmares subsided, and Jake's vibrant personality slowly returned. We felt a renewed sense of peace, believing that we had finally helped the restless spirits find their way to the afterlife. But the experience left an indelible mark on our family. We became more attuned to the unseen world, understanding that our journey through the storm had been more than just a physical ordeal. It was a confrontation with the lingering echoes of tragedy and loss. The Kansas Plains, once a symbol of vast openness and freedom, now held a deeper, more mysterious significance for us. Sometimes, late at night, when the wind rustles through the trees and the moon casts a silvery glow over the fields, I catch a faint whisper carried on the breeze, a lingering echo of the spirits we encountered. It serves as a reminder of the thin veil that separates the living from the dead, and the enduring impact of unseen forces that shape our lives in ways we can scarcely comprehend. Our journey through that storm became a testament to the resilience of the human spirit and the power of compassion in the face of the unknown. We learned to honor the memories of those who had been lost, ensuring that their stories were never forgotten and that their spirits found the peace they so desperately sought. And as we moved forward, the Kansas winds continued to whisper their secrets, a haunting lullaby that bound us forever to the shadows of the past. Story number 67. Shadows of Christmas Storm. The first snowflakes of December had just begun to settle over our small Mississippi town when the storm hit. I'm Michael Thompson, and my wife, Laura, our 16-year-old daughter, Emma, and our 10-year-old son, Jake, had been looking forward to our first Christmas in our newly purchased home, nestled on the outskirts of Camden. The old Victorian house stood proudly against the sprawling fields, its white paint slightly peeling and windows gleaming under the winter sun. Moving into the house had been a dream come true. After years of renting in the city, we craved the tranquility of country life, a place where our children could roam freely and our minds could find peace. The first few weeks were idyllic, decorating the house, planting a garden, and embracing the slower pace of life. But as the days grew shorter and the nights colder, an unsettling feeling began to creep into our lives. It was Christmas Eve when the storm first made its presence known. The weather forecast had predicted heavy snowfall and strong winds, but nothing could have prepared us for the ferocity that descended upon our town. By the afternoon, the sky had turned a menacing shade of gray, and the wind began to howl through the trees, rattling the windows with increasing intensity. We decided to stay indoors, the warmth of our new home a stark contrast to the raging tempest outside. As night fell, the storm unleashed its full fury. Lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating the dark clouds and casting eerie shadows through our windows. The sound of thunder echoed through the house, each rumble shaking the very foundation. Around midnight, as we sat together in the living room, Emma pointed out a peculiar change in the storm. "Dad, do you hear that?" she whispered, her eyes wide with fear. I strained my ears, trying to make out the sound over the roar of the wind. At first, it was faint, a distant wail that seemed to be carried by the gusts. But as the night deepened, the noise grew louder, transforming into something more sinister. The wind outside no longer sounded like nature's fury. It morphed into anguished screams and strange, dissonant noises that sent chills down our spines. Probably just the storm intensifying. I tried to reassure Laura, though doubt gnawed at me. The sounds were too human, too emotional to be mere weather phenomena. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from downstairs, making us all jump. "I'm going to check it out," I said, trying to mask my unease. Laura grabbed my arm, her face pale. "Be careful," she warned, her eyes darting nervously towards the staircase. I descended the stairs cautiously, the sound of my footsteps muffled by the thick rug. The living room was in disarray, books scattered across the floor, a lamp shattered near the doorway. My heart pounded as I scanned the room, trying to locate the source of the noise. There was no sign of anyone, yet the storm seemed to have breached every barrier of our home. Returning upstairs, I found Laura pacing the hallway, worry etched into her features. "I didn't see anyone," I said, frustration evident in my voice. Maybe it was just the house settling. But Laura shook her head. "I don't think so. Listen again." We stood in silence, the storm outside a relentless force. Then, the sound returned this time, unmistakably human. It was soft, almost pleading, echoing from the basement. My blood ran cold. "The basement," I whispered. Emma and Jake exchanged frightened glances, huddling closer to us. "Maybe someone got stuck in there," Emma suggested timidly. With Laura by my side, we made our way to the basement door. The house felt different tonight, as if the very air was thick with tension. I reached out, gripping the doorknob, and slowly descended the narrow staircase. The basement was dark, the only light coming from the weak beam of my flashlight. The storm's fury seemed distant here, muffled by the thick walls. As we ventured deeper, the sound grew clearer, heavy breathing, followed by a series of soft, mournful sighs. We reached the far end of the basement, where old furniture and boxes lay scattered. The breathing stopped abruptly, replaced by an oppressive silence that pressed down on us. Suddenly, the flashlight flickered, casting erratic shadows that danced menacingly across the walls. Jake gasped, clutching Emma's hand tightly. "What was that?" he whispered, before I could respond. A cold draft swept through the basement, extinguishing the flashlight and plunging us into darkness. Panic set in as we fumbled to turn it back on, but it refused to cooperate. The air grew colder, our breaths visible in the icy atmosphere. Then, out of the darkness, a figure materialized, a shadowy silhouette of a man standing motionless in the corner. His presence was unnerving, an invisible weight pressing down on us. The temperature plummeted further, and the oppressive silence was broken by a soft, sorrowful wail that seemed to emanate from the very walls. "Leave us alone," the voice echoed, filled with anguish and despair. The figure remained unmoving, his sorrowful gaze fixed on us despite the lack of visible eyes. Laura and I exchanged terrified glances, while Emma and Jake clung to us, their fear palpable. "We need to go," I urged, my voice barely above a whisper. But as we turned to leave, the basement door slammed shut with a deafening bang, trapping us inside. The wails grew louder, the sounds of the storm outside now blending with the tortured cries from within the house. The shadows seemed to move, swirling around us like restless spirits. I felt a cold presence brushing against my skin, a reminder that we were not alone. Desperate to escape, I grabbed Laura's hand and pulled her towards the door, but it wouldn't budge. The basement felt alive with malevolent energy, the spirits of the past reaching out to us with their unresolved pain. The wails turned into voices, each one a haunting plea for release, echoing the tragic history of the house. As the tension reached its peak, a sudden flash of lightning illuminated the basement, revealing the figure once more. His eyes, though invisible, seemed to bore into my soul, his presence a manifestation of the house's dark past. In that moment, I realized that the house itself was a vessel of sorrow, the spirits of those who had suffered trapped within its walls. Summoning every ounce of courage, I began to speak, my voice steady despite the fear that gripped me. "We're sorry for your pain. We want to help you find peace." The oppressive energy began to lift, the shadows receding as if acknowledging our plea. The figure started to fade, his sorrowful presence dissolving into the ether. The basement door creaked open, and the heavy atmosphere lifted, replaced by a peaceful stillness. We fled the basement, our hearts pounding with a mix of relief and lingering fear. The storm outside had subsided, the night calm once more. As we ascended the stairs, we found solace in each other's presence, grateful to have escaped the house's haunting grip. In the days that followed, the strange occurrences ceased entirely. The house returned to its former state of tranquility, the memories of that terrifying night lingering only as a shadow in our minds. But the experience left an indelible mark on our family, a reminder of the thin veil between the living and the dead, and the enduring power of compassion to heal even the deepest wounds. Years later, when I recount that stormy Christmas night, the memory still sends chills down my spine. The house on Cedar Lane stands as a testament to our resilience, a place where we faced the darkness and emerged stronger for it. Sometimes, on quiet nights, I catch a faint whisper carried by the wind, a lingering echo of the souls we helped set free, forever entwined with our lives, reminding us of the fragile balance between peace and torment. Story number 68. Whispers in the Gale. The first sign that something was amiss came as the sun dipped below the rugged Montana horizon, painting the sky in hues of crimson and gold. My wife, Laura, our 15-year-old daughter, Emma, and I were navigating the narrow, winding roads that cut through the heart of Montana's wilderness. It was early 2023, and what was meant to be a leisurely road trip across the state had quickly turned into a fight against nature itself. We had rented a sturdy SUV, well equipped for the unpredictable Montana weather. But nothing could have prepared us for the ferocity of the storm that was about to descend upon us. The weather had been calm for days, perfect for exploring the untouched landscapes and quaint towns scattered across the plains. However, as evening approached, dark clouds began to gather ominously on the horizon, their edges serrated by the first hints of lightning. "We should find a place to stop before it gets worse," I suggested, glancing at the rapidly darkening sky. Laura nodded in agreement, while Emma, ever the adventurer, gazed out the window with a mix of excitement and apprehension. As we continued our journey, The wind picked up, howling through the gaps in the trees and sending leaves swirling in chaotic patterns across the road. The first few gusts were manageable, but it wasn't long before the storm unleashed its full fury. The snow began to fall in earnest, thick and relentless, reducing visibility to mere feet. The road became a treacherous ribbon of white, obscured by the swirling blizzard that enveloped us. Emma pressed her face against the window, mesmerized by the chaotic dance of snowflakes. Suddenly, through the thick curtain of white, I spotted something, or someone, standing on the side of the road. A shadowy figure, indistinct and blurred by the storm, loomed near the roadside. It was tall and imposing, its form barely visible against the tempestuous backdrop. My heart raced as I tried to make sense of what I was seeing. "Dad, do you see that?" Emma whispered, her voice tinged with fear. I strained my eyes, squinting against the driving snow. The figure remained motionless, its presence unsettling in the midst of the raging storm. As we approached a particularly isolated stretch of road, the wind seemed to carry faint whispers, almost like hushed voices trying to communicate. "Probably just someone stranded in the storm," Laura suggested, attempting to reassure both Emma and myself. But deep down, a nagging unease settled over me. There was something unnatural about the figure we'd glimpsed, a presence that felt both distant and unnervingly close. As the storm intensified, the wind transformed, its howl morphing into distinct whispers that seemed to emanate from the very air around us. The voices were faint, fragmented, but unmistakably human. It was as if someone or something was trying to speak to us through the gale. "We need to pull over," I said firmly, taking control of the wheel. The SUV skidded to a halt on the side of the road, the engine struggling against the blinding snow. We sat in tense silence, the only sounds the relentless beating of the storm and the persistent whispers that seemed to envelop us. "Let's just wait it out," Laura suggested, her voice wavering slightly. Emma clung to my arm, her eyes wide with fear. Minutes stretched into what felt like hours as the storm raged on. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, weaving through the howling wind like ethereal threads. I couldn't shake the feeling that the shadowy figure we'd seen was still watching us, the silent gaze piercing through the storm. Suddenly, a particularly violent gust of wind battered the SUV, causing it to shudder violently. The windows rattled, and for a split second, I thought I saw the figure move, only to realize it had vanished without a trace. Panic surged through me as the whispers crescendoed into anguished cries, their meaning lost in the chaos of the storm. "We have to do something," Emma cried, her fear palpable. "They're trying to tell us something." Determined to uncover the truth, I decided to step out into the storm. Clutching Laura's hand, we ventured into the blinding snow, the wind whipping around us with a malevolent force. Every step was a struggle against the relentless gusts, but we pressed on, driven by a desperate need to understand the haunting whispers. As we reached the spot where the figure had stood, the storm seemed to momentarily subside, creating a pocket of eerie calm. The snow had piled high around us, muffling the sounds of the tempest. In the stillness, the whispers transformed into clear, sorrowful pleas. "Help us find peace." Tears welled up in Laura's eyes as she whispered, "We need to help them." Before we could react, a sudden surge of wind swept through the area, scattering the snow and extinguishing the faint glow of our flashlights. The oppressive silence was shattered by a deafening roar, and the storm resumed with renewed fury. The whispers faded into the background, replaced by the overwhelming force of nature's wrath. We retreated to the safety of the SUV, our breaths visible in the frigid air as we struggled to regain control of the vehicle. The storm showed no signs of relenting, the snow piling higher and the wind howling louder. The sense of being watched lingered, a haunting reminder of the encounter we'd just endured. When dawn finally broke, the storm had passed, leaving behind a transformed landscape of white and silence. Exhausted and shaken, we exited the SUV to assess the damage. The road was buried under a thick blanket of snow, the surrounding wilderness eerily quiet. As we began to pack up, we discovered a series of footprints leading away from the spot where the shadowy figure had stood, a trail that disappeared into the dense forest, swallowed by the aftermath of the storm. "We need to leave now," I insisted, the memories of the whispers and the ghostly presence too unsettling to ignore. Laura and Emma nodded in agreement, and we hurriedly made our way back to the main road, the SUV struggling against the remaining patches of snow. The journey back was fraught with tension, the haunting memories of the storm and the whispers lingering in our minds. By the time we reached the safety of the highway, the town was already waking up, the residents emerging from their shelters to survey the damage and begin the cleanup. We drove through the quiet streets, our family bound together by the shared ordeal. In the days that followed, the experience left an indelible mark on us. Laura and I found ourselves replaying the events over and over, trying to piece together the meaning behind the whispers and the shadowy figure. Emma struggled with nightmares, reliving the fear of the storm and the mysterious voices that had echoed through the night. Jake, ever resilient, simply clung to us, seeking comfort in our presence. Determined to find answers, I delved into the local history of the area, uncovering stories of past storms and tragedies that had befallen the remote roads of Montana. It wasn't long before I stumbled upon the tale of the Lawson family, a family of 4 who had perished in a similar storm years earlier. Their car had been found abandoned on a desolate stretch of road, the only clue to their fate being a single, tarnished wedding ring left behind. The whispers and the shadowy figure began to make sense. It seemed that the spirits of the Lawson family were trapped in an endless loop, reliving the moment of their tragic demise every time a storm hit. Their cries for help and their desperate attempts to communicate were echoes of their unresolved pain, forever bound to the roads that had claimed their lives. Armed with this knowledge, Laura and I felt a renewed sense of purpose. We reached out to local paranormal investigators and historians, seeking ways to help the lost souls find peace. Together, we organized a memorial service at the site where the Lawson family had lost their lives, hoping that a gesture of remembrance might finally allow their spirits to move on. The night of the memorial, the sky was clear, the stars twinkling brightly above the snow-covered landscape. We gathered with a small group of locals, lighting candles and sharing stories of the Lawson family. As we stood in silence, offering our prayers and condolences, a gentle breeze swept through the area, carrying with it a sense of tranquility. For a moment, it felt as though the spirits were present, their sorrow replaced by a peaceful acceptance. The shadows that had once haunted the roads seemed to dissipate, replaced by the warmth of shared compassion and remembrance. The whispers were gone, replaced by the soothing sounds of the night. In the aftermath, the road no longer felt like a place of fear but a path of remembrance and healing. The memory of the storm and the spirits that had touched our lives faded into the background, replaced by a sense of closure and peace. Our family moved forward, forever changed by the experience, but grateful for the strength and unity that had carried us through the ordeal. Years later, as I reflect on that harrowing night, I'm reminded of the thin veil that separates the living from the dead and the enduring power of empathy and compassion to bridge that gap. The roads of Montana hold countless stories, each one a testament to the resilience of the human spirit and the unending quest for peace amidst the chaos of nature. And sometimes, when a storm approaches and the winds begin to howl, I can't help but think of the Lawson family and the whispers that once filled the night. It serves as a reminder to honor the memories of those who've been lost and to find strength in the bonds that hold us together, even in the face of the unknown. Story number 69. Whispers in the Tempest. The first time I heard the storm was coming, the sky had turned an unnatural shade of green, swirling ominously over the Florida horizon. I'm James Mitchell, a freelance photographer who had moved to this quiet coastal town a few years ago, seeking both inspiration and solace from the chaos of city life. My wife, Laura, and our young daughter, Emily, had settled into the old Victorian house that overlooked the bay, its creaky floors and drafty windows adding to its charm. Life had been peaceful, almost idyllic, until that fateful night in late October 2023. The weather forecast had predicted a severe storm system brewing over the Gulf, but nothing could have prepared us for the fury that was about to descend upon our lives. It was around 8 p.m. when the first signs of the tempest began. The wind picked up, howling through the trees and rattling the shutters. Rain started to lash against the windows, the droplets turning into relentless sheets that obscured our view of the outside world. Laura and I were in the living room, Emily asleep upstairs, when I noticed a strange stillness amidst the chaos. The usual sounds of the storm seemed to momentarily pause, replaced by an eerie silence that sent a chill down my spine. Then, amidst the roaring wind and pounding rain, I heard it, a soft, heart-wrenching cry echoing from outside. It was the unmistakable sound of a woman in distress, her sobs carried by the gusts of wind. My heart raced as I turned to Laura, who sat silently beside me, her face pale with concern. "Did you hear that?" I asked, my voice barely audible over the storm. She nodded, fear evident in her eyes. I did. It sounded like someone crying. Driven by a mix of curiosity and unease, I decided to investigate. Grabbing my waterproof jacket and flashlight, I made my way to the back door, the storm making each step a challenge. The porch light flickered intermittently, casting long, distorted shadows across the porch. As I stepped outside, the wind whipped around me, making it difficult to keep my balance. I scanned the perimeter of our property, trying to locate the source of the cries. The rain was so heavy that visibility was almost zero, but through the haze, I caught a glimpse of a shadowy figure standing near the edge of our yard. Her form was barely discernible, swaying gently in the wind, her face hidden beneath a hooded cloak. My pulse quickened as I called out, "Hello? Are you okay?" There was no response, only the intensifying howl of the storm. I took a hesitant step forward, the ground slick with rainwater, but as I approached, the figure seemed to dissolve into the mist, leaving me standing alone amidst the tempest. Confused and unnerved, I returned inside, finding Laura waiting with worried eyes. That night, sleep eluded me. The memory of the mysterious figure lingered, her cries haunting my thoughts. Emily stirred in her bed, murmuring about a woman crying outside. Laura reached out, squeezing my hand reassuringly, but the unease between us had deepened. The next morning, the storm had passed, leaving behind a landscape transformed by its fury. Debris littered our yard, and the once pristine garden was a tangled mess of broken branches and flooded flower beds. As we began assessing the damage, something caught my eye, a glimmer of metal partially buried in the mud near the edge of our property. I reached down to pick it up, revealing an old, tarnished wedding ring. My mind raced. Who could have lost such a valuable item here? Determined to uncover the truth, I delved into the history of our house and the surrounding area. Through old newspaper archives and conversations with longtime residents, I discovered that before our family moved in, the previous owner, Margaret Lawson, had tragically died in a car accident during a similar storm a decade earlier. Reports were sparse, but whispers in town spoke of her sudden disappearance and the mysterious circumstances surrounding her death. As days turned into weeks, the eerie phenomena continued. The sounds of crying echoed through the house during the most violent storms, each time more intense than the last. Objects moved inexplicably, books flew off shelves, doors slammed shut without warning, and the temperature would drop sharply, leaving us shivering in the middle of summer nights. One particularly fierce storm hit in January, the wind howling like a chorus of lost souls. As the tempest raged outside, I heard the unmistakable sound of heavy breathing from the basement. Heart pounding, I descended the creaky wooden stairs, flashlight in hand, only to find the basement empty, no signs of intrusion, no evidence of anyone else being there. Yet, the feeling of being watched lingered. a constant presence that gnawed at my sanity. Determined to put an end to the haunting, Laura and I decided to perform a cleansing ritual. Guided by the local paranormal investigator, Dr. Eleanor Hayes, she explained that the lingering spirit was likely Margaret Lawson, her soul trapped by the unresolved pain of her untimely death. Together, we gathered candles, salt, and sage, preparing to banish the restless spirit from our home. As the next storm approached, we set up the ritual in the living room, the same place where Margaret's presence had been most felt. The wind howled outside, rain battering the windows, as we began chanting prayers and burning the sage to purify the space. The air grew thick with energy, the candles flickering violently as if resisting our efforts. Suddenly, the room was plunged into darkness as the power failed, leaving us in the eerie glow of candlelight. The temperature dropped even further, our breaths visible in the frigid air. The sound of heavy breathing filled the room, more intense and desperate than ever before. Laura and I stood together, holding each other tightly, as the spirit of Margaret Lawson materialized before us. Her apparition was sorrowful, her eyes hollow with eternal pain. "Why won't you help me?" she whispered, her voice echoing through the room like a mournful lament. Tears welled up in Laura's eyes as she reached out to comfort the lost soul. "We're here to help you find peace," she said softly, her voice trembling. Margaret's figure began to fade, the pain in her eyes slowly giving way to a sense of relief. "Thank you," she whispered, her presence dissipating like mist in the morning sun. The oppressive energy lifted, replaced by a peaceful stillness that filled the room. The storm outside began to subside, the winds calming as if the very elements were acknowledging the resolution of our ordeal. We stood together in the quiet aftermath, the weight of the past lifted from our shoulders. The wedding ring, now lying harmlessly on the floor, seemed to lose its significance. This dark history finally laid to rest. In the weeks that followed, the haunting ceased entirely. Our home returned to its peaceful state, the shadows no longer moving on their own, and the cries of Margaret Lawson silenced by the closure we had provided. Life gradually returned to normal, our family finding solace in the calm that now surrounded us. But the experience left an indelible mark on us. We learned to respect the lingering memories of those who had suffered and the importance of compassion in easing their pain. The storms that once brought fear now felt like a reminder of the resilience we had shown in the face of the unknown. Sometimes, when a storm brews on the horizon, I glance out the window, feeling a deep sense of gratitude for the peace we had reclaimed. The whispers in the tempest are no longer cries of anguish but echoes of a family finding their way to eternal rest. And as the winds dance through the Kansas plains, I'm reminded of the thin veil that separates the living from the dead, and the enduring power of love and empathy to heal even the deepest wounds. Story number 70. Whispers in the tempest. The Texas plains stretch out endlessly, a sea of golden grass under the vast expanse of the sky. When my wife, Laura, and our 2 children, Emma and Jake, decided to move to this remote part of the state, we sought solace from the chaos of city life. The old farmhouse we purchased stood proudly on the outskirts of a small town, its weathered facade and sprawling acreage promising a fresh start. Little did we know, our dream home harbored secrets that would soon plunge us into a living nightmare. I'm Daniel Harris, and moving to a new home had always symbolized hope and new beginnings for our family. The first few months were idyllic. We spent weekends fixing up the house, planting a garden, and exploring the surrounding countryside. The children reveled in their newfound freedom, running through the fields and making friends with the few neighbors who lived nearby. Life was simple, peaceful, a stark contrast to the relentless pace we'd left behind. But as autumn gave way to winter, an unsettling change began to descend upon our lives. It started subtly, whispers of cold drafts in the middle of summer nights, shadows flickering just beyond the reach of our flashlights, and the persistent feeling of being watched. Laura dismissed it as the quirks of an old house, but I couldn't shake the growing unease gnawing at me. One fateful night in November, a violent storm swept across Texas, unleashing winds so fierce they seemed to tear the very fabric of reality. We were huddled together in the living room, the windows rattling under the onslaught of rain and debris. Lightning illuminated the darkened room, casting eerie shadows that danced along the walls. The children were asleep upstairs, their dreams untouched by the chaos outside. Suddenly, amidst the howling wind and pounding rain, we heard it, a faint, desperate call echoing from outside. It was a voice, soft yet unmistakably sorrowful, beckoning us. Startled, we exchanged fearful glances. Laura approached the window cautiously, peering into the tempestuous night. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she pointed to a faint silhouette standing amidst the raging storm. There, barely visible against the backdrop of lightning and darkness, was the unmistakable outline of a woman. Her figure was ethereal, almost translucent, her form wavering like a mirage caught in the fierce winds. She stood motionless, staring directly at us with eyes that seemed to pierce through the very soul. "Did you see that?" Jake whispered, his voice trembling. "Yes," Laura replied, her voice barely audible over the storm. There was someone out there, determined to understand what we were witnessing. I grabbed my coat and followed Laura outside. The wind howled around us, carrying with it the weight of the storm and the eerie presence of the apparition. As we approached the edge of the property, the woman began to move, her steps slow and deliberate. My heart pounded in my chest as I reached out, desperate to communicate. But as soon as I took a step forward, she vanished into the tempest, leaving only the lingering echoes of her sorrowful call. Confusion and fear gripped us as we stood there, staring into the void where she had just been. The storm raged on, the wind whipping around us, as if trying to erase the memory of her existence. We returned to the safety of our home, but the encounter left us shaken and restless. The following days were marked by an escalation of strange phenomena. The temperature in the house would drop inexplicably, our breaths visible in the frigid air. Objects moved on their own, chairs sliding across floors, books falling from shelves, and doors slamming shut without warning. The whispers grew louder, their mournful tones echoing through the halls, as if the house itself was trying to communicate our presence. Desperate for answers, Laura and I delved into the history of the farmhouse. Our research led us to discover that before it became our home, the house had been the site of a tragic accident. A family of 4 had perished in a devastating fire during a severe storm in 1985. Reports were sparse, the details shrouded in mystery, but local lore spoke of restless spirits unable to find peace after the catastrophic event. One particularly harsh night, as another storm threatened on the horizon, the disturbances reached a fever pitch. The children were restless, sensing the growing tension in the air. As midnight approached, the wind outside intensified, howling like a chorus of lost souls. The whispers became anguished cries, filling the house with a palpable sense of despair. Suddenly, the living room was plunged into darkness as the power failed, leaving us in the eerie glow of candlelight. The temperature plummeted, and the oppressive presence pressed down on us. We could hear footsteps ascending from the basement, each step heavy with sorrow and anger. My heart raced as I grabbed a flashlight, the beam cutting through the darkness in search of the source. As I descended the creaky wooden stairs, the sound of footsteps grew louder, more deliberate. The basement was a cavernous space, filled with old furniture and forgotten relics. The air was thick with the scent of smoke and decay, remnants of the tragedy that had once consumed the house. At the far end of the basement, I saw it, a mirror, its surface cracked and tarnished, reflecting the dim light with a haunting clarity. Approaching the mirror, I felt a cold chill wash over me. In the reflection, I saw not my own image, but the ghostly figure of a woman, her eyes hollow, her expression one of profound sorrow. She reached out towards me, her hand passing through the glass like mist. "Help us," she whispered, her voice echoing through the basement. Terrified, I stumbled back, knocking over a stack of old boxes. The mirror seemed to pulse with an otherworldly energy, the figure growing more distinct and desperate. I turned to flee, but the basement door slammed shut, trapping me inside. The whispers turned into anguished cries, the air thick with the weight of countless untold stories. Desperate to escape, I pounded on the door, my pleas swallowed by the storm outside. The temperature continued to drop, my breath visible in the freezing air as the presence of the restless spirits pressed in around me. Summoning every ounce of courage, I began to recite a prayer I'd read in an old journal, hoping to offer solace to the tormented souls. As I spoke, the air seemed to lighten, the oppressive weight lifting ever so slightly. The ghostly figure in the mirror began to fade, her sorrowful gaze softening with each word. The basement door creaked open, and the anguished cries transformed into whispers of gratitude. Exhausted but relieved, I rushed back upstairs, finding Laura and the children huddled together in the living room. The storm outside subsided, leaving behind a calm stillness that filled the house. We sat together in silence, the memories of the night's horrors etched into our minds. The farmhouse felt lighter, the shadows receding as if the spirits had finally found the peace they had long been denied. In the days that followed, the strange occurrences ceased, and the house returned to its former state of tranquility. We made a conscious effort to honor the memories of those who had suffered, leaving offerings and maintaining a respectful silence in the areas where the spirits had lingered. The experience taught us the importance of empathy, the enduring impact of unresolved pain, and the resilience required to overcome the darkest of fears. Years later, as I sit on the porch watching the Texas sunset, I reflect on the tumultuous winter we endured. The farmhouse on Maple Drive stands as a testament to our journey, a place where we confronted the echoes of the past and emerged stronger for it. Sometimes, when the wind rustles through the trees and the sky is painted with the colors of dusk, I catch a faint whisper on the breeze, a lingering reminder of the souls we helped set free and the love that binds us together, transcending the boundaries of life and death.